Chapter 261. Lin Yu and his group did not choose to approach the center of the battlefield, a place filled with destruction and death. Under Lin Yu's precise navigation, comparable to a human GPS, they silently infiltrated a 60-story abandoned financial building, a full 2 kilometers away from the center of the battlefield. This location allowed them an excellent god's-eye view, taking in the entire battlefield situation, while ensuring they wouldn't be affected by the battle of the gods. The group lay prone on the edge of the rooftop, using high-powered military binoculars, watching the battlefield below, already shrouded in gunfire and death, with tense yet expectant eyes. The sight before them sent a shiver down their spines, hearts usually unfazed by grand spectacle. Right there in the vast central plaza, a terrifying monster, 30 meters tall, almost the size of a small building, its body covered in a layer of obsidian-like, indestructible, grotesque bone armor, with several bony tentacles as sharp as the Grim Reaper's side extending from its back, roared with an awe-inspiring, terrifying roar that seemed to tear the heavens apart. It was the Star Eater, the first-generation perfect biological weapon created by the Eden organization through countless hours of painstaking effort, a fusion of the progenitor virus and advanced Zerg genes, a creation meant to be a god. Every breath it took seemed to stir up the winds and clouds of heaven and earth. Every swing of its claws was enough to easily tear a heavy main battle tank to shreds. Around it, hundreds of fully armed elite TQ soldiers, utilizing abandoned vehicles and building wreckage, formed well-organized battle formations, launching a relentless and frenzied attack. Dozens of heavy tanks roared deafeningly, bombarding the Star Eater impenetrable bone armor with armor-piercing rounds, only to send up a series of feeble sparks, unable to even leave a white mark. In the sky, several futuristic-looking fighter jets roared past, dropping high-explosive bombs that exploded around the Star Eater, creating scorching fireballs filled with destructive and purifying power. However, the terrifying monster seemed completely unharmed. It roared, its bony tentacles, like the Grim Reaper's size. A hand, whipping up a terrifying gust of wind strong enough to tear the air apart, swept fiercely towards the fighter jets in the sky. Boom! A fighter jet, unable to dodge in time, was instantly blasted apart in midair by the terrifying bony tentacles, turning into a dazzling, tragic burst of fireworks. The entire battlefield was a one-sided, desperate massacre. The seemingly powerful conventional military force of the TQ troops was as fragile as a group of primitive people wielding wooden sticks trying to challenge an ancient dragon before this ultimate monster that had evolved to an unbelievable level. My god. This thing, is it really something we can handle? Su Mu looked at the terrifying scene below, like a demon god descending to earth. Her usually somewhat nonchalant face was filled with undisguised shock and horror. She even began to doubt whether her small 5-person team, even with the 5,000-plus undead cannon fodder, would be nothing more than a mouthful of dust for that monster. Xin Shui and Wang Shan also fell silent, their faces filled with unprecedented solemnity. The oppressive aura and destructive power displayed by the Star Eater before them completely exceeded their understanding of the concept of a monster. Lin Yu's face, however, remained expressionless. His eyes, as deep as an ancient well, gleamed with a cold, all-seeing absolute rationality. The TQ forces could not possibly be limited to such methods. Just as the TQ forces' lines were about to be completely torn apart by the Star Eater, facing total annihilation, a command filled with authority and resolve was transmitted across the entire battlefield via special communication channel. All units, immediately abandon conventional attacks. Activate Gaia's Wrath final plan. The next second, all the TQ soldiers engaged in combat with the Star Eater retreated rapidly like a tidal wave. 3 specially designed vehicles, each with a massive, horn-like sonic transmitter mounted on its roof, which had been waiting for some time, slowly emerged from behind the lines. They stopped less than 500 meters from the Star Eater, then aimed their 3 enormous horns at the terrifying monster that was still roaring madly. It's here! Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. He knew that the TQ Force's ultimate weapon was about to be deployed. Everyone! Cover your ears immediately. Use all your strength to protect your brains. He let out a low, wary growl. However, it was too late. The instant his words fell, an invisible, yet terrifying shockwave, seemingly capable of completely overturning the world, erupted from the 3 special vehicles. There was no earth-shattering roar, no cataclysmic explosion. Only a suffocating, absolute, deathly silence. Gaia's Wrath was clearly a terrifying infrasound weapon specifically designed to target the brain and nervous system of living beings. Although Lin Yu and the others were 2 kilometers away from the center of the battlefield, they were still severely affected by the terrifying residual force of the sonic wave. In that instant, Their heads felt as if they had been struck hard by an invisible giant hammer. Buzz. A violent ringing in their ears, and a dizzying sensation instantly swept over their entire bodies. Qin Shui and Sumu even groaned, their lips twitching uncontrollably. A trickle of blood oozed from the ground. They felt as if their brains were about to be shattered alive by the terrifying sound waves, and the Star Eater, located at the center of the battlefield, endured an unimaginable impact. Roar! It let out a shrill howl filled with endless pain and disbelief. Its massive, indestructible body, at this moment, seemed to be frozen in place, suddenly stiffening, then crack! Crack! A series of crisp sounds, like shattering glass, continuously emanated from its hard obsidian bone armor. Chapter 262. A series of jagged, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across its entire body at a visible speed. Large swaths of dark green, corrosive, acidic blood gushed forth from these cracks as if it were free. Severe injury. An unprecedented, fatal, severe injury. The TQ Force's ultimate weapon had actually, truly, inflicted a devastating blow on this once invincible ultimate monster. The terrifying sonic waves, capable of tearing apart souls, lasted less than 10 seconds before receding like a tide. The world returned to its original sound. But both on the battlefield and on the rooftop 2 kilometers away, an eerie silence descended. Cough, cough, cough. Sumu was the first to recover from the intense dizziness. She coughed violently, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face revealing genuine, heartfelt fear for the first time. What the hell is this? It's insane! We're so far away, and we're already affected like this. What must that monster be like? She was speechless, stunned by the shocking scene before her. In the ravaged central square, the once invincible Star Eater, like a demon descended to earth, was now kneeling pitifully on the ground. Its massive body was covered in grotesque, deep, bone-revealing cracks, and its dark green, acidic blood, like a burst dam, had corroded the ground beneath its feet into a toxic swamp. Its massive, ferocious head drooped limply, its mouth emitting heavy, painful breaths like a broken bellows. Its once savage and majestic crimson eyes were now dull and lifeless, filled with weakness and exhaustion. Clearly, the TQ Force's Gaia's wrath had successfully ripped it down from its lofty pedestal. We did it! We did it! Ha ha ha! This damned monster! It's finally going to die! A wave of wild, jubilant cheers erupted from the TQ Force's position in the distance. Looking at the dying Star Eater, their eyes burned with a blazing fire of greed. They knew that as long as they could bring the monster's corpse, or rather, the core within it containing the most primal power of the progenitor virus, back to headquarters, then they would gain unimaginable glory and rewards. They would become heroes, ushering in a new era of human evolution. All units, prepare to assault. Capture the Star Eater alive. The leading commander roared with excitement and greed. The remaining hundreds of T.Q soldiers, like sharks smelling blood, brandished their energy rifles and frantically surrounded the critically wounded and dying Star Eater from all directions. A hunt filled with harvest and joy seemed to be drawing to a close. However, at the very last moment, just when everyone thought the outcome was decided, Lin Yu's cold, wary voice suddenly rang out in the team channel. Something's wrong. Look at that monster's eyes. Upon hearing this, Qin Shui and the others immediately pointed their binoculars back at the dying Star Eater. Then, they witnessed a terrifying scene they would never forget. The Star Eater, which had been weakened to the extreme, suddenly, without warning, ignited a blood-red flame in its dull, lifeless crimson eyes. A flame more frenzied, more savage, and filled with endless destruction and resentment than ever before. That wasn't the ferocity of a wild beast. That was the absolute madness of intelligent beings, filled with endless hatred and scheming. It was feigning weakness. Roar! The moment those T.Q soldiers stepped into its attack range, the Star Eater let out a deafening, mad roar filled with endless deceit and mockery. Its massive, cracked body, without warning, suddenly exploded. No, that wasn't an explosion. It was disintegration. Its obsidian-like hard bone armor shattered, transforming into tens of thousands of razor-sharp, gleaming bone fragments. Like the most terrifying metal storm, sweeping indiscriminately and wildly in all directions, and beneath that shattered bone armor, its true form, composed of pure flesh and blood brimming with life and evolutionary energy, was completely exposed. That was a form only about 10 meters tall, streamlined, brimming with the beauty of ultimate speed and power, a more perfect, ultimate killing form. It shed its skin. It completed an evolution before everyone's eyes, a process filled with death and rebirth. Retreat! Retreat! The TQ Force commander let out a desperate cry filled with endless terror and disbelief. But it was all too late. Tens of thousands of razor-sharp bone fragments, moving at supersonic speeds, instantly engulfed the hundreds of TQ soldiers at the forefront. Splat. Splat. Blood and flesh. Fly. Screams of agony rose and fell. In just one exchange, the vanguard of the TQ forces had lost more than half its strength. And the Star Eater, having completed its final evolution, like a true demon descended from hell, charged with elegant yet deadly steps into the already routed TQ forces' position. A one-sided, bloody, reverse massacre had officially begun. Retreat. Everyone. Retreat immediately. The TQ forces commander, after suffering nearly 80% casualties, finally awoke from his endless shock and despair. He knew they had lost. Completely defeated. If they didn't leave now, their elite unit would be completely wiped out today. Without hesitation, he immediately issued the most rational, yet most helpless, final order to all the surviving units: abandon the objective. Preserve your strength. Return to forward command. Prepare to face that unknown undead army. Chapter 263. The remaining dozens of T.Q soldiers, like stray dogs, fled in panic back the way they had come, without looking back. An epic battle of titans had ended in a dramatic and unexpected way. Lin Yu's fisherman's squad, hidden in the shadows, became the sole witness to this brutal war. When the disheveled remnants of the T.Q forces vanished like stray dogs at the edge of the city's ruins, the once fierce, blood-soaked central square returned to a deathly silence. Only the Star Eater, having completed its final evolution and exuding a terrifying aura of dominance, stood silently atop the throne built from the corpses of countless T.Q soldiers and the wreckage of tanks. It didn't choose to pursue the fleeing ants. Its scarlet eyes, brimming with intelligence and savagery, slowly swept over its spoils. Then it opened its gaping maw, filled with sharp fangs, and began greedily devouring the life-giving flesh and blood emanating from the corpses. It was replenishing the enormous energy it had expended during its evolution and battle. On the rooftop, Su Mu and Wang Shan, watching the terrifying scene below, a scene resembling the descent of a demon god, felt their faces pale with lingering fear. What do we do now? Su Mu's voice trembled slightly, barely concealing its presence. That thing seems stronger than before. More than stronger. Wang Shan swallowed hard, still shaken. This is practically an unkillable monster. A sense of despair began to creep into their hearts once more. However, Qin Shui, the ace captain of Dragon Shield, showed no fear. Her sharp phoenix eyes burned with an unprecedented, wildly fierce fighting spirit. She knew this was their chance, their only and last chance. Although the Star Eater had completed its final evolution and become even more powerful, it was also severely injured. It was currently in its weakest phase, feeding and recovering. If they could seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She turned her gaze to the man who had calmly watched the terrifying monster below. Lin Yu, as if he had already anticipated her thoughts, slowly turned his head. Their eyes met in midair. No words were needed. They had reached a consensus in an instant. Let's have a true undead carnival. Qin Shui's lips curled into a smile filled with madness and confidence. My legion has long been thirsting for blood. Without further hesitation, she abruptly stood up from the rooftop. She opened her arms, closed her eyes, and immersed all her attention in the crimson codex of the dead, which had long since become one with her soul. She uttered a final, queenly summons filled with supreme majesty. Buzz! A blood-red divine light, filled with endless death and resentment, enough to change the very fabric of the world, erupted from her body. The next second, under the watchful and suspicious gaze of the Star Eater, the shadows around it seemed to come alive. Countless black portals, composed of pure death energy, burst open in all directions of the central plaza. Roar! Accompanied by frenzied roars filled with savagery and killing intent, the true undead calamity, composed of over 5,000 bizarre and grotesque alien undead, surged forth from the portals like a black tide of death. Dozens of ironclad guardians, comparable to mobile fortresses, charged ahead, fearlessly attacking the feeding Star Eater. Hundreds of guardian aliens and bursting muscle bugs followed closely behind, transforming into the sharpest blades, attacking the Star Eater from all angles. A frenzied siege unfolded from the flanks and rear. Thousands of hunters and shadow slayers, like the deadliest ghosts, clung to the surrounding abandoned buildings, searching for any possible fatal weakness. A final, undead-led siege against the gods had thus begun. Roar! The Star Eater clearly hadn't expected to face such a massive betrayal and siege from its own kind in its own hunting grounds. It let out a mad roar filled with boundless rage and disbelief. It stopped eating, its scarlet eyes, brimming with intelligence and savagery, fixed intently on the group of fearless undead servants. Its newly evolved body, brimming with the ultimate beauty of power, shuddered violently. A terrifying shockwave, powerful enough to distort space itself, erupted from its body. It would make these traitors, who dared to challenge its majesty, pay the most painful price in blood. The battle instantly entered a white-hot phase. However, the development of the battle was far more difficult than Lin Yu and Qin Shui had imagined. The power of the Star Eater completely exceeded their expectations. Its seemingly slender, streamlined body contained a terrifying power capable of easily tearing apart even the ironclad Guardian's tank-like sturdy bone armor. Its speed was as fast as lightning, moving like a ghost through the impenetrable encirclement of the undead army, each flash taking the lives of several undead servants. In just one exchange, hundreds of undead were torn to shreds under its devastating onslaught, although these undead could immediately reform from the shadows after death. But this overwhelming difference in strength still left Su Mu and Wang Shan, watching from the rooftop, feeling a chill of fear and despair. How can we fight like this? Su Mu's voice trembled slightly. Our legion is practically made of paper in front of it. Don't worry. Chapter 264. Lin Yu's voice remained calm. It's strong, but it's also at its limit. Every attack it launches depletes its already dwindling stamina. Our legion, however, is endless. This is a grinding war of patience. As long as we can hold on, victory will surely be ours. Lin Yu's words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly stabilizing the wavering morale of the troops. They turned their gaze once more to the brutal battlefield below. Just as Lin Yu had said, while the Star Eater was powerful, every attack it launched came at a cost. Its crimson eyes were visibly dimming. Its movements were becoming increasingly sluggish. Qin Shui's undead legion, like an endless tide, relentlessly eroded its last remaining life force. This doomed grinding war lasted for over 10 hours. As darkness once more enveloped the sky, the once invincible Star Eater, having exhausted its last ounce of strength, let out a mournful cry filled with endless resentment and bitterness, before its massive body crashed to the ground. It was dead. Torn to death. When the once mighty Star Eater, like a demon god, finally collapsed under the relentless drain of the undead scourge, its life force utterly drained, the battlefield did not erupt in the expected cheers. The entire world seemed to have been paused at that moment. Whether on the battlefield or atop the rooftop, an eerie, deathly silence descended, a silence akin to the aftermath of a catastrophe. After more than a dozen hours, the curtain finally fell. Qin Shui's face was ashen. As the queen of the undead scourge, the moment she saw the Star Eater fall, her taut body suddenly went limp, barely managing to stay upright only through astonishing willpower. The intense mental link and manipulation had nearly depleted her mental and soul energy. Her brain felt utterly drained, a piercing, needle-like pain shooting through it. She could even feel the light on the pages of the Crimson Codex of the Dead, bound to her soul, dimming considerably. We won, we can plunder this city at will. Wang Shan leaned against the rooftop railing, his heavy armor riddled with holes from the previous battle, yet he stood ramrod straight, like an unyielding mountain. His voice held no elation, only a relieved hoarseness. No more tense worry about the TQ troops possibly retreating. The battle's duration far exceeded his expectations. If not for the Undead Legion's fearless resurrection and inexhaustible power, any conventional army would be a joke before this monster. Su Mu silently sheathed her longbow. Her usually sharp, eagle-like eyes were now filled with exhaustion. She said nothing, simply walking to Qin Shui's side and supporting her swaying body. Wang Shi stood aside, slightly better off than the others, as he had mostly been slacking off. The others, however, remained constantly on edge. The 5-person team on the rooftop silently watched the desolate plaza below, a mass of flesh, steel, and corpses, and the ultimate monster lying in its center like a mountain. Its corpse itself was an immeasurable treasure trove, but at this moment, no one had the energy to think about the loot. Just then, a cold, decisive system notification, filled with the weight of fate and choice, exploded in everyone's minds without warning. Warning! The Instance World, Starfall City, is about to enter its final purification process. All survivors, please proceed to the designated evacuation points immediately. Countdown, 60 minutes. This message was like a bucket of cold water poured over their just relaxed nerves. Immediately afterward, 3 options appeared clearly on their retinas. Evacuation Point A, Starfall City West Gate. Evacuation Point B, Eden Secret Underground Train Line. Note: unknown spatial turbulence exists at Evacuation Point B. Evacuation Point C, Ark's temporary docking point. Only 1 hour. How come the city's destruction is happening ahead of schedule? Sumu's brows furrowed instantly. She glanced at the 3 marked points on the map, her voice heavy. Time isn't plentiful, but it's not a dead end either. Point A is where the remnants of the TQ forces are gathered. If we go there now, we'd be walking into a trap. Wang Shan immediately rejected the first option. They had just incurred the wrath of the TQ forces. Right now, the enemy probably wanted nothing more than to tear them to pieces. There are too many unknowns at point B. Nobody can predict what the spatial turbulence will be like. If we get caught in a spatial rift, the consequences will be unimaginable. Wang Shi also voiced his opinion. As another melee fighter in the team, his thinking was equally meticulous. The safest option is only point C. Lin Yu remained calm throughout. His gaze swept across the map, comparing the location of point C with their current location on the rooftop, quickly constructing an optimal route in his mind. 15 kilometers, a normal person would need over 3 hours to walk there. But for us, an hour is enough. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a reassuring power. Most of the aliens in this city have been cleared out in the previous battles. The threat along the way won't be too great. Our target is point C. I agree. Qin Shui leaned against Su Mu, nodding slightly out of breath. What we need now is rest, not another gamble. Point C, the Ark, is our vehicle from here, and our only destination. Once the decision was made, there was no more hesitation. They glanced deeply at the massive corpse of the Star Eater below, a hint of regret flashing in their eyes. That was definitely epic loot. Even just recovering a portion of the materials would have multiplied their gains several times over. But time waits for no one. Compared to life, any loot could be abandoned. Go! Lin Yu gave the order, and the 5-person team swiftly left the rooftop, speeding towards point C on the map. Their return journey was much smoother than their arrival. As Lin Yu had predicted, most of the threats in the city had been eliminated in the previous epic battle. A few stray aliens occasionally darted out from the ruins, only to be instantly annihilated by Su Mu's arrows and Qin Shui's sword flashes, unable even to slow their advance. A suffocating atmosphere permeated the team. They traversed the desolate city ruins, flanked by collapsed high-rises, burning vehicles, and congealed dark red bloodstains. This once bustling city had now become a gigantic tomb. Chapter 265. What do you think the TQ forces will do with this city? Su Mu asked softly, cautiously observing their surroundings. What else can they do? This purification process is definitely related to them, Wang Shan scoffed. Mission failed, weapons were destroyed, and even the forbidden fruit of Eden is missing. To them, this city, along with us who know the truth, has lost all value. Utter destruction awaits here. Wang Shan's words made the atmosphere even heavier. They were not only racing against time, but also against the ruthless decisions of a massive organization. About 40 minutes later, they had traversed most of the city, and a relatively intact area appeared ahead. It was a temporary train platform, and a train was quietly parked there. It was the Ark they had arrived on. The moment they saw the train, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had succeeded. They had reached the evacuation point safely within the allotted time. With nearly 20 minutes remaining, they had ample time to make their final preparations. When the 5-man team appeared at the Ark's temporary docking point, everyone felt a wave of relief. Over a dozen hours of fierce fighting, followed by nearly an hour of forced march, had left them exhausted, both mentally and physically. Seeing the familiar silver-white train now was like a traveler in a vast ocean finding a lighthouse leading home. An indescribable sense of peace filled their hearts. 20 minutes left, more than enough time, Wang Shan said, glancing at the countdown on his tactical terminal. A grin spread across his face, and a slight relaxation finally appeared on his tense expression. Get on the train first and check its condition. Lin Yu remained calm as always, leading the way to the train. The others followed closely behind, boarding this vehicle capable of traversing different post-apocalyptic worlds. The interior was spotless, emergency lights casting a soft glow, a stark contrast to the desolate ruins outside. It was like an absolutely safe haven, isolated from all death and madness. With Su Mu's help, Qin Shui found a seat and slowly sat down, immediately closing her eyes to meditate and recover her nearly depleted mental energy. Wang Shan and Wang Shi began checking the equipment and supplies in the carriage to ensure everything was in order. Lin Yu went straight to the driver's cab at the front of the train. He needed to confirm whether the Ark's core energy was sufficient to allow them to escape this world. However, just as his finger was about to touch the activation panel, a grand and solemn system announcement, without warning, exploded simultaneously in everyone's minds. Special world announcement. The core guardian of Starfall City, Star Eater, has fallen. An anomaly has appeared in the world's origin. A world artifact has taken shape. The golden quality treasure Heart of Starfall has appeared at coordinates. Central Plaza Core. Heart of Starfall, a unique world artifact, containing the world's origin power of Starfall City, possessing the power to reshape the Earth and manipulate the stars. It is a core material for forging red quality equipment, and can also be directly absorbed, permanently and significantly increasing all attributes, with a very low probability of comprehending special abilities. This sudden announcement, like a bombshell, instantly plunged the entire carriage into a deathly silence. Gold quality. A supreme treasure. Everyone's breath caught in their throats. They had just painfully abandoned the epic corpse of the Star Eater due to time constraints, never expecting the system to present them with an even more tempting ultimate reward, one that would drive any top player mad. Gold. A supreme treasure. Sumu murmured, her weary eyes instantly filled with an unbelievable, burning light. That was a gold-quality item. Wang Shan's fists clenched involuntarily, his heart pounding. He knew all too well the value of a gold item. It could change the fate of a top-tier team. The Central Plaza isn't far from here. Let's go full speed back and forth. Maybe we can make it. Qin Shui also suddenly opened her eyes, a struggle appearing on her pale face. If they could bring it back. An emotion called greed uncontrollably grew in everyone's hearts. They had just survived a bloody battle where they were on the verge of death. Now, this immense temptation felt like fate's greatest reward. However, just as this frenzied atmosphere was about to reach its peak, another, colder and more urgent system alarm followed. Final warning. TQ Force Command has confirmed authorization for the purification procedure. Saturation nuclear strike has locked onto the entirety of Starfall City. World destruction countdown, 15 minutes. If the previous announcement was a ray of sunshine, then this one was undoubtedly a death knell for hell. 15 minutes. The ample evacuation time they had just felt had instantly transformed into a Damocles sword hanging over their heads. The frenzied atmosphere in the carriage instantly froze, replaced by a bone-chilling cold. 15 minutes. Wang Shan's face turned incredibly grim. From here to the central square, a full-speed sprint round trip would take at least 12 minutes. That doesn't even include the time to find and collect the heart of the fallen star, or any unexpected events that might occur along the way. The risk is too great. Wang Shi's judgment was calm and cruel. Any mishap, and we'd be reduced to ashes along with this city in a nuclear explosion. This is gambling everyone's lives on a non-existent opportunity. But that's the heart of the fallen star. Sumu's voice was filled with resentment. Are we just going to give up like this? It's right in front of us. The agonizing choice tormented everyone. On one side was the supreme treasure within easy reach. On the other, the abyss of death was just a stone's throw away. Heaven and hell were separated by a single thought. Qin Shui bit her lip tightly, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Reason told her she should retreat immediately, but her sense of responsibility as the ace captain prevented her from easily ordering an abandonment. In the suffocating silence, Lin Yu slowly turned around. His face showed no greed or struggle, only a calm, unwavering sereneness. He looked at everyone and calmly said, "You overlooked one thing. Why did the system release 2 messages in a row?" Everyone was stunned. Lin Yu continued, "The first is temptation, using an irresistible treasure to sway our minds. The second is judgment, using an absolute death countdown to test our rationality. This is the consistent tactic of the Realm Hub. It never leaves survivors with a perfect ending. Every gain must be exchanged for an equal risk." Chapter 266. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone. "We won. We survived. This is our greatest trophy in this war. To gamble our already certain lives for an uncertain possibility is the most foolish thing to do." His words were like a clear spring, instantly extinguishing the flames of greed in everyone's hearts. Yes, they had survived. That was more important than anything else. "I understand." Qin Shui let out a long breath, the struggle in her eyes turning into determination. "We evacuate. We listen to you, Lin Yu." Su Mu and Wang Shan nodded heavily. Seeing that everyone had reached a consensus, Lin Yu wasted no more time. Boom! Accompanied by an engine roar more powerful and terrifying than ever before, the entire arc seemed to awaken from its slumber. Blinding white light instantly swept across the entire train, and the ruined world outside the windows began to distort and blur. Arc Core Authority activated, forcibly departing from current world coordinates. Teleportation initiated. In the final instant before the train completely vanished from this plane, through the windows, they seemed to see a distant horizon illuminated by several points of destructive light, brighter than the sun. As the blinding white light, capable of tearing space apart, slowly dissipated, and the familiar feeling of weightlessness disappeared, Lin Yu and his teammates had returned to the tranquil and peaceful central hall of the realm hub. Beneath their feet was solid ground, surrounded by a soft glow, and the air was free of the smell of gunpowder and blood. They had successfully escaped from the Starfall city, reduced to dust in the nuclear explosion. The relief of surviving the ordeal allowed everyone to completely relax, and an overwhelming sense of exhaustion washed over them. Before they could rest, the belated, epic-sounding system results notification slowly unfolded on everyone's retinas. Lin Yu didn't rush to check the team evaluation. Instead, he immediately uttered the two mysterious words filled with destiny and choice in his mind. Roll. Whoosh. The goddess of fortune's dice, lying quietly in his spatial inventory, seemed to sense his will at that moment, bursting forth with an incomparably dazzling golden light. It spun wildly in Lin Yu's mental world, and finally, a bright red number, brimming with the aura of luck and destiny, clearly appeared at its top. 5. Ding! Your fate status for this instance is relatively lucky. Ding! In the final settlement phase, you can roll this die to gain an additional 10% to 60% experience bonus. Ding! Your roll is 5. You will receive an additional 50% experience bonus at the end of this instance. A 50% bonus. Lin Yu's heart stirred slightly. This was undoubtedly a huge surprise. He forcibly suppressed the fluctuations in his heart, and focused his attention on the final settlement screen that had begun to slowly unfold. Unlike before, this settlement was conducted as a whole for the entire Doomsday Arc series of instances. Instance World, Apocalypse Arc series, Train to Death, City of Fallen Stars, successfully cleared. Task evaluation in progress. Task completion, 90%, core objective, Star Eater, has been defeated and successfully evacuated. Star Eater loot and hidden treasure, Heart of Fallen Stars, were not recovered, rating slightly lowered. Teamwork rating, S. Your team demonstrated exceptional courage and teamwork, achieving remarkable results in dire circumstances. Final reward distribution based on individual contributions. Individual contribution rating in progress. Team member Qin Shui, contribution rating, S. Team member Su Mu, contribution rating, A+. Team member Wang Shan, contribution rating, A. Team member Wang Shi, contribution rating, A. Team member Lin Yu, contribution rating, SS. Your performance has reached the current stage's maximum rating for survivors, SS level. This rating surprised even Lin Yu himself. He knew his strategy had indeed impacted the entire battle, but he hadn't expected the Boundary Hub system to give it such a high evaluation. However, what he cared more about was the upcoming experience points and reward calculation. Calculating experience points based on items obtained in the series of dungeons. Train to the Dead dungeon loot statistics. White quality items x50 equals 50 experience points. Blue quality items x20 equals 200 experience points. Purple quality items x1 equals 100 experience points. Gold quality items x1 equals 1000 experience points. Starfall City dungeon loot statistics. White quality items x137 equals 137 experience points. Blue quality items x82 equals 820 experience points. Purple quality items x15 equals 1500 experience points. Gold quality items x1 equals 1000 experience points. Red quality items x1 equals 10,000 experience points. Your total base experience points are 50 plus 200 plus 100 plus 137 plus 82015002000100000 equals 14,807 points. Ding! Your Lucky Goddess's dice effect has been triggered. You will receive an additional 50% experience bonus. Final experience points gained, 14,807 x 150% equals 21,211 boom. When that massive experience point number of nearly 21,000 appeared before Lin Yu, he could clearly feel a warm and powerful golden torrent frantically washing over his limbs. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.20. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Current experience points, 18811/2100. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.21. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Current experience points, 16711/2200. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.26. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Current experience points, 4711/2700. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.27. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Current experience points. 2011/2800. A series of golden lights flashed wildly around him, as if they were free, his level skyrocketing from LV.19 before the battle to LV.27. A full 8 levels, 8 precious free attribute points. This rocket-like leveling speed would drive any player crazy. After enjoying the thrill of leveling up, Lin Yu turned his attention to the last, and most anticipated, personal special reward. Generating your final reward based on your SS level personal contribution. Generation complete. Congratulations. You have obtained a unique gold quality special item. Random Gold Power Awakening Scroll. Chapter 267. A dazzling golden light exploded before Lin Yu. Immediately afterward, an ancient scroll, composed of pure golden energy and seemingly burning with flames, slowly emerged from the light and floated quietly in his palm. Name: Random Golden Power Awakening Scroll. Quality: Golden Unique. Type: Special Scroll/Class Item. Effect: Upon use, the survivor awakens to the rare class Power Awakener. You will gain a random golden quality passive talent and a random golden quality active skill. This awakening path has extremely high growth potential. Note: Not everyone has the opportunity to glimpse the true meaning of power, but you have obtained this ticket. Power Awakener. Lin Yu looked at the scroll in his hand, his eyes flashing with contemplation rather than elation. He gently stroked the burning patterns on the scroll, muttering to himself, a Power Awakener. Powerful, yes, but this isn't the path I want to take. He carefully placed the scroll, powerful enough to unleash a bloodbath upon the outside world, into his backpack. This treasure might hold even greater significance for his teammates, or for the future of Dragon Shield. His own path required a key that was even more special and more fitting. Having enjoyed the unparalleled thrill of leveling up, Lin Yu turned his gaze to the final and most anticipated item: reward settlement. Based on your combined contributions in the 4 related dungeon worlds, Soul Town, City of Fallen Corpses, Train of Corpses, and City of Fallen Stars, we are generating your final epic reward. Generation complete. Congratulations. You have obtained a unique red quality special item. Heart of God Fake. A dazzling, blindingly bright crimson divine light, enough to make even gods and demons tremble, exploded before Lin Yu. Immediately afterward, a fist-sized, azure heart, composed entirely of an unknown element, seemingly solidified wind, filled with a light and free aura, slowly emerged from the light and quietly floated in his palm. Name: Heart of God Pseudo. Quality: Red Unique. Type: Special Core/World Rare Item. Effect: While holding this item, you will gain the ability to fly freely in any environment. During flight, 1% of your stamina will be consumed per minute. Note: The sky is no longer your limit. Flight. Although limited by stamina consumption, this is a godlike skill that could drive anyone mad. It means absolute mobility. It means unparalleled strategic advantage in any battle. An uncontrollable surge of joy erupted in Lin Yu's heart. He knew he had truly struck gold this time. Meanwhile, Qin Shui and the others' rewards were also generated. Qin Shui, thanks to her outstanding S-rank contribution, obtained a rare, gold-quality special piece of equipment, Command of the Dead, that boosted the combat power of her undead army. Su Mu and Wang Shan, having only participated in the latter 2 dungeons, received slightly lower contributions, and each obtained a purple-quality top-tier piece of equipment befitting their class. Even Wang Shi, who had been mostly lying around, unresponsive, received a blue-quality special healing item that accelerated his recovery. Everyone was happy. This was a truly epic harvest. As the reward screen, filled with joy and satisfaction, slowly faded, the group gradually recovered from their overwhelming sense of happiness. They didn't immediately leave the safe and secure Boundary Hub personal space. They knew that after this epic adventure, their hastily assembled makeshift team had truly become a reliable, life-and-death team. Lin Yu, this time, it's all thanks to you. Qin Shui was the first to approach Lin Yu, her bright and spirited face filled with heartfelt gratitude. If it weren't for you, we would probably have been wiped out long ago. It's nothing. Lin Yu shook his head, his voice still calm. It's the result of everyone's joint efforts. He didn't boast. Because he knew that without Qin Shui's undead army with its infinite resurrections, and without the assistance and cooperation of Su Mu and Wang Shan, he alone would have been unable to make any progress. Hee, that's true, but we all know you're the real star of our team. Su Mu chimed in, her bright eyes filled with undisguised admiration and curiosity as she looked at Lin Yu. Hey Lin Yu, how many more secrets are you hiding? Come on! Tell us the truth. Are you the favored son of the Realm Hub? That's right. Wang Shan chimed in with a simple, honest tone. Lin Yu looked at these three clowns and smiled helplessly. A classic post-dungeon mutual compliment. Alright, stop standing there. Qin Shui's voice rang out at the right moment, interrupting everyone's shock. Everyone, take a good rest and digest what you gained. We gather at Dragon Shield headquarters in 3 days to collect the organization's extra rewards. Then, we settle the dungeon's profits with credits. Roger. No problem. After briefly agreeing on the next gathering time, everyone ended the communication. Absolute silence returned to the pure white personal space. Lin Yu gazed at the red heart of God, Pseudo, before him, then slowly retrieved 2 more heaven-defying cores radiating dazzling golden light from his spatial inventory. A 23 heart of the insect nest. C69 heart of the tide. 3 unique world-class treasures of gold quality or higher. Any one of them, if taken out, would be enough to unleash a bloodbath throughout the entire Realm Hub world. Lin Yu looked at the 3 hearts in his palm. He could clearly feel a wondrous resonance occurring between them. It was as if they were originally one. Just then, a majestic, golden system notification, visible only to him, exploded before him. Chapter 268. Ding! Detected. You simultaneously possess 3 unique world artifacts. Heart of God, Pseudo, Heart of the Insect Nest, and Heart of the Tide. Detected. The origins of these 3 items exhibit a high degree of correlation. Fuse? Warning. The fusion process is irreversible. After fusion, a completely new artifact of unknown quality will be generated. Please choose carefully. Lin Yu looked at the system notification, which was both tempting and challenging, and a smile full of anticipation appeared on his lips. Merge. Without hesitation, he made his choice. The instant his words fell, the 3 hearts erupted with a dazzling, blinding, and terrifying orange divine light, more brilliant than ever before. Azure winds. Green life. Blue tides. 3 supreme powers representing different origins intertwined and merged perfectly at this moment. Finally, they coalesced into a new heart, no bigger than an infant's fist, its entire body chaotic, seemingly containing a complete world within it. Ding! Congratulations. Fusion successful. You have obtained an orange quality, unique, ultimate artifact. The Heart of God, Pseudo. Name, Heart of God, Fake. Quality, orange, unique, 3 out of 10. Type, Special Core/World Rare. Effect 1, Passive Domain of God. When holding this item, you will gain the ability to fly freely without cost. Effect 2, Passive Blessing of Life. When holding this item, you will gain the ability to breathe freely in any environment. Furthermore, your health and stamina will rapidly recover at a rate of 5% per minute. Effect 3, Active Tidal Power. Summon surrounding water elements to create a large-scale tsunami, causing devastating damage to the designated area. Limited to 1 use per dungeon world. Effect 4, Active Swarm. Command consumes 10% of your own stamina to inflict absolute mental suppression on all non-leader level Zerg units within the designated area, plunging them into chaos and fear for 10 minutes, preventing them from attacking you. Limited to 1 use per dungeon world. Note, the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. From this moment on, the whole world will be your playground. But this doesn't seem to be its final form yet. When Lin Yu carefully put the orange quality Heart of God, Pseudo, that exuded supreme divine power into his spatial backpack, his entire demeanor underwent an indescribable transformation. It was a composure and confidence born from absolute power. With a thought, a light, free-spirited energy instantly enveloped his entire body. His body slowly floated up from the ground. Without expending any energy, and without even feeling the slightest energy fluctuation, he simply hovered quietly in midair, like a true deity surveying his realm. 3/10. Lin Yu looked at the new fusion progress bar, a hint of understanding and anticipation flashing in his deep eyes. He knew that his path to becoming a powerful being had only just begun. This world held many more, even more powerful secrets waiting to be discovered. After familiarizing himself with this new, and most powerful trump card, Lin Yu exited the Boundary Hub personal space and returned to the real world. Outside the window, the sun shone brightly, and life was peaceful. It was as if the apocalyptic journey filled with blood and fire had been nothing more than an unreal dream. The instant he returned to the real world, a system announcement, without warning, exploded in the minds of every player in every corner of the entire Realm of the Universe world. Realm of the Universe System, version update announcement. New, special dungeon mode. Related worlds. The first Related World series dungeon. Apocalypse Arc has been successfully unlocked. This dungeon is a beginner-level related dungeon. This series of dungeons consists of 4 chapters, with monster types, zombie/zombie and alien/alien. All survivors of level LV.1 to LV5 can team up to challenge it from the special dungeon matchmaking list in the Central Hall of Realm of the Universe. Special notes. 1. The Related Worlds dungeon is a one-time continuous challenge mode. Once entered, it cannot be exited midway. Successfully completing all 4 chapters will be considered as completing 4 mandatory recruitment missions at once. 2. The Related Worlds dungeon will adopt a brand new team contribution settlement mode. The final rewards will be distributed in a tiered manner based on each team member's overall performance throughout the series of dungeons. 3. The team that clears the Related World dungeon for the first time will have a very high probability of obtaining a unique world treasure reward. The Realm Hub system is dedicated to providing all survivors with a fairer and more exciting gaming experience. Enjoy the game. When this bombshell announcement, enough to overturn the existing structure of the entire Realm Hub world, exploded, the entire world erupted in ecstasy. The moment countless new survivors saw this announcement, their eyes blazed with an unprecedented wildfire of madness and greed. For mandatory drafts completed in one go. This meant they could escape the damned Damocles sword of mandatory drafts hanging over their heads in the shortest time possible. And the tiered reward system based on team contribution offered powerful lone wolves and elite teams a new possibility to maximize their gains. Not to mention the unique world treasure reward for the first clear. In an instant, the entire Realm Hub matchmaking lobby was overflowing. Countless new survivors were frantically forming teams, preparing to challenge this new dungeon full of unknowns and opportunities as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Shield Bureau's highest command center, the moment Director Zhang saw this system announcement, a genuine smile of satisfaction appeared on his usually impassive face for the first time. The first thing Lin Yu did after calming down was, he opened his friends list, found that familiar profile picture, and then, without hesitation, sent a communication request. Beep. The call was answered almost instantly. On the screen, Qin Shue's beautiful, spirited face, slightly pale from continuous high-intensity battles, slowly appeared. She also seemed to have just recovered from the immense happiness and exhaustion. A trace of lingering joy remained in her sharp phoenix eyes. Lin Yu? What's wrong? Missed me so quickly? She looked at Lin Yu, a mischievous smile unconsciously curving her lips, trying to use this light-hearted approach to mask the huge turmoil within her heart caused by her grandfather's praise for her victory. Lin Yu ignored her teasing. He simply calmly took out the crystal test tube containing half a vial of viscous purple liquid from his spatial backpack. Name: T-Virus Original Sample, Unstable. Chapter 269. I need your help with this. His voice was calm yet filled with seriousness. When Qin Shue saw the properties of the test tube, her sharp phoenix eyes suddenly narrowed. T-Virus Original Sample? This is your friend's item? Her voice was filled with undisguised shock. As the ace captain of Dragon Shield, she knew better than anyone that this seemingly insignificant purple potion, with its potential to become red, was definitely extraordinary. That's right. Lin Yu nodded. You've seen its properties. I need a pharmacist of level 50 or higher to stabilize it into a red finished product. I think, with the Qin family's resources, finding such a person shouldn't be difficult. This is certainly not difficult. Qin Shue answered without hesitation. She looked at Lin Yu, her sharp phoenix eyes filled with unwavering determination. Don't worry. Leave this to me. I guarantee I give you the perfect result. That's good. Lin Yu nodded. Then, as if doing something insignificant, he prepared to send the purple potion, enough to drive the entire Realm Hub world mad, to Qin Shue through the trading system. Wait! Qin Shue suddenly spoke, stopping him. She looked at Lin Yu, a helpless, bitter smile appearing on her handsome face. Lin Yu, have you forgotten something? What? The reward. The reward. Qin Shue said matter-of-factly, this is a stable red quality potion. Do you know how much it costs to get a master potion maker to do it? You can't expect me, the middleman, to pay out of my own pocket and work for you for free, can you? Although she verbally requested payment, she never intended to take advantage of Lin Yu in any way. She simply wanted to use this method to make their relationship more pure and equal. She didn't want this favor to become a thorn in Lin Yu's side that he couldn't remove. Looking into Qin Shue's eyes, filled with both cunning and sincerity, Lin Yu remained silent for a moment, then understood her good intentions. He said nothing more, simply calmly taking out another scroll from his spatial backpack. A scroll radiating dazzling golden light. A scroll of extraordinary power. Random golden power awakening scroll. Is this enough? When that golden scroll, brimming with supreme divine might, clearly appeared on Qin Shui's retina, the entire world seemed to fall into a deathly silence. Qin Shui's sharp phoenix eyes widened instantly. She looked at Lin Yu with the same gaze she would give a monster straight out of mythology. Gold, awakening scroll. X? Her voice trembled with disbelief. She couldn't believe Lin Yu possessed this item while maintaining her ordinary identity, and she was using it as payment for this transaction. You're insane? She exclaimed instinctively. You have this? Why don't you use it yourself? I only know that it's mine now. Lin Yu's calm voice interrupted her shock, and I don't need it right now. Using something I don't need to exchange for something I desperately need. This is a very worthwhile deal. His voice was filled with unwavering resolve. Looking into his calm yet earnest eyes, Qin Shui knew she couldn't refuse. She also knew that Lin Yu wanted at least a professional awakening scroll. If she refused, given this man's arrogant nature, he would probably rather let the T-virus sample rot in his hands than ask her a second time. All right. I accept it. After a long silence, she nodded solemnly, her sharp phoenix eyes filled with complex emotions. After completing this sky-high transaction, Lin Yu seemed to remember something and took out the forbidden fruit of Eden, which also radiated a dazzling golden light, from his spatial backpack. And this? You can take it and dispose of it, he said calmly. This is our shared loot from this dungeon. After selling it, the credits will be split equally among the 5 of us. Qin Shui stared at the equally priceless golden potion. She was completely numb. She silently accepted it, then gave Lin Yu a deep look. I understand. After ending the communication, Lin Yu could finally relax completely. He glanced at his level 27 and his full 9 unallocated attribute points, a hopeful smile playing on his lips. His current 3-dimensional attributes were Strength 17, Agility 20, Stamina 20. Half for each 2 extreme. I put all 9 points into Strength. He made the choice that best suited his fighting style without hesitation. Ding! Your Strength attribute has increased to 26 points. An unprecedented, explosively powerful warm current instantly swept through his entire body. He could clearly feel his muscles and bones undergoing a transformative change at this moment. He even hallucinated that he could now easily kill a fully grown giant elephant with his bare hands. This feeling is truly intoxicating. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the entire Realm Hub world was plunged into an unprecedented frenzy and turmoil due to the new Doomsday Arc series of dungeons. Countless survivors, like a swarm of locusts crossing a river, frantically poured into that new world full of unknowns and opportunities. Some made a fortune, becoming rich overnight. Others perished, even losing their precious resurrection attempts forever on that land filled with death and ruins. Lin Yu, the instigator of this storm, seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, leaving no trace whatsoever. He secluded himself in his personal space, devoting all his time, aside from his daily, unwavering routine of reporting his safety to his mother, to familiarizing himself with his surging power and his incredible, almost supernatural, ability to fly, an ability that would drive anyone mad. Like a child who had just acquired a peerless divine weapon, he tirelessly practiced flying again and again in that vast, boundless training space. From initially wobbling and unsteady, to later effortless mastery. From initially flying in a straight line, to later performing various high-difficulty aerial maneuvers. Chapter 270. He was rapidly integrating this divine skill into his combat instincts, until the morning of the 3rd day. A communication request, filled with authority and a chilling aura, arrived as scheduled. It was Qin Shui. Time's up, see you at headquarters. Her voice was as concise as ever. At the headquarters of the 9th Division of the Dragon Shield Bureau in Jinghua City, the futuristic, heavily guarded facility remained unchanged. But today, the atmosphere was more solemn and dignified than ever before. When Lin Yu arrived, Qin Shui, Su Mu, and the Wang brothers had been waiting for a long time. Each of them radiated an undisguised excitement and pride. Brother Lin Yu. The moment they saw Lin Yu, the brothers Wang Shan and Wang Shi were the first to rush forward. They bowed deeply and solemnly to Lin Yu. We can't thank you enough. In the future, if you ever need our help, just say the word. Wang Shan's voice was filled with a resolute, iron-willed tone. Lin Yu nodded calmly, accepting this weighty gratitude. Just then, a figure exuding an aura of authority slowly emerged from the command center. It was none other than Director Zhang, the supreme commander of the 9th Squad of the Dragon Shield Bureau. His face still wore its usual calm and serious expression, but his deep eyes held an undisguised hint of satisfaction and approval. He looked at the elite team that had just made history and slowly spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it resonated like a thunderclap in everyone's hearts. You done a great job. You not only successfully opened up a brand new, infinitely possible dungeon crawling route for our Dragon Shield Bureau, but also for the entire Yin Kingdom region. You've proven to the world the strength and determination of our Dragon Shield Bureau. According to the highest directive from headquarters, I, on behalf of the Dragon Shield Bureau, hereby award you second-class glory. He paused, then turned his gaze first to Qin Shui. Captain Qin Shui, as the supreme commander of this operation, your decisive leadership, leading from the front, and your merits are immense. Therefore, you are hereby awarded a piece of gold-quality special equipment. As he spoke, he handed a futuristic, silver-white briefcase to Qin Shui. Qin Shui's breathing quickened at that moment. She solemnly accepted the briefcase, and then, under the envious and expectant gazes of everyone, slowly opened it. A dazzling golden light instantly illuminated the entire command center. Name: Commander's Soul Imprint. A golden treasure powerful enough to fundamentally alter the strength of her undead legion. Thank you, Director Zhang. Thank you, organization. Qin Shui forcibly suppressed her overwhelming joy and solemnly saluted Director Zhang. Director Zhang nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, as the most outstanding rookie in this operation, although you are not a professional awakener, you have created one miracle after another for the entire team with your wisdom and courage. Your contributions are equally indelible. Therefore, as a reward, you are given a piece of special equipment of purple quality. As he spoke, he handed Lin Yu a slightly smaller, silver-white briefcase. Lin Yu calmly accepted it. He felt no disappointment or resentment. He knew that although his contribution was the greatest, nominally, Qin Shui was the absolute core of this operation. Moreover, his gains this time were already extraordinary. One shouldn't be too greedy. He slowly opened the briefcase. A futuristic, form-fitting combat suit, entirely silver gray, seemingly blending seamlessly into its surroundings, lay quietly inside. Name: a 1456 optical camouflage suit. Quality: purple. Effect: after wearing, it reduces the user's anomaly level with the surrounding environment by 10%, increases the integration level to 90%, and significantly reduces the probability of being detected. Top-tier stealth gear. This was practically tailor-made for a scavenger like him, who loved to scavenge in the shadows. A divine artifact. Lin Yu happily pocketed it. After completing this glorious and rewarding award ceremony, Lin Yu didn't linger at the Dragon Shield Bureau. His most pressing need was to level up as quickly as possible and obtain a class awakening scroll to raise his potential. Returning to his personal space, he spent another 10,000 credits to unlock his personal training space, a space brimming with endless possibilities. He wanted to bring himself to peak condition. Within his personal training space, Lin Yu's figure soared freely above the vast, boundless metal fighting arena like a streak of azure lightning. The Heart of God, Pseudo, granted him the ability to fly without consuming resources, completely freeing him from the constraints of gravity and transforming him into the absolute master of the skies. At times, he swooped down like a falcon, then suddenly pulled back up just before impact, creating a howling gale. At other times, he hovered in midair like a hummingbird, performing various incredible, aerodynamically defying extreme maneuvers. He was using his body to feel and familiarize himself with this new fighting style, full of freedom and control. This ability would become one of his most powerful trump cards, ensuring his survival in any future dungeon world. Only after honing his flying skills to perfection did he finally exit the training space, completely satisfied. He opened the Boundary Hub dungeon matchmaking list and, without hesitation, chose random matchmaking. He needed a brand new world, full of challenges and opportunities. Ding! Random matchmaking for you. Matchmaking successful. Detected. Your current level and strength far exceed those of other new survivors of the same level. Activating special dungeon mode for you. A system notification filled with surprise exploded before him without warning. Welcome to the special dungeon world. G309 Twilight of the Giants. Dungeon type: large-scale defense battle / world-class event. Level restriction: LV.20 to LV.30. Dungeon mission: within 72 hours, assist the Paladin Kingdom's garrison in repelling 30 waves of the Unsullied Giants' frenzied attacks from outside the walls, protecting humanity's last bastion. Wall Maria. Mission mechanics: 1. After the 15th wave of attacks, the first random extraction point will be opened, located at the inner city's Rose Wall. 2. After the 25th wave of attacks, the second random extraction point, located at the innermost Shino Wall, will open. Special note: the first wave of innocent giants will arrive in 1 hour. All survivors, please immediately proceed to your respective defense zones and prepare for battle. Chapter 271. As the epic and oppressive system notification slowly faded, the scene before Lin Yu's eyes underwent a dramatic transformation. The blinding white light dissipated, and he found himself in a vast, magnificent city square, imbued with the style of medieval Europe. Around him were hundreds of survivors, also newly transported to this world, filled with bewilderment and shock. Hundreds of people. Above their heads, 3 magnificent concentric walls, hundreds of meters high, steeped in history and vicissitudes, stood like 3 silent giants, casting a vast shadow over the entire world. A shadow that was both reassuring and shrouded in despair. This is... My God! It's the world of giants! It's the world of giants! Ha ha ha! We struck it rich! We really struck it rich this time. I heard the resources in this dungeon world are so plentiful you can't even pick them all up. After a brief moment of shock, the entire plaza was instantly engulfed in a cacophony of wild joy and greed. Countless survivors, like sharks smelling blood, began frantically recruiting teammates at the top of their lungs. Jinghua Alliance Squad. Recruiting powerful combatants and medics. Level 25 or above. Fully equipped. Obey commands. 10,000 credits upon joining. Crimson Rose Squad. Recruiting 2 Agile Awakened. Speed 30 or above. Priority given to those who can use the 3D maneuver gear. Beautiful captain leading the team. Lots of benefits. Any solo healers? Need a medic. The entire plaza was in chaos, like a bustling market. Lin Yu, however, remained a true outsider. He ignored the noisy, frenzied professional players who, to him, seemed like clowns. He calmly and silently activated his level 3 radar immediately. Buzz! A black and white 3D map covering the entire magnificent city instantly unfolded in his mind. He could clearly see countless tempting resource points scattered throughout the city. Most were food and medical supplies. Clearly, this was an extremely resource-rich instance. But what truly made his heart race was inside the innermost part, within the Shina wall, representing royalty and glory. 3 resource points radiating dazzling golden light, like 3 brilliant stars, shone quietly there. Found it. Lin Yu understood perfectly. Without the slightest hesitation, he activated his newly acquired purple divine gear. A 1456 optical camouflage suit. His figure left a faint, ripple-like trail on the ground before silently blending into his surroundings. He wanted to see the Imperial City before everyone else. However, just as he silently arrived at the city gate leading to the Shina wall, 2 rows of NPC guards, clad in heavy, steampunk-style full-body armor and wielding massive steam rifles taller than a man, stood like silent gatekeepers, firmly blocking his path. Warning! This is a royal forbidden area. Entry is prohibited for anyone not a member of the royal family or a member of the church. Those who forcibly intrude will be killed without mercy. A cold, emotionless system notification exploded before him. Lin Yu frowned slightly. He didn't give up, but calmly pulled out that invincible, heaven-defying red key from his spatial inventory once more. The fishing guy's master key. He refused to believe that there was any door in this world he couldn't open. However, just as he was about to use the same trick again, the 2 rows of NPC guards, who had previously stood like statues, suddenly had their eyes, hidden beneath their helmets, flash with a blood-red light filled with danger and judgment. A faint blue light curtain appeared in the inner city. At the same time, their steam rifles were aimed at Lin Yu's location. A chilling, deadly killing intent, enough to suffocate anyone, instantly enveloped his entire body. Faced with those dozen or so dark, deadly steam rifles, Lin Yu stopped in his tracks. A helpless, bitter smile appeared on his face. He knew he had kicked a hornet's nest this time. The reaction of these NPC guards had clearly exceeded the normal settings of the Boundary Hub system. They seemed to possess some special detection ability that could ignore optical camouflage and directly lock onto targets. And the faint yet oppressive energy fluctuations emanating from them made Lin Yu clearly realize that these guys were definitely not easy to deal with. Each one possessed terrifying strength enough to directly confront an elite-level boss. Looking at the rising light screen and these NPCs, it seems I can only wait for the story to unfold. Lin Yu wisely refrained from making any further attempts. He knew that without activating Divine Descent, attempting to force his way into this Imperial City guarded by over a dozen boss-level guardians was nothing short of a pipe dream. He silently retreated back to the bustling and frenzied central square. Meanwhile, the recruitment event on the square was drawing to a close. Most of the survivors had already found their teams. Only a few weaker or more solitary solo players remained, gathered in small groups in the corners of the square, their faces filled with confusion and unease. Just then, a man who looked like the leader of a large guild, wearing magnificent purple armor and exuding arrogance and power, slowly walked to the fountain in the center of the square. He cleared his throat, then, in an unquestionable, condescending tone, sternly addressed the bewildered solo players. Listen up, all solo players without teams. We, the Jinghua Alliance, Blood Rose, and Madman Tribe, have officially formed a strategic alliance. We will jointly command this defensive battle. To ensure the successful completion of this mission, and to prevent some from hiding behind the scenes and expecting to comfortably coast until the mission's end and reap the rewards of our victory, I hereby declare, from this moment forward, all solo players without teams will be uniformly assigned by our 3 major guilds. His words were filled with blatant and undisguised exploitation and oppression. Chapter 272. His words instantly stirred up 1,000 ripples among the already uneasy solo players. What? By what right? Exactly. We're not members of your guild. What right do you have to order us around? Using us as cannon fodder? Dream on. In an instant, the crowd was inflamed. However, amidst this atmosphere of chaos and resistance, a few seemingly good guys, also dressed in ordinary equipment, suddenly stood up from the crowd. Everyone! Everyone! Calm down! A middle-aged man who appeared quite authoritative shouted to the crowd. What the guild leader said may be harsh, but it's true. We solo players are a disorganized mob, fighting individually, and are utterly useless in a large-scale defensive battle like this. Instead of wandering around like headless flies, let's organize ourselves. We won't rely on them. We defend a pass ourselves. We prove to those big guilds, who look down on us, that we solo players aren't pushovers. We're not parasites, who just hide in the back and enjoy the spoils of others' victories. His words were incredibly inflammatory. Instantly, they ignited the flame of dignity in the hearts of all the solo players. Yes. Well said. We do it ourselves. We fight for pride. Let's defend a gate. Let them see who the real trash is. In an instant, a multitude of people responded. Those hundreds of previously disorganized freelance players were actually fooled by those few good-natured individuals. They left the central square in a large group, heading towards the seemingly safest and most remote North Gate defense line. A calculated scheme of division and manipulation, secretly orchestrated by insiders, unfolded perfectly before Lin Yu's eyes. Lin Yu, however, remained a truly cold-blooded observer. He simply watched it all calmly. His face was expressionless. His heart was undisturbed. He knew that in this cruel world, so-called fairness and dignity were as fragile as a joke in the face of real interests. He didn't participate on either side. He simply stood up slowly alone after everyone had left. He glanced at the east gate, where the battle, even before it began, was already filled with the smell of gunpowder and calculation. Then he glanced at the north gate, filled with passion and tragedy. Finally, a cold, bloodthirsty, and playful smile curled at the corners of his lips. He chose the east gate, because he knew it would be the most chaotic and brutal meat grinder on the entire battlefield. There would be the most death there, and also the most wealth. The east gate defense line was the most magnificent and important gateway to the entire Maria Wall. The terrain here was open, easy to attack but difficult to defend, and historically it had been the most brutal main battlefield in countless giant sieges. When Lin Yu arrived here silently, the main forces of the 3 major guilds had already laid an impregnable steel defense line. Hundreds of survivors stood ready, atop the city walls, atop massive, steampunk-style ballistae and steam cannons. Their faces were filled with confidence and arrogance. They believed that with their elite forces defending the city, a mere few dozen waves of immaculate giants posed no threat whatsoever. However, Lin Yu knew they were all far too complacent. His hawk-like gaze pierced through the thick walls, reaching the desolate and lifeless world beyond. His radar map clearly displayed. Less than 5 kilometers from the city wall, on the plain, hundreds of enormous red dots, representing danger, were frantically gathering at a heart-stopping pace. Among them were even a few red dots several times larger than ordinary giants, exuding an eerie aura. Abnormal species? Looks like this appetizer is more lavish than I expected. Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. He didn't go up to the city wall to compete for the so-called spotlight with those professional players who, in his eyes, were like peacocks, eager for attention. He simply and silently crept into the shadows of a well-hidden maintenance tunnel piled with various debris below the city wall. He was like the most patient vulture, quietly awaiting the impending feast of death. Thump! 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 A dull, oppressive sound, like the beating of war drums, slowly approached from the distant horizon without warning. The earth began to tremble slightly. They're here. The giants are here. A scout on the city wall let out a sharp, piercing scream filled with terror and excitement. The next second, on the distant horizon, huge, twisted, and grotesque figures slowly emerged. Some were 15 meters tall, others only 3 or 4 meters. Their faces all wore an eternal smile, a smile both eerie and innocent. But their empty, emotionless eyes were filled with a primal, frenzied thirst for living flesh. They were the natural enemies of all humanity in this world, the immaculate giants. Fire! Fire! The commanders of the 3 major guilds roared with authority. Boom! 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 Dozens of giant crossbows and steam cannons, reminiscent of steampunk, simultaneously spewed deadly tongues of fire from the city walls. Huge crossbow bolts, each taller than a person, gleaming with a chilling light. Scorching shells, filled with destructive and purifying power. Like the scythe of death. In the giant's impenetrable. The formation was ravaged, leaving behind terrifying trenches filled with blood and death. Countless giants were instantly blasted into a cloud of flesh and steam under the relentless, indiscriminate barrage of fire. But all this was in vain. More giants rose fearlessly from the land thick with death and smoke. With heavy steps, they launched a desperate charge towards the magnificent city wall, which they saw as a delicious feast. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch, and some highly skilled and daring agile awakened ones even leaped directly from the 100-meter-high wall. Chapter 273. Their 3D maneuver gear spewed high-pressure steam. They were like the most agile Spider-Man. They moved at high speed between towering buildings and giant bodies. Their twin blades drew deadly arcs in the air, arcs filled with both death and artistic beauty. Each flash precisely left a deep, horrific wound on the back of the unsuspecting giant's neck. Splatter! Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Steam filled the air. Giants crashed to the ground one after another. The entire East Gate defense line had become a terrifyingly efficient meat and blood slaughtering machine. However, beneath this magnificent stage filled with heroism and personal shows, Lin Yu, the scavenger ignored by everyone, finally began his gluttonous feast filled with lowbrow humor. He was like a true battlefield ghost. His figure, equipped with optical camouflage, moved silently through the steam-filled, shadowy corners. His every appearance was precisely positioned next to the corpses of those unfortunate souls, who had just been slapped to death by a giant. Then, while everyone was still immersed in the fierce battle, he leisurely collected one alluring blue and purple piece of loot after another. A purple-quality longsword, abandoned after its master's death, a bottle of powerful blue healing potion that rolled out of a medic's backpack, a series of precious purple blueprints. His inventory was being filled at a visible speed. He hadn't even killed a single giant. He was just a hard-working porter. A cold-blooded opportunist profiting from the dead. The battle had raged for hours, and the number of ordinary survivors was dwindling rapidly under the giants' relentless, suicidal charges. On the city walls, the elites of the 3 major guilds continued their frenzied firepower, but their faces had lost their previous confidence and arrogance, replaced by a deep weariness and numbness. Those agile awakened individuals sent down as cannon fodder for urban warfare were suffering even heavier casualties. Although they possessed the superior mobility granted by their 3D maneuver gear, in that chaotic battlefield, even the slightest mistake could be fatal. Some, having run out of gas, became easy targets for the giants midair, easily seized, and then, amidst desperate screams, forced their way into those gaping, stinking, slimy maws. Some, due to miscalculations, crashed violently into the cold walls during high-speed maneuvers, suffering broken bones and only able to watch helplessly as the enormous shadow completely enveloped them. Death, on this battlefield, was so cheap. Lin Yu, however, was like a truly cold-blooded vulture. He had long since disregarded life and death. His figure, camouflaged with optical camouflage, moved silently through this hellish landscape of death and wailing, like a ghost blending into the darkness. His every appearance was perfectly precise. Every move he made was clean and swift. Like a highly efficient assembly line worker, he frantically harvested the unclaimed wealth scattered across the battlefield after their masters' deaths, using an almost mechanical, numb, yet unparalleled pleasure. Ding! Picked up Windwalker's blade, purple, X1. Ding! Picked up intermediate recovery potion, blue, X3. In just half an hour, his previously empty inventory was now overflowing with over 30 pieces of blue and purple top-tier equipment and rare items, radiating an alluring glow. His wealth was skyrocketing at an alarming rate. He even began to feel a little grateful to the elites of the 3 high-ranking guilds. If it weren't for their foolish and arrogant command, how could this battle have become so brutal? However, how could he have possessed such a perfect scavenging environment? However, just as he was immersed in this feast filled with the joy of a harvest, an unexpected event occurred without warning. Just as he had pried a pair of purple quality, technologically advanced tactical goggles, also for reconnaissance, from a still warm corpse, a sharp, shocked, and furious roar suddenly erupted from the rooftop not far behind him. There's someone there. That corner. I saw space distorted. There are damned rats stealing things. It was a sharp-eyed elite from one of the 3 major guilds, also a reconnaissance specialist. He had actually used his superhuman dynamic vision and his purple quality special equipment to precisely detect the extremely faint and discordant spatial ripples created when Lin Yu activated his optical camouflage. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, dozens of cold, murderous gazes, like the sharpest blades, locked onto the shadowy spot where Lin Yu stood. I knew it. Turns out there's some damned rat scavenging our loot. Kill him. A trash scavenger who doesn't even dare to fight. Dares to profit from the dead of our 3 guilds? He's asking for death. Angry roars echoed one after another. Dozens of professional players, their eyes already bloodshot, like mad dogs smelling blood, abandoned the giant before them and frantically surrounded the open space where Lin Yu stood from all directions. They wanted to tear this daredevil, this reckless scavenger, to shreds. However, facing this inescapable net that would make any lone wolf despair, Lin Yu's face remained expressionless. His eyes remained completely undisturbed. He calmly and unhurriedly pocketed the newly acquired spoils of war. Then, he slowly raised his head. He looked at the so-called elite swarming towards him like mad dogs. A cold, disdainful, and mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He didn't even bother to waste a single word on these ants, whom he considered worthless. Whoosh! A divine azure energy, brimming with lightness and freedom, instantly enveloped his entire body. The next second. Chapter 274. Under the stunned and disbelieving gazes of everyone present, Lin Yu's figure shot into the sky like a rocket. With a terrifying aura that seemed capable of crushing everything, he roared into the air. He didn't even flap his wings. He simply flew straight upwards in a manner completely defying the laws of physics, defying all reason. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, until his figure completely became a tiny black dot hundreds of meters above, looking down upon all living beings like a god. The entire East Gate defense line fell into a deathly silence at this moment. Everyone, whether they were the high-ranking elites or the cannon fodder fighting bloody battles against the giants, stopped what they were doing. Their mouths gaped open. Their eyes widened. Like a group of the most devout believers witnessing a miracle, they gazed up at the man suspended in the sky with eyes filled with boundless awe, horror, and profound despair. Flying? The ability to fly? And so high? How is this possible? You have this ability, and you're using it to profit from the dead? After a brief silence, the entire East Gate defense line erupted in a cacophony of gasps and uproars more chaotic and filled with disbelief than ever before. They never dreamed that the man they had treated as a mere scavenger would actually be a monster among monsters, hidden so deeply. Lin Yu, however, ignored the ants below who were already completely terrified by him. He calmly activated his radar system, comparable to the Eye of God, once again, hundreds of meters in the air. He was searching for a brand new, undisturbed, perfect scavenging paradise. Soon, a defensive zone, equally fiercely contested but with a relatively small number of survivors, appeared on his radar map. West Gate. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips once more. His figure traced a perfect arc of elegance and freedom in the air, then, like a blue shooting star, silently glided away towards that new hunting ground, brimming with wealth and opportunity, leaving behind only a legendary silhouette, shrouded in mystery and power, that countless could only look up to. After Lin Yu's godlike figure completely disappeared into the western horizon, the deathly silence on the East Gate defensive line, born of shock, was finally shattered by an even more chaotic and desperate roar. Quick! Look! Titans! More Titans are charging in. Forget about that flying monster. We can't hold on. The defense line is about to collapse. In the brief few dozen seconds that everyone was stunned by Lin Yu's incredible flying ability, the Titans outside the wall seized this golden opportunity to launch an even more ferocious and massive attack. Hundreds of pure Titans, like a black tide, relentlessly charged towards the already crumbling defense line. Several abnormal Titans, significantly larger than ordinary Titans, moved like runaway heavy tanks, swiftly and strangely rampaging through the Titan wave, tearing huge, fatal gaps in the already fragile defense line. Ah! Screams erupted one after another. Countless survivors were instantly engulfed by the black tide of death under the terrifying onslaught, like a landslide and a tsunami. They didn't even have time to put up a decent resistance before being torn to shreds by those gaping maws, each one seemingly innocent yet filled with innocent smiles. The entire East Gate defense line collapsed completely at this moment. The inner city is open. Retreat! Everyone! Retreat to the inner city immediately. After suffering heavy casualties, the commanders of the three major guilds finally. They awoke from their endless shock and despair. They knew that if they didn't leave now, their so-called elite main force would be completely wiped out here today. Without hesitation, they immediately issued the most rational, yet most helpless, final order to all the surviving units. The remaining elite players, like stray dogs, fled in panic towards the inner city gate, which had once felt safe, without looking back. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, the instigator of all this, had already arrived at another new battlefield, equally filled with blood and fire. The West Gate defense line. The situation here, while not as dire as at the East Gate, was equally precarious. Those responsible for guarding this area were mostly ragtag troops, hastily assembled from small and medium-sized guilds and casual players. Their equipment and tactical skills were far inferior to those of the main forces of the three major guilds. The reason they have been able to hold on until now is entirely due to their indomitable will and fearless courage. They are using their own flesh and blood to fill the gaps in the defensive lines that could be torn apart by the giants at any moment. Lin Yu didn't rush down to scavenge. He simply hovered silently hundreds of meters in the air, like a true, cold-blooded war observer. He was waiting for the perfect moment to enter. Time, in this wait filled with death and torment, flew by second by second. The giants' attacks from outside the walls came wave after wave, seemingly endless. The survivors on the West Gate defense line, like harvested wheat, fell one after another. Finally, as the battle reached its 15th wave, a sudden change occurred. Thump! 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 A terrifying sound of footsteps, heavier and more oppressive than ever before, echoed silently from the distant horizon. A gigantic creature, 20 meters tall, almost as high as the city wall, its body covered in a metallic, steel-like substance, slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Name: Large Arm Titan. Description: by the Immaculate Titan. A heavy siege unit born from the genes of an animal, after some unknown artificial modification. It possesses terrifying defensive capabilities capable of withstanding any conventional physical attack. Fire! Quick! Focus fire on that big guy. The temporary commander of the West Gate defense line roared with terror and desperation. However, neither high-explosive grenades nor armor-piercing rounds from sniper rifles could break through its impenetrable armor, only sending up a series of feeble sparks, and those agile awakened individuals, who attempted to attack its nape with their 3D maneuver gear couldn't even penetrate its defenses. Their blue-quality longswords couldn't even leave a mark on that hard metallic skin. Chapter 275. It's over. Endless despair filled everyone's faces. They knew that the moment this invincible monster reached the city gates would be the final moment of their annihilation as a ragtag army. At this critical juncture, Lin Yu, the man who had been watching the spectacle from the sky, finally moved slowly. A cold glint flashed in his usually calm and unwavering eyes. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. If the West Gate defenses collapsed, he too would lose this perfect scavenging paradise filled with treasures. However, at the very last moment before he could strike, several equally powerful and confident, agile figures suddenly leaped out from the inner city like arrows released from a bow. It was reinforcements from the three major guilds. They hadn't chosen to stand by and watch him die after all. Humph. A bunch of trash. Can't even handle a large tin can. We're the ones who have to help. The leader of the Jinghua Alliance, clad in magnificent purple armor, let out a disdainful and arrogant snort. The two-handed great sword in his hand, also of purple quality, instantly ignited with a blazing flame filled with destructive and purifying power. He was actually an extremely rare fire-type swordsman. A true battle of the gods was about to begin once again on this battlefield filled with despair. At the same time, the cold system notification arrived as scheduled, exploding in the minds of all the survivors. Ding! The 15th wave of giant attacks has ended. The inner city Rose Wall has been opened. The first random evacuation point has been refreshed. Most of the exhausted solo players, upon hearing this announcement, grasped at it like a last straw. Without looking back, they frantically rushed towards the inner city, a place that offered a sense of security. They wanted to escape this damned hell on earth. Lin Yu, however, ignored the fleeing cowards. His gaze returned to the battlefield outside the wall, now even more chaotic and brimming with opportunities due to the new round of fighting. His backpack, already crammed full from his previous scavenging, could hold nothing more. He needed a bigger bag. He slowly descended from the sky and silently crept to the side of the unfortunate corpse of a man who had just been trampled to death by a giant. He skillfully untied the seemingly large hiking backpack still hanging on the corpse. With most people hiding in the inner city, Lin Yu's actions became even more reckless. He was like a true battlefield ghost, traversing the death zone of constant gunfire and flying flesh, each appearance precisely taking away a piece of wealth radiating an alluring glow. The epic battle below, between the main forces of the three major guilds and the large armed giant, provided him with perfect cover. Everyone's attention was drawn to the epic and fierce battle. No one paid any attention to a scavenger quietly picking up trash in a corner. The battle was far more brutal than anticipated. The large armed giant's defense was simply outrageously powerful. Even the leader of the Jinghua Alliance, wielding a purple-quality flaming greatsword, could only leave shallow charred marks on its body, unable to inflict any fatal damage. The other elite players weren't even qualified to offer any real resistance. They could only swarm around it like annoying flies, constantly harassing and restraining it, trying to wear down its seemingly inexhaustible stamina. However, in this agonizing battle, just as everyone was about to be driven to the brink of defeat, the beautiful guild leader, the Crimson Rose, who had been regarded as nothing more than a decorative vase, suddenly unleashed a terrifying power capable of reversing the entire battle. She pulled a specially crafted armor-piercing arrow from her spatial inventory, an arrow imbued with a mysterious and ancient aura, gleaming with a dangerous red light. Name: Dragon Fang, disposable item. Quality: purple. Effect: ignores 80% of the target's physical and energy defense upon hit. This was her most prized possession. She drew back her longbow, her beautiful face filled with resolute determination and murderous intent. "Now! Freeze it!" she roared, her voice filled with authority. The guild leader of the Jinghua Alliance immediately understood. He roared, channeling all his power into his flaming greatsword, and then slammed it down hard on the large armored giant's knee joint. Clang! A deafening roar. The once invincible monster stiffened abruptly, revealing a fleeting, fatal opening. The leader of Crimson Rose seized this golden opportunity. She released the bowstring. Whoosh! The Dragon Fang, gleaming with a dangerous red light, was like a crimson lightning bolt tearing through space, carrying endless judgment and the meaning of death, precisely, and without hindrance striking the large armed giant's only vulnerable spot, the back of its neck. Roar! A shrill scream filled with endless resentment and disbelief. The invincible monster's massive body crashed to the ground. The battle was over. However, before everyone could fully recover from that epic victory, an unexpected surprise arrived. A dozen agile figures, also dressed in the standard equipment of the three major guilds, rushed out from the inner city without warning. They weren't there to provide support. They're here to clean up the battlefield. Ha ha! Guild leader is awesome. I knew it. That mere Tinkin was no match for the combined might of our three guilds. The man leading the group, who looked like a squad leader, laughed loudly while waving to the dozen or so equally excited members behind him. Don't just stand there. Hurry! Clean up that big guy's corpse, and all the equipment from those dead trash. We struck it rich this time. His voice was filled with naked greed and arrogance. They were like a pack of real hyenas. Chapter 276. After the lions finished their hunt, they rushed forward, ready to enjoy their easy feast. Lin Yu, the true vulture quietly scavenging on the edge of the battlefield, was finally spotted. There's still someone alive over there? The squad leader frowned slightly, looking at the furtive figure carrying a huge backpack. Hey! You scavenging? Stop right there! He commanded in an unquestionable tone. A dozen or so elites from the three major guilds, like a pack of hungry wolves spotting a lone, fat sheep, slowly surrounded Lin Yu from all sides. Their faces wore mocking and cruel smiles, like cats hunting mice. However, Lin Yu seemed not to hear them. He didn't even glance back at them. He simply calmly pocketed the last piece of loot, radiating an alluring blue light. Then, he slowly turned around. He looked at the so-called elites, who had surrounded him. His face was expressionless. His eyes were devoid of any emotion. He simply prepared calmly for takeoff. He couldn't be bothered to waste even a fraction of time with these ants, whom he considered insignificant. However, at the very last moment before he took off, the seemingly unremarkable man in ordinary combat uniform, who had been following the squad leader, suddenly spoke. His voice was hoarse and filled with an eerie, almost demonic quality. Come back. Whoosh! A mysterious purple energy, brimming with a twisted, mental energy, instantly enveloped Lin Yu's entire body. Lin Yu's body, about to take off, suddenly froze. Then, like a puppet controlled by invisible strings, he involuntarily turned around. Step by step, he slowly flew back towards the gray-robed mage. Not good. Lin Yu's heart sank at that moment. He knew he had been careless. He never dreamed that among this group of seemingly ordinary trash, there would be a master with such bizarre mental control skills. Ha ha! Well done, third brother. The squad leader, watching Lin Yu fly back like a puppet, let out a triumphant and arrogant laugh. I knew it. Your decree would never disappoint us. Quick! Look! What kind of goodies is hidden in this guy's backpack? A flying scavenger. That's a rare breed. He must have a lot of good stuff on him. Needless to say, that flying gear is definitely mine. Get lost. I saw it first. The dozen or so elites, looking at Lin Yu who had completely fallen into their hands, had a burning flame of greed burning in their eyes. They had even begun to divide the spoils they hadn't yet obtained. However, they never dreamed that they had provoked such a terrifying being. Just as their ugly faces, filled with greed and ecstasy, were about to touch Lin Yu's body, a terrifying blood-red divine light, powerful enough to make even gods and demons tremble, suddenly erupted from Lin Yu's previously calm and unwavering eyes. He was utterly enraged. Gods and demons descend. Boom! A blood-red divine light, far more terrifying and domineering than ever before, erupted from Lin Yu's body like an ancient volcano dormant for billions of years. That terrifying aura, capable of distorting space itself, swept across the entire battlefield like a burst dam. The dozen or so elite players, who had previously been smug and arrogant, were now as fragile as withered leaves in a storm, before that overwhelming pressure that looked down upon the world and regarded all things as ants. Their bodies stiffened abruptly, their eyes, once filled with greed and mockery, instantly filled with boundless terror and disbelief. They felt as if their souls were being crushed alive by that terrifying aura. What the hell is this? The once arrogant squad leader's voice trembled with utter horror. He never dreamed that the scavenger they had considered a fat sheep would turn out to be a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex in sheep's clothing. The gray-robed mage who had cast puppets Edict groaned instantly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He could clearly feel the invisible spiritual link between himself and Lin Yu, instantly extinguished by the burst of crimson divine light, like ice meeting the blazing sun. Abruptly and utterly evaporated. The skill had been forcibly severed. Run, run! He let out a desperate cry filled with boundless terror, then turned and fled headlong towards the inner city without looking back. The other elite players, too, snapped out of their shock and fear, and scattered like stray dogs. However, Lin Yu didn't choose to pursue them. He couldn't possibly kill so many people at once, dragging it out, risked being surrounded. His face was expressionless. His eyes were devoid of any emotion. He simply watched calmly as the figures fled in panic, like ants. Now was not the best time to completely break ties with the three major guilds. Besides, he wasn't sure if these people carried C4. A self-destruction of that would be a huge loss. He didn't have the regenerative abilities of these giants. His target was the final imperial city, filled with endless treasures. He didn't want to waste a single precious moment on these insignificant fodder. He slowly withdrew the terrifying aura emanating from him that could have shaken the heavens and earth. Then, his figure, like a blood-red shooting star, soared into the sky under the watchful eyes of those around him. Only after Lin Yu's figure, like a blood-red demon god, completely disappeared through the inner city gates, did the entire western defense line finally begin to recover from the suffocating silence. Whether it was the surviving ragtag troops or the elites, who had just achieved an epic victory, they all breathed a long sigh of relief. That terrifying being was finally gone. Meanwhile, behind the gates of the inner city's rose wall, Lin Yu's figure slowly descended from midair. He had barely arrived when the cold system notification sounded as expected, exploding in his mind. Chapter 277. Ding! The 16th wave of giant attacks is imminent. All survivors, please prepare for battle. Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He glanced at the magnificent city gate behind him, which was slowly closing, then looked at the new city before him, also filled with medieval European style, but far more prosperous and tidy than the outer city. He knew he had no way out. He opened the instance's real-time information panel. Current number of survivors remaining in the instance, 387. After the brutal elimination of the first 15 waves, the initial 500 survivors had dwindled to less than 400. Nearly 100 of them had chosen to leave this damned hell on earth the moment the first extraction point opened. Those remaining were the true elite of the elite, They had all come for the legendary golden treasure. Lin Yu didn't rush to find a new scavenging spot. He knew that on this new stage filled with top players, any rash move could cause unnecessary trouble. He needed a guide. A guide who could show him the way. He activated his radar system again. Soon, he noticed a faint, unknown red dot appearing on his radar map. That signal wasn't in any of those heavily guarded military fortresses or opulent noble mansions. It was quietly glowing in an inconspicuous little clock shop on a corner of the city. Interesting. A playful smile curved Lin Yu's lips. He knew that the more inconspicuous the place, the more likely it was to hide a shocking secret. Without hesitation, he immediately strode towards the small watch shop, a place brimming with unknowns and opportunities, and crept silently towards it. It was a very old-looking watch shop. The shopfront was small, with a weathered wooden sign bearing the words Craftsman of Time in a stylized, artistic script. In the window, various uniquely designed, steampunk-style precision clocks were displayed, but beneath a thick layer of dust, they had long lost their former luster. This place was like a corner forgotten by time, completely out of place in the surrounding tense and somber atmosphere of the war-torn city. Lin Yu did not choose to enter through the main entrance. He circled around to the back alley of the watch shop, and like the most nimble cat, silently scaled a second-floor balcony covered in rust and moss. He gently pushed open the half-closed, cobweb-covered French window. A faint, nostalgic scent, thick with dust and machine oil, wafted from the room. Inside was a huge workshop filled with precision instruments and parts. The walls were covered with a dazzling array of clock design drawings. In the very center of the workshop, an elderly man with gray hair, his face radiating wisdom and focus, sat with his back to him at a large workbench, wearing a white work uniform also stained with machine oil and dust. He seemed to be repairing an extremely complex mechanical device. He appeared completely unaware of Lin Yu's unexpected arrival. And on Lin Yu's radar map, the faint red glow of the special NPC signal emanating from this seemingly unarmed, elderly man. Lin Yu didn't speak immediately. He simply stood quietly in the shadows, observing. He could clearly sense that although there were no energy fluctuations emanating from the old man, his aged hands, covered in age spots and wrinkles, moved with the steadiness of the most precise surgical robotic arms. Every movement he made was filled with an indescribable rhythm and beauty. He was definitely not an ordinary watchmaker. Just then, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, the old man spoke slowly without turning his head. His voice was hoarse yet filled with an all-knowing wisdom. "Outsider, you finally arrived." Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. He knew he had found the right person. He slowly stepped out of the shadows. "You knew I would come?" His voice was calm yet tinged with uncertainty. "I didn't know you would come." The old man slowly turned around. A bitter smile, filled with kindness and helplessness, appeared on his wrinkled, aged face. "I was just waiting. Waiting for someone capable." He looked at Lin Yu, his cloudy eyes gleaming with a bright, expectant light. "Young man, do you yearn to enter that last, and most impregnable barrier? The Wall of Sheena? Do you yearn for the ultimate treasure hidden deep within the royal city? A treasure powerful enough to change the entire world?" Lin Yu didn't answer. He simply looked calmly at the mysterious old man. "There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." The old man clearly sensed his doubt. He sighed helplessly. "My name is Eber, and I'm the chief architect of this kingdom of Palati. These 3 magnificent city walls are all my work." His voice carried an undisguised pride. But his tone shifted, becoming filled with sorrow and anger. "Yet I was ruthlessly betrayed by the very corrupt royal family and church I had protected. They stole my life's work. They imprisoned me in this tiny clock shop. They even took away my only credential, the one that allowed me free access to Wall Xena. The designer's key? They fear I will expose the sordid secrets hidden beneath the walls. So," he looked at Lin Yu, his cloudy eyes filled with pleading and a transactional tone. "Young man, I need your help. If you can help me retrieve my key from that abandoned frontline outpost outside the city, I can tell you a secret passage that bypasses all the guards and leads directly to the interior of Wall Xena. That was my last escape route, the one I designed for myself from the very beginning." Lin Yu listened quietly. His face remained expressionless. A raging storm was brewing within him. The secret passage. He knew his chance had arrived. But he didn't immediately agree. He wasn't the kind of hot-blooded idiot who would be easily swayed by a few words from an NPC. Chapter 278. He looked at the earnest old man, a sly smile playing on his lips, a smile brimming with the cunning of a businessman. "Old sir, your story is fascinating. But why should I believe you? What if that so-called frontline scout is a deadly no-man's land filled with deadly traps? Or what if you go back on your word after getting your key back? I need a guarantee. A guarantee I can trust. Aberley clearly hadn't expected this seemingly young man to be so shrewd and cautious. He remained silent for a moment, then finally relented. All right. He retrieved a weathered, yellowed parchment map, its surface bearing the marks of time, from a hidden compartment on his workbench. This is the map to the entrance to that secret passage. It's located beneath an abandoned drain in the outer city's wall of Maria. You can go and confirm it first. If you believe I'm not lying, then I hope you can retrieve my key for me as soon as possible. Because his voice grew increasingly grave. The wall of Sheena will be completely and permanently closed after the 25 waves of attacks. Then, there will be no need to enter beforehand. Having successfully tricked the cunning and calculating old architect, Albert, into handing over the precious parchment map containing the entrance to the secret passage, Lin Yu didn't linger. He didn't even bother to say another word to the poor old man, still basking in the joy of a successful deal. He simply nodded calmly, then, like a true ghost, vanished silently into the dusty, oil-smelling old studio. He was going to verify if the so-called secret passage truly existed. As for the dangerous and unknown frontline outpost outside the city, and the designer's key filled with a tragic story? What did that have to do with him? He was merely a cold-blooded opportunist. An ultimate scavenger who would stop at nothing for profit. Under the cover of the increasingly chaotic battle, like the most agile gecko, he silently clung to the shadowy, ruined buildings. He was rapidly advancing against the tide towards the outer city wall of Maria, a place filled with death and despair. Along the way, he finally witnessed firsthand the true strength displayed by those so-called elite players when facing the endless waves of giants. Although they had performed poorly in the previous defensive battle, once they entered the narrower and more complex urban warfare environment, their almost superhuman individual abilities and their perfectly coordinated teamwork exploded. 3 to 5 agile awakened individuals formed a small squad. They moved at high speed between the towering buildings like the deadliest falcons. They used themselves as bait, luring the slow-moving immaculate giants into a preset death trap. Then, the agile elites, who had been waiting patiently, mercilessly slaughtered them. They had perfectly controlled the rhythm of the entire battle. Although there were still casualties, their advance was several times faster than before on the city walls. Lin Yu, however, was uninterested in this battle, which he saw as child's play. He simply activated his optical camouflage suit, becoming truly invisible, silently traversing the chaotic battlefield filled with gunfire and death. The immaculate giants, frantically fighting the survivors, didn't even notice his presence. Their empty eyes instinctively chased after what they considered the more delicious and vibrant feast of life. Lin Yu thus returned unharmed to the outer city wall of Maria, which had long been shrouded in death and despair, after nearly half an hour of rapid movement. Following the map's directions, he quickly found the abandoned drain hidden behind a huge, rusty iron plate in a remote, filthy alley filled with all sorts of garbage. He walked forward and slowly lifted the heavy iron plate. A damp, moldy, and chilling aura rushed out from the bottomless darkness, and at the end of that darkness, a spiral staircase leading downwards, barely wide enough for one person to pass through, exuding an air of mystery and antiquity, was clearly visible. Found it. A confident and triumphant smile curved Lin Yu's lips. He no longer hesitated. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yu's agile figure, like a cat blending into the shadows, leaped into the bottomless abandoned drain. A chilling aura, a mixture of rust, mold, and unknown decaying matter, assaulted his senses, enough to make an ordinary person vomit on the spot. But after experiencing several post-apocalyptic worlds, Lin Yu was already accustomed to this environment. He descended the ancient, weathered spiral staircase, sinking nearly 100 meters before finally reaching the legendary secret passage. He found himself in a wide tunnel carved from massive, unidentified black rocks. Every 10 meters along the tunnel sides was embedded a mineral that emitted a faint yellow glow, similar to luminescent stone, barely illuminating this deep underground world. The air was filled with a damp, earthy fragrance, occasionally punctuated by the sound of dripping water in the distance, and by muffled explosions and booms overhead. Lin Yu knew that the battle outside the walls was still raging fiercely. He didn't rush forward, but instead immediately and silently activated his level 3 radar. Buzz! An incredibly complex three-dimensional underground map covering an area of 8 kilometers instantly unfolded in his mind. The scene before him caused a flicker of seriousness to cross his usually calm and unwavering eyes. This so-called secret passage wasn't a straight line at all. It was like a vast, natural maze composed of countless crisscrossing tunnels. Furthermore, nearly half of the passages had already collapsed or become blocked to varying degrees. Chapter 279. If it weren't for the radar, a cheat code comparable to God's eye, anyone who rashly ventured here would be trapped and die in this perpetually dark underground world. Looks like that old guy really didn't have good intentions. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Yu's lips. He knew that the old designer, a bear, although he had given him the map, had deliberately concealed the complexity and danger of this passage. If he foolishly went to retrieve the so-called key for him, what awaited him would no longer be this shortcut to the Imperial City, but a death cage filled with deadly traps already prepared for him. Lin Yu ignored the scheming old fox. Guided by the radar map, like a mole most familiar with this maze, he silently and swiftly traversed the intricate tunnels. He was rapidly approaching the final Imperial City, the Wall of Xena, a place brimming with endless treasures. After nearly an hour of oppressive and deathly silence as he traversed the underground, a massive stone door, crafted from incredibly thick obsidian and exuding an aura of antiquity and majesty, finally appeared before him. Above the stone door were intricately carved murals, imbued with a sacred aura, seemingly recounting a long-forgotten ancient myth. And in the very center of the stone door, a complex keyhole, requiring a special key to open, filled with a sophisticated mechanical structure, was unmistakably revealed. Lin Yu knew he had reached the end of this secret passage. Behind the door lay the final Imperial City, brimming with endless treasures. He slowly pulled out once more the invincible, heaven-defying red key from his spatial backpack. The fisherman's master key. He gently inserted the antique brass key into the complex keyhole. The key, upon contact with the keyhole, seemed to possess a life of its own, rapidly writhing and deforming, ultimately transforming into a brand new key, perfectly fitting the keyhole and imbued with a steampunk aesthetic. Click! Accompanied by a crisp, historically weighty click, the sturdy stone door, strong enough to withstand the pounding of any battering ram, slowly and silently slid open to both sides. A breath of fresh air, peaceful and serene, a stark contrast to the blood-soaked, apocalyptic scene outside, rushed in from behind the door. Lin Yu's figure, like a true ghost, flashed in. The scene before him caused even his heart, usually unmoved by any grand spectacle, to tremble slightly. This place was practically a secluded paradise. Clean and tidy streets, magnificent buildings, and elegantly dressed noble NPCs strolling leisurely along the streets. This didn't resemble a post-apocalyptic wasteland besieged by giants at all. It was more like a peaceful and prosperous medieval fairy tale kingdom, and on his radar map, 3 enormous resource points, radiating dazzling golden light like the sun, quietly illuminated 3 different corners of this fairy tale kingdom. Lin Yu forcibly suppressed his shock. He knew that seemingly peaceful places often conceal the most deadly dangers. He activated his optical camouflage suit to its maximum, his entire body seemingly merging with the surrounding air. Like a ghost walking among humans, he silently and swiftly moved towards the nearest golden dot of light. It was a heavily guarded military fortress, filled with an aura of iron-bloodedness and murderous intent. Towering walls, rows of arrow towers, and elite soldiers in full silver-white heavy armor patrolling the fortress gates, exuding an oppressive aura. Each soldier emanated a terrifying energy fluctuation comparable to an elite-level boss. And deep within the fortress, in a futuristic, isolated secret research lab constructed of a special alloy, the dazzling golden supply point was nowhere to be hidden. It seems I can only outsmart them, not launch a direct assault. Lin Yu frowned slightly. He knew that with his current strength, attempting to force his way into this war fortress guarded by dozens of boss-level soldiers was nothing short of a pipe dream. Like the most patient hunter, he silently lurked in the shadows of a clock tower opposite the fortress. He waited, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Finally, after nearly half an hour of agonizing waiting, the opportunity arrived. Accompanied by a horn sounding with an aura of authority and menace, the fortress's incredibly heavy alloy gate slowly opened. A patrol of nearly 100 elite soldiers marched out of the fortress in perfect unison. They were there to relieve the exhausted garrison, who had been holding the walls for hours, and in that fleeting moment of transition, when defenses were at their weakest, Lin Yu moved. His figure flashed out from the shadows of the clock tower like a ghost. He pushed his speed to its limit. He didn't even pay attention to the changing patrol. He was like a transparent lightning bolt, seemingly non-existent in this world. Slipping through the narrow, deadly gap the 2 groups of soldiers brushed past each other. He successfully infiltrated the war fortress, a place of death and opportunity. He could even clearly feel the chilling killing intent emanating from the elite soldiers whistling past his sides, upon successfully infiltrating. Upon entering the fortress, Lin Yu didn't linger. He immediately made his way to the secret research lab located deep within the fortress at top speed. 2 rows of fully armed elite soldiers stood guard at the lab's entrance, maintaining a 24-hour watch. But all of this was rendered useless against Lin Yu's almost supernatural optical camouflage suit. He moved like a breeze, silently passing by the two statue-like guards. The lab's door was constructed from a single, thick piece of bioalloy requiring dual verification via iris and genetics. But all of this was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper before Lin Yu's even more unreasonable fisherman's master key. He successfully entered the final treasure trove filled with earth-shattering secrets. There, in the very center of the research lab, inside a massive container crafted from transparent crystal. Chapter 280. A gigantic heart, only the size of a human head, bronze in color, its surface covered with jagged patterns resembling muscle fibers, seemingly possessing its own life, was slowly beating. Each beat seemed to resonate with the earth. A terrifying energy wave, filled with boundless power and an aura of solidity, emanated continuously from that heart. Lin Yu knew he had found it. He stepped forward, without hesitation, and directly passed his hand through the seemingly sturdy energy barrier, grasping the warm, powerful heart in his grasp. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a unique, gold-quality special item. Heart of the Armored Titan. Name: Heart of the Armored Titan. Quality: Gold. Effect: while possessing this item, your strength, stamina, and life regeneration speed will be permanently increased by 10%. Consuming this heart will grant you a one-time transformation into the Armored Titan. The ability: after transformation, the heart will completely disappear. Note: wear this most durable armor and crush all enemies before you. And just as he pocketed the heart, whoa! The entire military fortress instantly sounded its highest level, ear-piercing, blood-red alarm. The inner city's defensive light barrier, which had been emitting a soft blue light, suddenly dimmed, as if it might go out completely at any moment. Lin Yu knew he had stirred up a hornet's nest. He dared not hesitate for a moment, and the instant the alarm sounded, he unhesitatingly activated his already cooled down, heaven-defying divine skill, shrinking the earth to an inch. Whoosh! His figure vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already 500 meters away from that war fortress filled with iron-blooded power and a chilling aura. He successfully escaped before the enemy's encirclement completely closed in, after successfully stealing the first golden heart, enough to drive any power mad. From that heavily guarded military fortress, Lin Yu didn't choose to stop there. His deep eyes gleamed with an almost greedy, dazzling light filled with endless desire. Like a gluttonous beast that had just tasted an unparalleled delicacy, he wanted more amidst the chaos. He once again blended his figure into the bustling yet shadowy imperial city, like a patient hunter, silently approaching the second supply point radiating dazzling golden light. This time, his target was a magnificent royal library filled with the fragrance of books and the weight of history. The library was far larger than Lin Yu had imagined. Rows of enormous bookshelves, crafted from precious mahogany, stood like silent giants, leading to a dome tens of meters high, imbued with an artistic atmosphere. A faint, tranquil scent, mingled with the aroma of ancient parchment and ink, permeated the air. This place seemed like a forgotten ocean of knowledge, isolated from the world. However, Lin Yu knew that beneath this seemingly calm sea lay a deadly undercurrent, capable of utterly swallowing any intruder. His radar map clearly displayed this. The entire library, from the lobby on the first floor to the restricted section on the top floor, was densely packed with all sorts of deadly physical and magical traps. Pressure traps, seemingly indistinguishable from ordinary floorboards and covered in weight-sensing runes, lurked like landmines in every corner of every possible path. Not to mention the miniature alchemical turrets, with their steampunk aesthetic, hidden behind the bookshelves and capable of automatically targeting enemies. While the defense system here wasn't as brutal and ruthless as a military fortress, its insidious and deadly nature was no less formidable. A confident and challenging smile curved Lin Yu's lips. Like a top-tier dancer walking on a knife's edge, he began his artistic and thrilling traverse on that stage filled with death and danger. His steps were as light as a falling feather, each landing precisely avoiding the deadly pressure traps. His body was as supple as a boneless serpent, moving silently through the impenetrable net of magical rays with an unbelievable, biomechanically defying human movement. Every dodge was perfectly timed. Every movement was full of rhythm and beauty. He thus strolled leisurely through that death zone, a place that would make even the most elite agents despair, without a single leaf touching him. Finally, after nearly an hour of tense and thrilling stealth, he reached the top floor of the Royal Library. That final treasure trove, designated as an absolute forbidden zone. The gate to the forbidden book area is forged from a single, thick piece of magical alloy, engraved with various sealing runes imbued with an aura of mystery and majesty. But it was still utterly useless against Lin Yu's even more unreasonable fisherman's universal key. He successfully entered the final holy land filled with endless knowledge and earth-shattering secrets. There, in the very center of the Forbidden Book area, above a floating altar made of pure magic crystal, filled with mystery and ancient aura, a gigantic heart, only the size of a basketball, dark red in color. Its surface covered with grotesque patterns that pulsated like veins, seemingly still. Breathing, floated silently there. A terrifying energy fluctuation, filled with endless wisdom and wildness, emanated continuously from that heart. Lin Yu knew he had found it again. He stepped forward, without the slightest hesitation, and directly passed his hand through the seemingly solid magical barrier, grasping the warm heart full of wisdom in his hand. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a unique special item of gold quality. Heart of the Beast Giant. Name: Heart of the Beast Giant. Quality: Gold. Effect: while holding this item, your strength, stamina, and health regeneration speed will be permanently increased by 10%. Consuming this heart will grant you a one-time ability to transform into the Beast Giant. After transformation, the heart will disappear completely. Note: wisdom is the most powerful weapon. Woo! The piercing alarm sounded again. Chapter 281. The already crumbling inner city defensive light barrier flickered even more fiercely, like a candle in the wind, seemingly on the verge of extinction. He dared not linger for a moment. The instant the alarm sounded, he unhesitatingly activated his long-cooled, heaven-defying divine skill once more, shrinking the earth to an inch. Buzz, his figure vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already outside the royal library, a place filled with the scent of books and death. However, the instant he appeared, a chilling, deadly killing intent, enough to suffocate anyone, erupted without warning from the shadows not far behind him. A dazzling sword aura, composed of pure light elements and imbued with a sense of holiness and judgment, flashed like a white lightning bolt tearing through space. Lightning, carrying the connotations of endless purification and destruction, aimed straight for his unsuspecting back. Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply. He'd been ambushed. Next time, before using spatial skills, he need to take a moment to check the radar for ambushes nearby. He never dreamed that such a terrifying, top-tier expert skilled in stealth and assassination was hidden within this seemingly peaceful imperial city. He didn't even have time to turn around. He could only rely on his battle instincts, ingrained in his very soul, to shift his body to the side in an unbelievable, physics-defying, bizarre manner. A near miss. Thud. A dull thud of a blade piercing flesh. The dazzling sword energy, imbued with a sense of holiness and judgment, grazed his ribs, narrowly escaping his grasp. A gruesome, gaping wound, revealing bone, was instantly exposed on his side. Large spurts of bright red blood gushed out uncontrollably. He was injured. Intense pain washed over Lin Yu like a tidal wave, but his usually calm face showed no sign of agony. Instead, an unprecedented, wildly burning fighting spirit ignited within him. He whirled around, his deep eyes flashing with a cold, bloodthirsty light, like a hungry wolf's. He wanted to see who dared to leave a wound on him, the ultimate scavenger, who had traversed countless post-apocalyptic worlds. And there, in the shadows not far behind him, stood a mysterious figure, clad in magnificent full-body armor crafted from pure mithril, exuding an aura of holiness and majesty, wielding a holy sword of the same dazzling brilliance. The figure's face was obscured. He exuded a terrifying, holy aura, brimming with purifying and judgmental power, enough to make any undead creature tremble. Name: the Church's Judge. Lin Yu gazed at the mysterious figure, as imposing as a god, a cold, mocking smile playing on his lips. He didn't choose to immediately activate divine descent, because he knew that against an opponent of this caliber, brute force alone couldn't solve everything. He slowly pulled a submachine gun from his spatial backpack. He refused to believe that the seemingly medieval Tin King could withstand a dimensional attack from the future. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, the mysterious Church's Inquisitor slowly sheathed his holy sword. As if sensing danger, he bowed slightly to Lin Yu. Then, his magnetic and authoritative voice, devoid of any emotion, slowly echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Outsider, your strength has earned my respect. But this is not a place for you. Take your spoils and leave. Until I change my mind. His words were filled with a condescending, godlike condescension and arrogance. After saying this, the Church's Inquisitor felt a cold sweat break out on his back. His sense of danger told him he might die here. The Church's meager salary wasn't enough for him to risk his life. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. He looked at the mysterious and powerful Iron Can. He sensed danger, didn't he? But he wasn't blinded by rage and open fire. This guy was strong. So strong that even with divine descent activated, he wasn't entirely confident he could take him down quickly, and if the battle reached a stalemate, he would face endless pursuit from the entire Imperial City. He didn't linger any longer, turning and disappearing silently into the urban jungle filled with endless shadows and unknowns, like a wounded lone wolf. Having successfully escaped the pursuit of the mysterious church's judge, Lin Yu dared not be careless in the slightest. He knew that this seemingly peaceful Imperial City was far more treacherous and full of hidden dangers than he had imagined. He found an extremely secluded abandoned sewer in the slums and began a brief rest. The powerful self-healing ability of Heart of God, Pseudo, began to rapidly repair his wounds. He, meanwhile, completely immersed his attention in the radar world filled with endless treasures. The third and final supply point, radiating dazzling golden light, was located deep within the magnificent cathedral, imbued with holiness and majesty. And there, too, lay the most formidable defensive position in the entire Imperial City. Lin Yu could clearly see at least several hundred elite soldiers, comparable to boss-level warriors, conducting a 24/7 patrol around the cathedral. Inside the cathedral, there were several red points of light, radiating terrifying energy fluctuations, far more powerful than the church's judge. Looks like this will take some effort, a knowing glint in Lin Yu's eyes. He had to obtain the last golden heart before the inner city's defensive barrier completely failed. He no longer hesitated. He decided to create unprecedented chaos. He pulled several high-explosive grenades from his spatial inventory. Then, he made a daring decision that would drive anyone mad. He would incite a violent upheaval within the Imperial City. He leaped into the air, flying to several key locations. He hurled the high-explosive grenades with all his might at several distinctly different, weakly defended buildings. After placing the grenades in multiple locations, he charged headlong into the cathedral, the final challenge, without looking back. Chapter 282. Boom! Several deafening explosions, filled with destructive power, accompanied the roar of destruction. Several enormous fireballs, brimming with destructive energy, rose violently from the peaceful and prosperous Imperial City. The entire Imperial City was plunged into unprecedented chaos and panic. Countless noble NPCs let out desperate, piercing screams, fleeing frantically through the streets like headless flies. Even the elite soldiers, who had previously stood like statues, were instantly drawn to the two sudden, violent explosions. Now, Lin Yu seized this once-in-a-lifetime, fatal opportunity he had created himself. His figure moved like a ghost in the chaos. A flash across the battlefield of chaos and death, he successfully infiltrated the final holy site, whose defenses had become unprecedentedly weak. There, in the very center of the cathedral, atop a colossal cross, composed of pure faith and brimming with holiness and majesty, a gigantic heart, the size of a water vat, translucent and crystal-like, seemingly containing the terrifying energy of a star, hovered silently there, a terrifying energy fluctuation, filled with endless majesty and an aura of destruction, emanated continuously from that heart. Lin Yu knew he had finally found it. He stepped forward, without the slightest hesitation, and directly pierced through the seemingly solid barrier of faith, grasping the cold, destructive heart in his hand. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a unique gold-quality special item. The Heart of a Giant. Name: Heart of a Giant. Quality: Gold. Effect: while possessing this item, your strength, stamina, and health regeneration speed will be permanently increased by 30%. Consuming this heart will grant you a one-time ultimate ability to transform into a giant. After transformation, the heart will completely disappear. Note: your body is your most powerful weapon. Just as he pocketed the heart, boom! The already crumbling inner city's defensive light barrier finally succumbed to the massive energy loss, exploding like a punctured balloon. The entire Sheena wall was completely exposed to everyone. Lin Yu was just about to take off, but then, he suddenly felt an unusual, violent tremor emanating from his spatial backpack. The three heaven-defying hearts, also radiating dazzling golden light, seemed to come alive at that moment, resonating strongly with each other. Immediately afterward, a brand new system notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ding! Detected that you simultaneously possess the Armored Titan's heart, the Beast Titan's heart, and the Large Titan's heart. Special synthesis conditions met. Synthesize? Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted, and then an indescribable surge of joy welled up in his heart. He let out a suppressed roar filled with madness and anticipation. Synthesize. Accompanying Lin Yu's roar filled with madness and anticipation, the three golden hearts in his spatial backpack seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, bursting forth with a dazzling red light more brilliant and piercing than ever before. Bronze-colored solidity. Dark red wisdom. Crystal-like destruction. Three supreme powers, representing different origins, intertwined and merged perfectly at this moment. They were no longer independent entities, but transformed into three surging torrents of energy, intertwining and devouring each other, ultimately condensing into a new heart no bigger than an infant's fist, its entire body a chaotic blood red, as if containing a complete world. Ding! Fusion successful. You have obtained a red quality, unique, ultimate artifact. The Heart of a Colossal Giant. Name: Heart of a Colossal Giant. Quality: red, unique. Effect: hold while holding this item, all your attributes will be permanently increased by 50%. Effect: devouring this heart will grant you a one-time ultimate ability to transform into a colossal giant. During the transformation, you will possess world-destroying power. After the transformation ends, the heart will completely disappear. Note: you are the walking apocalypse. Boom! The moment the crimson heart, radiating unparalleled divine might, appeared in Lin Yu's palm, a devastating power far more terrifying and domineering than ever before, like a raging torrent, swept over his entire body. All attributes permanently increased by 50%. At that very moment, the entire Shina wall, due to the complete collapse of its final defensive barrier, descended into unprecedented chaos and madness. Warning! Warning! The Imperial City's defense system has completely failed. Quick! To the cathedral. That damn thief must still be there. Grab him. We can't let him leave here with the hearts of God. Countless elite soldiers, like mad dogs, frantically surrounded the magnificent cathedral, already devastated by the explosion, from all directions. Their eyes burned with a mad, death-defying flame. They knew that if Lin Yu left with the three hearts of God, the energy core of the entire Imperial City, then what awaited them would no longer be their impregnable, warm harbor, but a hopeless, dead city about to be completely submerged by an endless wave of giants. However, how could Lin Yu possibly give them that chance? He looked at the so-called elite swarming towards him like ants. A cold, disdainful, and mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He didn't even bother to activate divine descent. He calmly stored the red heart into his spatial inventory. Then, he slowly raised his head. He gazed at the dilapidated dome, now utterly shrouded in war and death. A brilliant light, brimming with freedom and longing, flashed at his eyes. Buzz. Chapter 283. A surge of azure energy, imbued with a light and divine aura, instantly enveloped his entire body. The next second, under the stunned and incredulous gazes of everyone present, Lin Yu's figure, like a rocket breaking free from all restraints, soared into the sky. With a terrifying aura capable of crushing everything, he roared into the air. He didn't even bother with the so-called experts struggling against the chaos. He also ignored the so-called army firing wildly at him. He simply flew upwards, defying the laws of physics and defying all reason. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. 3,000 meters. Until his figure became a tiny black dot thousands of meters above the sky, like a true god, overlooking this insignificant world filled with chaos and death. The entire Shina wall fell into a deathly silence at this moment. Everyone, whether high-ranking nobles or fearless soldiers, stopped what they were doing. Their mouths gaped open. Their eyes widened. They were like the most devout and humble believers who had witnessed a true miracle. With eyes filled with endless awe, horror, and profound despair, they looked up at the man who floated in the sky like a true creator god. Flying? No 3D maneuver gear. He didn't use any equipment. How did he fly? Thousands of meters above the ground, Lin Yu calmly activated his radar system, akin to the eye of God. He was like a true king in complete control. He wanted to use a perfect god's eye view to witness this final feast of death and destruction, orchestrated by himself. He could clearly see the already collapsed East Gate defense line and the equally precarious North Gate defense line being gradually and completely submerged by the endless waves of giants. He could also clearly see the Shina wall, stripped of all its defensive light screens, being turned upside down by the two explosions and chaos he himself had created. The whole world was burning, the whole world was wailing, and he waited silently, waiting for the arrival of the 25th wave of attack, waiting for the final evacuation point to be refreshed. Thousands of meters above the ground, Lin Yu coldly surveyed the inner city below, marching towards destruction. The world below had been completely transformed into a purgatory of blood and fire. From the moment he unlocked the inner city's defenses, the giants' attack accelerated. The Eastern Gate defense line, once hailed by the three major guilds as an impregnable fortress of steel, was now merely a shell of its former self. The endless waves of giants, Like a black tide of death, mercilessly swept over the 100-meter-high wall that symbolized human dignity. The once invincible elite players were now like stray dogs, fleeing in panic as the giants pursued them. Their screams and wails were drowned out by the heavy footsteps and deafening roars of the giants, appearing utterly insignificant. Their prized equipment and tactics proved utterly pathetic in the face of sheer numbers and overwhelming power. The North Gate defenses, the tragic bulwark forged by hundreds of individual players, with their flesh and blood and sheer courage, also met their ultimate fate. After suffering over 80% casualties, they finally succumbed to the terrifying onslaught, like a landslide and a tsunami. The few dozen survivors, wounded and filled with despair, made their final struggle towards the only path to survival: the inner city's Rose Wall. Their blood and honor ultimately resulted in a cruel and ironic defeat. Meanwhile, at the West Gate, the epic battle between the three major guilds and the large armed giant had long since ended. Although they ultimately succeeded in slaying the terrifying monster, they too paid a heavy price. The remaining forces, exhausted and worn down, could only retreat in disarray to defend the inner city. The entire outer city wall, Maria, had completely fallen. Lin Yu's gaze pierced through the chaotic battlefield filled with smoke and death, calmly landing on the inner city wall, Xena, which was also engulfed in unprecedented chaos and panic. The Imperial City, stripped of all its defensive barriers, was like a young girl stripped of all pretense, revealing her most vulnerable and alluring side to everyone. Countless survivors, like sharks smelling blood, surged madly from all directions towards that final sanctuary filled with endless treasures. They clashed with the elite NPC soldiers guarding the Imperial City in a far more bloody and brutal street battle amidst the narrow streets and opulent buildings. Lin Yu watched all this silently, his face expressionless, his heart undisturbed. While he certainly played a part in the creation of this inferno, he felt no remorse. In this cruel world, mercy is the most laughable epitaph for the weak. He was merely a cold-blooded scavenger, an ultimate opportunist willing to do anything for profit. He orchestrated this grand destruction, and in doing so, reaped wealth enough to drive anyone mad. Now, it was time to exit. Time, in this agonizing cycle of death and waiting, flew by. When the cold system notification finally rang in his mind, a flicker of relief crossed Lin Yu's usually calm and unwavering eyes. He didn't glance once more at the chaotic and deadly world below. He simply turned away calmly. His figure traced a perfect arc of elegance and freedom in the air, and then, like a blue shooting star breaking free from all constraints, he silently glided away towards the distant horizon, filled with unknowns and hope, under the watchful eyes of countless people below. His departure left not a trace. But it took with him the city's last 3 golden items, leaving behind only a legendary figure, shrouded in mystery and power, a figure that countless people could only look up to. An immortal legend belonging to the flying scavenger, with the unparalleled absolute mobility granted by the heart of God, Pseudo. Lin Yu's return journey was even easier and more carefree than he had imagined. Chapter 284. He didn't even bother with the survivors scrambling like ants on the ground, or the immaculate giants wreaking havoc like headless flies. He simply hovered quietly thousands of meters in the air, flying at a near-cruising speed towards the already refreshed extraction point. He was like a true king in control, leisurely enjoying this final feast of death and destruction, orchestrated by himself, from a perfect god's eye view. A few minutes later, he successfully arrived at the only extraction point, located at the intersection of the Maria Wall and the Rose Wall. It was a massive pillar of pure white light, filled with an aura of holiness and peace. Lin Yu didn't rush inside. He simply hovered quietly above the pillar of light, calmly waiting for the extraction countdown. 30 minutes later, accompanied by a blinding white light capable of tearing space apart, his figure, along with the enormous portal filled with hope, vanished from this apocalyptic world already utterly shrouded in death and despair. As the blinding white light slowly dissipated, and the familiar feeling of weightlessness disappeared, Lin Yu had returned to his private personal space in the central hall of the Realm Hub, a space filled with tranquility and peace. Beneath his feet was solid ground radiating a soft glow, the air was free of the smoke of gunpowder, the stench of blood, and the nauseating stench unique to giants. Everything felt like an unreal dream. However, the enormous backpack, crammed full to the brim, almost bursting, and the equally well-stocked spatial backpack, silently testified to just how real his previous frenzied and thrilling scavenging adventure had been. The relief of surviving the ordeal, and the joy of the impending harvest stirred a long-lost, expectant ripple in Lin Yu's heart, which had long since turned as cold as iron. He didn't rush to tally his spoils. The belated, epic system settlement notification was about to arrive. His first thought was to calmly utter those 2 mysterious words, imbued with the weight of fate and choice. Throw. Whoosh. The goddess of fortune's dice, lying quietly in his spatial inventory, seemed to sense his will in that instant, bursting forth with an incomparably dazzling, blinding golden light. In Lin Yu's mental world, it spun wildly like a top. Each spin seemed to set the wheel of fate in motion. Finally, when it slowly came to a stop, a bright red number, brimming with the aura of destiny and good fortune, a number that would drive any gambler mad, clearly appeared at its top. 6. Ding! Your roll number is 6. You will receive a maximum additional 60% experience bonus upon completion of this instance. 60%. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He forcibly suppressed his elation, and focused all his attention on the final results screen that was slowly unfolding on his retina. Instance World. G309 Twilight of the Giants successfully cleared. Task evaluation in progress. Task summary. You not only survived to the end, but also single-handedly stole the 3 giant cores that maintain the stable operation of this world, fundamentally overturning the final course of the entire instance world and accelerating its collapse. Personal Performance Rating. SSS rank. This unprecedented and glorious evaluation surprised Lin Yu himself. However, he was more concerned about the upcoming experience points and reward calculation. Calculating experience points based on the items you obtained in the dungeon. Blue quality items x6 equals 60 experience points. Purple quality items x42 equals 4,200 experience points. Gold quality items x3 equals 3,000 experience points. Red quality items x1 equals 10,000 experience points. Your total base experience points are 60 plus 4,200 plus 3,000 plus 10,000 is equal to 17,280 points. Ding! Your lucky goddess's dice. Effect triggered. You will gain an additional 60% experience bonus. Final experience points gained. 17,280 x 160% equals 27,648 points. Boom! When that nearly 30,000 experience points, a number so massive it would drive any survivor mad, appeared before Lin Yu. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.28. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Current experience points. 26112/2900. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.28. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Current experience points. 26112/2900. Level up to LV.29. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Current experience points. 23212/3000. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.34. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Current experience points. 6712/3500. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.35. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Current experience points. 3212/3600. A series of golden upgrade lights flashed wildly on his body, as if they were free. His level skyrocketed from LV.27 before the battle to LV.35. A full 8-level jump. 8 precious free attribute points. This rocket-like leveling speed was simply unreasonable. After enjoying the thrill of leveling up, Lin Yu turned his gaze to the final, and most anticipated, personal special reward. Generating your final reward based on your SSS level personal contribution. Generation complete. Congratulations. Your several high-scoring evacuations have earned the recognition of the Realm Hub, granting you a unique red quality special item. Awakening Scroll, Scavenger. A dazzling, blindingly bright crimson divine light, enough to make even gods and demons tremble, exploded before Lin Yu. Immediately afterward, an ancient scroll, seemingly woven from solidified starlight and chaos, slowly emerged from the light and quietly floated in his palm. Name, Job Awakening Scroll, Scavenger. Quality, Red, Unique. Type, Job with no attribute bonus. Effect, upon use, awakens the survivor as the hidden job, King of Scavengers. You will gain a red quality passive talent and a red quality active skill. This job possesses unlimited growth potential. Note, crowned in the ruins, reigning supreme in the silence. The entire world will be your treasure trove. An uncontrollable surge of joy erupted in Lin Yu's heart. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully awakened the hidden job. King of Scavengers. Chapter 285. You have acquired the red passive talent, Item Disguise. You have acquired the red active skill, Theft of Causality. Name, Item Disguise Passive. Quality, Red. Effect, you can designate an item and disguise it as an item of any quality for 5 hours. Limited to twice per instance. Name, theft of causality, active. Quality, red. Effect, designate an item and perform an absolute causal judgment. You have a 50% chance to forcibly transfer the ownership of the item from its original owner to you. Limited to once per instance world. Note, what's yours is mine. What's mine is still mine. Note, using this skill to obtain items will not trigger the treasure curse in the instance world. Warning, after awakening this class, you cannot become another class. Career Quest, Phase 1 acquire 100 gold items. 0 out of 100. Lin Yu stared at the two incredibly powerful red divine skills. His usually calm heart was suddenly stirred by a raging storm. However, before he could fully recover from the overwhelming surprise, an even more intense surge of primal attraction erupted unexpectedly from his spatial inventory. The newly synthesized red quality supergiant's heart and the equally powerful orange quality heart of God, Pseudo, Trinity, resonated with an unprecedented intensity. It was a yearning and call from the depths of his soul, indescribable in words. Like two brothers separated for billions of years, finally reunited after endless reincarnations. Lin Yu could clearly feel the two hearts in his spatial backpack attracting each other at a visible speed. The light they emitted, one red and one orange, shone brightly, coloring the entire pure white personal space into a chaotic hue filled with holiness and majesty. Terrifying energy fluctuations, powerful enough to slightly distort space itself, surged forth. Like a flood bursting its banks, the energy surged forth relentlessly and wildly from the two hearts. This is? Lin Yu's heart nearly leaped out of his throat. He never dreamed that these two seemingly unrelated ultimate artifacts, both from different dungeon worlds, would resonate with such a powerful, primal attraction. Just then, a system notification, visible only to him and imbued with majesty and a sense of choice, exploded before him. Ding! Detected that you simultaneously possess the Heart of God, Pseudo, and the Heart of the Colossus. These two wondrous artifacts contain the power of the origin of the world. Detected. The origins of these two items exhibit an extremely high degree of correlation and complementarity. Perform the final fusion? Warning, this fusion is an irreversible, ultimate fusion. Please choose carefully. Looking at the system prompt, filled with deadly allure and the meaning of the ultimate challenge, Lin Yu's deep eyes showed no hesitation whatsoever. Instead, an unprecedented, wildfire-like madness and anticipation ignited within them. He let out a suppressed growl, filled with boundless longing, making the final decision that would change his destiny. Merge. The moment the words left his lips, the two already ravenously thirsty, heaven-defying hearts, like two colliding supernovae, erupted with a chaotic divine light more brilliant, more dazzling, more terrifying than ever before. Orange freedom. Red destruction. These two supreme powers, representing the origins of different worlds, at this moment, without any barriers, perfectly and completely intertwined and merged, they were no longer independent entities. Instead, it transformed into a surging torrent of chaotic energy, brimming with the aura of creation and the end, roaring and raging as it plunged into the depths of Lin Yu's soul, colliding violently with his own extraordinary, yet mortal, heart. In that instant, Lin Yu felt as if his consciousness had been completely ripped from his body, witnessing the birth and destruction of the universe. The beginning and end of time, from an incomprehensible God's eye view. When he regained consciousness, he could clearly feel that his body and soul had undergone a transformative metamorphosis in that moment, and his hand. In the center, another one appeared, only the size of an infant's fist, its entire body a semi-transparent, chaotic color, seemingly containing a complete universe. A brand new, ultimate heart. Ding! Congratulations. Fusion successful. You have obtained an orange quality, unique, ultimate artifact, Heart of God Pseudo. Name, Heart of God Pseudo. Quality, orange unique, 4 out of 10. Type, Special Core/World Artifact. Effect 1, Passive Divine Domain. While holding this item, you will gain the ability to fly freely in any environment without cost. Effect 2, Passive Divine Domain. Ode to Life. While wielding this item, you will gain the ability to breathe freely in any environment. Furthermore, your health and stamina will rapidly recover at a rate of 5% per minute. Effect 3, Passive Undying Body. While wielding this item, all your attributes will be permanently increased by 30%. Furthermore, you will gain super regeneration based on your stamina. Every 20 points of stamina provides 1% life regeneration per second. Effect 4, Active Tidal Power. Summon surrounding water elements to create a large-scale tsunami, causing devastating damage to the designated area. Limited to once per instance world. Effect 5, Active Swarm command consumes 10% of your own stamina to inflict absolute mental suppression on all non-leader level Zerg units within the designated area, plunging them into chaos and fear for 10 minutes, preventing them from attacking you. Limited to once per instance world. Note, you are evolving towards true godhood. However, you are still missing 6 more pieces of the puzzle. He immediately opened his personal attribute panel. Chapter 286. Name, Linyu. Level, LV.35. Occupation, King of Scavengers. Strength, 26 plus 8. Agility, 20 plus 6. Stamina, 20 plus 6. The numbers in parentheses represent the 30% attribute bonus provided by the Undying Body, after redistributing the 8 free attribute points he had just acquired, allocating 5 points to Strength and 3 points to Agility. His final 3-dimensional attributes became Strength, 31 plus 9 equals 40 points. Agility, 23 plus 7 equals 30 points. Stamina, 20 plus 6 equals 26 points. Looking at his impressive attribute panel, and not to make any survivor of the same level take notice, Linyu's face revealed a genuine smile full of absolute confidence. After undergoing this epic, transformative metamorphosis, Linyu didn't immediately bask in the immense joy of his surge in power. His mind, honed to an unparalleled calm and rationality by countless life-or-death trials, began to work at lightning speed. The notes for Heart of God, pseudo, explicitly stated that it was missing 6 other puzzle pieces. This meant that somewhere in this world hub world, 6 other unique world artifacts, sharing the same origin as this heart and imbued with supreme divine power, were hidden, and they would become his most important and core pursuit for a long time to come. Just then, the Heart of God, pseudo, 4-in-1, quietly hovering in his palm, filled with chaotic energy, seemed to sense his inner desire. Without warning, it emitted a faint, guiding, and resonant halo. A brand new system notification, brimming with mystery and the unknown, slowly appeared before him. Ding! Detected the blurred spacetime coordinates of the 5th puzzle piece. World type, modern city/biological invasion/horror. Core keywords, disguise, devouring, symbiosis, evolution. Looking at those ominous and bloody keywords, a knowing glint flashed in Linyu's deep eyes. Instantly, one thought surfaced in his mind: parasite. It seems the next stage has been decided. A cold, expectant smile curved Linyu's lips. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately exited his personal space and arrived at the bustling and frenzied central hall of the Realm Hub. He needed to gather all the intelligence about that terrifying world filled with disguise and devouring. He easily found his way to the intelligence exchange in the central hall. This was the most information-rich place in the entire Realm Hub, but also a melting pot of all sorts of people. As long as you could afford the credits, you could buy any intelligence you wanted here. Linyu ignored the intelligence brokers surrounding him, trying to sell him all sorts of dubious exclusive news. He walked directly to a private intelligence counter at the very back of the exchange, an official establishment of Dragon Shield, exuding an aura of authority and credibility. "I need all the information about the Parasite Dungeon Worlds," he said calmly, looking at the expressionless intelligence officer in a crisp Dragon Shield uniform. The moment the officer heard the word parasite, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in his usually placid eyes. He gave Linyu a deep look before slowly and deliberately operating the virtual screen before him. Soon, a series of Parasite World dungeons that had appeared in the Realm Nexus dungeon appeared before Linyu. Instance name, B777 Parasite City. World type, modern city/biological invasion/horror. Level restriction, LV.30 to LV.40. Case death rate, 87.5%. This instance world's malice, parasitism check. Every 5 hours, you need to perform a parasitism check on yourself to determine if you are parasitized. Failure to check will result in parasitism. Instance description: a parallel city highly similar to the real world has been invaded without warning by a terrifying parasitic spore from outer space, possessing extremely high intelligence and learning capabilities. These spores can easily invade the brain of any creature, replacing it, and then, as the parasitized, perfectly disguise themselves as humans, lurking in every corner of the city, treating other humans as their food. Core threat. 1. The ubiquitous impersonator. Anyone around you could be a terrifying parasitic beast that has already made you its prey. 2. Superior intelligence and learning ability. These parasites possess intelligence far exceeding that of ordinary monsters. They know how to disguise themselves, how to ambush, how to utilize human social rules to protect themselves, and even how to cooperate as a team. 3. Endless number. No one knows how many real humans are left in this city, or whether the entire city has already become a giant hunting ground dominated by parasites. Dragon Shield internal rating. Extremely dangerous. Only top-tier elite teams with good teamwork should enter. Lin Yu quietly looked at the intelligence report filled with an aura of death and despair. His face was expressionless. But within him, a raging storm was brewing, just as Lin Yu was making final preparations for his next target. That deadly allure of the parasitic city, a massive undercurrent of malice and conspiracy aimed at him, was surging wildly in another dark corner of the realm hub world. In the luxurious yet oppressive atmosphere of the Jinghua Alliance guild headquarters, the guild leader, Zhao Tianlong, the one publicly humiliated by Lin Yu in the giant world dungeon, clad in magnificent purple armor, sat grimly at the head of a massive round table crafted from precious mahogany. Before him stood a dozen or so elite players, also core members of the guild, trembling with fear. The atmosphere in the entire conference room was so oppressive that the air itself seemed to freeze. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Zhao Tianlong slammed his fist on the table, throwing a battle damage report to the ground. We, the Jinghua Alliance. We united with the two top guilds, Blood Rose and Madman Tribe. We mobilized nearly 300 elite main force members. And yet, in a mere newbie defense dungeon, we were utterly routed. We've lost all face. Can anyone tell me, why is this? His voice was filled with a ferocious roar, his terrifying aura making the temperature in the entire conference room seem to drop several degrees. Chapter 287. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. They knew their guild leader was truly enraged this time. Just then, the gray-robed mage, who had been terrified by Lin Yu's divine demon descent on the battlefield and possessed mind control skills, slowly stepped out from the crowd. Guild leader, this isn't our fault, his voice hoarse and filled with resentment. We lost to a monster that shouldn't exist in that instance. A monster? A cold glint flashed in Zhao Tianlong's eyes. That's right. The gray-robed mage nodded, projecting the blurry image of Lin Yu, who had flown like a god, from his livestream recording, into the air. It's this guy. A scavenger who can fly freely, defying gravity. It was him who, while we were fighting a bloody battle against the large armed giant, stabbed us in the back with the most fatal blow. It was also him who, with his almost monstrous strength, completely disrupted all our plans. Zhao Tianlong stared at the blurry figure in the video, hundreds of meters above, looking down on all living beings like a god. For the first time, his eyes, filled with savagery and killing intent, showed a look of shock and disbelief. Investigate. Investigate for me. He squeezed out 3 cold words filled with endless killing intent through gritted teeth. I don't care what methods you use. Even if you have to turn the entire realm hub world upside down. You must find this damn bastard. I will make him pay the most painful, bloody price for what he did today. A massive storm of murderous intent and conspiracy against Lin Yu has officially begun. Meanwhile, a mysterious and powerful legend about the Flying Scavenger has begun to spread wildly throughout the world of Realm Hub. Some say he is a hidden master with god-level flying skills, who enjoys toying with powerful guilds. Others say he is a corrupted, terrifying, fallen individual who escaped from an abyss-level dungeon. Some even say he is not a player at all, but a fictional character created by the 3 major guilds for publicity. Opinions vary widely, and there is no consensus. But whatever the truth, it has become a legend that inspires both awe and madness in countless people. Lin Yu, the instigator of this storm, has long since forgotten all of this. He directly opened his friend list, and sent a communication request to Qin Shui. The call was answered almost instantly, and Qin Shui's dashing face appeared on the screen. Her background seemed to be in the Dragon Shield's private training room, her forehead still covered in fine beads of sweat, clearly undergoing high-intensity training. You called me so urgently because of the potion? I embezzled it. A mischievous smile played on her lips as she teased in a light-hearted tone. Lin Yu was already used to her style and ignored the joke. Instead, he got straight to the point and calmly said, I need 3 gold-quality source energy cores to upgrade one of my core pieces of equipment. I have 48 pieces of purple-quality equipment and materials from the Giant World Dungeon, plus the dozens of purple source energy cores I accumulated. Do you think that's enough? His tone was as calm as someone buying vegetables at a market, but Qin Shui, on the other side of the screen, widened her sharp phoenix eyes involuntarily upon hearing 48 purple-quality items. 48? Her voice was filled with undisguised shock. Did you empty the entire treasure trove of the giant world? She knew very well that in a large dungeon, Obtaining 3 to 5 purple items was already considered incredibly lucky. But Lin Yu had produced nearly 50. This completely exceeded her understanding of the concept of scavenging. This guy wasn't a scavenger, he was a walking disaster, leaving nothing but desolation in his wake. Is that enough? Lin Yu didn't explain, but simply repeated calmly. Enough. Absolutely enough. Qin Shui answered without hesitation. She knew Lin Yu disliked beating around the bush. Golden Source energy cores are strategic level resources. The normal application process is very complicated. But don't worry, leave it to me. I deliver it to you in half an hour at most. As for the potions, they're still stabilizing. She didn't ask Lin Yu what equipment he wanted to upgrade. This was an unspoken understanding they had already formed. Everyone has their own secrets, and true teammates need to respect them, not pry. After ending the communication, Lin Yu waited quietly in his personal space. He knew that with Qin Shui's influence, this deal was practically guaranteed. Sure enough, less than 20 minutes later, a transaction request officially encrypted by the Dragon Shield Bureau arrived. Lin Yu placed all the purple resources he had prepared into the transaction window, and opposite him, 3 rhomboid crystal cores, radiating dazzling golden light and seemingly containing the terrifying energy of a small star, lay there quietly. Transaction complete. Looking at the 3 priceless golden source energy cores, Lin Yu's usually calm heart was stirred slightly at this moment. He knew he was about to undergo a completely new, qualitative transformation. Without hesitation, he directly selected to upgrade his core cheat system, the survival radar system, on the system panel in his personal space. Ding! 3 gold quality source energy cores detected, meeting the requirements for a level 4 radar upgrade. Upgrade? Upgrade! With Lin Yu's expected roar, the 3 gold source energy cores instantly transformed into 3 surging torrents of golden energy, roaring wildly as they rushed into the depths of his soul, colliding violently with the radar imprint that had long been integrated with him. In that instant, Lin Yu felt as if his 5 senses were infinitely extended and magnified. His consciousness pierced through the barriers of his personal space, seeing the endless stream of people in the central hall of the realm hub, seeing the cruel scenes of blood and fire in countless dungeon worlds, and even seeing countless unknown, mysterious existences hidden in the crevices of space and time. Chapter 288. Ding! Congratulations! Your survival radar system has successfully advanced to level 4. Level 4 radar. Range expanded to 9 kilometers. New function. Dynamic path marking. Based on radar information, plans a relatively safe movement path for the host, avoiding areas with high concentrations of known threats. Next level upgrade requirements. 3 red quality source energy cores, or 1 orange quality source energy core. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. His deep, obsidian-like eyes gleamed with an all-knowing wisdom. After completing this crucial upgrade, Lin Yu rested for 7 days. His heart, already filled with adventure and challenge, was eager to step onto that new stage, brimming with unknowns and opportunities to test his newfound power. He decided to challenge that Death City, a place of disguise and devouring, alone. His Heart of God, pseudo, and a 1456 optical camouflage suit were a perfect combination, born for stealth and reconnaissance. Acting alone was far more flexible and efficient than leading a team. He reopened the Boundary Hub dungeon matchmaking list, waiting for a match to appear. As 2284 Insect Plague. A 9339 Aberration City. He didn't hesitate and chose a 9339 Aberration City. At the last moment before entering the dungeon, he once again rolled a Goddess of Fortune's dice, imbued with the aura of destiny. The light flashed, and finally, a number, neither too big nor too small, yet equally full of infinite possibilities, appeared at the top. 4. Ding! Your fate status in this instance is relatively lucky. A faint smile curved Lin Yu's lips. He knew this was perhaps the best arrangement. The next second, a blinding white light completely engulfed him. When Lin Yu's consciousness returned, a refreshing breeze, filled with the atmosphere of a modern city, mixed with car exhaust and a faint scent of cherry blossoms, rushed towards him. He found himself in a clean and tidy Japanese-style bedroom. Outside the window were towering steel jungles and bustling traffic, full of prosperity and vitality. This seemed to be a peaceful, modern, and prosperous metropolis, completely different from any apocalyptic world he had ever experienced before. A new identity memory belonging to this world appeared in his mind. Lin Yu, or rather, in this world, he was still called Lin Yu, an ordinary senior high school student attending Sakuragaka Private High School. His family was an ordinary middle-class family. His father was an ordinary office worker, and his mother was a housewife. He, too, was an ordinary student, about to face the pressure of the college entrance examination. Welcome to the Special Instance World. A 9339 aberrant city. Instance type: modern city/biological invasion/horror. Current survivors remaining: 200. Instance mission: survive as many as possible within 7 days. Mission mechanism: 3 random extraction points will spawn after 3 days. World malice: personal, your parents will be extremely vigilant and suspicious of any abnormal behavior you exhibit. Once they confirm that you are no longer their son, but some kind of monster disguised as a human or a mentally unstable madman, they will not hesitate to report you to the world's government agencies. At that time, you will be wanted and hunted by the entire world government at the highest level. Special reminder: 7 days later, a parasitic crisis that could overturn the entire world will completely erupt in this city. Just as Lin Yu was still digesting this massive amount of information, the bedroom door was gently pushed open with a click. A kind-faced middle-aged woman in an apron entered, carrying a steaming cup of milk. "Xiao Yu, are you still reading? Don't overwork yourself, get some rest. You have school tomorrow." She looked at her son, her loving and gentle eyes carrying a subtle, almost imperceptible scrutiny. Faced with this gentle-spoken yet subtly scrutinizing mother, Lin Yu felt no emotion. He was no longer the novice new to this role-playing scenario. He handled it with ease. He smoothly rose from his desk, a slightly tired but obedient smile befitting a high school student, and accepted the warm milk. "Thank you, Mom. I go to sleep after I finish this chapter." His voice was soft, with a youthful clarity, his tone so natural it was as if he truly were Lin Yu, who had lived here for 18 years. "Okay, finish it quickly, don't catch a cold." The middle-aged woman gave a few more loving words of advice, before nodding in satisfaction, and gently closing the door. Only when the soft footsteps completely disappeared at the end of the corridor, did Lin Yu's smile slowly fade, replaced by a calm, still expression. He picked up the milk but didn't drink it. He simply held it to his nose and sniffed it lightly. No strange smell. He walked to the window and silently poured the milk through the crack in the windowsill into the flower bed below. In this world full of disguise and devouring, any carelessness could be fatal, even if the other party was his nominal mother. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 10 o'clock at night. According to his memory, the curfew for this family was 11. "I still have an hour of free time," Lin Yu thought to himself. He needed to familiarize himself with the city's environment as quickly as possible and test his boldest conjecture. He changed into ordinary casual clothes, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and pretended to be going downstairs to the convenience store to buy a late-night snack. He tiptoed out of the house. "I'm just going out for a bit, I'll be right back," he greeted his parents who were watching TV in the living room. "Come back early, don't linger outside too long," the bespectacled, seemingly refined father said without turning around, his eyes never leaving the television screen. Lin Yu responded and disappeared into the night like a real, well-behaved, ordinary student. However, the instant he stepped out of the house, and completely out of his parents' sight, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic change. Chapter 289. The naivete and immaturity of an ordinary student vanished without a trace, replaced by a cold, absolute calmness, like that of a hunter merging into the darkness. He didn't rush to the city center. Instead, he immediately and silently activated his already prepared Level 4 radar. Buzz! A meticulously detailed, information-rich three-dimensional map of the city, covering a radius of 9 kilometers, instantly unfolded in his mind. The scene before him caused a knowing glint to flash in his deep eyes. On his radar map, hundreds of thousands of white dots representing humanity were densely packed, covering every corner of the city. Some were in their homes, some in late-night izakayas, some in 24-hour convenience stores, and some in the red light district filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. The entire city seemed so normal, so full of life. However, with the newly added rough biological classification function of the Level 4 radar, an even more terrifying and realistic picture slowly unfolded before him. He could clearly see it. Within that seemingly normal sea of humans composed of red dots, there were thousands of red dots, their biological type identified as parasitic beasts. They were like wolves in sheep's clothing mixed among sheep. Although their appearance was no different from ordinary humans, their inner life essence had long been completely replaced by some unknown, terrifying being. Lin Yu understood immediately. These were the true imposters hidden beneath this peaceful city. They were the terrifying parasites, who had long since turned this city into their hunting ground. The radar had once again become his only key to breaking through in this new world filled with lies and danger. He knew he now possessed an absolute information asymmetry advantage that no other survivor in this world could match, like a top-tier player with X-ray vision. He was invincible from the very beginning in this werewolf game. Filled with death and suspicion, his eyes scanned the radar map rapidly, searching for the resource points that glowed with alluring light. Soon, he discovered that there were far more purple resource points in the city than he had imagined. Inside a heavily guarded military base in the heart of the city, in the evidence storage room at the Metropolitan Police Department headquarters, and in a luxurious club that looked like a gang headquarters, exuding a dangerous aura, these places were all, without exception, dens of iniquity. As an ordinary high school student, infiltrating these places without arousing suspicion and obtaining those purple treasures was simply a pipe dream. Any rash move could directly trigger that damned world malice, instantly turning him into the world government's most wanted criminal. It seems I can only proceed cautiously, Linyu thought, a cold, patient glint in his eyes. He knew that what he needed to do most right now wasn't to immediately embark on a treasure hunt. Rather, he needed to find a suitable prey to test the true strength of these parasites. He narrowed the radar's scanning range to within a kilometer of his surroundings. Then, he activated the new and most powerful auxiliary function, dynamic path marking. The next second, a virtual path composed of soft green dots, exuding a sense of safety, slowly appeared on his radar map. This path perfectly avoided all military patrols, all surveillance cameras, and even those imposters marked by the radar, radiating danger. It was a broad road leading to absolute safety. A confident and authoritative smile curved Lin Yu's lips. Like a true ghost walking among humans, he silently blended into the urban jungle filled with endless darkness and deadly danger. A hunt for him alone was about to begin quietly in that deadly city, a place of disguise and predation. Guided by the almost bug-like dynamic path marking function of the Level 4 radar, Lin Yu moved silently through the bustling yet treacherous night, like a true urban ghost. He avoided all possible sights that could expose him, whether from military and police patrols or the imposters hidden among the crowd. He was like a master chess player, navigating this vast chessboard, fraught with deadly traps, without a single leaf touching him. His goal was clear, to find a lone prey, far from the crowds. Soon, a red dot that met all his criteria appeared on his radar map. It was a signal from a relatively old residential area on the outskirts of the city. According to the radar, the imposter seemed to be moving slowly in a secluded, almost deserted back alley. "It's you!" A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately changed direction and quickly approached that hunting ground, full of unknowns and opportunities. To avoid alerting the target, he didn't directly enter the alley. Under the cover of night, like the most nimble cat, he silently climbed to the roof of a 3-story apartment building next to the alley. Then, he activated his A1456 optical camouflage suit, also of purple quality, perfectly blending his figure into the shadowy and cluttered rooftop. He was like a patient sniper, lying prone on the edge of the rooftop, looking down at the stage filled with the aura of death. Soon, he spotted his prey. It was a middle-aged man dressed in ordinary, faded blue overalls, looking like a laborer just off work. He was walking unsteadily down the deserted alleyway, head down, humming an unknown tune, appearing so normal, so full of life. If it weren't for the incredibly clear, distorted fluctuations on the radar, probably no one would associate him with that terrifying, man-eating monster. Lin Yu didn't act immediately. He waited, waiting for this wolf in sheep's clothing to reveal its true fangs. Chapter 290. Finally, just as the middle-aged man was about to walk out of the alley, a stylishly dressed young woman wearing headphones and engrossed in her phone unexpectedly encountered him from another direction. The girl seemed startled by the sudden appearance of the man. She instinctively took a step back, a hint of wariness on her face. However, the middle-aged man seemed not to see her at all, continuing to approach her slowly with his head down. Just as the two were about to pass each other, a sudden change occurred. The middle-aged man's body jolted violently. His head, which had been lowered, jerked back at a bizarre 180-degree angle, completely defying human anatomy. His face, like melting wax, rapidly writhed and deformed. His mouth split open to an unbelievably terrifying degree. For terrifying mandibles, like flower petals, and filled with sharp fangs, burst forth from his split face. And in the center of those mandibles, a savage. The crimson eyes, like those of a snake, were fixed intently on the pitiful girl, who was already terrified out of her wits and unable to even scream. Without a word, without any hesitation, the 4 terrifying maws, filled with sharp fangs, instantly transformed into 4 streaks of blood-red lightning, imbued with death and devouring intent, mercilessly engulfing the girl's body. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Bone shattered. A one-sided, primal, and bloody feast had officially begun. Lin Yu, however, was like a true, cold-blooded chronicler of war. He simply watched everything calmly. His face was expressionless. His heart was undisturbed. He was simply waiting. Waiting for that inevitable, brief, fatal moment of relaxation when the monster had finished its meal. Several minutes later, the parasitic beast finally finished its dinner with satisfaction. On its head, which had regained its middle-aged man appearance, a look of human-like, blissful contentment appeared. Now! A terrifying, chilling killing intent, enough to make even gods and demons tremble, suddenly erupted from Lin Yu's previously calm and unwavering eyes. He no longer hesitated. Buzz! A surge of azure energy, brimming with lightness and freedom, instantly enveloped his entire body. His figure shot off like an arrow, leaping fiercely from the rooftop tens of meters high. He didn't even bother to activate divine demon descent. The parasitic beast, which had been savoring its meal, was clearly utterly stunned by this sudden turn of events. It abruptly raised its head, its eyes filled with shock and disbelief, only to see a black figure descending from the sky, rapidly approaching at a speed it couldn't comprehend. It didn't even have time to switch back to battle mode. Lin Yu's figure had already appeared before it like a ghost. His right hand, enveloped in cyan energy, was like the sharpest eagle claw, whipping up a terrifying gust of wind capable of tearing through the air, aiming directly at the parasitic beast's only vulnerable, unsuspecting point. Its head, in its final moments, the parasitic beast unleashed its final, primal madness. Its right arm, already completely transformed by the parasitic cells and brimming with explosive power, instantly transformed into a sharp, deathly bone blade, thrusting towards Lin Yu's heart in a desperate, suicidal attack. However, it was all in vain. Lin Yu's figure twisted in midair with a bizarre, physics-defying movement. He narrowly avoided the fatal blow. His right hand, like the claw of death, had already struck first, firmly gripping the parasitic beast's vulnerable neck. Crack! A crisp sound of bone shattering rang out abruptly in the deathly silence of the alleyway. The once arrogant parasitic beast's body stiffened abruptly. Its eyes, filled with endless terror and disbelief, quickly lost all their luster. The battle was over. Ding! You have successfully killed 1 parasite beast. You have obtained 1 parasite heart fragment. 1/1000. Special note: the first survivor to successfully kill 1000 parasite beasts will obtain a unique world wonder. Parasite heart. Lin Yu frowned slightly as he looked at the cold system notification. He walked to the parasite beast's corpse, which had begun to slowly melt, and from its shattered skull, he retrieved a piece of flesh no bigger than a fingernail, grayish-white in color, seemingly still slightly wriggling, and filled with an evil aura. This was the so-called parasitic heart fragment. After achieving a perfect first kill on the first parasitic beast, Lin Yu didn't immediately seek out his next target. His mind, honed to an unparalleled calm and rationality by countless life-or-death trials, began to work at lightning speed. To become stronger, to obtain the ultimate reward, the only path was to complete that seemingly unattainable, blood-soaked, and brutal final mission: collect 1000 parasitic heart fragments. This was a cruel, in-depth battle among survivors for that one unique world treasure. Interesting. I wonder if killing other survivors will grant me their collected parasitic heart fragments. A cold, bloodthirsty, and playful smile curled at the corner of Lin Yu's lips. Far from feeling discouraged, he was instead ignited with an unprecedented, wildly burning fighting spirit. He loved this feeling. This gamble, placing all hope on himself, fraught with uncertainty yet also brimming with limitless possibilities. He ignored the parasitic beast's remains, now a pool of foul-smelling, viscous liquid. He calmly activated his optical camouflage suit again and vanished silently into the distorted city, a place of endless darkness and deadly danger. His true hunt had only just begun. This seemingly peaceful and prosperous modern metropolis had finally ripped off its mask of pretense, revealing its truest and most terrifying fangs. Countless impostors, like demons crawling from hell, began to roam and hunt wildly in every corner of the city. Chapter 291. Some of them disguised themselves as ordinary office workers returning home late at night. Others disguised themselves as pitiful homeless people, drunk and disorderly on the street. Some even disguised themselves as police officers and soldiers on patrol, brimming with a sense of justice. They were everywhere. They were the sole rulers of this city in the dead of night. The entire city had become a vast and cruel dark hunting ground. However, They never dreamed that in this hunting ground they controlled, there lurked an ultimate hunter, more terrifying and deadly than themselves. Lin Yu had completely transformed into the ghost of the city's night. He was the ultimate nightmare. Of all the parasites, using his unparalleled flight ability and his near bug-like optical camouflage suit, he was like a true grim reaper walking in the sky, looking down upon this death city filled with sin and slaughter. On his radar map, the white dots emitting faint, distorted fluctuations were like bright guiding lights in the darkness. They had nowhere to hide before him. He was like a highly efficient, cold-blooded reaper. He never engaged in direct confrontation with the hordes of parasitic beasts. His targets were only the lone, arrogant lucky ones enjoying their hunt. He descended from the sky like a divine judgment. He was silent, like the whisper of death. Every strike he made was clean and swift, a single, fatal blow. He simply used his purest strength and speed to crush those who, in his eyes, were like ants. Another grotesque head, filled with shock and disbelief, shot into the sky. Another grayish-white chunk of flesh, radiating an evil aura, was leisurely pocketed by him. Ding! You have successfully killed Parasitic Beast X1. You have obtained Parasitic Heart Fragment X1. 8/1000, Lin Yu sneered inwardly, but outwardly responded obediently, then took his midnight snack and went into his room, gently closing the door. He didn't touch the fried noodles, but instead threw himself onto the bed, his brain still racing at an unimaginable speed. 15 fragments, that's still too slow. Simply hunting lone parasites is too inefficient, and the risk increases exponentially with the number of kills. I need a larger hunting ground. A true feast. A cold, greedy, and resolute glint flashed in Lin Yu's deep eyes. He activated his level 4 radar, comparable to the Eye of God, reconstructing and analyzing the distribution map of the entire city's imposters in his mind. He needed to find the true monster's lair hidden beneath this peaceful metropolis. This time, his attention wasn't focused on the scattered, distorted points of light throughout the city, but rather on analyzing their activity patterns and ultimate destinations in the dead of night. He quickly discovered a startling pattern that sent chills down his spine. The vast majority of the imposters converged in the same direction after 4 or 5 in the morning. In the western suburbs of the city, one area boasted a density of distorted light spots far exceeding other areas, hundreds upon hundreds densely packed together. They surrounded a gigantic point of light radiating dazzling purple light, like worker bees guarding their queen. It resembled a real, heavily guarded monster empire, and that red point of light was undoubtedly the absolute ruler of this empire. Lin Yu adjusted the radar to its highest precision, locking onto the coordinates. The next second, a familiar, ironically significant architectural model clearly appeared in his mind. And the coordinates of that place were incredibly familiar to him. Because that was the school he was going to tomorrow, the school he had attended for 2 years in this past identity. Sakuragaka Private High School. He didn't rush to harvest the next target. He dragged the still-warm parasitic beast corpse into an extremely secluded abandoned underground parking lot. Then, he took out the alien blade from his spatial backpack. He was going to dissect these terrifying creatures himself. He wanted to delve into their anatomy and fatal weaknesses. His calloused, powerful hands, at this moment, were as steady as the most precise surgical robotic arms. Every incision he made was incredibly accurate, perfectly timed. On that twisted, inhuman corpse, he was creating a work of art, a blend of death and aesthetic beauty. He discovered that, apart from the brain at its core, all the organs and tissues of these parasitic beasts had been completely assimilated and transformed by those aggressive parasitic cells. Their bone density is comparable to the strongest titanium alloy. They are the most perfect biological weapons in the world, born for slaughter, but they are far inferior to xenomorphs. Interesting. A cold, inquisitive smile curved Lin Yu's lips. He knew he was gradually uncovering the ultimate truth of this world, a truth filled with bloodshed and madness. After completing this academic dissection, Lin Yu once again plunged into the bloody hunt of the night. His harvesting efficiency increased dramatically. His fighting style became increasingly cold-blooded and deadly. He no longer pursued the flashy, instant kill. He only pursued the most efficient, energy-saving, and lethal slaughter. He was like a true Grim Reaper walking among humans. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Before curfew, Lin Yu found a secluded corner and carefully cleaned away any bloodstains and lingering scents from his clothes. After thoroughly cleaning himself, he stopped at a 24-hour convenience store to buy a bowl of fried noodles and a drink, finally reverting to his normal high school student persona. He leisurely returned to his temporary home, a place filled with warmth and security. He had successfully killed 15 parasites in that hour, 15/1000. When Lin Yu opened the door, the living room light was still on. "I'm home," he said calmly, lifting the convenience store bag in his hand, addressing his parents, who were still watching TV in the living room. "Why did you take so long? Eat your midnight snack, then go wash up and go to bed," his mother said, glancing back at him with a perfectly balanced tone of reproach and concern. Lin Yu nodded and was about to head to the kitchen when his father, who had been silently watching TV, suddenly spoke. Chapter 292. His gaze remained fixed on the screen, his voice sounding somewhat nonchalant. "Xiaoyu, do you remember when you were in 3rd grade, we went to the tea garden to see the snow, and you lost your favorite blue woolen hat, crying for a long time?" The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Lin Yu felt no emotion, because that memory, like an original soundtrack film, was clearly imprinted in his mind. This was the flawless identity background bestowed upon him by the dungeon, the best weapon to deal with such probing. He turned around, a perfectly timed, wistful smile tinged with reminiscence on his face. "I remember. Later, it was you, Dad, who bought me a new Ultraman mask, and then I stopped crying." His answer was flawless, even perfectly mimicking the aggrieved tone of his voice. His father gave him a deep look, his gaze behind his glasses unreadable. He nodded, turned back to watch TV, and casually remarked, "Good to remember. It's not safe outside lately. Don't go out at night. It's dangerous." The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. His deep eyes held no trace of the drowsiness or sleepiness typical of a high school student, only a profound calm like that of an ancient well. He didn't get up immediately, but lay quietly in bed, silently activating the level 4 radar that had long been an integral part of his soul. A familiar 3D map of the city unfolded in his mind. Countless red dots representing unknown human species flowed slowly through the newly awakened city, interspersed with thousands of dots displaying parasitic species types based on internal signals. These were the perfect imposters. In the apartment building where he was, in the direction of the living room and master bedroom, 2 distorted red dots emitted a chilling, yet strangely friendly, danger signal. "Xiaoyu, are you up? You'll be late for school if you don't get up soon." His mother's gentle, loving voice rang out precisely through the door, a stark and eerie contrast to the distorted dots on the radar map. Lin Yu put away the radar, his face instantly switching to the lazy, slightly grumpy expression typical of an ordinary high school student. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, and stepped out of his room. On the dining table, a sumptuous Japanese breakfast was already prepared, perfectly grilled sori, glistening rice, steaming miso soup, and a small dish of pickled radish. Everything seemed so warm and inviting, so full of life. His father sat at the table watching the morning news, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across Lin Yu's face behind his glasses. Mother smiled and served him rice. "Was the fried noodles I bought last night good?" Mother asked casually as she handed him the bowl. "It was all right, just a little salty," Lin Yu replied skillfully, taking the bowl with a slightly critical tone befitting his age, recalling every detail of that 24-hour convenience store. "Really?" Mother's smile remained unchanged, but a hint of inquiry flashed in her eyes. "I remember the night shift clerk at that store was a tall, thin guy with glasses. He didn't give you the wrong change, did he?" "They changed. Last night, it was a plump auntie, and she even gave me a little too much change." Lin Yu's answer was flawless, even describing the convenience store clerk's physical characteristics vividly. This meticulous detail replaced the fleeting suspicion in Mother's eyes with tenderness once again. Father, who was standing nearby, put down his newspaper, adjusted his glasses, and joined the seemingly warm morning conversation. "Speaking of which, the king crab is on sale at the supermarket today. How about we have seafood hot pot tonight? I remember you loved crab legs when you were little." Lin Yu felt a chill run through him. The memories of his alternate account clearly told him that when the original owner was 7 years old, he had a severe allergic reaction after accidentally eating crab, and almost ended up in the emergency room. Since then, no shellfish had ever appeared on the family's table. This was a deeper test. A perfectly timed, slightly fearful, bitter smile appeared on his face. "Let's forget it, Dad. I don't want to go to the hospital again. I still remember my allergic reaction last time." His perfect acting and impeccable memory once again averted a potentially fatal crisis. His father gave him a deep look, his gaze hidden behind his glasses, making it difficult to see clearly. He simply nodded and remained silent. A breakfast fraught with undercurrents and pretense ended beneath a facade of warmth. Lin Yu slung his backpack over his shoulder, like a genuine, well-behaved ordinary student, and after saying goodbye to his parents, disappeared into the bustling morning crowd. Sakuragaoka Private High School, the city's most prestigious academy, appeared magnificent and serene under the morning light. However, on Lin Yu's radar map, it was a veritable den of dragons and tigers. Hundreds of distorted points of light were scattered throughout every corner of the campus, from the teaching buildings to the library, from the gymnasium to the student dormitories, and even in the teachers' offices, several imposters exuding a dangerous aura were present. This was the largest lair of parasites in the city. Lin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his cold aura befitting a strongman to the extreme, and put on a sunny yet slightly shy smile befitting a high school student, before walking through the school gate filled with youth and hope. "Yo! Lin Yu! Over here!" A vibrant voice came from not far away. A tall, dark-skinned, and sunny-looking boy with a buzz cut was waving excitedly at him. His name was Chen Hao, his best friend since middle school, and a key player on the class basketball team. Chen Hao ran over enthusiastically, hooking his arm around Lin Yu's shoulder, and complaining nonchalantly, "Hey, why weren't you online last night? I got completely wrecked by the other team." His behavior was so natural, so innocent, just like any ordinary, enthusiastic high school student. Lin Yu's radar quickly scanned his body, displaying the creature type as unknown. A pure, unremarkable, ordinary human NPC. Lin Yu understood, a helpless smile playing on his lips. "No choice, my mom's keeping a close eye on me. I was forced to study until midnight last night." He and Chen Hao walked arm in arm, chatting and laughing, towards the teaching building, perfectly blending into this youthful campus filled with pretense and danger. Behind them, behind a window on the third floor of the teaching building, a pair of eyes filled with complex emotions silently watched Lin Yu's seemingly ordinary back, their gaze lingering for a long time. Meanwhile, Chen Hao's heart was far from as calm as he appeared. His personal world's malice is his deskmate's suspicion. Once his deskmate confirms your strangeness, all your attributes will be permanently reduced by 50%. I must stay calm. I absolutely cannot let him discover that I am a survivor or suspect that I am a monster. Chen Hao's inner monologue was filled with vigilance and unease. This instance is too bizarre. Everywhere are parasitic beasts disguised as humans. Being alone is a death sentence. Lin Yu. He still seems the same as in my memory. He should just be an ordinary NPC who was caught up in it, right? As long as I disguise myself well enough, he is my best protection. But what if? What if he is also? This thought, like a venomous snake, grew wildly in his heart, making his gaze towards his former best friend from his memories become increasingly complex and profound. Chapter 293. The morning's class was a tedious Chinese language lesson. The elderly teacher stood on the platform, explaining ancient chapters long forgotten by history in a hypnotic tone. The classroom was filled with a drowsy atmosphere, a mixture of chalk dust and adolescent hormones. Most students were secretly dozing off or playing on their phones under their desks. Lin Yu wasn't listening. He calmly flipped through his textbook, seemingly studying diligently, but in reality, his mind was completely absorbed in a radar world filled with endless information. He was analyzing the subtle changes in every point of light in the small classroom. Suddenly, an extremely strong gaze, full of inquiry and scrutiny, like an invisible searchlight, shone on him without warning from his side, making his nerves, already highly vigilant for any danger, tense up abruptly. He slowly turned his head, his gaze meeting the owner of that gaze in midair. She was an exceptionally beautiful girl. She had long, glossy black hair that reached her waist, and skin so fair it was almost translucent. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, like a classical beauty stepping out of a painting. She simply sat there quietly, exuding a faint, orchid-like, serene, and aloof scholarly aura. Her name was Duan Wenwei, Lin Yu's desk mate, and the undisputed ice queen of the entire grade. She excelled academically, but was introverted, rarely speaking to anyone except for necessary interactions. At this moment, she was staring intently at Lin Yu with a complex gaze, a mixture of curiosity and wariness. The instant Lin Yu turned her head, a faint blush involuntarily appeared on her fair face. Like a startled deer, she quickly lowered her head, her gaze falling on her open textbook, which she hadn't read a single word of. This appearance, brimming with girlish shyness and bashfulness, was enough to make any normal man's heart flutter. However, at that moment, a monstrous storm raged within Lin Yu's heart, because, in the instant he turned his head, his radar had also scanned the seemingly harmless, aloof school beauty, and the result of that scan made even his already icy heart tremble violently. Biological type, parasitic beast, this quiet, beautiful, even somewhat shy girl was actually a perfect imposter. Lin Yu's face remained expressionless, but his hands, hidden under his desk, clenched slightly involuntarily. He never dreamed that such a tremendous threat lurked right beside him. A high-level parasite that had evolved to perfectly mimic complex human emotions. A cold, deadly chill slowly crept up his spine. Just then, a long-sealed fragment of memory belonging to the original owner of this body exploded in his mind without warning. It was a drizzly afternoon. The school bell rang, and the original owner packed his bag, ready to leave, when he saw his deskmate, Duan Wenwei, standing helplessly by the classroom window, looking at the endless rain outside, her brows slightly furrowed. The original owner knew she hadn't brought an umbrella again. Without much thought, he calmly placed his only umbrella, a new blue one his mother had bought for him, on her desk. Then, with his school bag on his head, he dashed into the cold, desolate rain without looking back. He could clearly feel the shocked and moved gaze following him until his figure completely disappeared into the distance. The next day, as he lay drowsily at his desk, slightly chilled from the rain, a neatly folded white handkerchief, exuding a faint fragrance, was gently placed in front of him by a slender, fair hand. He looked up and saw Duan Wenwei's beautiful profile, flushed with embarrassment, avoiding his gaze. A flood of memories stirred a complex emotion in Lin Yu's deep eyes. He turned his gaze again to the girl, who was still looking down, pretending to be engrossed in her book. At this moment, Duan Wenwei's heart was also caught in an unprecedented internal struggle, filled with contradictions and inner turmoil. Something's wrong. This guy is really strange. The parasitic beast's instinctive, heightened sense of danger was frantically sounding alarms in her mind. She could clearly sense that this seemingly ordinary boy beside her emanated an extremely dangerous, terrifying aura that made even her heart tremble. It felt like a lowly herbivore encountering the ultimate predator at the top of the food chain. Her instincts were frantically urging her to immediately distance herself from this source of danger, even to preemptively eliminate him from this world before he even realized his true identity. However, whenever this thought, filled with bloodshed and slaughter, surfaced in her mind, another, even stronger emotion, originating from the deepest recesses of this body and filled with warmth and emotion, would surge forth like a burst dam, instantly and completely drowning out that primal killing intent. The blue umbrella in the rain, the fragrant handkerchief when she had a cold, and countless unintentional glances in the library. These memories, belonging to the original owner Duan Wenwei, filled with youthful innocence and beauty, acted like the strongest shackles, tightly binding her parasitic heart, filled with killing and devouring desires. She was severely polluted by the intense emotions remaining within this body. Not only did she not feel any killing intent, but she also felt a complex emotion towards this dangerous and mysterious boy. A strong feeling she couldn't even understand herself, named curiosity and protectiveness. She noticed that Lin Yu today was completely different from before. He became calmer, more perceptive. Deep within his seemingly serene eyes lay a vast, all-consuming starry sky. Who is he? This thought, like the most rampant vine, took root and sprouted in her heart. The afternoon's physical education class was a basketball scrimmage held in a spacious, bright indoor gymnasium. The piercing whistle blew, and the boys, brimming with youthful hormones, danced like wild horses, sweating profusely on the court. Chapter 294. The sounds of the basketball hitting the floor, the screech of sneakers on the ground, and the excited screams of the girls on the sidelines blended into a vibrant and passionate symphony of youth. Lin Yu was assigned to Chen Hao's team. He didn't choose to frantically show off on the court, like the other boys, to attract the girls' attention. He simply followed at the back of the team at a leisurely pace, seemingly participating diligently in defense, but actually observing the movements of everyone on the court in a way that felt like he was coasting. His radar map clearly showed. On this small basketball court, besides him and Chen Hao, the two survivors, and Duan Wenwei, the contradictory high-level parasite, there were 3 other low-level imposters, also of the parasite type. The entire court was practically a miniature abnormal city filled with death and danger. Lin Yu. Catch! Just then, Chen Hao's energetic voice came unexpectedly from his side and behind. A basketball, full of power and speed, like a cannonball, carrying a terrifying gust of wind that could tear the air apart, aimed straight for his face. It was a deadly pass with an extremely tricky angle and force far exceeding the level of an ordinary high school student. Chen Hao was testing him. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's deep eyes. But the expression on his face remained that of ordinary and confused. His fighting instincts, which were ingrained in his very soul, allowed him to make the perfect response in a fraction of a second, but he didn't. Only at the very last moment, just before the basketball was about to hit his face, did he seem to react, a perfectly timed look of panic appearing on his face. He clumsily stretched out his hands, trying to catch the basketball, which was moving so fast it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Then, before everyone's eyes, he was slammed to the ground by the immense force of the basketball. The basketball flew out of his hands, and he landed on his back on the cold floor with a dull thud. Ha ha ha. A burst of good-natured laughter erupted from the court. Lin Yu. You're too weak, aren't you? Chen Hao was the first to rush over, laughing as he pulled Lin Yu up from the ground, his face full of brotherly concern. Are you alright? I'm fine. Lin Yu rubbed his aching chest, a wry smile on his face. He knew his concealment had been very successful. Looking at his seemingly frail appearance, Chen Hao's glint of doubt in his eyes finally faded. Perhaps he had been overthinking things. This guy might really just be an ordinary person. However, just as everyone's attention was focused on Lin Yu, this clown, another, even more deadly crisis quietly erupted under the basket. A burly, seemingly powerful, crew-cut guy, also a teammate of Chen Hao, after grabbing a rebound, suddenly and without warning swung a powerful and fast elbow at another tall guy vying for position with him. It was a low-level imposter, also a parasite type of creature. Upon contact with Chen Hao, who was also a high-energy being, its beastly ferocity and savagery were completely unleashed. It wanted to completely erase this fellow creature, who dared to compete with it for food, from this world. Chen Hao, clearly, hadn't expected to be subjected to such a deadly sneak attack during an ordinary basketball game. He had no time to react. Just as that iron elbow, powerful enough to shatter his ribs, was about to strike his body, a black figure, without warning, and with an extremely bizarre posture, slammed into the short-haired boy's lower body. Above him, it was Lin Yu. He had just gotten up from the ground when, as if he had lost his footing and tripped over his own shoelaces, he fell flat on his face, striking the buzz-cut boy squarely in the knee. The pretender suddenly lost its balance. Its fatal blow grazed Chen Hao's body, narrowly avoiding him. And it itself, due to this sudden turn of events, fell heavily to the ground. The entire court fell into a deathly silence once more. Everyone looked at Lin Yu, who had gotten up again, with an expression of innocence and bewilderment, filled with sympathy and speechlessness. What's wrong with this guy today? He can even trip on flat ground? Chen Hao, on the other hand, gave Lin Yu a deep look. A hint of barely concealed, intense suspicion resurfaced in his once sunny eyes. Was all of this truly just a coincidence? Duan Wenwei, who had been silently observing everything from the sidelines, suddenly unleashed a chilling killing intent, enough to freeze the air. In her cold, beautiful eyes hidden beneath her long bangs, she stared at the lowly creature who dared to attack her prey, her friend, right before her eyes. Her parasitic heart, filled with contradictions and struggles, finally made its final decision at this moment: eliminate all potential threats. As night once again enveloped this deathly city of disguise and slaughter like a vast black curtain, Lin Yu transformed once more into the solitary hunter walking in the darkness. He no longer wandered aimlessly through the city skies, searching for lone prey, as he had the previous night. After the first night of cleaning, the number of those simple-minded, solitary low-level parasites had been greatly reduced. The rest were mostly elites skilled in teamwork, more cunning and cautious. He needed a more efficient and safer hunting plan. His level 4 radar, like the most sophisticated war machine, kept a clear view of the movements of all the imposters in the entire city. He discovered that these parasites were far more organized than he had imagined. Chapter 295. They formed hunting squads of 3 to 5 individuals, each highly efficient and deadly, systematically, and with a clear division of labor, conducting foraging activities throughout the city. They even possessed a unique information exchange network, similar to a hive mind. If a squad was attacked, other squads nearby would provide rapid support within a very short time. It seems that simply using entrapment tactics is no longer effective. A cold, calculating glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He had to change his strategy. He shifted the radar's focus from the hunting parties actively foraging to the logistics team responsible for cleaning up the scene after the hunt. He quickly discovered that after each bloody feast, 1 or 2 seemingly weaker parasites would detach from the main group to drag the remaining, indigestible carcasses into the city's sewer system for complete destruction. This was his opportunity. Like a patient vulture, he hovered silently thousands of meters in the air, waiting for the bloody and deadly feast below to slowly unfold. Finally, after nearly an hour of agonizing waiting, a parasite hunting party lurking in a red light district alley successfully captured their prey. After devouring the unfortunate drunkards, the 2 relatively small parasitic beasts, as if they had practiced countless times, skillfully dragged the mutilated corpses towards an extremely hidden sewer entrance. Now! A terrifying, chilling killing intent suddenly erupted from Lin Yu's eyes, which had remained calm and undisturbed. He no longer hesitated. His figure, like a ghost, flashed past from thousands of meters in the sky, relying solely on the unparalleled absolute mobility granted by the heart of God, pseudo, and the almost monstrous fighting instincts already ingrained in his soul. He descended silently upon the two unsuspecting parasitic beasts, like the final pronouncement of death. Thud. Thud. Two muffled sounds of sharp blades piercing flesh rang out almost simultaneously in the deathly silence of the alley. The two arrogant parasitic beasts hadn't even had time to see their enemy clearly before their horribly contorted heads, filled with shock and disbelief, were already flying into the air. The battle was over in an instant. Ding! You have successfully killed two parasite beasts. You have obtained two parasite heart fragments. 17 out of 1,000. After cleanly and efficiently dealing with the two little Karami, Lin Yu didn't rush to leave. A bloody and brutal massacre had occurred here before his arrival. There must be some unknown clues left behind. He turned his gaze to the several human corpses, already mangled beyond recognition. Soon, on a corpse dressed in a futuristic black combat suit clearly not belonging to this world, he discovered a similarly futuristic tactical backpack, completely crushed. Inside the shattered backpack, a smartphone with a cracked screen, yet still seemingly capable of being turned on, caught his attention. He walked over and picked up the blood-stained phone. Lin Yu quickly began operating the broken screen. Soon, he discovered an encrypted message filled with secrets in the phone's Notes app. Liga Survivor Team, 7th Mission Briefing. Target World, a 9339 aberrated city. Core Mission, explore the internal structure of the parasite nest Sakuragaka Private High School, and attempt to obtain core information about the Parasite King. Meeting Point, abandoned factory in the west of the city, Warehouse 3. Password, Cherry Blossoms Fall, Long Night Falls. Special note, according to reliable intelligence, the parasites in this world have begun consciously collecting information about us survivors. They have already obtained some core secrets about the existence of the World Hub by devouring the brains of some survivors. The seriousness of the situation far exceeds our imagination. All members must be careful. During this time, Lin Yu's radar repeatedly detected approaching, high-speed, unknown creature-type lights exuding a chilling, iron-blooded aura. It was the special law enforcement force of this world government. They were clearly attracted by the commotion here. Lin Yu dared not be careless in the slightest. He immediately put away his phone and then, like a transparent lightning bolt that didn't even exist in this world, silently disappeared into that urban jungle filled with endless darkness and deadly danger. When Lin Yu, like a true ghost, silently slipped back into that temporary home filled with warmth and security, the clock had already quietly slipped towards midnight. The living room light was still on. The bespectacled, seemingly refined father sat quietly alone on the dimly lit sofa, holding a thick, historically weighty old book. He seemed to be waiting for him. Lin Yu felt no ripples in his heart. He knew that a new round of testing was about to begin. He calmly walked forward, his face once again displaying a compliant, apologetic smile befitting a high school student. "Sorry, Dad, I was discussing homework with classmates tonight and came home late." His lie was flawless, watertight. However, the father, as usual, didn't simply offer a few casual words of advice before letting him go to his room. He slowly closed the book in his hands, raised his head, and his eyes, hidden behind his glasses, deep and unfathomable like an ancient well, stared intently at Lin Yu. It was a terrifying gaze, full of scrutiny and inquiry, as if it could see right through one's soul. Lin Yu's heart sank slightly at that moment. He might have already been exposed, however, just as this suffocating silence was about to reach its peak, a gentle smile, full of love and helplessness, suddenly appeared on the father's face. He slowly stood up from the sofa, walked to Lin Yu, and patted him affectionately on the shoulder. Chapter 296. Lin Yu looked at the smartwatch on his wrist, a device brimming with both compassion and surveillance. A cold, mocking glint flashed in his deep eyes. He didn't choose to dismantle it by force. This level of surveillance equipment would undoubtedly possess extremely robust anti-disassembly mechanisms. Any physical damage would likely send an alarm to the monitor hidden behind the scenes instantly. He took a deep breath, and his gaze fell on an inconspicuous backpack in the corner of the room. He pulled out an object slightly larger than a fingernail from the innermost part of the backpack, tightly wrapped in an electrostatic shielding bag. It was the miniature hacking chip he had obtained from Su Yao, just in case. He tore open the shielding bag and pinched the thin, black chip, covered with tiny, almost invisible nanocontacts, between his fingertips. He found an extremely concealed interface on the side of the smartwatch, likely a physical port originally used for manufacturer debugging. Lin Yu held her breath, her eyes sharp as knives, carefully aligning the nano-contacts of the hacked chip precisely with the interface, and gently pressed it on. With a barely audible click, the chip was seamlessly embedded, as if it were an integral part of the watch. The next second, a row of tiny, almost invisible blue lights suddenly lit up on the chip's surface, flashing and flowing rapidly as if alive. The time display on the watch face blurred briefly, then a stream of wildly scrolling, incomprehensible code appeared before instantly returning to normal, continuing its precise ticking, while the heart rate monitor remained unaffected. There were no dazzling lights or earth-shattering noises. The sophisticated contraption integrating a miniature locator and a listening module was silently overridden and altered by the powerful intrusion of the hacking chip from Su Yao's hands. Its location coordinates were permanently locked and looped in Lin Yu's bedroom. Its radio module would forever receive an infinite loop of ambient white noise generated by the chip, representing everything as normal. And its seemingly normal functions, displaying the time and heart rate, continued to operate perfectly, without the slightest flaw. Lin Yu quickly removed the hacking chip, now complete, resealed it in a shielded bag, and carefully hid it back in its original place. He looked at the shackles on his wrist, now completely reduced to an ordinary digital watch, and a cold, confident, and controlling smile curled at the corner of his lips. From this moment on, this cage filled with compassion could no longer restrain his free soul, which had already soared into endless darkness and slaughter. His yearning for killing and fragments, suppressed for an entire day, erupted like an ancient beast breaking free of all restraints in this dark hunting ground filled with disguise and devouring. He no longer held back, no longer held anything back. Like a streak of blue lightning traversing the dark city, he launched a brutal, one-sided, bloody purge of the impostors hiding in every corner of the city with an almost frenzied, irrational approach. Those cunning and deadly parasitic beast-hunting squads, who were like nightmares to ordinary survivors, were as vulnerable as lambs to the slaughter before him. He didn't even bother with any stealth or ambush. He descended from the sky in the most ferocious and unreasonable manner, using terrifying power capable of easily tearing apart steel to utterly crush them, along with their deceptive pretenses. Boom! On the top floor of an abandoned office building, accompanied by a muffled thud, 3 parasitic beasts that had just finished their hunt and were enjoying their spoils were pulverized into 3 pools of foul-smelling, sticky flesh by Lin Yu, who descended from the sky like a god. Ding! You have successfully killed 3 parasitic beasts. You have obtained parasitic heart fragments. X3, 20 out of 1,000, without the slightest pause. The instant he finished reaping his spoils, he soared into the sky again, roaring towards the next target already locked on by radar. The entire city's night sky became his personal hunting ground. His unbridled, violently aesthetically pleasing massacre finally alerted the city's true guardians. Several government law enforcement teams, composed of fully armed special forces soldiers exuding an aura of iron-blooded ruthlessness, like sharks smelling blood, frantically surrounded the battle zones erupting with violent energy fluctuations from all corners of the city. They even deployed several futuristic armed helicopters, attempting to tear this outlaw madman who dared to run rampant on their territory to shreds with their Vulcan cannons capable of tearing through steel. However, all of this was in vain. Faced with Lin Yu's terrifying radar, already at level 4 and comparable to the Eye of God, every move they made was crystal clear, like reading lines on the palm of their hand. And before his unparalleled absolute mobility, also derived from the heart of God, Pseudo, their seemingly impenetrable net was as fragile as a joke. Lin Yu was like a master dancer walking on a knife's edge, moving with effortless grace amidst the barrage of death and danger, not a single leaf touching him. He even had the leisure to, while evading the armed helicopters, ruthlessly send several unfortunate parasites, also attracted by the aftershocks of the battle, to their doom. This frenzied and thrilling cat and mouse game lasted for nearly 3 hours. As the eastern sky began to lighten and a new day quietly dawned, Lin Yu finally ended this feast filled with the joy of harvest, and silently slipped back to his temporary home, a place filled with warmth and security. His number of parasitic heart fragments had successfully surpassed the 90 mark, 93 out of 1,000. The next day, when Lin Yu once again stepped into the gates of Sakuragaka Private High School, a place filled with a false youth and hope, he transformed back into the ordinary and sunny boy next door. His expression remained perfectly poised. His words and actions remained impeccable. However, only he knew what a terrifying, cold-blooded killing machine lurked beneath that facade of pretense. Lin Yu. Wait a minute. Chen Hao's energetic voice came from behind him again. Today, Chen Hao seemed more excited and agitated than ever before. He rushed to Lin Yu, a mysterious, alluring smile playing on his sunny face. Dude, want to have one last real, Crazy time before graduation? Chapter 297. Lin Yu looked at his Chinibyu, adolescent delusions of grandeur, appearance, raised an eyebrow slightly, and showed a perfectly measured curiosity. What crazy thing? An adventure. Chen Hao lowered his voice, speaking in a mysterious and exciting tone. I heard from a senior that in the western suburbs of our city, there's a large chemical plant that's been abandoned for decades. Legend has it that a very serious chemical leak occurred there before, killing many people. Since then, the place has become very unclean. People often see strange shadows and hear terrifying cries at night. His words were full of classic, Japanese-style urban legend flavor. So, he looked at Lin Yu, his sunny eyes sparkling with a brilliant light called expectation. This weekend, let's go there together for a real test of courage for all men. How about it? This? Lin Yu's face showed a perfectly measured hesitation and difficulty. He certainly didn't want to participate in this childish and boring game of make-believe. He had more important things to do. He was going hunting. He was going to collect the fragments. However, just as he was about to refuse, a clear, cool female voice, equally filled with surprise and anticipation, rang out unexpectedly beside them. Sounds interesting. It was Duan Wenwei. She had silently appeared beside them, without them even noticing. For the first time, a captivating glint of curiosity and longing appeared on her usually icy, beautiful face. She looked at Lin Yu, her deep, obsidian-like eyes flashing with an undeniable determination. If you're going to, count me in. Lin Yu, eh? The other classmates, equally drawn by Chen Hao's grand plan and equally eager for gossip, immediately chimed in with excitement. Wow! A suburban adventure? Sounds so exciting. Count me in. Count me in. Even Duan, the top student, is going, how can we not? A weekend outing brimming with youthful energy and passion was thus forcibly arranged right before the eyes of this outsider. He could use this time to hunt. That evening, when Lin Yu returned home and told his parents the bad news, he expected to be met with their stern opposition, filled with concern. However, to his surprise, his mother, upon hearing the news, not only didn't object but instead showed a genuine, heartfelt smile of relief. She even took the initiative to call Chen Hao's mother, engaging in a deep, friendly, and affectionate conversation. Go Xiaoyu. After hanging up, she looked at her son, her loving eyes carrying an undeniable encouragement. You've been under a lot of academic pressure lately, you should go out and relax. But, her tone shifted, becoming full of concern and admonition. Be sure to be careful, and don't forget to wear the watch your father gave you. Lin Yu looked at her hypocritical face, radiating motherly warmth, and felt a chill run through him. He knew this wasn't concern at all. It was an extension of surveillance. It was a calculated and scheming plot against him. He was completely cornered. All right. A perfectly timed, bitter smile, filled with helplessness and compromise, finally appeared on Lin Yu's face. He decided to play along. He planned to use this outing, full of unexpected surprises and excitement, to thoroughly investigate the backgrounds of Chen Hao and Duan Wenwei, his equally mysterious and dangerous companions, in that lawless place far from city surveillance and brimming with unknowns and opportunities. The weekend morning was sunny and breezy. The group of 6 gathered on time at the tram stop in the city center. This adventurous team, brimming with youth and passion, boasted a truly luxurious composition. Besides Lin Yu, Chen Hao, and Duan Wenwei, the 3 core figures, each with their own ulterior motives, there were 2 other ordinary classmates temporarily brought in to fill the gaps, essentially serving as tools. One was Li Wei, a somewhat thin, bespectacled academic high achiever. The other was Zhang Ting, a lively, cheerful, and gossipy short-haired girl. The 2 of them were the atmosphere team for this adventure, and also the perfect potential victims on that stage filled with unknowns and dangers. Chen Hao, as the initiator of this activity, was extremely well prepared. His enormous, almost bursting backpack was crammed with all sorts of professional adventure gear. From a powerful flashlight and a multifunctional entrenching tool to a first aid kit, compressed biscuits, and even several talismans supposedly obtained from a master to ward off evil and bring good fortune. Like a true, experienced explorer, he enthusiastically boasted on the tram to his 2 tools, who had already been thoroughly fooled, about his legendary adventure. The entire carriage was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Duan Wenwei, as usual, sat quietly next to Lin Yu. She didn't participate in what she considered a childish and boring bragging session. Her beautiful, cold, obsidian-like eyes were silently fixed on the bustling, vibrant cityscape rushing past the window. But all her attention, like the most sophisticated radar, was firmly locked onto the mysterious and dangerous young man beside her. Every now and then, she would take a bottle of water or a bag of snacks from her equally well-prepared small backpack and casually push them towards Linyu. Every movement of hers was filled with just the right amount of gentleness and consideration that was impossible to refuse. Chapter 298. Linyu, however, seemed completely at ease with all of this. He was like a genuine, ordinary high school student, listening absent-mindedly to Chenhao's boasting while equally absent-mindedly accepting the feeding from the icy school beauty. His face always wore a faint, sunny, and harmless smile. However, deep within his heart, the terrifying radar, already upgraded to level 4 and comparable to the Eye of God, had already taken in every movement within a 9-kilometer radius. He could clearly see a dozen or so white points of light, emitting faint, distorted fluctuations, like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, silently lurking in that desolate and lifeless abandoned industrial area on the western outskirts of the city. What chilled him even more was that just ahead of their tram, 3 other red points of light, of unknown creature type, moving at incredible speed and exuding a chilling, ruthless aura, were rapidly approaching the same target. It seems this outing is going to be even more lively than I imagined, Linyu thought, a cold, bloodthirsty, and playful glint in his eyes. That seemingly ordinary, eerie abandoned factory was not a place for a test of courage at all. It was a real hunting ground, teeming with death and danger. A final battlefield chosen by the parasitic beast and another well-equipped team of survivors, a place filled with both coincidence and inevitability. This tourist group, composed of 3 monsters and 2 tools, brimming with youth and passion, was like a group of unwitting, willing sacrifices who had stumbled onto a stage filled with bloodshed and carnage, the perfect offerings for a brutal, bloody spectacle. The tram, with its rhythmic clatter, slowly pulled out of the bustling, vibrant city center and into a desolate, bleak suburb. The scenery outside the window gradually changed from towering, cloud-piercing cities to barren, withered fields. A faint, oppressive, and ominous smell began to fill the air, a mixture of earth and industrial fumes. The 2 previously enthusiastic tools finally awoke from their reverie of excitement and fantasy. An undisguised tension and unease began to surface on their faces. Chenhao, are we really going to a place like that? Zhang Ting looked out the window at the increasingly desolate scenery, her voice trembling slightly. What are you afraid of? Chenhao patted his chest, his face still radiating that confident and sunny smile. With a professional explorer like me here, I guarantee you be unharmed. Although he spoke casually, his clenched, sweaty fists betrayed the tension and unease he felt inside. He could clearly sense a faint, chilling, and malicious aura emanating from the abandoned factory, a silent behemoth on the horizon. That feeling sent shivers down his spine, even for this seasoned survivor who had faced countless life-or-death situations. He instinctively glanced at the boy who had remained calmly seated throughout, seemingly oblivious to everything. He noticed that Lin Yu's face was expressionless. His eyes held no emotion. He simply stared quietly out the window. It was as if that unknown, perilous land, teeming with death and danger, was nothing more than an ordinary, unremarkable scene to him. Chenhao's heart sank sharply at that moment. A much stronger, ominous, and suspicious shadow, without warning, completely enveloped his already tense and uneasy heart. The tram slowly came to a stop at a desolate suburban station, and the group of 6, like travelers forgotten by the world, stepped onto that land filled with deathly silence and the unknown. As far as the eye could see, there were only abandoned factories and overgrown, desolate fields. Occasionally, a few crows would perch on bare telephone poles, emitting ghostly, hoarse cries that added an eerie, ominous atmosphere to this already oppressive land. The legendary, haunted abandoned chemical plant stood like a silent steel behemoth on the distant horizon. Its massive, rusty chimneys, like tombstones pointing to the sky, spoke volumes of its long-forgotten, bloody, and tragic past. Wow, this place is terrifying. Looking at the scene before her, a scene straight out of a horror movie, Zhang Ting's usually cheerful face revealed genuine, heartfelt fear for the first time. She instinctively grabbed Li Wei's arm, as if only in this way could she glean a sliver of security from the cold reality. Li Wei's face was equally pale. His eyes, hidden behind thick glasses, were filled with undisguised tension and regret. He began to wonder what had gotten into him that he had agreed to participate in this insane adventure, which he saw as tantamount to suicide. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Chenhao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the equally surging fear and unease within him. He knew that as the initiator of this event, he absolutely could not show the slightest weakness in front of these 2 ordinary people. He patted his chest, feigning composure, and forced a stiff smile, brimming with sunshine and confidence. It's just an abandoned factory. What's there to be afraid of? Let me tell you, this is nothing. Back in the day, I stood guard by the dragon-locking well all night long. He began to recount his legendary adventure to the two tools, who were already terrified. He transformed the dragon-locking well, a mysterious and eerie urban legend circulating on the Chinese internet, into a vividly relatable and immersive personal experience through his own artistic embellishment. You didn't see it. Around midnight, there really was the sound of chains rattling in that well. And there were those faint, eerie noises. I was alone, confronting the thing in the well all night long. The sound didn't completely disappear until the sun came out the next day. As he spoke, he kept secretly observing Lin Yu's reaction out of the corner of his eye, trying to find a trace of evidence on his otherwise calm face that suggested he was also a survivor. Chapter 299. However, to his disappointment, Lin Yu's face remained unchanged, filled with an expression of ordinariness and bewilderment. He even cooperated perfectly, displaying a well-timed expression of fear and disbelief when he heard the most exciting part of the story. Really? Chen Hao, you're quite the braggart. His acting was so real, so flawless. It caused Chen Hao's already suspicious and distrustful heart to waver slightly once more. Lin Yu's heart, however, was already churning with turbulent emotions. The Locked Dragon Well. This urban legend, brimming with the unique characteristics and mystery of Yan Kingdom, was being told so authentically by a native-born high school student from another world. Although he had made some clumsy modifications, full of localization flavor, the core story was exactly the same as the version Lin Yu had heard in his previous life. He was definitely not a native of this world. He, like himself, was a survivor from another world. Lin Yu understood perfectly, but the expression on his face remained one of innocence and confusion. Amidst this atmosphere filled with eerie and probing, the group of 6 finally arrived at the gate of the abandoned factory, a place rife with death and danger. An even stronger, pungent odor, a mixture of rust, mold, and unknown chemicals, wafted from behind the massive, rusty iron gate. Lin Yu's radar map clearly showed it as well. Inside a separate building deep within the factory, resembling a power distribution room, 3 white points of light, emitting faint, distorted fluctuations, lay dormant like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows. At the center of these 3 points of light, a tempting supply point emitting a faint blue light was clearly visible. It was a safe deposit box, guarded by them all, filled with unknowns and opportunities. There's something inside. For the first time, a hint of genuine seriousness and unease appeared on Duan Wenyua's usually icy and beautiful face. She could clearly feel a dangerous aura, filled with the blood and brutality of its kind, emanating continuously from the deepest part of the factory. Her instincts were frantically urging her to immediately escape this place of deadly threat. She subconsciously reached out her slender, white hand and gently tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve. Let's go back. Her voice held a plea she herself didn't even realize. However, this seemingly well-intentioned reminder, filled with weakness and retreat, instantly ignited Chen Hao's Chenibyu, adolescent delusions of grandeur, soul, already completely filled with heroism and desire for attention. Go back? Looking at Duan Wenyua's timid appearance, a smug, masculine disdain and arrogance shone on his face. We only just arrived. How can we slink back like this? Don't worry. I'm here. Even if there really are ghosts, I can beat them to death. With that, he took the lead, like a true, fearless warrior, kicking open the massive, rusty iron door, which was filled with an ominous and eerie aura. With a teeth-grinding creak, the weathered iron door was kicked open by Chen Hao, revealing a vast industrial world filled with decay and death, like a long-sealed apocalyptic scroll slowly unfolding before everyone. The towering factory buildings were covered with mottled rust and dark green moss. The huge glass windows were shattered, leaving only twisted frames that wailed mournfully in the bleak autumn wind. Scattered on the ground were various discarded industrial parts and rotten wooden crates, and beneath thick dust, suspicious, dark red stains were hidden. The pungent smell of rust and chemicals in the air grew even stronger, mingled with a faint, nauseating stench of blood and decay. Cough, cough. This smell is awful. Zhang Ting covered her mouth and nose, coughing violently. Her already pale face was now completely drained of color. Li Wei also looked troubled. He pushed up his thick glasses, and a flicker of fear and retreat flashed in his intelligent eyes. Only Lin Yu and Duan Wenwei remained expressionless. They were already accustomed to this post-apocalyptic environment filled with the stench of death and decay. Pay attention. Stick close to me. Chen Hao pulled a high-intensity flashlight from his enormous, professional backpack and, like a true, experienced leader, walked at the head of the group. His beam of light, A pure white beam radiating light and hope was like the sharpest dagger, piercing through the darkness and unknown depths of the factory, illuminating a path of safety for the trembling lambs behind him. The group cautiously ventured deeper into that eerie and ominous dark city. Lin Yu remained at the rear of the group, his seemingly calm eyes, like the most sophisticated radar, vigilantly scanning every shadowy and dangerous corner. His radar map clearly displayed that equally well-equipped survivor squad, exuding a chilling, ruthless aura, had already arrived near the power distribution room, a place brimming with treasure and opportunity ahead of them. A head-on encounter, a mix of coincidence and inevitability, was about to unfold on that final stage filled with death and danger. After nearly half an hour of tense and oppressive exploration, the isolated power distribution room, which resembled the power core of the entire factory, finally appeared before them. However, before they could even get close, several cold, wary shouts, filled with hostility, suddenly erupted from the shadows at the power distribution room's entrance. Halt! Who goes there? The next second, 3 elite soldiers, clad in futuristic black combat uniforms and wielding equally deadly firearms, appeared silently before them like ghosts emerging from hell. Chapter 300. Leading the group was a bald, muscular man, 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging like steel and a hideous scar on his face. His sharp, hawk-like eyes slowly swept over the youthful and naive school uniforms of Lin Yu and his group of 6. A cold smile, full of disdain and contempt, appeared on his face. I thought they were some formidable figures, but they're just a bunch of clueless kids playing house here. His voice was filled with naked, undisguised mockery and arrogance. However, a hint of wariness lurked deep within his eyes. The rules of this realm restricted him. He couldn't attack ordinary NPCs unless they revealed themselves to be parasites or survivors. Jinhao's heart sank. He had planned this operation. He had learned through special channels that the Liga survivor team had left important information here, and he had to obtain it. But he also saw this place as a perfect trap, a place where he could completely eliminate Lin Yu, his greatest threat. He was fed up with the constant feeling of being watched, like a thorn in Lin Yu's side. He stepped forward, his face still bearing that sunny, harmless smile, but his tone was much calmer. Brother, we're students from a nearby high school, exploring here. We didn't know this was a restricted area. We leave right away. He acted like an ordinary, frightened student, flawlessly. He couldn't expose himself, at least not here. He was going to kill Lin Yu here. The bald, burly man frowned. The constraints of the rules prevented him from acting immediately. He snorted coldly, waving his hand impatiently, as if shooing away a few annoying flies. This isn't a place for you. Get out of here before I change my mind. His words were filled with an undeniable, domineering confidence befitting a superior. The 2 tools, already terrified, nearly collapsed to the ground upon sensing the terrifying killing intent that seemed to freeze the air itself. Seeing this, Jinhao immediately feigned panic, pulling his 2 classmates to retreat. His performance was flawless. He truly seemed like an ordinary person who had stumbled upon this place by mistake. Just as tensions were running high, a terrifying, inhuman roar, filled with madness and brutality, erupted without warning from the dark and unknown electrical room behind them. The next second, 3 enormous, twisted, and inhumanly emanating black figures, like 3 out-of-control heavy tanks, roared out of the darkness. They were the 3 ravenous parasitic beasts that had been waiting there for a long time. They were completely drawn in by the suddenly bustling and delicious scent of blood in the area. It's the imposters. The bald, burly man's disguise vanished the moment he saw the 3 humanoid monsters filled with brutality and murderous intent, replaced by a crazed grin filled with bloodlust and cruelty. Perfect timing. I haven't had my fill of killing yet. He let out a savage roar, his energy rifle instantly spitting out deadly flames. Rat-a-tat-tat. Beams of blue energy, imbued with destructive and purifying power, like the scythe of death, cleaved through the parasite's impenetrable formation, leaving behind terrifying furrows of blood and death. His 2 teammates, too, immediately displayed a terrifying combat skill far exceeding that of ordinary survivors. One, like a ghost, flashed to the parasite's flank, his energy submachine gun unleashing a furious barrage of fire. The other, instead of retreating, advanced, roaring as he pulled a massive alloy shield, exuding an aura of weight and sturdiness, from his spatial inventory, a mobile fortress that would never crumble. He brazenly confronted the 3 terrifying monsters, each brimming with power and speed. A true clash of titans, a brutal aesthetic, had begun. The instant the battle erupted, Jinhao, like a seasoned Nani, immediately shielded the 2 terrified tools behind him, swiftly retreating to a relatively safe corner. As he retreated, he used his professional eye to rapidly analyze every detail of the battlefield, assessing the true strength of both sides. Attempting to find the perfect entry point where he could reap the benefits, he was a true, shrewd, and calculating opportunist. However, he never dreamed that hidden within this chaotic and bloody battlefield lay an even more terrifying and deadly ultimate predator. The instant the battle erupted, Lin Yu silently slipped away from the tourist group filled with burdens and trouble, defying the laws of physics, clinging to the shadowy, ruined corner of the wall, quietly approaching the power distribution room brimming with treasure and opportunity. His target, from beginning to end, was singular, the ultimate safe that everyone else had overlooked, and Duan Wenwei, the equally mysterious and contradictory ice queen of the school, also noticed Lin Yu's movements immediately. A knowing, unspoken understanding flashed in her cold, beautiful eyes, an understanding she herself didn't even realize. She didn't follow Chen Hao to that so-called safe corner. She simply stood quietly in place. Her petite figure, so fragile and helpless, at this moment, precisely blocked the path of a parasitic beast, also caught in the aftermath of the battle, a beast filled with madness and savagery. Upon realizing Lin Yu was this foolish delicious meal, the parasitic beast's scarlet eyes, usually brimming with intelligence and savagery, instantly erupted with a dazzling light of greed and ecstasy. It roared, preparing to mercilessly tear this seemingly easy target to shreds. Chapter 301. However, Duan Wenwei directly blocked his path, completely concealing Lin Yu's stealthy and greedy movements. Under Duan Wenwei's cover, Lin Yu's stealth became smoother than ever before. He silently bypassed the battlefield and successfully arrived at the entrance of the power distribution room, a place brimming with treasure and opportunity. The door to the power distribution room was made of a single, thick piece of electronic alloy, requiring a special password to open. But even more unreasonable was Lin Yu's fisherman's master key, proving utterly useless. He successfully entered the final treasure vault, filled with dust and the smell of engine oil, exuding a faint stench of blood and decay. In the very center of the power distribution room, a massive safe, crafted from a special alloy, radiating an aura of weight and sturdiness, stood silently. Around the safe lay the mangled remains of several survivors, their bodies clad in black combat uniforms, long since gnawed beyond recognition. Lin Yu knew this was the final resting place of the equally well-equipped Liga survivor squad. They had clearly come for this safe too. But they, unfortunately, became meal for those three equally intelligent and cunning parasitic beasts. Lin Yu ignored the corpses, their lives a tragic tale of fate. His eyes were fixed solely on the final safe, radiating an alluring blue light. However, just as he was about to use the fisherman's master key to claim this ultimate trophy, a chilling, deadly intent, enough to suffocate anyone, erupted without warning from behind him. He didn't even have time to turn around. He could only rely on his battle instincts, ingrained in his very soul, to swerve his body to the side in an unbelievable, physics-defying, bizarre motion. Thud. A dull thud as a blade pierced flesh. A blood-red bone blade, sharp and exuding an aura of death, grazed his ribs, narrowly escaping. A deep, gruesome, and visibly painful wound, revealing bone, instantly appeared on his side. Hidden. Vast swathes of vibrant, life-giving blood gushed out as if it were free. He was injured. Injured again. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. He whirled around, his deep eyes flashing with a cold, bloodthirsty light, like a hungry wolf's. Not far behind him, in the shadows, stood a petite figure dressed in a school uniform, exuding the same youthful and delicate aura, standing silently. It was Duan Wenwei. She had silently followed them in without anyone noticing, and now, her beautiful face, usually as cold as frost, was devoid of any human emotion. In its place was an absolute, icy indifference. Her slender, delicate right hand, once so graceful and beautiful, had transformed into a grotesque, blood-red bone blade, sharp and exuding an aura of death, and at the tip of that blade, a trace of Lin Yu's vibrant, life-giving blood remained. She was the true, ultimate predator in this hunting ground. Lin Yu, who exactly are you? Her voice was no longer filled with the cool shyness of a young girl, but carried a cold, emotionless questioning quality. Lin Yu looked into her beautiful, cold eyes, equally filled with wariness and murderous intent, and a cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. He did not answer. He calmly pulled out the red key, brimming with limitless possibilities and defying the heavens, from his spatial backpack once more. He wanted her to know that there were things in this world she could never understand. However, just as the atmosphere, thick with killing intent and confrontation, was about to reach its peak, A series of hurried and chaotic footsteps suddenly and unexpectedly approached from outside the power distribution room. It was that equally well-equipped survivor squad. Exuding a chilling, iron-blooded aura, they had completely eliminated those three equally powerful parasitic beasts in such a short time. Their strength was far more terrifying than Lin Yu had imagined. Duan Wenyu's brow furrowed slightly. A flicker of resentment and determination flashed in her cold, beautiful eyes. She gave Lin Yu a deep look, then without hesitation, quietly retracted her monstrous, completely mutated bone blade. No matter who you are, you can only be my food. Her figure, like a ghost, vanished silently into the deep shadows filled with darkness and the unknown at the very last moment before the survivor team rushed in. As Lin Yu saw the equally troublesome and threatening regular army about to storm in, his mind, honed by countless life-or-death trials to unparalleled calmness and rationality, began to race. He had no time to use the fisherman's master key for that ritualistic unlocking. He had to completely divert everyone's attention from the safe filled with endless treasures as quickly as possible. Without hesitation, he immediately activated his heaven-defying Red Divine skill, equally full of deception and disguise. Item disguise, Buzz. A red divine light filled with chaotic and twisted energy instantly enveloped the massive safe, exuding a heavy and sturdy aura. The next second, when the burly, bald man, radiating a fierce and murderous aura, along with his two blood-soaked teammates, rushed breathlessly into the electrical room filled with surprise and unexpected events. What they saw was no longer the mysterious safe, radiating an alluring blue light and brimming with endless treasures, but a dilapidated toolbox, reeking of rust and decay, looking older than themselves. We've been tricked. The bald, burly man roared furiously, filled with boundless rage and resentment, as he stared at the worn-out toolbox, which exuded an aura of historical weight. He stepped forward and kicked open the already crumbling toolbox. Chapter 302. Inside the toolbox, besides a few wrenches and screwdrivers, all bearing the marks of rust and age, there was nothing of value. Let's go! Having confirmed that he had truly wasted his time, he didn't linger. He turned and, with his two equally disappointed and angry teammates, left this place of tragedy and fate without looking back. Lin Yu, however, emerged slowly from the deep shadows of darkness and death the instant they left. He looked at the huge safe, now restored to its original state and radiating an alluring blue light, and a confident and smug smile curved his lips. He stepped forward and, using the fisherman's master key, slowly opened this final trophy that had been fraught with twists and turns and thrills. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a blue-quality special item. Parasite Weakness Research Report. Name: Parasite Weakness Research Report. Quality: Blue. Effect: records detailed information about the parasite's physical structure and core weaknesses. Special note: this species will have an extremely strong repulsion and fear reaction to infrasound of a certain frequency. Note: knowledge is power. A blue-quality intelligence report, yet it requires 3 parasites to guard it, and even attracted a well-equipped survivor squad. Lin Yu muttered to himself, a mocking smile playing on his lips. This isn't a treasure at all, it's a trap. A hunting trap specifically prepared for us outsiders, filled with blood and malice. He was certain that the parasites had already obtained information about the boundary hub and resource mechanisms by devouring the brains of other survivors. They deliberately left this information here to lure overconfident survivors to their deaths, then wipe them out and turn them into fuel for their evolution. He didn't linger in the power distribution room. Instead, he turned and, like a true ghost, vanished silently into the abandoned factory filled with death and decay. At the other end of the factory, in a relatively intact abandoned warehouse, Chen Hao was anxiously reassuring the 2 tools, who were already terrified. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. We leave this hellhole now, he said, while warily observing his surroundings. His once sunny eyes were now completely filled with deep anxiety and unease. The brief but brutal battle just now had made him acutely aware of the horror of this world. Neither the fearless parasitic beasts nor the well-equipped, decisive survivor squad could be handled by him alone. His only thought now was to immediately take these 2 ordinary people away from this dangerous place. However, just as he was helping the 2 of them, preparing to return the way they came, his 2 companions, who had always appeared weak and fearful, suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Let's go! Chen Hao urged. Go! Li Wei slowly raised his head. Behind his thick glasses, his eyes, which had always been filled with weakness and fear, now gleamed with a chilling, cold, and cruel light. His expression instantly became incredibly ferocious and twisted. Why are we leaving? This is the perfect, final stage we prepared for you with so much effort. At the same time, Zhang Ting, who had been hiding behind him, also slowly straightened up. A sinister smile, filled with mockery and cruelty, appeared on her usually lively and cheerful face. Chen Hao's pupils contracted sharply. A chilling, deadly coldness, enough to freeze his soul, instantly swept over his entire body. He never dreamed that these two ordinary people he had been so diligently protecting were actually. Before he could react, two blood-red bone blades, sharp and exuding an aura of death, pierced his defenseless chest and back from two completely different, deadly angles, like two bolts of lightning tearing through space. The speed, the angles, the perfect coordination, it was flawless. Chen Hao didn't even have time to scream. His eyes, filled with shock and disbelief, quickly lost all their light. His once vibrant and energetic body, like limp mud stripped of all its bones, slowly collapsed onto the cold, dusty ground. The next second, Li Wei's already completely mutated, terrifying head, blooming like flower petals, ruthlessly covered him. The parasitism had begun. The entire process was clean, efficient, and incredibly fast. A few minutes later, when Lin Yu's figure appeared like a ghost at the warehouse door, he saw the newly transformed Chen Hao, accompanied by his two companions, equally filled with disguise and killing intent, walking out of the warehouse with expressions of survivor's relief. Lin Yu. Where did you go? You scared me to death. The moment Chen Hao saw Lin Yu, his sunny face immediately displayed an exaggerated expression of lingering fear and relief. He rushed to Lin Yu, patting him enthusiastically on the shoulder. Quick, let's go! It's too dangerous here. We have to leave immediately. His actions were so genuine, so full of brotherly concern. However, Lin Yu simply looked at him calmly. His deep eyes remained completely still. Because, on his radar map, the dot representing Chen Hao had transformed from an unknown into a parasitic beast. He was no longer the boy filled with Chinibyu, adolescent delusions of grandeur and hot-bloodedness. Yes, Lin Yu's face also revealed a smile filled with lingering fear. It's time to send you on your way. The moment his words fell, gods and demons descend. Boom! A terrifying, domineering crimson divine light erupted from Lin Yu's body in an instant. Chapter 303. That terrifying aura, looking down upon the world and regarding all things as ants, instantly enveloped the entire warehouse. You? Chen Hao's face, once full of sunshine and enthusiasm, was instantly replaced by endless terror and disbelief. He never dreamed that the boy he had always thought was an ordinary person would actually be a monster among monsters, hidden so deeply. However, Lin Yu didn't give him any chance to react, his hand, wrapped in blood red. Shen Guang's right hand, like the sharpest dragon claw, unleashed a terrifying gust of wind capable of tearing the air apart, mercilessly crushing Chen Hao's horribly disbelieving and horrified head. Then, his figure vanished like a ghost. The other two parasites, equally stunned by this sudden turn of events, didn't even have time to switch into battle mode before being sent to hell by that utterly irrational and terrifying power. Ding! You have successfully killed 3 parasites. You have obtained 3 parasitic heart fragments. 96/1000. After cleanly and efficiently dealing with these 3 minor troubles, Lin Yu returned to his home, a place filled with both surveillance and love. He immediately dialed the police, his voice trembling with terror and sorrow, and recounted a heroic tale filled with tragic grandeur and sacrifice to the operator on the other end of the line. 3 brave teenagers, in order to cover their frail companion, perished together with unknown terrifying monsters in an abandoned factory filled with monsters and danger. His story was so real, so deeply moving. Even his 2 parents, upon hearing this devastating news, showed genuine sorrow and lingering fear. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu looked at his 2 parents, who were gazing at him with eyes full of love and concern, and the bloodthirsty, insane thought resurfaced in his mind. After being examined by several medical personnel, who arrived at his home within 10 minutes, who tested his blood for DNA, and found no signs of infection, he left. He wondered if he should just get rid of these 2 equally threatening and monitoring shackles right there. He wondered why his world was filled with this kind of personal malice. Why did this professional medical team arrive so quickly? Why, despite having testing capabilities, wasn't the entire city being tested? Something must have happened before. He began to carefully examine everything in the house. Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught sight of a highly concealed pinhole camera in the corner of the living room, and above the ceiling chandelier, another surveillance device was flashing a faint red light. These things didn't exist in his memory at all. Lin Yu's heart sank instantly. A much stronger, ominous, and eerie shadow, without warning, completely enveloped his already cold and murderous heart. He suddenly realized that his memories of his identity in this instance world had last been updated the day before he entered the instance. What exactly did the original owner do during that blank day? That the government agencies of this world would subject a seemingly ordinary, unremarkable high school student to such rigorous, 24/7 surveillance? He abandoned the idea of taking action. He was probably already caught in an invisible net far larger and more terrifying than he imagined. Deep beneath Sakuragaka Private High School, there existed a vast world, utterly different from the youth and hope of the surface world, a world filled with darkness and distortion. This was the largest and most central layer of the parasites in the city. Huge, fleshy tunnels, composed of biological tissue and constantly writhing like blood vessels, crisscrossed, forming a vast and complex underground labyrinth. The walls of the tunnel secreted a translucent, viscous fluid filled with a foul stench, emitting a nauseating, eerie phosphorescent glow that barely illuminated this perpetually dark underground world. Deep within the labyrinth, atop a colossal throne constructed from countless human skeletons, exuding an aura of death and majesty, stood a terrifying being, its face obscured and shrouded in a distorted, chaotic shadow. This being was the absolute sovereign of this lair, the ultimate will of all the parasites. Beneath its throne, a dozen or so high-ranking parasites, each radiating an equally terrifying aura, knelt on one knee, gazing upon their king with eyes filled with awe and fanaticism. Among them, a parasitic beast dressed in a tattered survivor combat suit slowly stepped out from the ranks. Its head still retained a human form, but its eyes gleamed with a brilliant light, distinct from its surrounding counterparts, who exuded primal and brutal aura, a light brimming with intelligence and cunning. It was the high-ranking intelligence officer who had successfully devoured the captain of the Liga Survivor Squad. "My lord, we have successfully extracted some core intelligence about their world from the brains of those otherworldly invaders known as survivors." Its voice was hoarse yet magnetic, each word carrying a convincing magic. It slowly raised its hand, and a three-dimensional star map, composed of pure spiritual energy and brimming with a sci-fi and mysterious aura, unfurled in midair. According to our current intelligence, these survivors come from a higher dimensional space called the Realm Hub. They possess a mysterious entity called the System, allowing them to traverse between different instance worlds. They possess individual strength far exceeding that of the natives of our world, and various special equipment and skills imbued with extraordinary power. For us, they are both an unprecedented and immense threat, and equally alluring, the perfect, high-quality nourishment for our final evolution. As its words fell, the entire throne room, previously filled with deathly silence and oppression, erupted in a frenzied roar of greed and ecstasy, like that of a wild beast. Chapter 304. My king! Let us hunt them. That's right. Let those so-called survivors become stepping stones for our evolution. The chaotic and distorted shadow on the throne slowly raised its equally indistinct right hand and gently pressed it down. The entire hall instantly returned to absolute silence. The threat must be eliminated. The nourishment must also be absorbed. Its voice was devoid of emotion, like that of a supreme god proclaiming the final judgment. From this moment forward, we're changing our passive defensive strategy. All hunting squads will prioritize targeting lone survivors, conducting proactive and precise hunts. We seize their equipment, analyze their intelligence, and even attempt to reverse engineer their so-called boundary hub system. We let those arrogant hunters know who the true, ultimate ruler of this hunting ground is. Its words were filled with an undeniable, domineering confidence befitting a superior. All the parasites, like the most devout believers, gazed up at their king with eyes filled with fanaticism and worship. Amidst this atmosphere of war and frenzy, the shadow on the throne slowly cast its majestic gaze upon the delicate and beautiful girl who had remained kneeling at the very end of the line, silent throughout. It was Duan Wenwei. Duan Wenwei. The king's voice was still icy cold. Your performance at the Western Suburban Factory has disappointed me greatly. Not only did you fail to capture that equally threatening survivor, but you also allowed him to escape easily right under your nose. Furthermore, you seem to have deliberately exposed yourself to cover his stealth, hindering the actions of another parasite. Are you questioning my orders? Its voice, though calm, contained a terrifying pressure enough to make any high-level parasite tremble in its soul. Duan Wenyua's petite body, filled with fragility and helplessness, trembled violently. She slowly raised her head, and for the first time, a trace of genuine fear and struggle appeared on her usually icy and beautiful face. My king, Enough. The king interrupted her explanation. I don't want to hear any reasons. I'm giving you one last chance. Kill that survivor. If you fail again, what awaits you will not be forgiveness, but utter annihilation. Duan Wenyua's heart sank at that moment. An unprecedented, immense shadow of despair and sorrow, without warning, completely enveloped her already conflicted and struggling parasitic heart. She knew she had no way out. Under the gaze of that king, filled with supreme majesty, she could only slowly lower her beautiful head, a head brimming with pride and defiance. Yes, my king. Day 3 of the instance, early morning. After a whole night, plus the sporadic, frantic hunting in hidden corners, like the school restrooms during the day, Lin Yu's parasite heart fragments had snowballed. 321 out of 1,000. He was like a hidden ultimate reaper, frantically harvesting those imposters he considered mere experience points in a near-cheating manner. However, just as he was preparing to use the break between classes to clean up a few more prey he had already targeted in the gym equipment room, a cold, fateful, and decisive system announcement exploded in the minds of all the surviving survivors without warning. Detected a violent and irreversible anomaly in the core energy of this instance world. A unique, gold-quality world artifact. Life Core will officially appear in the National Museum in the city center in 24 hours. Life Core contains the most primal, the ultimate treasure of primordial life force. Beholder will gain unparalleled self-healing abilities, and a very low probability of comprehending a special power. Super regeneration! This sudden announcement was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire mutated city, filled with death and suspicion. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the city, a parasitic beast that had just successfully devoured the brain of an unfortunate survivor suddenly froze. A glint of shock and ecstasy flashed in its scarlet eyes, which were filled with savagery and greed. Through its still undigested memories, it too heard the system announcement, brimming with deadly allure. Without hesitation, it immediately reported this earth-shattering secret, capable of altering the entire battle, to the final king, residing deep within the lair, via its unique hive consciousness network. In an instant, chaos erupted. All the surviving survivors, whether they had been cowering in some corner or struggling for survival at this moment, as if summoned by shark-smelling blood, surged forth from all directions. Heading towards that final stage, a place brimming with endless treasures and deadly dangers, the National Museum, they frantically gather, and those parasitic beasts, equally cunning and shrewd, immediately designate that magnificent building, soon to become the Eye of the Storm, as their highest-level hunting ground. A final, bloody, and brutal meat grinder battle, centered around that one and only golden treasure, is about to erupt. Lin Yu looked at the system announcement filled with surprise and unexpected news, a knowing glint flashing in his deep eyes. This item is useless to his recovery ability, but the experience bonus from gold and the requirement for his profession quest to accumulate 100 golden items, so he has to fight for it. He needs a perfect excuse to escape that benevolent surveillance. When you invited me to go out? This perfectly legitimate reason becomes his only pass in this prison of pretense and lies. After receiving his parents' approval, filled with gratification and encouragement, Lin Yu once again transformed into the sunny and harmless boy next door. With 2 hours remaining before the golden item was to appear, he walked unhurriedly towards the National Museum, which was already shrouded in endless undercurrents and murderous intent. Chapter 305. When he arrived, the scene before him made even his usually unfazed heart tremble slightly. The entire magnificent museum was completely sealed off by hundreds of fully armed military police, exuding an aura of iron-blooded ruthlessness. The towering walls were riddled with various deadly automatic sentry machine guns. In the sky, several futuristic armed helicopters circled like vultures over their prey, conducting a 24-hour patrol. The level of defense here was even more terrifying than any military base he had ever seen before. Lin Yu didn't rush closer. He found the rooftop of a cafe opposite the museum, another several dozen stories high, and looked down at the eerie stage filled with peace below. His level 4 radar, like the most sophisticated war machine, captured every movement within the entire museum. He could clearly see at least 30 red dots, in squads of 3 to 5, silently lurking in every corner of the museum within that seemingly impregnable fortress. Around them, more than a dozen parasitic spies, also emitting faint, distorted fluctuations, lay like venomous snakes in the shadows, quietly awaiting the impending feast. Just then, a familiar figure, equally radiant with youth and beauty, appeared beside him without warning. It was Duan Wenwei. She, too, had silently infiltrated this excellent observation point, offering a god's eye view. She didn't look at Lin Yu. Her cold, beautiful eyes were fixed silently on the stage below, filled with murderous intent. "This place is completely surrounded," she said, her voice devoid of any emotion. "The elite forces in the lair have almost all come out. Their target is the same as yours." "I know," Lin Yu replied calmly, his gaze never leaving the museum below, filled with treasure and opportunity. Why did you help me, and then try to kill me? I didn't help you. Duan Wenhua slowly turned her head, her cold, obsidian-like eyes fixed on Lin Yu, her gaze filled with contradiction and struggle. I just don't want you to die at the hands of those lowly kind. Your life is mine. Her words were filled with an undeniable, domineering, and possessive air of superiority. Lin Yu looked at her pretty face, brimming with both sincerity and murderous intent, and a cold, mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips. He knew that this woman, equally fraught with trouble and threat, had been completely turned by the intense emotions lingering within that body. That depends on whether you have the ability. He ignored this queen, a woman filled with arrogance and awkwardness. He simply watched calmly, as the final stage below became the eye of the storm. Outside the National Museum, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze blew. Survivors disguised as tourists were scattered in twos and threes in the square. Some pretended to feed pigeons, while others took selfies in front of the monument. The atmosphere seemed peaceful, but undercurrents were surging, and everyone's nerves were on edge. They were all waiting for a signal that could shatter this false peace. Lin Yu and Duan Wenhua stood side by side on the rooftop of a high-rise building hundreds of meters away, watching the faces below filled with greed, vigilance, and anticipation. The bald guy's group is here, near the ice cream truck at 3 o'clock. Lin Yu's voice was calm and even. He had completely locked onto the Wolf Squad, the superior team of the Liga Squad he had met briefly in the abandoned factory. The group consisted of 5 people, each with a powerful aura and excellent equipment. The bald captain, in particular, possessed an aura far stronger than before, as if he had used some temporary enhancement drug. The Amber Alliance is also here, in the cafe at 9 o'clock. Their vice president is leading the team. Duan Wenhua's cold voice rang out. She also possessed the unique sensory abilities of a high-level parasite, able to distinguish individuals with exceptionally strong life energy. Beyond the top-tier teams on the surface, there were countless smaller guilds and individual elites hastily assembled into ragtag armies. Like hyenas lurking in the grass, though individually weaker, their sheer numbers meant they could unleash a terrifying force capable of turning the tide of battle once the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, the parasites disguised as staff and security guards were like true local thieves, having thoroughly explored every corner of the museum. They were the deadliest traps in this hunt. Time flew by, each second an agonizing wait. Finally, when the ancient clock tower atop the museum struck the somber tone of noon, the unexpected happened. A seemingly reckless, aggressive squad of 3 survivors exchanged glances, their eyes simultaneously gleaming with a mad and resolute light. They were going to be the first to ignite the powder keg. Attack! The burly man wielding a massive machete roared savagely. Like a mad bull, he charged furiously towards the seemingly impenetrable steel defenses of several fully armed police officers at the museum entrance. His 2 teammates, in turn, immediately launched their long-prepared ranged attacks. A blazing fireball, brimming with destructive power. A beam of energy, brimming with penetrating force. Like 2 bolts of lightning tearing through space, they mercilessly struck the still bewildered military police. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, filled with destructive power. The seemingly impregnable steel defenses were instantly ripped open, a terrifying gaping hole filled with blood and death. The prelude to chaos had begun. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The piercing alarm instantly echoed throughout the museum. All the survivors who were disguised no longer hesitated at this moment. Chapter 306. Like sharks smelling blood, they surged madly from all directions towards the ultimate holy land filled with endless treasures, and those parasitic beasts, equally ravenous, instantly ripped off their hypocritical disguises, revealing their truest and most terrifying fangs. From within the museum, they launched a brutal, one-sided, bloody ambush on the survivors trying to break in. In an instant, gunshots, explosions, screams, and roars rose and fell. The entire National Museum instantly transformed into a blood and fire hellscape. On the rooftop, Lin Yu looked down at the battlefield instantly engulfed by death and chaos, a cold, calculating glint flashing in his deep eyes. He knew the perfect moment to enter, the one he'd been waiting for, had finally arrived. He didn't choose to force his way through the chaotic main entrance like the other survivors. He turned his gaze to a highly concealed ventilation duct in the museum's side wing, a place shrouded in darkness and uncertainty. "I'm going in first," he calmly said to Duan Wenhua beside him, uttering these words that carried a sense of farewell. Then, his figure, like a transparent ghost that didn't even exist in this world, silently leaped down from the dozens of meters high building, like the most agile gecko, silently clinging to the smooth, cold exterior wall of the museum. Duan Wenwei watched the figure disappear like a ghost into the ventilation duct entrance, a complex emotion flashing in her cold, beautiful eyes. Inside the ventilation duct, a sense of oppression and deathly silence filled the air. Thick dust and cobwebs covered the cold metal walls of the pipes. Occasionally, a few rats would dart past from the dark corners, making a rustling, chilling sound. Lin Yu's figure moved like a boneless serpent, silently and swiftly traversing this narrow, dangerous underground labyrinth. His level 4 radar, like the most sophisticated navigation instrument, clearly displayed the complex structure of the entire ventilation duct and the potential threats hidden in the darkness in his mind. After nearly 10 minutes of stealth, he finally arrived at the final stage filled with blood and fire. The central exhibition hall of the museum. He silently lifted a vent panel on the ceiling, looking down at the hellish landscape below, utterly engulfed by death and chaos. Right in the very center of the hall, inside a massive, futuristic display case made of special bulletproof glass. A treasure no bigger than a human head, a dazzling gold, its surface covered with mysterious patterns like the veins of life, seemingly possessing its own life. The life core floated silently there. Each pulse seemed to resonate with the very space. A terrifying, chilling energy wave, brimming with endless life and evolutionary energy, emanated continuously from that core, transforming the entire exhibition hall into a sacred and majestic golden ocean. Beneath the deadly allure of the altar, dozens of survivors and parasites, their eyes already bloodshot, were engaged in a brutal, relentless slaughter for the soul-sacred relic. The bald captain of the wolf squad, like a true war machine, roared as he poured all his power into his giant energy axe, each swing claiming the lives of several parasites. The vice president of the Amber Alliance, like a true Thunder King, summoned dazzling bolts of lightning imbued with destructive and judgmental power, mercilessly blasting any enemies attempting to approach the display case to dust. The entire exhibition hall had become a terrifyingly efficient meat grinder. Every second, countless lives vanished on that land of greed and death. Lin Yu watched all this silently, his face expressionless, his heart undisturbed. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. He had to seize that final spoils of war discreetly before everyone was completely worn down by this brutal war of attrition. He slowly took out a simple pebble, equally imbued with a sense of historical weight, that he had casually picked up by the roadside, from his spatial inventory. Then, he activated his equally deceptive red divine skill. Item disguise, buzz. A red divine light filled with chaotic and distorted energy instantly enveloped the unremarkable pebble. The next second, as the red light dissipated, a fake life core identical to the one in the display case, also radiating dazzling golden light, appeared in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he silently placed this fake, filled with deception and disguise, behind a fire hydrant in the corner of the exhibition hall, another unremarkable and safe object. Then, he took a deep breath, immersing all his attention in the ultimate skill, a skill imbued with fate and choice. He gazed at the real-life core, which, despite the frantic scramble among countless others, still radiated supreme divine power. He activated his ultimate divine skill, capable of reversing cause and effect, defying all reason. The theft of causality, buzz. A terrifying chaotic energy, filled with mystery and majesty, capable of slightly distorting time and space, instantly enveloped the golden heart brimming with endless life and evolutionary energy. A virtual roulette wheel, imbued with the meaning of fate and judgment, spun wildly in his mind. 50% success rate. Heaven and hell, separated by a single thought, ding! Accompanied by a crisp, melodious sound, like heavenly music, the virtual roulette wheel slowly came to a stop. The pointer stopped precisely in the golden area filled with luck and fate. Ding! Judgment successful. The next second, unbeknownst to anyone, the true life core, quietly suspended within the bulletproof glass enclosure, vanished without a trace, as if evaporated into thin air. In its place was the counterfeit filled with deception and disguise that Lin Yu had prepared beforehand. Chapter 307. The instant this coincidence and inevitability of the transformation was completed, Lin Yu didn't hesitate for a moment. He pulled out a high-explosive grenade, equally filled with surprise and unexpected surprise, from his spatial backpack, pulled the fuse, and without hesitation hurled it at the bulletproof glass dome, which also seemed sturdy and safe. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion filled with destructive power, the seemingly indestructible bulletproof glass dome, along with the fake that was equally filled with innocence and tragedy, was blasted into countless fragments. The entire exhibition hall was plunged into unprecedented chaos and madness. The treasure is out! Someone shouted amidst the billowing smoke and debris. A roar filled with greed and ecstasy erupted, This roar, like a spark thrown into a boiling oil pan, instantly ignited the suppressed flames of desire within every survivor. Grab it! Everyone, whether the bloodthirsty survivors or the equally fearless parasites, unanimously abandoned their enemies and, like mad dogs, surged towards the exhibition stand, now utterly destroyed. They wanted to possess the ultimate treasure symbolizing hope and evolution. The bald captain of the Wolf Squad, with his superhuman strength and the perfect cover of his two equally fearless teammates, was the first to reach the chaotic and deadly ruins. He seized the dazzling golden fake, brimming with deadly allure, and gripped it tightly in his hand. Ha ha! It's mine! It's mine! Looking at the treasure in his hand, so real and immersive, he let out a wild, triumphant laugh. However, before he could fully recover from his immense joy, the vice president of the Amber Alliance appeared behind him like a ghost. Give it to me! His eyes, filled with majesty and domineering power, flashed with a dazzling lightning that could freeze the air. A truly bloody and brutal game of double-crossing had begun. Lin Yu, the true instigator, had already, under the cover of chaos and death, vanished silently from that noisy and frenzied stage of sin, like a master thief who had successfully escaped. He didn't even glance back at the bloody farce he himself had orchestrated, a farce filled with tragedy and fate. His face was expressionless. His heart was undisturbed. He simply calmly felt the warm, realistic energy fluctuations emanating from the golden heart within his spatial backpack, a heart brimming with endless life and evolutionary energy. A faint, confident, and authoritative smile curved his lips. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Duan Wenwei, who had been silently observing everything, had a complex expression of shock and disbelief flash across her cold, beautiful eyes. Although she hadn't witnessed Lin Yu's entire ghostly and artistic modus operandi, her keen perception of energy fluctuations, stemming from her high-level parasitic nature, clearly detected that during the chaotic and frenzied final battle, the energy fluctuations of the true life core had paused briefly near the ventilation shaft, a pause filled with both coincidence and inevitability. Then it vanished completely, and that direction was precisely the only location Lin Yu had previously lurked in. It's him! A clear understanding dawned on her. A complex emotion, one she herself couldn't comprehend, a mixture of admiration and fear, unexpectedly enveloped her already conflicted and struggling parasitic heart. This man was far more terrifying and possessed a deadly allure than she had imagined. The battle for the museum's treasure ended tragically for the Wolf team, who suffered one death and one serious injury. They successfully fought their way out of the blood-soaked Hell's Cape with a deceptive and deceitful fake, a prize shrouded in blood and fire. However, as they breathlessly escaped to a relatively safe corner, ready to admire their epic and glorious spoils, they were met with despairing realization that they had been tricked. The seemingly sacred and majestic golden treasure slowly lost its deceptive and deceitful luster in their hands, revealing its true nature, a plain pebble, brimming with irony and humiliation. The already severely injured captain of the Wolf Squad, witnessing this dramatic and absurd ending, was overcome with rage and coughed up a mouthful of blood filled with boundless fury and resentment. Meanwhile, deep beneath Sakuragaka Private High School, atop the throne of a lair filled with death and majesty, the final king of the parasites, upon learning that the treasure had been switched, unleashed a destructive, mad rage in its chaotic and twisted eyes, a rage powerful enough to make the entire lair tremble. Find him! It roared, filled with boundless fury and murderous intent. At all costs. Find that damned, ghost-like rat for me. I will make him pay the most painful blood price for what he did today. It knew it had been utterly humiliated by an ant it had never considered worthy of its attention, and finally, in its boundless rage and humiliation, it made a final, insane, and resolute decision that would change the very course of the entire instant world. Without hesitation, it immediately issued an order through its unique hive consciousness network to the city's highest military commander, whom it had recently brought under its complete control, issued, as a suspected parasitic beast, imposter, and ordered a citywide manhunt with the highest level of warrant, kill without mercy. A final purge, filled with death and despair, targeting Lin Yu and all the surviving survivors alike, had thus begun. Chapter 308. When that cold, chilling, citywide wanted poster spread like wildfire through every corner of the city, public address systems, television screens, and mobile phone emergency alerts, the entire mutated city was plunged into unprecedented chaos and panic. Emergency alert! Emergency alert! Multiple extremely dangerous humanoid special infected entities have been discovered within the city, suspected to be mutated evolutionary forms of parasites. They possess destructive power far exceeding that of ordinary people, and have demonstrated extremely high intelligence and danger. All citizens are urged to immediately return home, lock doors and windows, and avoid contact with any strangers. Below are some of the confirmed high-risk targets' video footage. The cold electronic voice on the broadcast abruptly stopped, replaced by edited surveillance footage filled with blood and violence. A series of blurry and distorted images of survivors, captured by surveillance cameras throughout the museum and city, appeared before the eyes of all citizens. These images mostly captured moments of their desperate struggle against the parasites, their ferocious expressions and superhuman strength, deliberately edited and exaggerated, made them appear indistinguishable from the monsters. Among them was Lin Yu's face, that of an ordinary and sunny boy next door. The video showed him climbing the museum wall. Due to the tricky angle and extreme speed, the surveillance only captured the display of his flying power, and that momentary inhuman, terrifying aura. His wanted poster was filled with inflammatory and fear-inducing rhetoric. Codenamed Ghost, an extremely dangerous humanoid parasite mutant, confirmed to have caused hundreds of killings, with destructive power assessed as the highest level, Calamity. This final reckoning, orchestrated behind the scenes by the Parasite King and brimming with justice and judgment, plunged all the surviving survivors into an abyss of no return in an unexpected and utterly irrational manner. They were cleverly equated with monsters, reduced from struggling humans to mere prey hunted by the entire world. We've been tricked. In an abandoned warehouse on the western outskirts of the city, the bald captain of the Wolf Squad and his severely wounded Shield Warrior teammates stared at the sarcastic and humiliating wanted poster on their phones. The bald captain slammed his fist against the rusty iron wall, letting out a furious roar filled with boundless rage and resentment. He never dreamed that his battle-hardened elite squad would be manipulated by a group of monsters in such a treacherous way, a method imbued with human wisdom. This was even more humiliating than dying directly at the hands of monsters. "Captain, what do we do now?" The Shield Warrior's face was filled with despair and unease. His arm was wrapped in dirty bandages, still seeping blood. "We're completely isolated. Now, both the humans and the parasites of this world want to tear us to pieces. I just heard the commotion outside. They're here. What else can we do?" A bloodthirsty and crazed resolve flashed in the bald captain's eyes. He checked the ammunition on his rifle. "Fight our way out. Since there's no place for us in this world, we fight our way out ourselves. Even if we die, I tear a piece of flesh from those damned monsters." His words were filled with an undeniable, domineering confidence befitting the strong. However, before they could fully recover from the tragic and resolute atmosphere, a rapid and chaotic sound of footsteps came from all directions of the warehouse without warning, approaching quickly. Hundreds of fully armed Special Forces soldiers, exuding a chilling and ruthless aura, like well-trained hunting dogs, had already completely surrounded their last refuge. Red laser sights relentlessly pierced the dilapidated windows of the warehouse, like the gaze of death itself. A final, deadly, and desperate siege against the wolves in the cage has officially begun. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the vice president of the Amber Alliance is also facing an unprecedented predicament. He and his elite squad, which has also suffered heavy losses, are trapped inside an abandoned shopping mall filled with luxury and extravagance, surrounded by a parasitic beast hunting squad several times their size, and government special forces. Behind the shattered glass windows lie the luxury goods that once represented prosperity, now as cold and silent as the corpses of his team members lying in pools of blood. "President, we're surrounded. We can't break out." The East Gate is the main force of the parasites. The West Gate is the government's special forces. They seem to have reached some kind of tacit agreement, advancing towards us simultaneously. "We're completely encircled." Desperate screams echoed everywhere. The vice president looked out the window at the parasitic city filled with death and desolation. For the first time, his usually dignified and domineering face revealed genuine, heartfelt despair. He knew that he and his top-tier team, equally filled with glory and legend, were about to perish here today. However, Lin Yu, the true instigator of this storm, did not, like the others, succumb to the desperate and frantic struggle of a trapped beast. He didn't even pay much attention to the wanted poster, which, in his eyes, was filled with deadly intent. He simply activated his level 4 radar, comparable to the Eye of God, with even greater calm. Like a true king in complete control, he strolled leisurely through the urban jungle teeming with death and danger, untouched by a single leaf. He no longer held back, no longer held anything back. Having been defined as a monster, there was no need to bind himself with human rules anymore. He unleashed his ultimate mode of slaughter and escape. Like a streak of blue lightning flashing through the city's shadows, he launched a more inhumane, one-sided, bloody purge against those impostors, who had also been thrown into disarray by this sudden turn of events, with an almost frenzied, irrational approach. Chapter 309. His every appearance was accompanied by a judgment of death, his every arrival meant a feast of fragments. Those cunning and deadly parasitic beast-hunting squads, who were like nightmares to ordinary survivors, were as vulnerable as lambs to the slaughter before him. He didn't even bother with any stealth or ambush. He descended from the sky in the most ferocious and unreasonable way, using a terrifying power capable of easily tearing apart steel to obliterate them along with their all pretense and deceit were utterly crushed. Boom! In a secluded back alley, accompanied by a muffled thud, 5 parasitic beasts that were besieging a hapless survivor squad were smashed into 5 pools of foul-smelling, viscous flesh by Lin Yu, who descended from the sky like a god. The surviving survivor squad looked at the monster before them, then at the wanted poster on their phones, momentarily unable to discern whether this was salvation or the beginning of another nightmare. Ding! You have successfully killed 5 parasitic beasts. You have obtained 5 parasitic heart fragments. 326/1000. Lin Yu didn't pause for a moment. The instant he finished reaping the spoils, he soared into the sky again. In just over 10 hours, his figure appeared like a ghost in every corner of the city, frantically hunting down every parasitic beast within his sight. His fragment count was also skyrocketing at an alarming rate. 412/1000, 537/1000, 581/1000. I've been completely exposed. Several armed helicopters, also drawn by the intense energy fluctuations here, swarmed towards him from all corners of the city like vultures circling their prey. The roar of their propellers, growing louder as they approached, was like a death knell. Ghost target detected. Requesting fire. A cold, emotionless synthesized voice boomed through the city's communication channels. However, how could Lin Yu possibly give them that chance? He was like a master dancer walking on a knife's edge, performing an artful and thrilling feat of traversing the steel jungle. His figure moved at high speed between towering skyscrapers, each dodge perfectly timed, narrowly avoiding the frenzied barrage of Vulcan cannons capable of tearing through steel. He even had the leisure to, in between his escapes from pursuit, ruthlessly send several unfortunate parasites, also drawn by the aftershocks of the battle, to their doom. He was like a true calamity walking among men. A reaper feared by all his enemies, the ultimate reaper. It was precisely this extremely arrogant and unrestrained terror that finally led the city's military command center to make its final decision. While Lin Yu was turning the entire distorted city upside down, like a real-life version of Fast and Furious, Duan Wenwei chose a completely different path. Unlike Lin Yu, she didn't confront the world with an almost insane attitude. Nor did she, like her kind, indulge in the primal desires of hunting and devouring. She simply returned quietly to Sakuragaka Private High School, a place brimming with the false ideals of youth and hope. She returned to the classroom filled with memories of her and that boy, a classroom filled with sunlight and the scent of books. She sat quietly in her seat, her beautiful, obsidian-like eyes, cold and deep, gazing silently at the empty seat beside her, a seat filled with warmth and memories. Her mind replayed like a movie, every innocent and beautiful moment of her encounter, acquaintance, and friendship with that boy. The blue umbrella leaning towards her in the rain, the handkerchief, with its faint fragrance that she still treasured when she had a cold. These memories, belonging to the original owner of Duan Wenwei, filled with warmth and emotion, were like the strongest, sweetest shackles, tightly binding her parasitic heart, which should have been filled with murderous and devouring desires. She discovered that she couldn't feel even the slightest bit of murderous intent towards that boy. Even after hearing the citywide wanted poster filled with judgment and death, what welled up in her heart was not schadenfreude, nor indifference, but a complex emotion she herself couldn't understand, a powerful mix of worry and anger. She was worried about the boy's safety. She was also furious that the high and mighty king would use such despicable methods, filled with scheming and plotting, to deal with someone she considered a true strongman, full of light and honesty. Your Majesty, you are wrong. She slowly raised her head, and in her cold, beautiful eyes flashed an unprecedented, brilliant light, filled with struggle and determination, a subtle yet powerful sense of kingly quality, imbued with humanity and rationality. A stark contrast to the primal and savage aura of her peers, began to slowly coalesce within her. She might not possess the ability to become king, but she possessed a heart brimming with humanity, and radiance far surpassing that of any other king. She knew she could no longer sit idly by. She had to do something. She slowly rose from her seat. Her petite figure, so fragile and helpless, at this moment resembled a volcano about to erupt, containing a terrifying power capable of utterly overturning the entire world. She was going to find that boy. She wanted to fight alongside him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Lin Yu's escape journey finally reached its final and most deadly challenge. After several hours of thrilling and dangerous cat and mouse game, the government agencies of this alternate city finally snapped out of their shock and anger. Through countless failures, they confirmed that conventional military forces posed no real threat to that ghostly monster. He was too fast, too agile, and his ability to anticipate danger was beyond human comprehension. They had to use the true, ultimate trump card hidden beneath the surface of peace. Target continues to move at high speed, has evaded our 4 Viper attack helicopters, and conventional forces are unable to effectively intercept him. His presence is seriously undermining the citizens' trust in us. Requesting authorization to activate the Divine Retribution System. Chapter 310. A cold, emotionless, synthesized electronic voice boomed through the city's highest military command center. The commander's expression shifted rapidly, seemingly struggling with a painful dilemma. He stared intently at the image representing Lin Yu on the screen. Finally, he pressed the red button. Authorization granted. Execute the Divine Retribution System, covering the target's location in the city center. The next second, a dazzling beam of pure high-energy particles, imbued with destructive and judgmental power, capable of changing the very fabric of the world, shot into the sky from the deepest part of the military base, a place filled with iron-blooded power and a chilling atmosphere. Its target was Lin Yu, who was engaging in friendly interaction with several armed helicopters, exuding arrogance and confidence. The instant the beam was launched, Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply, a chilling, deadly coldness, enough to freeze his very soul, instantly engulfed his entire body. He was dreaming. He never imagined that this seemingly ordinary modern city would harbor such a terrifying, space-based ultimate weapon, comparable to an orbital cannon. He didn't even have time to react. The instant the beam struck, he activated Divine Descent without hesitation. All his attributes instantly doubled, and he poured all his power into speed, his body transforming into a blur that seemed to tear the air apart. Recklessly plunging towards the massive underground drainage system entrance below, he could only watch helplessly as the dazzling beam of light, filled with destruction and judgment, rapidly magnified in his pupils. Magnified. And magnified again. The instant he plunged into the dark, deep sewer entrance, a beam of destructive light followed. Boom! A deafening explosion, filled with the aura of annihilation, erupted. A massive, scorching fireball, brimming with destructive power, burst forth in the sky above the city center. The dazzling light was even brighter than the sun itself. The terrifying shockwave shattered the windows of the surrounding skyscrapers, and the entire city trembled under this divine punishment. The entire city fell into a deathly silence. Everyone, whether survivors struggling for existence or parasitic beasts frantically slaughtering for their own survival, immediately stopped what they were doing. Their mouths gaped open, their eyes widened, like a group of the most devout and humble believers who had witnessed a true miracle. With eyes filled with boundless awe, horror, and profound despair, they gazed up at the magnificent fireworks that slowly dissipated in the sky, fireworks imbued with death and tragedy. After the blazing fireball, symbolizing divine retribution, slowly dissipated, the battlefield of the distorted city fell into an eerie, deathly silence, as if a survivor of a catastrophe. Target cleared. The cold, synthesized electronic voice rang out again in the military command center. However, the commanders in their crisp uniforms at the consoles showed no joy, only a deep solemnity and unease. They had used advanced strategic weaponry to barely kill a single target. According to intelligence, there are hundreds of such high-risk individuals in this city. This war is far from over. Even more serious is that the use of the Divine Retribution System has already triggered widespread panic and skepticism among the citizens. Countless calls flooded the municipal government, and the internet was filled with condemnation of the military's use of strategic weapons in the city center. They almost destroyed half the city to eliminate a monster. Who can guarantee they won't target us all next time? Public trust is collapsing at an unprecedented rate. Soon, an order from the capital's highest command reached this place. A new Special Forces unit would be deployed to the city to assist and supervise current city defense efforts, while also conducting a rescreening of the existing military. Dead? Inside the abandoned shopping mall, the vice president of the Amber Alliance watched the slowly dissipating fireworks in the sky. For the first time, a complex and bewildered expression appeared on his face, which had always been filled with despair. That incredibly powerful, mysterious survivor. Just like that, dead? He didn't know whether his feelings at that moment were schadenfreude or a sense of shared sorrow. But he knew that once that most powerful early bird was mercilessly eliminated, the next to fall would be them, the trapped beasts also trapped in their cages. Roar! Sure enough, before he could fully recover from his complex emotions, the brief peace outside the mall was shattered by an even more frenzied and violent roar. The parasites, equally stunned by the city's anomalies, once again turned their greedy and savage gazes upon their exhausted prey after confirming the disappearance of their greatest threat. A more brutal and desperate struggle ensued. The entire city had become a massive and cruel meat grinder. Countless survivors, now freed from the restraint of their most powerful disruptor, faced a deadly double attack from both the parasites and the government army. Like trapped beasts driven to the brink, they made their final, tragic, and futile struggle in that steel jungle filled with death and despair. Some, after exhausting their last bullet, detonated all the high-explosive grenades they carried, perishing together with the equally fearless parasites. Some, driven to desperation, chose to surrender to the government troops, who were also human, attempting a naive and laughable attempt to gain a meager chance of survival. However, they were not met with forgiveness and judgment, but with cold, emotionless machine gun fire. Death was the only outcome of this game. In a dark corner of the city's sewer system, filled with stench and viscous liquid, a charred, ragged figure, looking even more wretched than a homeless person crawling out of a garbage dump, lay quietly on the cold, filthy, and putrid concrete ground. It was Lin Yu. Chapter 311. He was still alive. At the last moment before the divine retribution beam struck, he used the unreasonable attribute boost from divine descent to gain maximum speed and successfully hide in the massive sewer system. Utilizing the complex terrain and thick ground structure, he mitigated most of the damage. Even so, the terrifying aftershocks and impact forced him out of divine descent mode, and he was nearly burned alive by the intense heat and shockwave. The terrifying life regeneration speed of Heart of God, Pseudo, was stubbornly supporting his already collapsing body. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of murky, burnt blood. He could clearly feel that every bone in his body had been shattered by the terrifying shockwave. An unprecedented, overwhelming shadow of weakness and powerlessness enveloped his already cold and hard heart. However, his deep eyes held no despair or fear. Instead, they ignited an unprecedented, wildfire-like madness and ruthlessness. He knew he had been careless. He had underestimated the world, and equally overestimated his ability to survive against top-tier strategic weapons. But this couldn't utterly break him. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger, he spat out through clenched teeth, a chilling vow filled with boundless killing intent. He slowly struggled to his feet from the filthy, rotten ground. He had to survive. He would make those enemies, who had driven him to the brink, pay the most painful price in blood. He activated his severely damaged, yet still stubbornly functioning, level 4 radar once more. He needed to find an absolutely safe haven where he could temporarily escape all pursuers. However, the instant his radar swept across this dark and unknown underground world, a huge, dazzling purple dot, brimming with surprise and unexpected delight, appeared without warning on his radar map. It was a mysterious underground research facility hidden deeper within this sewer system, brimming with unknowns and opportunities. A resolute glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He had no way out. He could only make a final, desperate gamble, filled with both hope and despair, into the deeper darkness, equally filled with unknowns and dangers. Dragging his broken body, on the verge of collapse, Lin Yu struggled forward through that underground labyrinth filled with filth and decay. The sewers were intricate and complex, but at this moment, he felt a strange sense of security. At least here, the divine retribution in the sky could no longer threaten him. The powerful regenerative ability granted by Heart of God, Pseudo, was like the warmest holy light, constantly repairing his already shattered body. The broken bones slowly healed with crisp crack sounds, and the charred flesh sizzled and regrowed with vibrant new tissue. This process was filled with indescribable pain, enough to completely break anyone with a weak will. However, Lin Yu's face showed no pain. His deep eyes held only an absolute, icy calm, like that of millennia-old ice. He was savoring this feeling of frantic transformation on the edge of death. After nearly an hour of agonizing and painful trekking, the mysterious underground research facility, brimming with unknowns and opportunities, finally appeared before him. It was a futuristic war fortress, entirely constructed of a special alloy. The incredibly heavy alloy doors completely isolated this small underground world from the chaotic and deadly apocalyptic scene outside. Around the gate, a variety of deadly automated defensive weapons were deployed. From energy machine guns capable of automatic target acquisition to miniature rocket launchers exuding destructive power. The defense level here was even stricter than the military base outside the city. But he didn't flinch. Instead, a cold, mocking glint flashed in his deep eyes. Moreover, the more heavily fortified a place was, the more likely it was to conceal the world's fatal weakness. He activated his equally overpowered level 4 radar again, gaining a clear view of the seemingly impregnable war fortress's internal structure. There were no bioluminescent points here. Soon, he discovered that at the bottom of this high-tech and modern war fortress, a primitive sewage pipe, imbued with a sense of historical weight, was still preserved, and that was his only, and most perfect, breakthrough. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, deep beneath Sakuragaka Private High School, Duan Wenyu was also caught in an unprecedented internal struggle, a battle filled with contradictions and turmoil. Through her unique hive consciousness network, she clearly saw the boy being completely engulfed by the dazzling beam of light, a scene filled with tragedy and despair. In that instant, she felt as if her heart had been struck hard by an invisible hammer. An unprecedented torrent of sorrow and anger, without warning, completely overwhelmed her already conflicted and struggling parasitic heart. For the first time, she experienced a complex human emotion called heartache. At this moment, she finally awoke completely. She knew she couldn't continue down this wrong path. She slowly stood up from the desk filled with youth and memories. A glint of unprecedented, resolute, and chilling light flashed in her cold, beautiful eyes. She was going to find that high and mighty king. She wanted to confront him and demand an explanation for everything. She wanted justice for the boy who was already dead. Her petite figure, usually so fragile and helpless, now resembled a volcano about to erupt. Her heart, brimming with humanity and radiance, had finally awakened completely. Lin Yu was unaware that on the other side of a distant city, a woman equally burdened by trouble and threats was preparing to defy the entire world for his sake. At this moment, his entire being was immersed in that thrilling and dangerous extreme infiltration. He was like a real, slippery, and resilient eel, silently slipping into the sewage pipe filled with foul-smelling, viscous liquid. He successfully infiltrated the final treasure trove, filled with earth-shattering secrets. Chapter 312. In the very center of the research facility, inside a massive container crafted from transparent crystal, a complete, dissected corpse of a parasite, exuding a twisted and inhuman aura, lay quietly submerged in a viscous liquid reeking of formaldehyde. Beside the corpse, on a massive, equally high-tech and modern experimental table, lay a dazzling array of research instruments and analytical equipment, each imbued with precision and complexity. On the screen of the most crucial supercomputer, brimming with intelligence and mystery, lines of top-secret research data, filled with earth-shattering secrets, were laid bare. Preliminary analysis report of the parasite Yada. Origin of species: unknown high-intelligence life form from outer space. Core abilities: cellular mimicry, superfast regeneration, mental network. Fatal weakness: core brain. And infrasound of a specific frequency. Experiment log appendix. Based on in-depth analysis of the Yada cell tissue, we discovered another distinct foreign gene segment within its gene chain. Through database comparison and reverse engineering, we made a startling hypothesis. The parasite Yada is very likely a mutated evolutionary form of a mysterious symbiotic virus, also from outer space, possessing extremely strong phagocytic and evolutionary capabilities, produced after combining with local organisms. We named its original form Venom. Research breakthrough. Based on Yada's fatal vulnerability to infrasound at specific frequencies, we have successfully developed several types of sonic weapons. Experiments have proven that this series of weapons can effectively destroy the parasite's cellular structure, causing irreversible damage. When the words Venom, imbued with an aura of evil and symbiosis, along with a subsequent research report on sonic weapons, clearly appeared on the cold, data-filled supercomputer screen, Lin Yu's heart, usually unmoved by any grand spectacle, couldn't help but tremble violently. He never dreamed that he would discover such a shocking secret, enough to overturn the ultimate fate of the entire alternate world, deep beneath the seemingly ordinary modern city. This wasn't just about revealing the origin of the parasites. More importantly, it pointed to a potentially deadly path. He could clearly see at the end of that massive experimental platform, equally filled with high technology and modernity, rows of neatly arranged weapon racks displayed various strange weapons, imbued with a metallic texture and a futuristic feel. Their muzzles weren't traditional ammunition launchers, but complex sonic oscillators. Under radar scanning, these weapon racks emitted a dazzling purple light. Without a doubt, this was the most precious treasure in this secret base. Lin Yu knew his chance had come. This was a rule-level weapon, capable of altering the power structure of the dungeon world. He no longer hesitated. He easily bypassed the deadly infrared surveillance network and unceremoniously collected all the sonic grenades, sonic rifles, and several seemingly powerful deployable sonic emitters from the weapon racks into his storage space. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a purple quality special weapon. Infrasonic Shock Rifle X2. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a blue quality special item. High Frequency Sonic Grenade X10. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a purple quality special device. Banshee Wide Area Sonic Emitter X3. Feeling the new weapons in his storage space, each brimming with restraining power, Lin Yu's smile grew increasingly cold. But it didn't value these weapons too much. If these weapons were effective against high-level parasites, they wouldn't have allowed the parasites to infect the entire city. Meanwhile, deep beneath Sakuragaoka Private High School, Duan Wenyua's petite figure, filled with resolute determination and murderous intent, finally returned to the final throne, a place imbued with death and majesty. She had come to demand an explanation. Your Majesty, I need an explanation. Her voice was cold yet powerful, like the sharpest dagger, mercilessly piercing the high and mighty, chaotic and twisted final shadow. Why treat him that way? He is far more valuable than we imagined. The shadow on the throne slowly turned its equally indistinct head. Its chaotic and indifferent eyes silently gazed at the one below, filled with rebellion and questioning, once its most trusted pawn. Value? Its voice was devoid of emotion, like a supreme deity scrutinizing a tiny ant filled with ridicule and ignorance. In this world, only what I can completely control has value. And he has already exceeded my control. Therefore, he must die. Its words were filled with an unquestionable, domineering confidence befitting a superior. However, Duan Wenyue was not completely crushed by its terrifying aura of supreme authority. She slowly raised her head, a glint of unprecedented, brilliant humanity and radiance flashing in her cold, beautiful eyes. What if I say no? As her words fell, the entire deathly silent and oppressive throne room erupted in a frenzied roar of shock and disbelief. All the parasites looked at the reckless little girl who dared to publicly challenge their great king with eyes filled with absurdity and ridicule. The shadow atop the throne fell into an eerie silence. After a long while, its cold, emotionless voice slowly resounded again. You are courting death. The moment the words fell, a terrifying, world-destroying pressure, capable of distorting space itself, surged forth like a burst dam, instantly engulfing Duan Wenyue's petite, frail, and helpless body. It would make this traitor who dared to defy it will pay the most painful price in blood. Chapter 313. However, just as the terrifying pressure that would have utterly crushed her to dust was about to descend, a sudden change occurred. Without warning, Duan Wenyue's petite body erupted with a dazzling silver-white divine light, equally imbued with the majesty of a king. That unique power, filled with humanity and radiance, acted like the strongest bulwark, forcefully repelling the terrifying pressure filled with destruction and chaos. The entire throne room fell into a deathly silence at that moment. All the parasitic beasts used one. A chorus of disbelief and utter astonishment filled the air as they stared at the silver-white queen, radiating an aura of holiness and majesty, who dared to defy their king. The shadowy figure on the throne also let out a frenzied roar, filled with shock and disbelief. The quality of a king? How is this possible? You are nothing but a failed creation, a parasitic construct I casually conjured. The air in the throne room seemed to freeze solid the moment Duan Wenyue's icy question fell. The dozen or so high-ranking parasitic beasts kneeling on the ground abruptly raised their heads, their primal, bestial eyes revealing an almost absurd astonishment. They had never imagined that in this hierarchical nest constructed of absolute power, there would be someone who dared to question the supreme king in such a tone. This was no longer a provocation. It was a subversion of the very foundation of their race. The chaotic, distorted shadow atop the throne didn't immediately unleash the expected thunderous fury. It merely silently stared at the petite yet stubborn figure below, its terrifying pressure, enough to make space itself tremble, slowly tightening like a giant python, compressing every inch of space around Duan Wenyue. Disappointed? The king's voice was devoid of emotion, carrying an indifference and coldness seemingly from the ancient void. I never have expectations for any pawn, so naturally, I have no reason to be disappointed. You only need to execute orders, not raise questions. He's not a pawn. Duan Wenyue's voice suddenly rose, and for the first time, a blazing flame ignited in her cold, beautiful eyes, an emotion known as anger, a human emotion. He's a worthy opponent, someone more formidable than any survivor we ever seen. They are all far more powerful beings. To use such despicable schemes against him is an insult to power itself. An opponent? The king seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. The chaotic shadow emitted a silent ripple, transforming into a low, mocking laughter. A prey that escaped the trap by sheer luck deserves to be called an opponent? Duan Wenwei, it seems that human body has not only corrupted your emotions, but also dragged your judgment down to a pathetic degree. You are wrong. Duan Wenwei took a step forward. Her petite body appeared so small under the king's earth-shattering aura, yet it radiated an unprecedented, unbreakable will like a rock. The humanity you despise is precisely the ladder to our final evolution. Pure devouring and destruction are merely the instincts of beasts, a lowly cycle. But from human memories, I see wisdom, I see strategy, I see the power that bursts forth beyond limits to protect something. That is the true path to a higher level. These shocking words, like a boulder thrown into a still, silent pool, stirred up a storm in the hearts of all the high-ranking parasites. They couldn't understand why this blade, once the sharpest, created by the king himself, would utter such rebellious words. Guardians? Ladder? The king's tone finally carried a hint of obvious anger. The humanity I see is only weakness, deception, and infighting. They are our perfect sustenance, and also our lowest dust. You actually consider this virus the direction of evolution? You lowly mutant, you have betrayed your race. No, Duan Wenwei slowly shook her head, a look of compassion and determination appearing on her cold, beautiful face. I simply chose a path you cannot see, the right one. Stubborn to the end. The king finally lost its last bit of arrogant patience. It definitively defined Duan Wenwei's actions as the most unforgivable betrayal of the entire race. The moment the words fell, the chaotic shadow shrouding the throne churned violently like boiling magma. Since you are so enamored with that base humanity, then I will erase it, along with your very existence, from this world. Boom! The king's body instantly swelled, and from within it burst forth hundreds of jet-black bone spears and muscular tentacles. These offensive organs did not materialize out of thin air, but were formed from its own flesh and blood tissue through ultra-high-speed proliferation and hardening. Each bone spear's tip was as sharp as a drill, and each tentacle contained terrifying power capable of easily shredding an armored vehicle. They tore through the air with terrifying whistles, hurtling towards Duan Wenwei's seemingly vulnerable, petite body from all directions like a raging storm. This was a final execution, devoid of suspense, filled with judgment and death. However, at the very last moment, just as the impenetrable net of death was about to close in, a startling fighting spirit suddenly erupted in Duan Wenwei's resolute, beautiful eyes. She didn't retreat, instead, she lowered her body, and her bones and muscles vibrated at an unimaginable frequency in an instant. Her skin rapidly keratinized, revealing a silvery metallic luster, as if formed from moonlight, indestructible. She moved. Instead of transforming into a streak of light, her figure moved with a reaction speed and body control surpassing the limits of biological endurance, unleashing an unbelievable barrage of dodges and parries amidst the deadly barrage. Clang! 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 Her arms transformed into two incredibly sharp, silver-white bone blades, dancing before her with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, creating an impenetrable net of blades. The dense, crisp sounds, like the clashing of metal, echoed wildly throughout the entire throne room. Chapter 314. Those jet-black bone spears, capable of easily piercing tanks, were utterly repelled and severed upon contact with her seemingly thin bone blades, as if striking mortal iron against a divine barrier. The entire throne room fell into a deathly silence. All the high-ranking parasites stared in utter disbelief, and a look of utter horror at the girl bathed in the silvery light reflected from her body, an inviolable figure like a true goddess of war. The shadow on the throne also let out a frenzied roar filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? The king's roar was filled with incomprehensible rage and bewilderment. It couldn't believe that its most despised creation, defined as a failure, had, without its knowledge, given birth to the legendary quality and ability representing the pinnacle of biological evolution, qualities it itself hadn't even fully mastered. Duan Wenwei didn't answer. She gave the most resounding answer with her actions. Her petite figure, clad in sturdy silver armor, transformed into a dazzling meteor tearing through the darkness, proactively and fiercely confronting the supreme, chaotic, and destructive final king. A war of regicide, filled with rebellion and rebirth, had officially begun. The battle in the throne room instantly reached a fever pitch. The old king's chaotic and twisted body completely transformed into the embodiment of pure destruction and slaughter. It ceased to maintain its blurry human form, instead unfurling into a colossal, repulsive monster composed of countless black tentacles, sharp bone blades, and a menacing maw that opened and closed repeatedly. It occupied most of the hall, each attack like a cataclysmic disaster. With each sweep of its massive tentacles, deep furrows were ripped into the hard, bony floor, and the air was filled with the piercing screams of tearing flesh. "I will tear your corrupted soul to shreds." The old king's roar was no longer mere words, but a mental pressure filled with rage and destructive intent, exploding directly in the minds of all the parasitic beasts. However, faced with this terrifying onslaught, like a landslide and a tsunami, Duan Wenwei displayed an astonishing combat wisdom completely different from her petite frame. She did not choose to engage the old king in any direct clash of power, but instead maximized the use of tactics infused with human intelligence. Her figure, clad in silver-white armor, became light and elusive, like the most agile cheetah under the moonlight. Within the old king's impenetrable network of attacks, she moved with incredible speed and artistry, dodging and weaving. She always managed to find the slightest opening in the old king's body, created by its overstretched structure, during those fleeting moments. Her slender, pale arms had long since transformed into two silver bone blades, each with a streamlined, beautiful form. These bone blades were not merely sharp, their edges vibrated at an extremely high frequency at a microscopic level, giving them a shimmering, iridescent visual effect. This vibration endowed them with unparalleled cutting power. Each swing was silent, yet incredibly precise, striking the old king's massive body at the weakest points of muscle fibers and nerve conduction. Thud. There was no earth-shattering roar, only the dull thud of a blade slicing through flesh. A burst of foul-smelling, dark green blood suddenly erupted from the old king's seemingly indestructible, jet-black body. Its massive body stiffened abruptly, letting out a mad roar filled with pain. "You?" It never dreamed that this failed product before it not only possessed the biological potential of a king, but also wielded the combat techniques of lowly humans with such mastery. The more enraged the old king became, the more expansive and unrestrained its attacks became, revealing more and more openings. Duan Wenwei grew increasingly calm as the battle progressed. Her cold, beautiful eyes gleamed with the precision of a supercomputer, perfectly calculating every move of the old king, predicting each attack, and delivering the most lethal and efficient counterattack. The high-level parasitic beasts watching the battle had long since transformed from initial shock and horror into deep awe and fear. Their primal instincts made them acutely aware that in this battle of the changing of the guard, the scales of victory were irreversibly tipping towards the silver-white queen, a figure embodying new life and order. Meanwhile, deep within the city's sewers, in a deathly silent and cold underground research institute, Lin Yu's body, thanks to the heart of God, almost supernatural regenerative abilities, had completely recovered to its peak condition. His charred skin had completely peeled away, replaced by new skin radiating a healthy glow, even more resilient than before. His shattered bones had also healed perfectly, becoming denser and stronger in this process of rebuilding from the ashes. He stood silently before the row of futuristic weapon racks, his eyes gleaming with a cold, inquisitive light. He held a futuristic-looking infrasonic vibration rifle in his hand, carefully examining every detail. The rifle was crafted from an unknown lightweight alloy, cold to the touch yet possessing a substantial feel. The muzzle wasn't a traditional firing port, but a complex circular matrix composed of dozens of miniature sonic oscillators. On the side of the rifle was a small LCD screen, clearly displaying the current energy reserve, firing frequency, and 3 distinct attack modes. Mode 1, High Frequency Pulse. Emits a focused, highly penetrating infrasound wave, causing continuous internal structural damage to a single target. Mode 2, Wide Area Oscillation. Releases a ring-shaped, wide-area sonic shockwave centered on itself, causing temporary paralysis and dizziness to all surrounding hostile targets. Mode 3, Resonance Annihilation. Locks onto a target and emits an infrasound wave perfectly synchronized with its biological frequency, triggering a destructive resonance within the target's cells and tissues, completely disintegrating it from the inside. Lin Yu looked at the 3 attack modes, each brimming with rule-based lethality, and the curve of his lips grew increasingly cold and cruel. Chapter 315. Besides the rifle, he also hung 10 high-frequency sonic grenades on his tactical belt. These grenades, while not as powerful as rifles, were numerous and could create widespread chaos and disorder, making them the perfect prelude to his upcoming bloody and frenzied revenge battle. As for the 3 Banshee wide-area sonic transmitters, which were of strategic significance, he carefully stored them in his spatial backpack. These 3 powerful weapons would be his final and most lethal trump card to completely overturn the entire battle. After thoroughly familiarizing himself with all the new weapons, Lin Yu took a deep breath. His deep eyes were no longer filled with confusion or hesitation, only a chilling, absolute killing intent that could make even gods and demons tremble. The battle in the throne room was nearing its end. The once invincible king now knelt pitifully on the ruins of his shattered throne. His massive body, formed from chaotic energy, was now mangled, riddled with gruesome, deep, silvery white wounds that exposed bone. These wounds still bore the microscopic damage inflicted by Duan Wenyue's high-frequency vibrating bone blades, like the most vicious curse, relentlessly eroding and disintegrating his already unstable body structure, preventing regeneration. Large swamps of foul-smelling, dark green viscous fluid gushed forth from these gruesome wounds, like a burst dam, corroding the ground beneath his feet into a toxic swamp. Its head, hidden in the chaotic shadows, drooped limply, its mouth emitting heavy, labored breaths like a broken bellows, filled with pain and resentment. It had lost. It had lost utterly. It had lost to the very thing it despised most, humanity, lost to the silver-white queen it had labeled a failure, a queen brimming with rebellion and rebirth. And opposite it, Duan Wenyue hovered silently in midair. Her petite body still reflected a cold, silvery light. Her face was expressionless, her cold, beautiful eyes simply gazed silently at the old king, who had utterly lost all ability to resist, like a truly supreme deity scrutinizing her spoils of war, filled with tragedy and fate. Within the hall, all the surviving high-ranking parasites had long since stopped breathing. They prostrated themselves on the ground, gazing with awe and fanaticism at the true, one and only monarch about to usher in a new era. They waited. Waiting for the final coronation ceremony, filled with holiness and evolution. The old king seemed to sense the gazes from all directions, filled with betrayal and submission. Its massive, battered body trembled violently. A mad will filled with boundless rage and resentment made it slowly raise its chaotic and twisted head once more. It looked at the inviolable, silver-white queen, like a god, and its venomous and insane mental fluctuations exploded in the minds of all the parasitic beasts. You won. Its voice was hoarse and weak, but the seductive power it contained, enough to drive any being mad, remained undiminished. The new king. According to the supreme ultimate law passed down through billions of years of our race, the victor will devour everything of the vanquished. Come! It let out a mad roar filled with acceptance and liberation, and willingly and without hesitation dispelled the last vestige of defense around its body. It exposed its shattered, chaotic core, brimming with immense energy, nakedly and without reservation, before Duan Wenyue. Devour me. Devour my power. Devour my knowledge. Devour my ancient memories passed down through countless eras. Then, complete your final and most perfect coronation. Lead our race towards a new, glorious, and eternal era. Its words were filled with an undeniable, ultimate temptation, imbued with holiness and destiny. Duan Wenyue looked at the unguarded old king, who seemed to have completely given up all resistance. For the first time, a hint of hesitation and struggle flashed in her usually cold and beautiful eyes. Her reason, her innate human wisdom and strategic thinking, was frantically sounding alarm bells in her mind. She knew there was a trap. This cunning and cruel former king would never so easily and willingly give up his life. This was undoubtedly a final, deadly trap. However, her instincts, her primal, irresistible yearning for evolution and power, originating from her parasitic nature, wrapped her mind like the most frenzied vines, tightly binding her heart, which was filled with reason and vigilance. Moreover, her newly awakened will as a king, filled with dominance and possessiveness, was frantically urging her to complete this final coronation, a process imbued with sacredness and destiny. Just as her conflicted and struggling heart was about to be completely consumed by that primal desire, a familiar figure, radiating sunshine and warmth, flashed through her mind without warning. It was Lin Yu. The blue umbrella tilted towards her in the rain, the handkerchief with its faint fragrance when she had a cold, the 2 times he had saved her from trouble in gym class, metaphors and inevitabilities alike. These memories, filled with youthful innocence and beauty, were like the warmest holy light, instantly dispelling the darkness and desire that had clouded her heart. She knew she couldn't let desire consume her so easily. She had to live. She still had to find that mysterious and dangerous boy. However, just as she was about to refuse, the old king's seductive and venomous whispers exploded in her mind once more. What are you hesitating about, new king? Are you afraid? Or are you feeling sorry for that lowly human, also from another world? Don't be foolish. Do you think your special feelings for him are what you call love? No. That's not love. That's the most primal and purest possessiveness of our race. You don't want to protect him. You want to possess him. You want to turn him into a perfect, eternal being, just like you and me. That is our race's ultimate, and most perfect interpretation of love. Chapter 316. Devour me. Once you devour me, you will gain ultimate power enough to completely control the entire world. Then, you can easily turn that extraordinary young man into your most perfect, eternal treasure, belonging only to you. Boom! The old king's vicious and twisted devilish whisper, like a black lightning bolt tearing through time and space, struck Duan Wenju's softest and most obsessive Achilles' heel with unparalleled precision and ruthlessness. Her already conflicted and struggling heart completely collapsed at this moment. The brilliant light in her cold, beautiful eyes, once filled with humanity and radiance, was being visibly replaced at an even stronger and more frenzied dark will, filled with possessiveness and obsession. Finally, she made her final decision. She would utterly end this old era filled with weakness and struggle. She would usher in a new, perfect dark age, one she would lead, filled with rationality and order. She spread her arms, and the gleaming silver armor covering her body transformed into hundreds of grotesque tentacles, brimming with the power of devouring and merging. Like a raging storm, they completely engulfed the old king, who was also filled with expectations and conspiracy. A final devouring ritual, filled with both holiness and eerie, that would determine the future fate of the entire race, had officially begun. While Duan Wenyu was conducting her bizarre and fateful devouring ritual deep within the lair, Lin Yu's figure, like a true grim reaper of the night, silently returned to the surface. He dragged his now fully healed body, leaping from a well-hidden sewer manhole, and once again merged into the neon-lit, shadowy city. A faint, oppressive atmosphere, mingled with the stench of gunpowder and blood, still lingered in the air. The urgent, chaotic sirens and gunfire still echoed from the distant streets. This final purge, ignited by his own hands and filled with death and despair, continued its brutal onslaught. Lin Yu didn't rush to find new prey. He found the rooftop of an abandoned multi-storied parking garage on the city's edge, and like a true king in control, looked down upon this sinful city, now utterly shrouded in war and panic. He calmly activated his already ready level 4 radar, taking in the real-time battle situation across the entire city. He could clearly see that in that distorted city filled with death and wails, the number of survivors was dwindling rapidly at a visible rate. They were being divided, surrounded, and slowly devoured by the endless tide of parasites and government troops. The entire city had become a massive, cruel, one-way death trap. And the parasites, having achieved a partial victory, did not become complacent. They remained highly vigilant, forming efficient and deadly mopping up squads of 3 to 5 individuals. On the battlefield littered with ruins and corpses, they conducted systematic and well-defined finishing blows. They were like a pack of truly intelligent and disciplined, cold-blooded hyenas, never letting any potential enemy escape their grasp. It seemed simple ambushes are no longer enough for me. Lin Yu looked at the groups of 3 to 5 red dots on the radar map, his smile growing increasingly cold and bloodthirsty. He took out a high-frequency sonic grenade from his spatial backpack, a grenade with a metallic texture and a futuristic design. He needed to collect the parasitic hard fragments quickly. Then, he focused his attention on the nearest group of 5 parasitic beasts attacking a survivor squad that was also already heavily wounded. He no longer hesitated. He pulled the pin on the sonic grenade, filled with surprise and unexpected joy, and threw it with perfect accuracy in a flawless parabola into the battlefield. The grenade traced a perfect arc of death and judgment in the air before silently landing at the feet of the 5 parasitic beasts enjoying their hunt. They didn't even have time to react to what had just happened. Whoosh! An invisible, terrifying sonic wave, powerful enough to slightly distort space itself, instantly surged outwards from the grenade like a burst dam, sweeping wildly in all directions. The 5 parasitic beasts froze abruptly. For the first time, their monstrous heads, once brimming with savagery and murderous intent, revealed a true expression, one of profound, soul-deep pain and terror. They could clearly feel every cell in their bodies, under the impact of that irrational, terrifying sonic wave, beginning to tremble violently and uncontrollably. Disintegrating. Collapsing. They couldn't even utter a scream. Their powerful bodies, as robust as the strongest titanium alloy, were like sand sculptures weathered by time, losing all life force within seconds, turning into 5 puddles of foul-smelling, writhing, viscous flesh, and the one also affected by the sonic wave, which was the already severely wounded survivor squad, though also feeling dizzy and their blood surging, were fortunate enough to survive the indiscriminate attack, a rule-based level of lethality, due to their relatively fragile human bodies. He became the ultimate nightmare of this city of death. He was like a masterful, artistic conductor of death, orchestrating a symphony of destruction filled with surprises and accidents on the chaotic and bloody battlefield. He silently deployed the equally strategically significant Banshee wide-area sonic transmitters along several equally humanitarian thoroughfares throughout the city. Chapter 317. Then, like a truly mischievous and wicked child, he used pebbles filled with enthusiasm and hospitality to lure the parasitic beast extermination team, also attracted by him and filled with curiosity and greed, into traps filled with surprise and unexpected death. Whoosh! Another terrifying sonic wave filled with purification and judgment exploded in another corner of the city. More than a dozen parasitic beasts turned into puddles of foul-smelling, viscous flesh. Lin Yu's number of parasitic heart fragments was increasing at an alarming rate. 581/1000, asterisk, 654/1000, asterisk, 723/1000. Inside the throne hall of the nest, the final devouring ritual, filled with a sacred and eerie aura, had entered its final stage. Duan Wenyue's petite body was now completely enveloped in a massive cocoon of flesh, composed of high-density biomass and shimmering with a silver-black bioluminescence. The surface of the cocoon was covered with mysterious, pulsating patterns like blood vessels, each throbbing seemed to resonate throughout the entire nest. A terrifying aura, far more terrifying and unfathomable than that of the old king, filled with both new life and destruction, emanated continuously from the cocoon, coloring the entire throne room with a chaotic hue of oppression and fanaticism. All the high-ranking parasitic beasts, like the most devout believers, prostrated themselves before the cocoon, a place brimming with the unknown and hope, awaiting the final arrival of their new, and most perfect, monarch with eyes filled with fervent worship. However, within that cocoon of flesh, filled with holiness and majesty, a silent battle for consciousness, far more dangerous and cruel than the blood and fire war outside, had also entered its most intense phase. Give up. Foolish failure. The old king's chaotic and venomous consciousness, like the most rampant and incurable virus, raged and eroded Duan Wenyue's silvery white sea of consciousness, filled with humanity and glory. Do you really think I would so easily hand over my power and throne, passed down for billions of years? You have to? Your body, your power, your kingly qualities will all become the cradle of my rebirth. And your pathetic soul, filled with weakness and struggle, will become the first and most perfect dessert after my return. The old king's consciousness was filled with a pure, irrational desire for destruction and devouring. It wanted to completely erase the last trace of this traitor who dared to defy its will from this world. However, Duan Wenyue's seemingly weak and vulnerable consciousness was not easily overwhelmed as it had imagined. Her spiritual body was tightly enveloped by a layer of warm and resilient silver-white divine light. Beneath the ravages of chaos and darkness, though already teetering on the brink of collapse, it stubbornly clings to that last, most vital sanctuary filled with light and hope. And the last vestige of faith that sustains her through this desperate and mad battle of possession is none other than those warm, human memories, memories scorned by the old king as weak and useless. The blue umbrella tilting towards her in the rain, the faintly scented handkerchief when she was sick, the 2 times she escaped danger in gym class, a scene brimming with both coincidence and inevitability. These innocent and beautiful moments, like the most solid, unyielding final bulwark, stubbornly resisted the endless, surging tide of darkness. After several fruitless assaults filled with rage and fury, the old king's chaotic and resentful consciousness finally calmed down from its endless madness. It knew that brute force alone could no longer completely crush this monster, who also possessed royal qualities. It had to use a more intelligent and insidious method to utterly dismantle her seemingly indestructible final bulwark from within. It began to change its strategy, abandoning the futile and exhausting direct assaults. Its malevolent consciousness, like the most cunning serpent, began to sow seeds of poison and destruction in the depths of her conflicted and struggling heart with a seductive and twisted devilish whisper. Didn't you want to protect him? Didn't you want him to belong to you alone forever? But look at him. He's too powerful. He's too free. He's like an unbridled wind, ready to slip away from your fingertips at any moment. And you can only watch helplessly. This is the ultimate fate that your pathetic humanity, which you so clung to, has brought you. Give up. Give up those pointless emotions filled with weakness and incompetence. Accept me. Accept my ultimate will, passed down for billions of years, brimming with power and wisdom. Once you and I become one, you will gain ultimate power enough to completely control the entire world. Then, you can easily subdue that other being, who is also filled with extraordinary. Your boy, become your most perfect, eternal treasure, belonging only to you. We can make him a perfect, eternal being, just like us. Let him stay by your side forever. This is true, eternal love. The old king's venomous and twisted devilish whispers, Like a black lightning bolt tearing through time and space, struck Duan Wenyua's softest and most obsessive Achilles heel with unparalleled precision and ruthlessness. Her already conflicted and struggling heart completely collapsed at this moment. The brilliant light in her cold, beautiful eyes, once filled with humanity and radiance, was being visibly replaced at an even stronger and more frenzied dark will, filled with possessiveness and obsession. She finally gave up resisting. Ultimately, catalyzed by that utterly twisted and insane obsession with Lin Yu, two powerful wills, both imbued with the qualities of a king, merged completely in a bizarre and insane way that no one could have foreseen. Crack. Chapter 318. With a crisp sound, like an eggshell shattering, the silver-black cocoon filled with new life and destruction exploded. Duan Wenyua's petite figure, once again filled with fragility and helplessness, reappeared before all the parasitic beasts. However, she was completely different now. The depths of her cold, beautiful eyes were no longer filled with contradiction and struggle, but only with an absolute coldness, filled with chaos and savagery, enough to make even gods and demons tremble. A strange, sinister smile, full of evil charm and cruelty, slowly curved her lips. She had become a new being. A new, and most perfect, Dark Queen, possessing the vast knowledge and power inherited from the old king over billions of years, yet utterly dominated by a twisted and insane love. Within the throne room, all the high-ranking parasites could clearly sense the terrifying aura emanating from her, far more terrifying and unfathomable than that of the old king, a terrifying aura filled with both order and madness. They prostrated themselves on the ground, uttering frenzied roars of submission and awe, more fervent and devout than ever before. "Your Majesty." The newly born queen hovered silently above the ruins of the throne. Her cold eyes, filled with chaos and obsession, slowly swept over the trembling subjects prostrate on the ground below. She could clearly feel an unprecedented, absolute power, capable of manipulating the entire world, surging and roaring wildly within her. The old king's knowledge and memories, like a vast database, were rapidly analyzed, absorbed, and reorganized in her mind, which was equally brimming with wisdom and strategy. In just a few seconds, she completely seized control of this enormous army, equally filled with chaos and primitiveness. She knew she could no longer rely on instinct and violence, like the old king, to conduct her inefficient and wasteful hunts. She would use a more intelligent and orderly method to transform this city, equally rich in deliciousness and nutrients, into a truly unique and perfect hunting ground, belonging solely to her. She slowly raised her slender, pale right hand, a hand brimming with delicate beauty. The entire throne room, filled with frenzy and clamor, instantly returned to absolute silence. "Issue my decree." Her voice, no longer filled with the cool shyness of a young girl, carried an absolute, godlike majesty, devoid of any emotion. All units, immediately ceased this meaningless hunt of those lower creatures called humans. Her words fell, and the entire throne room erupted in a commotion filled with bewilderment and incomprehension. Those high-ranking parasitic beasts, brimming with primal and savage energy, could not comprehend why their great new king would issue such an absurd and merciful order. However, before they could fully recover from their immense shock and confusion, the queen's even colder, more unquestionable command resounded once more in their minds. "From this moment forward, we will change our previous passive defensive strategy. We will take the initiative. All units, centered on Sakuragaka Private High School, will conduct a carpet bombing, indiscriminate extermination in a fan-shaped pattern. Your targets are no longer those unarmed, weak, and fearful ordinary humans, but those survivors, also from another world, full of threats and sustenance. We will find them all, leaving none alive. Then, devour them." The queen's words were filled with an undeniable, domineering confidence befitting a ruler. After a brief moment of deathly silence, the entire throne room erupted in a frenzied, savage roar, like that of a wild beast. They finally understood that their great new queen had not become merciful. She had simply found them a new prey, one even more challenging and fun. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Lin Yu's slaughter had also entered its final, and most frenzied stage. He was like a tireless war machine, relentlessly reaping the lives of the parasitic beasts he had utterly thwarted in that distorted city filled with death and despair. The number of his parasitic heart fragments was skyrocketing at an almost rocket-like rate. However, just as he was preparing to finish off the dozen or so prey he had targeted, completing this epic and glorious thousand-man slaughter, an unexpected change occurred. On his radar map, the parasitic beast dots that should have been hunting haphazardly and chaotically in various corners of the city suddenly and simultaneously ceased all activity. Then, as if summoned by some mysterious force, they began to rapidly converge in the same direction with highly disciplined, army-like formations. That direction was none other than Sakuragaka Private High School, a place brimming with youth and hope. Linyu stared at the astonishing scene on the radar map, filled with bizarre and abnormal phenomena. For the first time, a trace of solemnity and unease flashed in his deep eyes. This was definitely not a coincidence. Behind this lay a massive conspiracy capable of altering the entire course of the battle. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately abandoned the prey that was already his for the taking. He wanted to see what was happening in that final lair, a place equally rife with trouble and threats. He pushed his optical camouflage to its limit, making himself seem to merge completely with the surrounding air. Then, his figure, like a transparent lightning bolt that didn't even exist in this world, silently followed a parasitic beast squad that was also rapidly assembling towards the lair, quickly approaching the final stage filled with unknowns and dangers. Chapter 319. Inside the throne room of the lair, the newly crowned queen listened quietly to the final report from the equally intelligent and cunning intelligence officer. Your Majesty, according to our current intelligence, the most dangerous survivor, codenamed Ghost, is still conducting his frenzied hunting activities in the city center. We still haven't found any effective countermeasures against his sonic weapons, which can inflict devastating damage on us. However, the intelligence officer's tone shifted, becoming filled with surprise and unexpectedness. According to the latest intelligence from our informants within the government, Ghost, who is also wanted by us, seems to be actively approaching our lair at an extremely rapid pace. Oh! For the first time, a hint of amusement and expectation flashed in the queen's cold eyes filled with chaos and obsession. She slowly rose from the ruins of the throne, a place filled with death and majesty. Her petite figure, so fragile and helpless, at this moment resembled a volcano about to erupt, containing a terrifying power capable of utterly overturning the entire world. She raised her eyes, her gaze piercing through the layers of flesh and rock forming the walls of her lair, as if she could see directly in that city, now a hellish landscape, that mysterious and dangerously agile figure, like a phantom of the night, frantically reaping its own kind. A slow, chilling, obsessive smile curved her icy lips. Linyu. She murmured the name softly, a dreamlike whisper filled with an overwhelming possessiveness, a voice only she could hear. Then she slowly raised her slender, pale right hand, a hand brimming with delicate beauty and fragility. In that instant, the souls of all the high-ranking parasites prostrate on the ground within the deathly silent and oppressive throne hall were completely enveloped by an irresistible, absolute will filled with supreme majesty. Issue my decree. Her voice no longer traveled through the air and vocal cords, but exploded directly into the minds of every parasite like the final decree of a god. From this moment on, abandon all meaningless hunting and devouring. Contain all your power and seal off the entire city. Our only task is to find that man. Linyu. Remember, I want him alive. This command, filled with unquestionable majesty, instantly spread throughout the entire parasite hive consciousness network. All the parasites that were wreaking havoc in every corner of the city froze in their tracks at the same moment. Their minds were filled with incomprehensible confusion and bewilderment. They couldn't understand why their great, new king would forego the readily available, delicious and nutritious prey before him to carry out a strange command that they found absurd and incomprehensible. However, the absolute and unquestionable obedience to the king, stemming from their species' instincts, was like a deep-seated brand on their souls. After a brief period of confusion, they began to execute this final decree, which they perceived as strange and unknown, without hesitation and in perfect unison. Linyu, lurking behind a water tank atop a 100-meter-tall skyscraper, was like a night owl, completely blending into the darkness, coldly surveying the city below, now a steel cage. He was surrounded simply for intercepting a few parasitic beasts returning to their nest. His level 4 radar was operating at an unprecedented speed, a massive stream of information converging, analyzing, and reconstructing in his mind a real-time, oppressive, all-encompassing network. He could clearly see that the military and police, disguised as parasites, had completely controlled every exit of the city. Their methods of investigation were far more thorough and efficient than Linyu had imagined. Conventional breakout methods are impossible. A chill ran through Linyu. He knew that his disguise as an ordinary high school student was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper before this terrifying instrument, comparable to a demon-revealing mirror. He had to use a more violent and unreasonable method to tear open this seemingly indestructible giant cage constructed of flesh and steel. He turned his gaze to a relatively desolate, yet not fully developed, industrial ruin at the southernmost tip of the city. That was the weakest point in the entire city's defense system, and his only chance to forcefully break through. He no longer hesitated. Whoosh! A surge of light and free-flowing azure energy instantly enveloped his entire body. Like an ancient deity awakening from slumber, he silently leaped from the 100-meter-high building, tracing a perfect, elegant arc across the night sky as he glided at high speed towards that final stage filled with hope and the unknown. However, he ultimately underestimated the wisdom and decisiveness of the mastermind behind the scenes. Just as his figure was about to cross that final, symbolically significant city boundary, several enormous, twisted, and inhumanly powerful shadows appeared without warning from below, in the dark. From the dark and desolate industrial ruins, several enormous, ancient pterosaur-like flying parasitic beasts, unlike anything Lin Yu had ever seen before, soared into the sky. Their massive, bat-like wings whipped up terrifying gusts of wind filled with a stench and malice. Their scarlet eyes, brimming with intelligence and savagery, were fixed on Lin Yu, the prey they had long awaited. The battle erupted in an instant. Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply. He never dreamed that the enemy would have even prepared such a special forces unit specifically designed to counter aerial attacks. Without hesitation, he immediately switched the attack mode of his infrasonic shock rifle to wide-area shock, a mode brimming with range and control. Whoosh! Chapter 320. An invisible, terrifying sound wave, powerful enough to slightly distort space itself, instantly surged outwards from his body, like a burst dam, sweeping wildly in all directions. The flying parasites that were hurtling towards him at incredible speed suddenly froze. For the first time, their monstrous heads, filled with savagery and killing intent, revealed a true expression, one emanating from the depths of their souls, filled with endless pain and fear. However, just as Lin Yu was about to seize the moment when they were briefly paralyzed and dizzy to annihilate them, at the very last instant, the flying parasites' bodies suddenly plummeted downwards in a bizarre posture completely defying biological norms. They actually managed to stay suspended in midair, relying on their tenacious will and their equally fearless fighting instincts. They executed a near-perfect evasion, a feat both coincidence and inevitability. They dodged the deadly sonic attack. The next second, from their terrifying, petal-like mandibles spewed forth enormous, fleshy networks, thick with a resilient and viscous aura, which converged from all directions like a net, enveloping Lin Yu, who had lost his best chance to counterattack. Their attacks were highly coordinated, clearly defined, full of meticulous tactical planning. They were no longer frantically attacking his vitals, but aiming to capture him alive. Lin Yu's heart sank at that moment. He knew he had completely fallen into a death trap, meticulously prepared by his opponents, a trap brimming with intelligence and calculation. Without hesitation, he immediately pushed his flight ability to its limit. His figure, in midair, executed a bizarre, aerodynamic maneuver that defied all aerodynamics, performing a dramatic flip to narrowly avoid the massive, fleshy net that could have bound any aircraft. Then, without looking back, he hastily fled towards the bustling yet shadowy city. Although he ultimately escaped the pursuit of the flying parasitic beasts unscathed thanks to his terrifying strength far surpassing his opponents and his sonic weapon, equally powerful at the rule level, he was also forced to retreat back into the enormous, fleshy cage that had been prepared for him. For the first time, he felt a complex emotion called tricky, filled with powerlessness and anger. Deep within the lair, on the throne, the newly born Queen Duanwenwe, through the omnipresent Hive Consciousness Network, clearly saw Lin Yu's entire battle, filled with disarray and struggle. She watched the man soar through the air, his fighting posture a blend of power and beauty. For the first time, a sickly, infatuated, chilling smile appeared on her usually icy, beautiful face. "You can't escape, Lin Yu," she whispered, her voice filled with love, yet also with a madness capable of making gods and demons tremble. "Soon we be together forever." Back in the city, Lin Yu didn't frantically search for a new breakthrough like a headless fly. That brief, but perilous aerial confrontation made him fully aware of his current predicament. A vast net woven from wisdom, order, and absolute power had quietly closed in, and he was the most conspicuous prey at its center. Any conventional struggle would only tighten the net. He concealed all his presence, like a true ghost, silently infiltrating an abandoned underground parking garage in the city center. He leaned against a cold, graffiti-covered pillar and slowly closed his eyes, his mind racing at an unprecedented pace. The radar map unfolded in the depths of his consciousness, like a meticulously crafted star map. Each dot representing a parasite was patrolling and searching in a highly regular, grid-like pattern. Their actions were no longer based on instinctive predation, but on a militarized, ruthless, and efficient extermination. A cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of Lin Yu's lips. A bold, insane, and calculated plan rapidly took shape in his mind. His gaze swept quickly across the radar map. He was searching for the perfect final stage. A perfect battleground, capable of accommodating hundreds of spectators, possessing sufficient tactical depth for maneuvering, and concealing a final backdoor for a graceful exit even in the worst-case scenario. Soon, coordinates appeared on his radar map. The mysterious underground research institute hidden beneath the sewer system. The expansive, flat plaza above it could easily accommodate a bloody, meat-grinding battle involving 1,000 people, and the research institute below was the perfect final escape route, brimming with unknowns and opportunities. That's it. A cold, resolute glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He began using his level 4 radar, comparable to the Eye of God, to meticulously calculate and analyze the parasitic beast patrol routes, troop distribution, and reaction times throughout the city. He was planning the perfect fishing route. A route that would allow him to attract the most hatred in the shortest amount of time, and then lure that hatred step by step, unharmed, into the final death trap already prepared for them. He was like a superstar about to step onto a stage, meticulously planning every interesting detail full of surprises and unexpected events for himself and his incoming fans on that dangerous and deadly stage. He even prepared a dramatic and absurd opening monologue for his tragic and mad performance. After several hours of precise calculations filled with oppressive silence, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. He had planned his escape route and prepared for battle. His deep eyes were no longer filled with confusion or hesitation, only an absolute, icy confidence and control. He slowly rose from the dark, damp underground parking lot. His previously disheveled and exhausted body now resembled a peerless weapon about to be unsheathed, radiating a terrifying, chilling killing intent capable of changing the very fabric of the world. He wanted to show that arrogant, self-important king of parasites, who the true, ultimate hunter was in this deadly game of hunting and counter-hunting. Chapter 321. Hundreds of parasitic beasts of various shapes and sizes, like demons crawling out of hell, completely surrounded the empty square. Their faces wore cruel smiles filled with victory and greed. They looked at their final prey, now without escape, panting heavily, and their eyes burned with a fiery ecstasy. They knew this hunt, filled with unexpected surprises and excitement, was finally coming to an end. However, they never dreamed that from beginning to end, they were merely a group of pathetic pawns on that man's chessboard, filled with tragedy and fate. Lin Yu slowly raised his head. He looked at the so-called victor, who had surrounded him like ants. The feigned expression on his face, which had been filled with exhaustion and panic, slowly faded. Instead, a cold, mocking smile, like that of a god looking down upon all living beings, filled with cynicism and cruelty. "Welcome to my hunting grounds." When Lin Yu's cold, mocking, and judgmental words echoed clearly across the deathly silent square, all the parasitic beasts basking in the joy of victory froze. An ominous, terrifying premonition, enough to freeze their very souls, enveloped their greedy and ecstatic hearts without warning. They saw the man, who should have been at his wit's end, slowly straighten his exhausted back. All the pretense in his eyes, which had been filled with panic and despair, was instantly replaced by a blood-red divine light, powerful and insane, capable of swallowing the entire world. Gods and demons descend. Boom! A blood-red divine light, far more terrifying and domineering than ever before, erupted from Lin Yu's body like an ancient volcano dormant for billions of years. That terrifying aura, looking down upon the world and regarding all things as ants, swept across the entire plaza like a flood bursting its banks. Hundreds of parasitic beasts were as fragile as countless withered leaves in a storm before that unreasonable, space-distorting pressure, their powerful bodies, brimming with strength and, comparable to the hardest titanium alloy, were uncontrollably forced back several steps. Their souls seemed to be crushed alive by the terrifying aura. However, this was only the beginning. Ding! Your Divine Soul Descends effect triggered. Divine Soul Lottery in progress. Congratulations. You have drawn an SSS level martial soul. Peerless Demon God Lu Bu. Looks like your luck isn't so good. His original intention was to lure the parasitic beasts over, test his combat power in a full-scale battle, and then use the power of the tide to overwhelm them if he couldn't win. Now that he'd drawn Lu Bu's divine soul, he have a good slaughter. During possession, all your attributes will receive an additional 100% boost. You will gain the passive skill. The more you fight, the stronger you become. You will gain Lu Bu's exclusive weapon, Fontion Halberd. The more you fight, the stronger you become, restores stamina upon defeating enemies, and increases your temporary all attributes by 1% for each enemy defeated. Buzz. A terrifying phantom, filled with an aura of iron and blood, seemingly from an ancient battlefield, suddenly appeared behind Lin Yu. The illusory figure wore a three-pronged purple gold crown, a crimson brocade robe adorned with 100 flowers, and a beast's face chainmail armor, with a lion-headed belt around its waist. Ascending the swift red hair, it held a halberd. Its domineering and arrogant eyes seemed to transcend eternity, perfectly merging with Lin Yu's equally cold and crazed gaze. And even more terrifying, even more domineering, supreme divine might, enough to make gods and demons tremble, erupted once more from Lin Yu's body. His body began to. His muscles bulged wildly, growing like steel. His bones crackled with a sickeningly loud popping sound. A massive halberd, imbued with ancient and murderous aura, seemingly soaked in the blood of countless lives, slowly materialized from the void and was gripped tightly in his hand. Lin Yu was no longer the scavenger filled with disguise and scheming. He was the unparalleled, ultimate demon god, whom even the three heroes of Hulao Pass could not defeat. Kill. He spat out this cold word, filled with death and judgment, through gritted teeth. The next second, his figure moved. He didn't even use his flight ability, which he considered somewhat flashy. He simply relied on his purest, terrifying power and speed, already enhanced to an inhuman level, transforming into a streak of blood-red lightning, impossible to detect with the naked eye, and fiercely charged into the sea of parasitic beasts already shrouded in endless fear and despair. A one-sided, premeditated, and brutally beautiful massacre officially began. Thud. 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 Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Limbs and torsos were severed. At this moment, Lin Yu's halberd transformed into the sharpest, most merciless scythe in the hand of death. Each swing of his halberd brought forth a terrifying gust of wind capable of tearing the air apart. The massive halberd blade, imbued with an ancient and murderous aura, drew deadly arcs in the air, a blend of death and artistic beauty. Any parasitic beast that dared to stand in his way, whether it was a gigantic, powerful heavy unit or a swift, powerful. The agile and deadly assassin units, brimming with deadly power, were as fragile as paper dolls before the terrifying halberd blades that could easily cleave steel. Their bodies, along with their bone armor brimming with sturdiness and confidence, were mercilessly shredded into a shower of flesh and blood. Meanwhile, the equally overpowered passive skill, the more you fight, the stronger you become, transformed Lin Yu into a true perpetual motion machine in this hellish realm filled with death and wails. With each enemy he slew, he could clearly feel his rapidly depleting stamina and strength visibly recovering at an astounding pace. Chapter 322. And he also gains a temporary 1% boost to all attributes. He grows stronger with each battle. He becomes stronger with each kill. He is frantically reaping those pitiful lives, filled with tragedy and fate, which he sees as mere experience points in a near-cheating manner. The number of his parasitic heart fragments is skyrocketing at an alarming rate. 723/1000, 815/1000, 902/1000, 955/1000, 1000/1000. Ding! You have successfully collected 1000 parasitic heart fragments. You have obtained a unique, gold-quality world artifact. Parasitic heart. Name: Parasitic heart. Quality: gold. Effect: can disguise itself as the target by contacting the target's biological tissue, including hair, skin tissue, etc. No usage restrictions. Deep within the lair, atop a magnificent throne constructed of bones and dark energy, the newly born Queen Duan was silently watched through the omnipresent hive consciousness network, the epic, bloody massacre unfolding on the other side of the city. Behind her, all the high-ranking parasites trembled on the ground, and the entire throne room was filled with a deathly silence, thick with fear and awe, enough to freeze the very air. Within the hive consciousness network, hundreds of similar points of consciousness were extinguishing rapidly, one after another, like candles blown out by a gale. Each disappearance of a point of light was accompanied by a desperate cry of utter terror and disbelief. Their final image before death was that terrifying figure, wielding a massive halberd, bathed in crimson divine light, an invincible being like an ancient demon god. Yet, Duan Wenyua's beautiful face, always cold and frosty, showed no anger or sorrow. In its place was a more intense, morbid, almost insane infatuation and ecstasy. She gazed at the man who swept through her army, invincible, and her eyes, filled with chaos and obsession, gleamed with a chillingly brilliant light called admiration. Truly worthy of the man I chosen, she murmured, a whisper of pleasure and admiration, like a lover's dream. This is getting more and more interesting. Her so-called love had long since transformed into a pure, extreme, and flawless possessiveness within that twisted and insane fusion. In her eyes, those inferior beings slaughtered by Lin Yu, filled with weakness and incompetence, were utterly unworthy to share this new dark age, dominated by her, with her collection, which was also filled with a perfect and extraordinary future. Their existence would only lower the ultimate standard of her perfect work of art. They all deserved to die. When the last speck of consciousness representing cannon fodder in the hive consciousness network was completely extinguished amidst a mournful cry filled with resentment and despair, Duan Wenyue finally slowly rose from the skeletal throne filled with death and majesty. Her petite, delicate, and helpless figure, at this moment, resembled a volcano about to erupt, a volcano capable of utterly overturning the entire world. It seems only I can personally intervene. She slowly raised her slender, pale right hand, a hand brimming with delicate beauty, and gently stroked her cold, yet endlessly yearning lips. Only then can I capture you, this naughty little bird, and bring you back to my cage. The instant her words fell, a silver-black divine light, far more terrifying and unfathomable than ever before, filled with order and madness, erupted from her body like an ancient beast breaking free from all restraints. The entire nest trembled under her irrational, terrifying pressure, capable of completely distorting space itself. Meanwhile, in the plaza at the entrance of the Research Institute, the inhuman, one-sided, bloody massacre finally came to an end. Lin Yu stood silently atop the carpet of flesh and blood, a tapestry of countless parasitic beast remains and a foul-smelling, viscous liquid. The crimson divine light emanating from his imposing, domineering, and mad body, a light capable of making even gods and demons tremble, and the phantom of his ancient war spirit, imbued with iron will and slaughter, slowly faded away, like an actor who had completed his final mission. Endless exhaustion surged, like a tidal wave over his body and soul, already nearing their limits. Yet he still stood ramrod straight, like an unyielding, immortal monument. He slowly raised his head and glanced at the dim sky, now completely stained crimson by blood and gunpowder. He knew he had won. Single-handedly, in the most ferocious and unreasonable way, he tore apart the final, inescapable trap meticulously prepared for him by that high and mighty queen. He had once again regained the initiative in this deadly game. He didn't rush to clean up the battlefield, nor did he rush to search for that final back door filled with unknowns and opportunities. He activated his level 4 radar at full power. He wanted to see how the self-important king of parasites, who had been hiding behind the scenes all along, would react after witnessing this crushing defeat. However, the instant his radar once again displayed the city's real-time dynamic map in his mind with crystal clarity, his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw that enormous red dot, representing the queen, filled with unknown and terror, which had always lurked beneath the city, begin to move for the first time. It was hurtling straight towards him at an incomprehensible, terrifying speed. The final battle was about to erupt. The deathly silence of the underground plaza was utterly shattered by the soaring crimson aura emanating from Lin Yu. Though the more you fight, the stronger you become. Effect accumulated from slaying hundreds of parasitic beasts erupted within him, like hundreds of volcanoes simultaneously, converging into a devastating torrent of power. The endless fatigue was completely washed away by this power, replaced by an unprecedented, surging sense of power that threatened to burst his body. He could clearly feel every cell in his body cheering, boiling, and trembling under the domineering amplification. At this moment, he was the embodiment of power, an unparalleled demon god walking among mortals. His gaze was like lightning, fixed intently on what lay ahead. On the radar map, the enormous red dot representing ultimate terror was rapidly approaching him with a force that seemed to tear the earth apart. Chapter 323. The terrifying pressure, a mixture of absolute order and extreme madness, like an invisible storm, had already completely enveloped the area. The air seemed to solidify, each breath feeling like swallowing blades. Escape was a last resort, an insult to the peak power he currently possessed. Since his fighting spirit was high and his power was at an unprecedented peak, he would fight to the bitter end. He wanted to take advantage of this brief yet incredibly brilliant unparalleled divine power ignited by the lives of hundreds of parasitic beasts to confront this newly appointed, mysterious and unpredictable queen head-on. He wanted to see just how capable she truly was. "Come!" Lin Yu roared, filled with boundless fighting spirit. The sound waves rolled, even causing the surrounding ruins to tremble. His halberd pointed directly in the direction of the oppressive aura, its dense, almost tangible crimson light shooting into the sky like smoke, staining the already dim heavens with an ominous crimson hue. Rumble. The earth began to tremble violently with unprecedented force. The thick concrete at the edge of the Research Institute's plaza, like a fragile biscuit trampled by an invisible behemoth, was shattered and torn apart inch by a terrifying force rising from the depths of the earth. The next second, a stream of eerie and beautiful silver-black light, like a death flower silently blooming in hell, silently broke through the earth, finally hovering in midair 100 meters away from Lin Yu, radiating a terrifying aura that froze the soul. The light slowly dissipated, revealing Duan Wenyue's petite figure. She still possessed the appearance of a delicate and beautiful young girl, her simple black dress swaying slightly in the gale. However, at this moment, she exuded a terrifying aura completely opposite to her outward appearance, an aura powerful enough to make even gods and demons tremble. Those once clear eyes, filled with contradictions and struggles, were now nothing but a chaotic, icy coldness, a mixture of absolute rationality and extreme obsession, seemingly capable of devouring all light. She silently gazed at Lin Yu, at the domineering, blood-red divine light emanating from him, and at the towering, ferocious demonic phantom behind him. A strange, morbidly obsessive smile slowly curved her bloodless lips. So beautiful, so incredibly beautiful. Her voice, tinged with a chilling infatuation, resonated deep within Lin Yu's mind. This aura, filled with power and destruction, you will be the most perfect treasure of my life. Lin Yu's pupils constricted sharply. It was her. The aura emanating from her now felt dangerous compared to before. Enough nonsense. Lin Yu gave her no chance to continue communicating. He knew that opportunities were fleeting, the duration of divine descent was limited, and the several 100% increase in all attributes from the more you fight, the stronger you become would eventually diminish. He had to establish a decisive advantage in this battle at the peak of this power. Kill! The ground beneath his feet exploded, creating a massive, spiderweb-like crater over 10 meters in diameter. He shot forward like a blood-red cannonball, ignoring air resistance, carrying a terrifying, crushing aura and a sonic boom, charging headlong towards the silver-black figure suspended in midair. 100 meters was traversed in the blink of an eye by Lin Yu's current speed. The halberd in his hand, imbued with the same domineering and frenzied will of Lu Bu's martial spirit, seemed to come alive. Its blade flashed with crimson light, transforming into a blood-red streak tens of meters long, powerful enough to tear the sky apart, slashing down with earth-shattering force towards Duan Wenyue's head. This strike, gathering all his current power and fighting spirit, was powerful enough to level a small mountain made of steel. However, facing this earth-shattering, deadly attack, Duan Wenyue showed no fear. A glint of dazzling appreciation and pleasure even flashed in her chaotic, icy eyes, as if admiring a work of art nearing completion. Just as the massive, blood-red halberd was about to strike, her figure, like a ghost, left a strange and twisted silver-black afterimage in her place. Her true form, defying the laws of physics, shifted several meters to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Boom! The halberd slammed into empty air, the terrifying shockwave pouring forth onto the earth, carving a deep, dozens-meter-long trench into the already blood-soaked plaza. Dust and rubble shot into the sky, forming a small mushroom cloud. At the same time, Duan Wenyue silently appeared on Lin Yu's flank. Her two slender, fair hands, exuding delicate beauty, were completely transformed at this moment, turning into two streamlined, aesthetically pleasing, and chillingly sharp silver-black bone blades. A bizarre energy, brimming with both order and madness, flowed across the bone blade. Like the fangs of a venomous snake, it silently aimed for Lin Yu's throat and heart from an extremely cunning and deadly angle. Her attack was no longer the wild and destructive sweep of the old king, but a precise and deadly assassination, a fusion of human martial arts wisdom and parasitic instincts. Alarm bells rang in Lin Yu's mind. Although the opponent's movements were silent, his battle-hardened combat instincts pierced his nerves like sharp needles. The halberd in his hand, like a living serpent, swept horizontally with a bizarre posture that completely defied the laws of mechanics, the massive blade hovering in midair. It drew a perfect arc, a blend of death and artistic beauty, and struck first, blocking his path. Clang! A deafening clang of metal clashing against metal exploded. The side blade of the halberd collided violently, with the two silver-black bone blades brimming with eerie energy. A visible shockwave swept outwards from the two figures, instantly crushing the surrounding collapsed buildings into dust under the terrifying, irrational shockwave. Lin Yu felt a chilling, penetrating energy, like a leech, creeping into his body along the halberd shaft, attempting to freeze his blood and erode his will. Chapter 324. His crimson divine light surged wildly within him, barely managing to repel the chilling power. Duan Wenyue's petite figure was also forced back several meters by the terrifying, domineering power emanating from the peerless demon god. A draw, however, Lin Yu's heart sank. He knew clearly that this was only temporary. His current power was borrowed, while his opponent's strength was real. This attack seemed even, but in reality, he had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Sure enough, Duan Wenyue, having regained her footing, looked at Lin Yu, her sickly smile growing even wider. Very strong power, what a pity. Let me see where your limits truly lie. Before her words finished, her figure vanished again, transforming into several silver-black afterimages, enveloping Lin Yu from all directions. Lin Yu roared, his halberd wielding with impenetrable force, forming a crimson storm of death. However, after exchanging dozens of blows, he was horrified to discover that every one of his attacks was easily neutralized by his opponent with minimal cost and exquisite technique. Every counterattack targeted his weaknesses. If not for the robust physique granted by the more you fight, the stronger you become ability, he would likely have already suffered several blows. This can't go on. Lin Yu's mind raced. If he continued this head-on, he would surely die once the gods and demons' descent effect wore off. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the low-level parasitic beasts trembling at the edge of the plaza, too afraid to approach. A crazy idea instantly formed in his mind. These guys are the true source of his power. In the center of the battlefield, crimson and silver-black light and shadow clashed wildly, each collision unleashing destructive energy, ravaging the already ravaged plaza beyond recognition. Lin Yu's breathing grew increasingly heavy. He could clearly feel the overwhelming power within him, gained through god and demon descend, slowly waning with the passage of time. On the other hand, Duan Wenyua's attacks were like a raging storm, growing ever more ferocious. Her two silver-black bone blades danced like the wind, each strike bringing a deadly glint, seemingly tireless. Your power is waning, Duan Wenyua's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind again, cold and cruel, as if stating a given fact. Give up, become mine, and you will gain eternity. Dream on. Lin Yu roared, his halberd suddenly erupting with brilliant crimson light, a powerful sweeping attack temporarily forcing Duan Wenyua back. However, this brief respite only made him more acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm between them. Duan Wenyua's strength lay not only in her unfathomable power, but also in her absolute control over her body. His attacks, in her presence, were like a child wielding a giant hammer, seemingly powerful, but riddled with openings. Continuing the fight would only lead to death. A resolute madness flashed in Lin Yu's blood-red eyes. He bit his tongue sharply, the intense pain focusing his mind intently. He abandoned a direct confrontation with Duan Wenyua. In the instant he deflected one of her attacks, he thrust his legs forward, his entire body like a cannonball, charging headlong in the opposite direction from Duan Wenyua. His target was none other than the low-level parasites, already terrified and cowering helplessly at the edge of the plaza. Duan Wenyua paused slightly, a genuine surprise appearing for the first time in her usually icy, chaotic eyes. She hadn't expected that at this crucial moment, this man she admired would choose to run away, and even rush towards those inferior creatures she considered no different from ants. However, the next second, she understood Lin Yu's intention. Lin Yu's figure moved, like a tiger among sheep, instantly plunging into the group of low-level parasites. The halberd in his hand no longer pursued any technique, it simply transformed into a blood-red death tornado in its purest, most ferocious form. Splat! 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 Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Limbs were severed. Those low-level parasitic beasts, who didn't even have time to utter a cry of pain, were as fragile as paper dolls before the terrifying halberd blade that showed no mercy and could easily cut through steel. Their bodies, along with their proud bone armor, were mercilessly cleaved into a sky full of blood, flesh, and fragments, and the equally heaven-defying passive skill the more you fight, the stronger you become finally displayed its terrifying, almost bug-like effect once again. With each enemy killed, Lin Yu could clearly feel his power being infused with new fuel, boiling and rising again. The blood-red divine light on his body, which had been gradually dimming, became dazzling again with the progress of the slaughter, even more solid and domineering than before. He grew stronger with each battle. He became more powerful with each kill. He actually wanted to use this self-destructive method to forcibly prolong his peak condition, watching the man who swept through his subjects with unparalleled might, watching the terrifying aura emanating from him constantly rising, even showing signs of surpassing his previous peak. The sickly smile on Duan Wenyua's usually icy and beautiful face slowly faded. In its place was a complex expression mixed with amusement, anger, and extreme possessiveness. Of course, she didn't care about the lives of these inferior beings. In her eyes, these inferior beings, filled with weakness and incompetence, were simply unworthy to share this new dark age with her collection, which was also full of perfection and extraordinary future. But she couldn't tolerate it. She couldn't tolerate these lowly nourishment being used to enhance the power of her collection, to use it against her. This was the most utter desecration of her supreme queen. Truly, disobedient pets, she murmured, a whisper filled with cold cruelty. In that case, these useless scum have no reason to exist. She slowly raised her right hand. Then, under Lin Yu's watchful and horrified gaze, she made a terrifying move that would drive any sane person utterly insane. Behind her, from her petite, delicate, and beautiful body, hundreds of grotesque silver-black tentacles, brimming with the power of devouring and merging, suddenly burst forth without warning. These tentacles didn't attack him as Lin Yu had expected. Instead, like ancient beasts possessing their own life, ravenously thirsty for billions of years, they instantly covered the entire plaza with unbelievable speed. Their targets weren't just the surviving low-level parasites, but even the remains of those already shattered into countless pieces by Lin Yu, filled with tragedy and fate. Chapter 325. Sizzle. A series of terrifying sounds, like strong acid corroding flesh, echoed wildly across the deathly silent square. Those low-level parasitic beasts, who had miraculously survived, already terrified by this battle of the gods, revealed for the first time in their eyes a genuine, soul-deep expression of boundless fear and disbelief. They couldn't understand why their great king would attack them. However, their confusion lasted less than a second. Those hideous, silver-black tentacles, like the sharpest thorns, mercilessly pierced their bodies. Streams of immense life energy, brimming with primal and violent power, along with their flesh and soul, flowed like rivers into the sea, relentlessly and frantically surging into Duan Wenyua's petite, seemingly fragile and helpless body. At this moment, her aura began to surge wildly, almost cheating. Her chaotic, icy eyes were filled with obsession and madness. The eerie aura surrounding her intensified. This was a brutal, one-sided, bloody feast filled with bizarreness and madness. The queen was devouring her people. Lin Yu, witnessing the horrific scene before him, felt a long-forgotten chill creep into his heart, a chill that emanated from the depths of his soul. This woman had completely lost her mind. Of course, he wouldn't stand idly by and watch her complete this ultimate transformation, filled with evil and madness, right before his eyes in such a near-glitch-like manner. He let out a frenzied roar filled with boundless rage and resentment, pouring all the divine and demonic power he had just accumulated through slaughter into the halberd in his hand. He intended to use this final, and strongest, fatal blow to interrupt the dark ritual filled with evil and twistedness. However, at the very last moment before he charged forward, the hundreds of ferocious tentacles, engaged in their gluttonous feast, seemed to possess their own life, splitting in half and instantly forming an impenetrable barrier in front of Duan Wenwei. Boom! Lin Yu's fatal blow slammed heavily into that barrier of strange and twisted tentacles. However, that power was enough to shatter a small. The blow that leveled the mountain was like a mud ox entering the sea. It only stirred up a ripple of energy on the barrier, full of flexibility and force dissipation, before being completely and utterly neutralized without any rhyme or reason. Lin Yu himself, due to the immense recoil, groaned on the spot, a trickle of bright red blood, filled with resentment and weakness, uncontrollably spilling from the corner of his mouth. The halberd in his hand emitted a crisp sound filled with mourning and shattering, transforming into countless blood-red specks of light that dissipated into the air. The effect of god and demon descent had completely ended. The towering phantom of the peerless demon god, like a guardian deity who had completed its final mission, slowly dissipated into the air with a roar of resentment. The domineering, crimson divine light clinging to Lin Yu receded like a receding tide, rapidly fading into his body, leaving only deathly silence. The aftershocks of the recoil instantly engulfed his entire body. He could even feel his muscles emitting agonizing, tearing pain with each breath. He staggered back a few steps, using his last remaining strength to keep himself from collapsing. He had completely lost the ability to confront the Dark Queen head-on. And opposite him, the twisted and insane feast had finally come to an end. On the plaza, all the remains of the parasitic beasts, whether slain by Lin Yu or devoured by Duan Wenwei herself, had been completely absorbed, leaving not a trace of blood. The ground was eerily clean. Hundreds of grotesque, silver-black tentacles, like venomous snakes with their own lives, slowly retreated into Duan Wenyua's petite body. Her aura, honed by this bloody nourishment, had ascended to a terrifying, unfathomable level that even made Lin Yu's heart tremble, and even despair. She simply hovered there silently, the surrounding space groaning under the strain of her emanating energy, exhibiting a strange, distorted quality. The eerie light in her chaotic, icy eyes, filled with paranoia and madness, almost materialized, freezing the surrounding space completely. She slowly lowered her head, looking at her prey, now utterly devoid of any threat and breathing heavily. A morbid smile, brimming with victory and possession, once again appeared on her cold, beautiful face. "It's over, Lin Yu." Her voice was still icy, devoid of any emotion, yet carrying an undeniable air of final judgment. "Now, You can no longer escape my grasp. Don't make any more futile struggles, it will only make you look more pathetic. She seemed to enjoy this cat-and-mouse game, not immediately making a move, but instead descending gracefully from midair, slowly walking towards Lin Yu, as if walking towards her prize. She gave Lin Yu no chance to breathe. Just 10 meters away from Lin Yu, her petite figure, like a ghost, left a trail of eerie, twisted silver-black afterimages. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Lin Yu. So fast that even Lin Yu's dynamic vision couldn't fully capture it. Her slender, fair right hand, full of delicate beauty, transformed once again into a streamlined, aesthetically pleasing, gleaming silver-black bone blade, aiming straight for Lin Yu's heart with a seemingly slow, yet incredibly fast, eerie speed. She didn't choose to kill him immediately. She wanted to first cripple all his ability to resist, pierce his heart, then use her own power to repair it, making him fully understand the gap between them, and then, she would turn him into her most perfect, eternal collection, belonging only to her. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints. He could clearly feel a terrifying aura completely sealing off the space around him. Chapter 326. Under this oppressive domain, the air became as viscous as mercury, making even raising his arm to block incredibly difficult. This was the absolute, irrational domain suppression from the new queen. The shadow of death had never loomed over him so clearly. However, just as the ominous, silver-black bone blade was about to pierce his chest, Lin Yu's previously dull eyes suddenly erupted with a resolute light, enough to reverse the entire battle, a light that carried the meaning of a do-or-die situation. He had no way out. You think? You won just like that. He let out a suppressed roar, filled with boundless rage and final stubbornness. Heart of God. Power of the tides. The instant his words fell, Buzz, a terrifying azure divine light, carrying an ancient and majestic aura, seemingly emanating from the primordial ocean, centered on his body, like an ancient sea god who had slumbered for billions of years, suddenly awakening in this desperate situation. This power was completely different from his previous crimson demonic power, carrying the most primal and pure natural might. The already dimmed sky above the city was suddenly, and without warning, completely shrouded by a low, humid cloud. Lightning flashed and thunder roared within the cloud, as if the end of the world had arrived. A thick, salty, and icy vapor began to permeate the air. Duan Wenyua's seemingly certain fatal blow abruptly froze. She could clearly feel a terrifying energy, strange and threatening enough to make even her heart tremble, frantically gathering and brewing within the body of her prey. This power seemed to be no less powerful than hers. What is this? However, before she could fully recover from the immense shock and bewilderment, an even more terrifying and utterly irrational change erupted. Whoosh! Without any warning, tens of thousands of tons of icy seawater, with overwhelming force, like ancient beasts breaking free of all restraints, appeared out of thin air on the plaza that had long since transformed into a hellish scene. They gushed forth like a flood from the sewer system, which had been completely torn apart by the aftershocks of the battle. They roared and surged forth from the rusted and damaged fire hydrants. They even condensed directly from the moisture-laden air. The entire entrance plaza of the Research Institute was instantly. Within seconds, it had completely transformed into a suffocating, deadly sea. The water level rose at a visible speed, and this was just the beginning. The tens of thousands of tons of icy seawater, carrying the force of destruction, under Lin Yu's desperate control, did not disperse but defied the laws of physics, converging into a massive tsunami tens of meters high, powerful enough to completely engulf the entire city. Roar! Accompanied by a roar filled with boundless rage and resentment, the terrifying tsunami, imbued with divine radiance and a destructive will, slammed mercilessly down upon the Dark Queen, who was equally stunned by this sudden turn of events. Boom! Duan Wenyua's absolute domain, interwoven with the power of rules and the aura of chaos, was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper before the irrational, overwhelming force of nature, instantly torn to shreds. Her petite, seemingly frail figure, like a small boat in a raging storm, was instantly engulfed by the terrifying, all-consuming waves. Lin Yu, taking advantage of the cover of this catastrophe he himself orchestrated, a scene of destruction and apocalypse, pushed his flight abilities to their limit. His figure, like a blue meteor breaking free from all constraints, flashed past amidst the churning, death-laden waves, fleeing without looking back towards the distant horizon, a horizon filled with unknowns and hope. The towering waves, like ancient beasts utterly enraged, raged wildly through the heart of this steel-forged city. A torrent of turbid water, tens of meters high, carried unparalleled force, crushing everything in its path. The glass-curtained walls of skyscrapers, like fragile eggshells, shattered in pieces under the impact of the torrent, emitting a continuous, mournful sound. Countless vehicles, billboards, and building debris were swept up and thrown about by the raging current, creating an apocalyptic scene. Lin Yu's figure, like a tireless petrel in a storm, sped across the raging torrent he himself had created. He dared not stop for a moment. His energy was being consumed like a burst dam, but he could only grit his teeth and persevere, flying straight towards the weakest point in the city's defense system. At the same time, he turned the level 4 radar up to maximum power, focusing all his attention on monitoring the source of the chaos behind him. He knew perfectly well that while the tidal force was immensely powerful, almost completely altering the city center's terrain, expecting to completely eliminate the Dark Queen, who had already undergone her metamorphosis and even devoured hundreds of her kind, was nothing short of a pipe dream. This devastating attack could at most buy him a precious, life-or-death respite. He had to create as much distance as possible before the Queen broke free of her restraints. Sure enough, just as he was about to leave the city center, the massive red dot on the radar map, once obscured by the tsunami's immense energy, shone brightly once more. A terrifying aura, more ferocious than ever before, imbued with an insatiable rage and chilling killing intent, surged from the flood-submerged ruins, seemingly tearing the sky apart. Lin, you? A piercing roar, filled with boundless fury and extreme possessiveness, was no longer a mental transmission, but a tangible sound wave, like the most vicious curse, piercing through the layers of thunderous waves, echoing clearly in Lin Yu's ears. The fury contained in the voice almost ignited the air. Lin Yu felt a chill run through him. Without turning back, he increased his flight speed once more, his body even igniting with faint blue flames due to the intense friction with the air. Chapter 327. He vanished completely from the oppressive, vaporous sky above the city, like a true bolt of blue lightning slicing through the heavens. A cat-and-mouse game, a pursuit and escape at the extreme limits of heaven and earth, had officially begun. Meanwhile, as the city descended into unprecedented chaos and panic due to the battle between the two gods, an armed force, utterly different from the already disorganized garrison, had silently arrived at the city's highest military command center like a true ghost. Their combat uniforms were a more advanced dark gray, covered with miniature energy conduits and sensors. Their weapons were not standard issue, but heavily modified special weapons specifically designed for hunting non-human creatures. Each of them exuded a fierce aura, their eyes calm and sharp, revealing a ruthless and merciless temperament. They were the elite force from this world capital, directly under the highest command. Sharp Sword. Their mission was to take over the defense of this completely out-of-control city and conduct a thorough, indiscriminate screening of the existing military system. All units in position. Operation Purification, commence. The Special Forces commander, his face painted with camouflage and his eyes as cold and resolute as a lone wolf's, issued the concise, yet powerful final order into his communicator. The next second, dozens of black figures, equally agile and dangerous, like death itself descending from the sky, surged into the command center building through ventilation ducts, windows, and even the ceiling's hidden recesses in an almost savage and irrational manner. Their movements were silent and perfectly coordinated, like a precisely tuned killing machine. Inside the command center, the high-ranking officers, already completely controlled by the parasites, were still futilely directing their out-of-control troops while referring to maps. Before they even had time to notice anything amiss, they were utterly subdued by a storm of specially designed electromagnetic pulse blasts, with a purging and judgmental effect. These pulse blasts were harmless to humans, but had a devastating impact on the parasites' nervous systems. A skillful and swift internal purging operation concluded almost perfectly within minutes. Command center under control. All parasitic units eliminated. Taking over the city's defense system. Report, Captain. The city's ultimate strategic weapon. The Divine Punishment Satellite Orbital Cannon System previously underwent an overload firing and is currently in a force cooling and energy replenishment phase. It is expected to be unable to restart within 72 hours. Report. Through thermal imaging and life signature scanning, a violent energy tsunami has been detected in the city center, affecting an area exceeding 20 square kilometers. Simultaneously, the target codenamed Queen is experiencing an abnormally rapid increase in energy levels, its danger level far exceeding the maximum limit of our existing database. Calamity level. A series of heavy and worried reports echoed within the rapidly taken over command center. The commander, codenamed Lone Wolf, walked to the massive electronic screen. Looking at the real-time dynamic map of the city's turmoil and destruction, and two enormous energy dots moving at high speed, constantly leaving trails of destruction, his usually impassive face revealed a genuine sense of gravity for the first time. He knew that this time he was facing not the terrorists or mutated creatures he had faced before, who could be dealt with using conventional tactics. He was facing two monsters that could be called natural disasters, walking among humans. Command? He took a deep breath, a sharp, decisive glint flashing in his cold, wolf-like eyes. All ground units, immediately abandon the pursuit and locking onto the Queen. That's not a battle we can intervene in. Concentrate all forces and prioritize clearing out the low-level parasitic beasts within the city that have already revealed their identities and lost unified command. We must first thoroughly eliminate these annoying hounds. Restore basic order to the city. As for those two real behemoths, a cold, cruel, and manic smile curled at the corner of his lips. Let them fly a little longer in this cage. Thus began the final counterattack by humanity, employing strategy and tactics against the entire parasitic species. After the efficient and ruthless war machine, the Sharp Sword Special Forces, took command of the city, the decline of the entire human camp was instantly reversed. Encrypted commands were precisely transmitted through secure military networks to every remaining human combat unit. Those low-level parasites, already thrown into chaos by the tidal force and the Queen's wrath, were utterly stripped of their original form after losing the unified and intelligent commands from the higher levels of the lair. They reverted to a pack of savage and cruel beasts, driven only by killing and devouring. They lost their disguise, their tactics, leaving only their most primal destructive instincts. What awaited them was a final, inescapable net, woven from human wisdom, courage, and the modern war machine, bringing annihilation and judgment. Squads of highly trained Special Forces soldiers, exuding a ruthless and merciless aura, like the most efficient and cold-blooded urban hunters, launched a textbook counter-encirclement campaign employing strategy and tactics in that steel jungle filled with ruins, floods, and corpses. They no longer clung to their positions, like ordinary troops, engaging in any direct firefights with those thick-skinned parasites. They broke into smaller units, forming seamless and highly threatening hunting squads of 3 to 5 men. Using the complex urban terrain as cover, and employing a variety of high-tech methods such as drone reconnaissance, infrared targeting, and acoustic detection, they surgically and precisely targeted the already chaotic imposters, delivering a deadly spot check. Often, after a violent explosion, a parasitic squad would be torn to shreds by crossfire from all directions, amidst extreme fear and unbelievable despair. Humanity's war wisdom was on full display at this moment. Chapter 328. The entire city had transformed into a vast and brutal meat grinder, a battlefield of hunting and confrontation. Meanwhile, in the equally oppressive, humid skies above the city, the cat-and-mouse game of pursuit and escape between Lin Yu and Duan Wenwei had reached its climax. Lin Yu, like a true ghost with a godlike perspective, pushed his flying skills and his almost bug-like level 4 radar to their limits. He always managed to find, in those fleeting moments, a perfect hiding place amidst the complex urban landscape, allowing him to temporarily escape the relentless, terrifying pursuit. Duan Wenwei, on the other hand, was like a true vengeful goddess, radiating stubbornness and madness. Her chaotic, icy eyes held nothing but that agile figure, carrying an eerie and threatening aura. She felt an unprecedented rage at the loss of control over her collection. Wherever she passed, whether towering skyscrapers or ancient buildings steeped in history, if Lin Yu's presence lingered even slightly, they would be mercilessly crushed by her irrational, destructive, and frenzied power. She was attempting, in a near-mad, reckless manner, to transform this city, which also bore the weight of the past and emotions, into a true, ultimate, and hopeless prison belonging only to her and that man. Inside the military command center, the commander, codenamed Lone Wolf, stared solemnly at the massive electronic screen before him, composed of countless data streams and real-time images. He could clearly see the screen divided into two parts. One part showed green dots representing the ground battlefield, methodically clearing away the red dots representing the parasites. The battle line was steadily advancing, everything under control. But the other part, representing the sky above the city, was a shocking crimson. The enormous dot representing the Queen, like a runaway star, was rampaging across the city's sky, each movement signifying the complete destruction of a section. He couldn't wait any longer. If he allowed those two monsters to continue their rampage, even if all the low-level parasites were eradicated, the city would be utterly beyond rebuilding. It would no longer be a home for humanity, but a truly eternal ghost town, permeated with end and sorrow. What chilled him even more was the latest analysis report just sent back by the technical department, which sent a chill down his spine. Report, Captain. The Queen's energy reaction continues to rise slowly and relentlessly in an extremely bizarre way, completely defying any known law of conservation of energy. She seems to be absorbing the despair of this city. Every act of destruction makes her stronger. She is still evolving. This realization, filled with sorrow and madness, struck Lone Wolf's already hardened heart like an invisible hammer. He had no other choice. He had to completely erase that monster, along with that equally threatening and unknown ghost, from this world before that monster fully evolved into a true god capable of utterly overturning the entire world. He took a deep breath, walked to the highest level control console in the command center, and connected to the top-secret communication line, a line exuding authority and ruthlessness that led to the capital's highest command headquarters. "This is Sharp Sword, calling Central Command." His voice was cold and decisive, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "My unit has successfully taken over supreme command of the aberrant city. The ground-clearing operation is progressing smoothly." However, his tone shifted, becoming heavier and more worried than ever before. "We encountered 2 targets, far exceeding our initial estimates, classified as cataclysmic. The target codenamed Queen is evolving uncontrollably, its threat level escalating exponentially. The city's ultimate strategic weapon, the Divine Punishment System, has been confirmed inoperable. Conventional military forces have been confirmed to pose no substantial threat to them. I, in the name of the Supreme Commander of the Sharp Sword Force, request the Central Command to initiate the final purification procedure. I request a saturation-scale strategic nuclear strike against the aberrant city." His words, like the heaviest death knell, slowly echoed throughout the deathly silent and oppressive command center. All the busy soldiers stopped what they were doing, staring in disbelief at their commander. An eerie, suffocating silence fell over the other end of the communicator. After a long silence, an aged voice, equally imposing and weary, slowly spoke again, filled with struggle. "Once the purification process is activated, the entire city, along with its millions of civilians, will." "There is no choice." Lone Wolf interrupted him, his voice still cold and devoid of emotion. "This is the only choice for more people to survive." A short, sharp pain is worse than a long, drawn-out one. Another long, agonizing silence followed. Only the sound of heavy, aged breathing could be heard through the communicator. Finally, the imposing and weary voice uttered 2 weighty words, carrying the weight of a judgment. "Authorization granted." Lone Wolf slowly hung up the communicator. He turned to face the massive, cold, data-filled electronic screen before him, where a crimson countdown, signifying destruction and annihilation, appeared. Midnight in his cold, wolf-like eyes, the chilling numbers were reflected, and a complex emotion, a mix of pity and helplessness, flickered, an emotion he himself didn't even realize. He hardened his resolve. No one in this city could leave, including himself. Chapter 329. A cold, synthesized electronic voice echoed repeatedly through the city's still-functioning public address system. "Attention all citizens, attention all citizens. The city is currently under the highest level of security control. The military is working diligently to eliminate the threat. All citizens are required to remain at home, keep doors and windows tightly closed, and do not go out. Repeat, please stay home, remain calm, and await further instructions. The military is clearing the area. Order will soon be restored." The broadcast's tone was as calm as possible, carrying a formulaic reassurance. However, to Lin Yu's ears, combined with the countdown to the end of the copy given to him by the Realm Hub, this announcement sounded incredibly pale and ironic. Stabilizing public morale, blocking information. The real purpose is indiscriminate cleansing. Lin Yu hovered in midair, looking at the unknown red dots surrounding the radar, and instantly understood the military's true intentions. This broadcast was fake, designed to avoid panic and shock at the last moment, allowing the purification process to proceed smoothly. Although the massive strategic weapon Divine Retribution was temporarily unusable, a replacement was clearly ready. A cold countdown seemed to have already begun in his mind. He felt the warm, nourishing power flowing within his heart of God, Pseudo. The slight sluggishness he had felt earlier when activating tidal power had vanished completely. This level of consumption seemed insignificant to this wondrous object, which had fused with the essence of multiple worlds. On the radar map, the huge red dot representing Duan Wenwei, after a brief silence, began to move again. She could sense Lin Yu's approximate location, which was approaching in a straight line at an even faster speed, ignoring the terrain. "We can't afford to linger any longer." Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. His goal was to survive, not to be buried with this mad queen in this city soon to be erased from the map. Just then, the Boundary Hub system's light screen automatically popped up on his retina, displaying information on 3 extraction points. Escape Point A, West City Freight Railway Station, Platform 3. Escape Point B, Northern Forest Park, top floor of the observation tower. Escape Point C, below the Victory Square Monument in the city center. Almost simultaneously with the appearance of the information, the Level 4 radar performed a deep scan of these three coordinates. The first two locations were safe. However, the radar detected an extremely strong energy aggregation reaction and a large number of unknown, but clearly hostile live signals hidden beneath the Victory Square Monument in the city center, near the previous battle zone. It was a trap. He ruled out Escape Point C without hesitation. Of the remaining A and B, he chose the Northern Forest Park Observation Tower, which was slightly farther away but had a more complex environment, making it easier to conceal himself and respond to emergencies. Having identified his target, Lin Yu hesitated no longer. He needed to reach Evacuation Point B as quickly as possible and safely survive those 15 minutes amidst the Mad Queen and potential military interference. Behind him, Duan Wenyua's venomous and urgent mental fluctuations pierced him like tangible needles once more. You can't escape. This city is our stage. Either dance with me forever, or we take our final bow. Lin Yu ignored her, his figure transforming into a streak of green, speeding northward. He still had a trump card, but now was not the time to use it. The Northern Forest Park, ravaged by a series of disasters, had long lost its former tranquility and vitality. Fallen trees lay scattered about, the air thick with the stench of earth and a faint smell of blood. Lin Yu landed in the shadow of a giant tree near the observation tower, concealing all his presence. The tower, tens of meters high, had an open-air platform at its top, currently deserted. Radar scans showed no trace of parasitic beasts or military personnel within the tower itself or its surrounding 100-meter radius. He didn't immediately climb to the top. He had ample time. He didn't need to expose himself immediately. He needed to first confirm the stability of this evacuation point and observe whether there were any pursuers. Just then, a red dot appeared on the radar's 1-kilometer edge, cautiously approaching the observation tower. It was a soldier from the Sharp Sword Unit, seemingly a scout on a reconnaissance mission, separated from his team, trying to find a high vantage point to observe the situation. Lin Yu's eyes turned cold. The perfect camouflage material had delivered itself to his doorstep. Like a true ghost, he silently crept up behind the soldier. Before the soldier could even react, a hand covered in cyan energy had already gripped his throat, shifting slightly. Snap. A barely audible sound rang out, and the soldier's body went limp, his eyes still showing shock and confusion. A quick search revealed the soldier's identity as well. Falcon Group 7, Chen Mo. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately activated his parasite heart ability. He placed his hand on the soldier's still-warm corpse, a faint energy fluctuation sweeping across his body. His appearance and clothing rapidly transformed, perfectly mimicking the soldier's features, down to his height, build, and even the subtlest facial features. His infrasonic vibration rifle also outwardly resembled the soldier's standard equipment. This camouflage was based on the essential imitation of biological tissue, making it extremely difficult to detect. He dragged the soldier's body into the dense bushes for a quick cover, then assumed the role of the straggling scout. With a suitably weary and wary expression, he used the trees and ruins as cover, slowly approaching the base of the observation tower. He found a concealed corner that offered a view of both the tower entrance and part of the path they had come from, and lay in wait. Time ticked by. The sky was terrifyingly overcast. From the direction of the distant city, occasional violent explosions and faint gunfire could be heard, either the Sharp Sword Unit exchanging fire with the remaining parasites, or perhaps Duan Wenhua venting her anger. About half an hour later, several rapidly moving red dots appeared on the edge of the radar. It wasn't Duan Wenhua, but a small squad of about 5 parasitic beasts. They seemed to be attracted by some kind of signal, or simply had wandered here, rushing straight towards the observation tower. Lin Yu's eyes were cold. He couldn't let these monsters get close, lest they expose the extraction point or interfere with his subsequent evacuation. He raised his camouflaged rifle and aimed at the parasitic beast charging at the front. He didn't use the sonic mode, that would immediately reveal his special abilities. He pulled the trigger, the rifle spitting out a conventional blast of fire, the bullet accurately striking the parasitic beast's head. Chapter 330. While it couldn't instantly dismantle their structure like a sonic weapon, it was enough to cause damage and disruption. The gunshot shattered the silence of the forest. The parasitic beasts immediately spotted Lin Yu's position, roaring and spreading out to encircle him. Lin Yu used the terrain, fighting and retreating, constantly eliminating these lower-level kin with precise bursts of fire. The battle wasn't intense, it was more like a calm elimination. A few minutes later, all 5 parasitic beasts were corpses. He quickly cleaned up the scene, dragging the bodies into the bushes to cover them, then disappeared back into the shadows. Just as he finished, a terrifying, chilling pressure swept in from the horizon. Duan Wenwei had arrived. She had clearly sensed the battle. It was unusual for an ordinary soldier to have managed to hold off 3 of her subordinates with such skillful movement. She didn't immediately spot the disguised Lin Yu, but that immense aura, a mixture of madness and destruction, enveloped the entire forest park like a dark cloud. She hovered in midair, her silver-black energy tentacles flailing wildly behind her, her icy gaze sweeping over every inch of the land below. "Come out! I know you're here!" Her voice was hysterical. "Don't even think about hiding!" Lin Yu held his breath, lowering his vital signs to a minimum, like a truly rigorously trained soldier concealed in dire straits. The perfect disguise of parasite heart concealed all his original aura. At this moment, he appeared, inside and out, like an ordinary human soldier who had endured a bitter battle. Duan Wenyua's mental energy swept through the forest like a comb, even passing by Lin Yu's hiding place several times, but she failed to see through the disguise based on the essence of life. She grew increasingly agitated, indiscriminately attacking any area she deemed suspicious. Beams of silver-black energy slammed into the ground, blasting craters into the earth. Lin Yu silently calculated the time, patiently waiting. It wasn't the right time yet. Just as Duan Wenyua's frenzy reached its peak, almost tearing through the entire forest park, several deafening explosions suddenly erupted from the direction of the city center. Even from this distance, the ground trembled slightly. It was the military. They had deployed some kind of heavy weaponry, perhaps to distract Duan Wenwei, or perhaps to carry out a final cleanup. This sudden attack successfully drew Duan Wenyua's attention. She let out an angry shriek, abandoning her meticulous search of the forest park, transforming into a streak of silver-black light, and hurtling towards the direction from which the explosions had come. Feeling the terrifying pressure recede, Lin Yu slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The most dangerous hurdle had temporarily passed. He glanced at the time that wasn't displayed on his retina, but flowed clearly in his mind, and decided to wait a few more moments. Once he was sure it was safe, he would climb the observation tower to begin the 15-minute countdown to evacuate. After confirming that Duan Wenyua's presence was completely gone, and that there were no new threats within radar range, Lin Yu emerged from his hiding place. Maintaining his sharp sword scout disguise, his steps were steady yet carried appropriate weariness as he walked towards the observation tower. The elevators inside the tower were already out of service, so he climbed the spiral staircase step by step. Scattered in the stairwell were some items left behind by tourists and dried bloodstains. Upon reaching the top open-air platform, the view suddenly opened up. Under a gloomy sky, the outline of the entire dilapidated city was laid out before him, with thick smoke still billowing from some distant areas. In the center of the platform, a soft, white pillar of light, visible only to survivors, stood silently, the extraction point. Lin Yu didn't immediately enter the pillar of light. He first cautiously surveyed his surroundings, confirming there were no ambushes inside or outside the platform. Then, he walked to the edge of the platform, found a relatively secluded corner with a view of the main route, and sat down against the railing, maintaining a soldier's alert posture. He needed to stay here for 15 minutes. The pillar of light had already begun sensing his presence the moment he stepped onto the platform. As long as he remained within its range, the countdown would continue. Time slowly passed. The first few minutes were calm, accompanied only by the sound of the wind and distant, indistinct noises. At the 7th minute, the radar detected a living entity approaching the observation tower. Not a parasite, but 2 sharp-sword soldiers dressed in identical combat uniforms, moving with professional skill. They appeared to be members of a patrol or search team, who had discovered the tower, and were preparing to establish an observation post. Lin Yu felt a slight tension in his heart, but his expression remained calm. He even deliberately adjusted his breathing, as if recovering from strenuous exercise. 2 soldiers cautiously climbed onto the platform, and immediately spotted their comrade huddled in the corner. They slightly raised their guns and cautiously approached. "Identity?" one of the soldiers asked in a deep voice, his sharp gaze sweeping over Lin Yu's disguised face and equipment. Lin Yu raised his face and, in a slightly hoarse but clear voice befitting the current situation, announced the number and squad of the person he was impersonating, Falcon Team 7, Chinemo. Another soldier seemed to confirm via the communicator inside his helmet. Perhaps Lin Yu's disguise was flawless, or perhaps information verification was difficult in the chaos. He nodded slightly to his companion. The soldier who had asked the question softened slightly, but remained vigilant. Just you? Where's your squad? We got separated. We encountered a large number of parasites in Sector C, Lin Yu replied concisely, his tone displaying the restraint and calmness expected of a soldier. We've been ordered to scout the northern area and establish a temporary observation post here. The two soldiers exchanged a glance, but asked no further questions. They maintained their distance, neither approaching to help Lin Yu nor showing any intention of attacking. We're ordered to patrol the area. You continue your mission, remain vigilant. They didn't linger, leaving some food and water before turning and going downstairs to continue their patrol. Lin Yu thought to himself, they accepted my identity. This has bought him precious time. 12th minute, 13th minute. The platform was quiet. The distant explosion seemed to have lessened. In the 14th minute, just when Lin Yu thought she had successfully passed the initial hurdle, another unexpected event occurred. A streak of silver-black light shot in from the horizon at incredible speed, appearing almost instantly above the observation tower. Duan Wenwei had returned. She seemed to finally realize that she might have been deceived, or perhaps her chaotic intuition had once again guided her. Her cold and crazed gaze instantly locked onto the only person on the platform, the soldier leaning against the corner. Found you. Duan Wenwei ignored any pretense, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu. This time, the distance was so close that her chaotic yet powerful senses seemed to penetrate the surface of the parasitic heart, vaguely catching a glimpse of the essential aura that haunted her dreams. Chapter 331. Duan Wenyue's shrill scream tore through the air. Silver-black energy, like a boiling tide, poured down from the sky, carrying an aura of destruction, its target the seemingly ordinary soldier atop the observation tower. She was no longer fooled by any pretense. A resonance from the depths of her soul, and a frenzied possessiveness, allowed her to penetrate the perfect biomimetic of the parasitic heart and lock onto Lin Yu's true nature. Faced with this earth-shattering attack, Lin Yu knew that pretense was meaningless. He was ready to use his shrinking earth technique at any moment, using 3 opportunities to dodge and then buy himself a minute to retreat. However, just as the silvery black energy was about to engulf the top of the observation tower, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several missiles, trailing fiery white flames, like precise scalpels, pierced the air from several different directions. They weren't aimed at Duan Wenwei herself, but rather their trajectories were calculated, slamming into the energy path between her and the observation tower. Boom! 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 Violent explosions erupted in the air, bursting into blazing fireballs. The violent shockwaves forcefully interfered with and deflected most of the energy from Duan Wenyue's furious attack. The remaining energy swept across the observation tower, shattering a corner of the top floor, scattering debris everywhere, but the core area and Lin Yu's location were fortunately preserved. It was the Sharp Sword Unit. They had clearly been monitoring the Queen's movements through high-altitude reconnaissance. As she recklessly charged towards the Forest Park Observation Tower, the command center decisively ordered the use of area-air defense firepower or surface-to-air tactical missiles to intercept her. Their objective was not to kill this nearly impossible monster, but to prevent her from approaching any potentially critical target at all costs. They misjudged that the soldiers disguised by Lin Yu possessed important intelligence or some kind of key to a counterattack, buying time for the final purification process, or simply carrying out the order to interfere with a powerful threat and protect strategic nodes. Duan Wenyue let out an even more furious roar, her silver-black energy tentacles flailing wildly, detonating several subsequent missiles in midair. She was utterly enraged by this sudden obstruction, her attention instantly diverted, her cold and crazed gaze sweeping across the general direction of the incoming missiles. You all deserve to die. This brief pause and shift in attention bought Lin Yu the most precious final few dozen seconds. Final evacuation countdown. 0:15 AM cold system notification sounded in his mind, the 15-second countdown beginning. Outside the pillar of light, there was Duan Wenyue's hysterical roar and the continuous explosions. Inside the pillar of light, there was an eerie silence. Lin Yu could feel all external sounds and energy fluctuations being isolated, leaving only the steady beating of his heart and the undeniable ticking of the system countdown. 14, 13, 12. Duan Wenwei seemed to realize something, ignoring the military's harassing fire, and once again attempted to rush towards the pillar of light. But the Sharp Sword Unit's interception was exceptionally resolute. More missiles and long-range artillery formed a deadly net, which, while unable to inflict fatal damage, effectively slowed her speed and disrupted her trajectory. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Evacuation countdown complete. Initiating teleportation. A gentle yet powerful force enveloped Lin Yu's entire body, and a familiar feeling of weightlessness washed over her. Duan Wenyua's shrill scream, filled with resentment and bitterness, and the increasingly muffled and terrifying explosions faintly echoing from the distant city, all quickly blurred, faded into the distance, and finally vanished completely. When her vision cleared again, Lin Yu was back in her familiar and safe personal space in the central hall of the Boundary Hub. Beneath his feet lay a ground radiating a soft glow, the air thick with the ethereal aura unique to the Realm Hub. But he didn't immediately inventory his loot. Almost instantly, a system screen, more solid than ever before and carrying a serious, scrutinizing tone, unfolded before him. Survivor Lin Yu detected returning from the high-threat instance A9339, Aberrant City. Initiating deep identity and status verification. Scanning vital signs, confirmed no abnormal parasitism, mimetic contamination, or high-level mental imprint. Scanning soul fluctuations, confirmed 99.98% match with registration records, stable fluctuations, no signs of possession or splitting. Analyzing residual energy, detected high concentration of parasitic beast primal aura, purified, weak residual world malice, dissipated, and unknown high-level energy reaction, recorded, harmless. Final verification result, passed. Identity confirmed, status stable, no forbidden contamination. Welcome back, Survivor Lin Yu. This verification process was clearly more rigorous and thorough than before, obviously related to the high intelligence and intelligence-gathering capabilities exhibited by the parasites in the Aberrant City instance, as well as the terrifying evolution of the final queen. The World Hub system strengthened its defenses. The verification light screen slowly dissipated, and Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he was completely safe. Then, the long-awaited, epic system settlement notification finally arrived. Instance World, A9339 Aberrant City successfully cleared. Task evaluation in progress. Task summary. You survived to the end in a death city filled with disguise and devouring, and successfully evacuated before the final liquidation process began. Personal performance rating, S. Special note. Your actions in this instance had a significant impact on the world's trajectory, accelerating the purification process in a specific area. Calculating experience points based on items obtained in the dungeon. White quality items X87 equals 87 experience points. Blue quality items X31 equals 310 experience points. Purple quality items X19 equals 1900 experience points. Gold quality items X2 equals 2000 experience points. Life Core X1, Parasitic Heart X1, your total base experience points are 87 plus 310 plus 1900 plus 2000 is equal to 4297 points. Final experience points gained, 4297. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.36. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Current experience points, 4014/3700. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.37. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Current experience points, 314/3800. 2 golden lights flashed after leveling up. Feeling the subtle changes brought about by the improvement in his physical attributes, Lin Yu allocated his 2 free attribute points to strength and agility, as usual. Name, Lin Yu. Level, LV.37. Occupation, King of Scavengers. Strength, 32, plus 10. Agility, 24 plus 7. Stamina, 20, plus 6. The values in parentheses are the 30% attribute bonus provided by the Undying Body. Actual attributes, Strength 42, Agility 31, Stamina 26. Chapter 332. After settling the accounts, Lin Yu was about to organize his thoughts and gains when a global news notification from Boundary Hub automatically popped up on his retina again. The headline was unusually eye-catching. Urgent notice. Abnormal fluctuations in the stability of the Blue Star Boundary Hub barrier have been observed. An unknown-scale spatial rift has been detected. No signs of a large-scale invasion by otherworldly creatures have been detected yet. Experts are closely monitoring the situation. All survivors are urged to remain vigilant. Below the news were some blurry detection images and expert analysis, the tone filled with confusion and worry. The barrier had cracked open even wider, but instead of the expected influx of zombies, aliens, or other known monsters, this abnormal calm only made people more uneasy. The comment section and forums were already in an uproar, with various speculations running rampant. The general consensus was that this indicated a larger, more unknown threat was brewing. Almost simultaneously, Lin Yu felt the heart of God Pseudo, deep within his soul, tremble slightly, and a faint yet clear sense of guidance came through. He focused his senses, and a message visible only to him appeared in his mind. Next Core Special Dungeon Preview. 7 days later, 1800 hours. Dungeon type, ? Difficulty, ? Hint, they are unkillable. All questions, except for this one core message, which was filled with a suffocating sense of despair. They are unkillable. Lin Yu's eyes instantly sharpened. A special dungeon, and this eerie message. This was definitely an unprecedented challenge. He didn't tell anyone this, not even Qin Shui. Some risks are better borne alone. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Lin Yu focused his attention on one of the greatest gains from this dungeon. The golden parasitic heart. He took it out of his spatial inventory. The fleshy mass, seemingly still slightly writhing, emitted an eerie life force. At the same time, the heart of God Pseudo, deep within his soul, felt an even stronger attraction and resonance. Merge? Lin Yu murmured to himself. Detected a fusionable artifact. Parasitic heart, golden. Compatible with the heart of God Pseudo. Merge? This process is irreversible. Yes. The command was given, and the parasitic heart transformed into a pure golden stream of light, actively entering Lin Yu's chest and merging with the chaotic heart of God Pseudo, in the location of his heart. A more powerful and profound sense of strength emanated from it, as if some missing part had been filled, and the overall structure became more stable and powerful. He immediately brought up the newly merged attribute panel. Name, Heart of God Pseudo. Quality, Orange Unique, 5 out of 10. Type, Special Core/World Wonder. Effect 1, Passive Divine Domain. While holding this item, you will gain the ability to fly freely in any environment without consuming resources. Effect 2, Passive Blessing of Life. While holding this item, you will gain the ability to breathe freely in any environment. Furthermore, your health and stamina will rapidly recover at a rate of 5% per minute. Effect 3, Passive Undying Body. While holding this item, all your attributes will be permanently increased by 30%. Furthermore, you will gain super regeneration based on stamina. Every 20 points of stamina provides 1% life regeneration per second. Effect 4, Active Tidal Power. Summon surrounding water elements to create a large-scale tsunami, causing devastating damage to the designated area. Limited to 1 use per dungeon world. Cooling Down. Effect 5, Active Swarm. Command consumes 10% of your own stamina to inflict absolute mental suppression on all non-leader level Zerg units within a designated area, plunging them into confusion and fear for 10 minutes, preventing them from attacking you. Limited to once per instance world. Effect 6, Passive Thousand Faces Disguise. You can perfectly simulate the target's biological information and appearance by contacting their biological tissues, including hair, skin fragments, etc., for 1 hour. Limited to 3 times per instance world. Originating from Parasitic Heart Fusion. Note, you are evolving towards true godhood. However, you are still missing 5 more pieces of the puzzle. The newly added Thousand Faces Disguise ability, although limited in uses, possesses a perfect simulation characteristic that, in certain situations, is even more valuable than powerful attack skills. Lin Yu was quite satisfied with this. Just as he was getting used to his new ability, a friend request rang. It was Qin Shui. Upon connecting, Qin Shui's image appeared. Her expression was somewhat grave. She cut to the chase. Lin Yu, I have bad news. The first attempt to stabilize that original T-virus sample failed. She paused, observing Lin Yu's reaction, before continuing. For these unstable special items, we only have 2 chances to force stabilization. This was the first time, the next one will be the last. If it fails again, the sample may completely collapse and disappear. Do you still want to continue? Lin Yu's face remained expressionless, as if the failure was merely a trivial matter. Continue? His voice was so calm it betrayed no emotion. It doesn't matter if we fail. Qin Shui gave him a deep look and nodded. Okay, I understand. We prepare the second stabilization procedure as soon as possible. She seemed to want to say something, but hesitated, then asked instead, You just got back from that parasitic beast world. How did it go? I read some reports from the front lines. The last commotion there was quite a big one. Not bad, I picked up a few things. Lin Yu brushed it off lightly, then casually asked, Sister Shui, what do you think of the special instances that have appeared in the Realm Hub over the years? How much do you know? Qin Shui's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Special dungeons? Why are you suddenly asking about this? She hesitated for a moment, then organized her thoughts, saying, These kinds of dungeons are extremely rare, completely different from the rewarding, welfare-type dungeons. Special dungeons usually mean extremely high unknown risks, and a mortality rate far exceeding that of regular dungeons of the same level. According to limited records within the Dragon Shield Bureau, every appearance of a special dungeon is accompanied by the loss of a large number of elite survivors, but the benefits that survivors can obtain are often beyond imagination. It's a stage for true strongmen and outlaws. You receive related information? Just curious. Aren't people on the forums discussing the barrier anomaly? Lin Yu changed the subject without changing his expression. By the way, I got a gold quality item that I don't need this time, and I'd like to ask you to help me sell it in exchange for a melee weapon. He didn't reveal any information about the special dungeon in 7 days. Chapter 333. Gold quality? Qin Shui raised an eyebrow. Although she knew Lin Yu's scavenging ability was astonishing, she still couldn't help but feel a little shocked every time she heard him casually produce high-level items. What type? What are the attributes? Life Core. Its effects are extremely strong self-healing and a low probability of learning super regeneration. Lin Yu shared the item information. Seeing the attributes of the Life Core, especially the potential for super regeneration, a hint of amazement flashed in Qin Shui's eyes. This was definitely a life-saving artifact, possessing unparalleled appeal to any survivor. This thing is very valuable, especially in the eyes of top teams and those wealthy people who value their lives. Qin Shui quickly assessed, you want to change to a melee weapon? What are your specific requirements? Gold quality, focusing on armor penetration and damage, preferably with tearing or armor-piercing skills. The form should ideally be a knife, sword, or battle axe. Lin Yu clearly stated his needs. He needed a sharp blade capable of cleaving through hard defenses to compensate for the alien blade's potential weakness in armor-piercing capabilities during high-intensity combat. I understand. While these weapons are rare, the value of the Life Core is enough to trade for a top-tier one. Qin Shui nodded. Wait a moment. I contact our internal equipment evaluation and trading channels. Communication went silent for a moment. Qin Shui had clearly gone to handle the matter. Lin Yu waited patiently, while simultaneously organizing the other supplies in his spatial backpack, categorizing and use blue and purple quality materials and equipment, preparing to dispose of them later. About 10 minutes later, Qin Shui's communication reconnected, a smile on her face. Good luck. A powerful figure urgently needs a Life Core to save the lives of his core team members, and is willing to exchange it for one of his treasured weapons. I checked the attributes, it perfectly matches your requirements. She shared information about an item, name, Bloodletter's Blade. Quality, gold. Attributes. Affect 1 tearful wounds. Wounds inflicted by this blade are extremely difficult to heal, causing continuous loss of health. Bleeding effect is calculated based on a percentage of the target's maximum health. The effect is reduced against boss-level units. Effect 2 power slash. Actively activated, consuming a certain amount of stamina. The next attack will have an additional slash effect, significantly increasing the armor-piercing ability of this attack and ignoring a portion of the target's physical defense. The effect is positively correlated with the user's strength attribute. The highest hit rate can effectively slash red quality materials or monster armor. Equipment requirements, strength 35 or higher. Note, a blood-drinking blade, a cleaving edge. Every swing is a double contempt for life and defense. Lin Yu's gaze was instantly drawn to this ferocious greatsword. Extremely high base attack and sharpness, coupled with a passive effect of continuous bleeding, plus an active, powerful armor-piercing skill linked to the strength attribute. This perfectly suits his current needs, especially against enemies with high defense. Power slash will be a deadly weapon to tear through their shells. The 35-point strength requirement is just right for him, given his current strength of 42. That's it, Lin Yu decided immediately. Okay, the other party has agreed to the trade. I will arrange the encrypted transaction process, and the weapon will be delivered to your personal space soon. Qin Shui was extremely efficient. Also, those scattered supplies you sorted out, if you need to sell them, I can help you handle them as well. The price will be slightly higher than the market price. Okay, thank you for your help. Lin Yu sent over the compiled supply list. Having access to Dragon Shield would save him a lot of haggling trouble. Shortly after ending the communication with Qin Shui, a flash of light appeared in his personal space, and a grotesque, dark red two-handed greatsword, about 1.2 meters long, appeared before Lin Yu. The blade was broad, with irregular, serrated edges, resembling the fangs of a wild beast. A dark blood groove ran along the spine, and the entire sword exuded a bloodthirsty and dangerous aura. Lin Yu stepped forward, gripped the hilt wrapped in black anti-slip cloth with one hand, and easily lifted the heavy great sword with a slight effort. After swinging it a few times, a heavy whistling sound rang out, full of power. He could feel the violent power contained within the sword resonating with the immense power within his own body. A fine sword, Lin Yu praised, then casually stored it in his weapon storage compartment. This Bloodletter's blade will be his crucial weapon in facing the unknown challenges ahead. Having dealt with the equipment, Lin Yu calmed himself down, carefully recalling and analyzing the special dungeon hint given by the Heart of God pseudo. They are unkillable. These 7 short words contained a chilling message. What kind of being could be described as unkillable? Absolute defense? Infinite regeneration? Or something even more bizarre, like a conceptual existence? He knew that conventional combat strategies might be completely ineffective in this dungeon. He had to be fully prepared, especially for survival and dealing with unforeseen circumstances. He checked his status and supplies. His level had increased to 37, and his attributes had been further enhanced. After fusing with the parasitic heart, the Heart of God, pseudo, gained the Thousand Faces disguise ability, providing more options for contingencies. The Bloodletter's blade offered powerful offensive capabilities. His stockpile of various potions and consumables was still sufficient. Unkillable. Lin Yu muttered to himself, his eyes showing no fear, but rather a strong desire to explore and challenge. Then let's see if you can't kill him, or if my methods are insufficient. Over the next 7 days, he needed to make the most of his time, improve himself as much as possible, and collect all possible clues or items related to the undying characteristic. Chapter 334. On his first day back, Lin Yu didn't immediately plunge into high-intensity training or outdoor activities. He first spent a significant amount of time, using limited access granted by Qin Shui through the intelligence exchange in the central hall of the Realm Hub and the Dragon Shield Bureau's internal database, reviewing all records related to keywords such as immortality, regeneration, conceptual existence, and abnormal phenomena. The data was vast, but truly valuable information was scarce. Most cases involving immortality were ultimately proven to be some form of superpowerful regeneration, energy core transfer, or conditions that required specific conditions to kill. Cases perfectly matching the description of absolutely unkillable were almost non-existent in official records. However, some peripheral rumors and snippets from special instances, with low survival rates, still caught his attention. For example, a discarded report mentioned an aggregate of resentment encountered in a supernatural instance, ineffective against physical attacks, only dispellable through a specific purification ritual or by satisfying its obsession. For example, a survivor team claimed to have encountered a guardian, with the time reversal ability, in a certain zombie dungeon, reverting to its initial state no matter how many times it was killed. The veracity of this information is uncertain, but it at least provides some possible directions. Rule-based kills, conditional kills, purification, sealing, or avoidance. Lin Yu kept these possibilities in mind. He knew that in the face of the unknown, the more he understood, the greater his chances of survival. In the following days, he focused on familiarizing himself with the new weapon Bloodletter's blade and honing his Thousand Faces disguise ability. In the private training room provided by the Realm Hub, Lin Yu wielded his great sword, practicing slashing, thrusting, and parrying against targets of varying strengths. He needed to quickly adapt to the weight and feel of the Bloodletter's blade. The timing of activating the power cut skill, and the relationship between stamina consumption and armor-piercing effects all required repeated practice to master. He discovered that when power cut was activated, a barely perceptible layer of dark red light emanated from the blade, instantly increasing its sharpness to a terrifying level. The high-strength alloy targets used for training were easily sliced through like butter with a hot knife, leaving smooth, mirror-like cuts. The effect is even better than expected, Lin Yu thought, quite satisfied. With this sword, combined with his strength attribute, he now had the ability to directly penetrate the defenses of even large monsters, with astonishing defenses, or enemies wearing high-level armor. As for Thousand Faces disguise, practicing it was relatively simple, but also much more unpredictable. He used the biological sample library provided in the training room, including common monster hair, to activate the ability multiple times. Each time, his appearance, physique, and even subtle biological characteristics perfectly replicated the target, mimicking even the scent with uncanny accuracy. This camouflage, based on the essence of life, is extremely difficult to detect using conventional methods. The only limitations are that each copy can only be used 3 times, and it requires contact with biological tissue. It can be incredibly effective in crucial moments. Lin Yu deactivated one of his Zerg disguises, revealing his true form. Just as Lin Yu was diligently preparing, adjusting himself to peak condition to face the unknown special instant 7 days later. An urgent communication request from Qin Shui interrupted his rhythm. The light screen unfolded, revealing Qin Shui's image. She wasn't in the training room or her personal space. The background appeared to be the interior of a mobile command vehicle, the cold light of various instruments flashing, the atmosphere serious and urgent. She wore the standard combat uniform of the Dragon Shield Bureau, a hint of fatigue on her face, but her eyes remained sharp. "Lin Yu, get straight to the point," Qin Shui said, without any pleasantries. "There's an urgent mission. You need to return to the team immediately, and come with me to a frontline city." "A frontline city?" Lin Yu frowned slightly. A frontline city typically refers to a city near the unstable rift, where sporadic monster infiltrations are frequent, creating a tense situation. These missions often involve high-intensity patrols, clearing operations, and high alert, severely conflicting with his upcoming plan to challenge a special dungeon alone. "That's right." Qin Shui nodded, her speech quickening. "Recently, we detected abnormal peaks in the energy fluctuations of the rift near Area K77. Although we haven't observed a large-scale monster outbreak yet, the fluctuation pattern is abnormal and doesn't match any previous records. Headquarters suspects it might be related to unnatural factors. Perhaps the madmen of the Advent faction are behind it." She paused, a cold glint in her eyes. "We received intelligence that several key members of the Advent faction, who have been heavily flagged, have been frequently active in that area recently. Their purpose is unclear, but it's definitely not good. We need a crack team to infiltrate and investigate, to find out their intentions, and whether it's related to the Rift anomaly. The Advent faction, an extreme organization that believes that Rift arrivals are a divine gift or a selection process by advanced civilizations, dedicated to accelerating or even welcoming otherworldly beings to integrate into or destroy humanity on Earth, has always been a key target for Dragon Shield and other agencies. These individuals often act madly, possess dangerous forbidden technologies or items, and are extremely destructive. This mission requires your exceptional observation skills and adaptability," Qin Shui said, looking at Lin Yu with unwavering trust. "Your attention to detail and judgment of situations are top-notch in our team. We need your eyes to uncover any clues those madmen might leave behind." Normally, Lin Yu wouldn't refuse a mission involving the Advent faction and related to the Rift anomaly. Investigating the potential threat was in his best interest. But at this moment, he had more pressing matters on his mind. "Sister Shui," Lin Yu's voice was calm, yet carried a clear sense of refusal. "This mission is very important, but I can't participate for the time being." Qin Shui was clearly surprised by his direct refusal, and after a moment of surprise, she pressed, "Why? Do you have other plans? The Bureau has given this mission a very high priority. I have a personal matter that I must attend to." Lin Yu didn't reveal any information about the special instance, only using a vague but firm reason. "It's very important, concerning my future path. Time is limited to the next few days, and it can't be postponed." He looked at Qin Shui and added, "After I finish this matter, if the mission isn't over yet, I can immediately go to provide support." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communication. Qin Shui understood Lin Yu. She knew he wasn't someone who spoke without reason. The very important he mentioned must be related to his core strength or future development. As a friend and superior, she knew that forcibly ordering him might get him to obey, but it could very well affect his subsequent performance, or even create resentment. She rubbed her temples, weighing the pros and cons. Although the investigation mission was urgent, the current intelligence was limited, and the danger level hadn't yet escalated to the point where all the trump cards had to be used. Lin Yu's value extends beyond a single temporary mission. "All right," Qin Shui finally decided, her tone softening. "I respect your choice. I leave the others to conduct preliminary reconnaissance first. How many days will you need?" "I don't know," Lin Yu gave a precise time frame. "I contact you once I'm out, regardless of the outcome." Qin Shui pondered. "Contact me as soon as you're done. In extreme circumstances, I might need to contact you again." "Understood." Lin Yu nodded. This was the biggest concession Qin Shui could make. "Be careful with your own affairs," Qin Shui added, her tone filled with friendly concern. "Return to the team as soon as you're done." "I will." Chapter 335. The final preparation time slipped away in intense focus. Lin Yu adjusted himself to his peak condition, repeatedly analyzing the various possibilities that the unkillable clue might point to, and mentally rehearsing several corresponding countermeasures. Despite the lack of information, he had raised his vigilance to the highest level. 7th day, 5:50 p.m. Central Hall of the Realm Hub, personal space. Lin Yu stood quietly, adjusting his breathing. He made no fancy preparations, simply waiting quietly. Time ticked closer to 6 p.m. He could feel the tremor of the heart of God, pseudo, deep within his soul growing clearer, as if drawn by an invisible bell from afar. The global alert news from the rift still hung in the corner of his vision, adding to the oppressive atmosphere of impending doom. 5:59 p.m. Lin Yu no longer hesitated. His mind sank into the Realm Hub system. Instead of choosing the usual random matchmaking, he followed the faint yet firm guidance from the heart of God, focusing his consciousness on the mysterious entrance to the Special Instance. Special Instance X4689, Fengqiao Middle School. Entry permission detected. Confirm matchmaking? Warning, this instance is a special rules instance, extremely difficult, with an unknown mortality rate. Once entered, you will be subject to the instance's unique rules, and your regular abilities may be limited. Confirm. Lin Yu responded calmly. Matchmaking successful. Teleportation is about to begin. Instance name, X4689, Fengqiao Middle School. Type, rules-based mystery. Level, LV.35 to LV.45. Maximum number of participants, 10. Survive until the school anniversary and reach the designated evacuation point with a leaving school pass. Note, after the school anniversary celebration, the school will undergo a major purge. Warning, a special mental pollution mechanism exists within the instance. All survivors will have their real-time SAN value, mental stability displayed. A SAN value of 0 will result in permanent assimilation. Please remain rational, explore cautiously, and strictly adhere to all the rules you discover. Special note, your personal malice. Mental weakness has taken effect. You are more susceptible to mental pollution, your SAN value decreases faster, and you will encounter more and stronger terrifying hallucinations and physical interference when your SAN value is low. Teleportation countdown, 5, 4, 3. The expected blinding white light tearing through space did not appear the instant the countdown reached 0. Instead, a thick, cold darkness enveloped him. As if immersed in ice water, his 5 senses were briefly stripped away, leaving only his consciousness sinking into endless nothingness. An indescribable weariness and neurotic anxiety surged from the depths of his soul like a tide, disrupting his thoughts. Lin Yu immediately realized that this was the initial experience of neurasthenia maliciously taking effect. He didn't know how much time had passed, perhaps just a moment, or perhaps eternity. The feeling of solid ground beneath his feet came, cold and hard. A damp, musty smell permeated the surroundings, mixed with the scent of old books and a faint disinfectant. His vision slowly returned, but it was as if veiled by a thin layer of gray gauze. The light was dim, and the colors dull. He found himself standing in a dimly lit corridor. On both sides of the corridor were mottled light green wainscoting, above which were pale white lime walls, many places bubbling and peeling, revealing dark mold beneath. Old fluorescent tubes hung from the ceiling, emitting an unsettling, persistent low-frequency hum, their flickering light distorting and casting warped shadows. One side of the corridor was a row of windows, outside which hung a thick, oppressive, deathly gray fog, obscuring all view except for a suffocating void. On the other side were rows of tightly closed, dark brown wooden doors, with faded class signs hanging on them, the writing barely legible. The air was chillingly cold. When he tried to exhale, a small puff of white mist formed in the air. The temperature here was abnormally low. Almost instinctively, Lin Yu immediately tried to activate his greatest asset, his level 4 survival radar. However, when he concentrated, trying to visualize that familiar black and white 3D map in his mind, he only felt a chaotic, impassive blockage. It was as if an invisible, viscous gel had enveloped his senses, forcibly severing his connection with the radar. The radar unusable? Lin Yu's heart sank. This was the first time he had encountered such a complete failure since acquiring the radar system. The loss of informational advantage instantly left him feeling an unprecedented sense of blindness. Immediately afterward, he tried to sense his spatial backpack, wanting to retrieve the bloodletter's blade or other potentially useful items. Ding, mental exhaustion, you cannot open your spatial backpack. The result was equally alarming. His connection with the spatial backpack had become extremely weak and unstable, like a poorly received communication channel, intermittent and broken. He could vaguely sense the backpack's existence, but couldn't clearly see the items inside, let alone perform any storage or retrieval operations. Even the spatial backpack. Lin Yu's expression turned completely serious. This personal malice was far more bizarre and severe than he had imagined, directly restricting his core abilities. He quickly scanned himself. Fortunately, the attribute bonuses and passive effects from Heart of God, pseudo, seemed to still be present, His strength, agility, and extraordinary regenerative abilities hadn't disappeared. He wondered if the power of nature, tidal skill, would be effective in this bizarre world. He could also sense the presence of his class skills item disguise and theft of causality, but he didn't know what the consequences would be of using them in this environment. This was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. He forced himself to calm down, took a deep breath of the musty, cold air, and began to carefully observe his surroundings. He wasn't alone in the corridor. Scattered around, near and far, stood 8 other figures. Including himself, there were 9 people. The system notification indicated the maximum number of participants was 10. It seemed one person hadn't appeared yet, or had already disappeared in some way he didn't know. These 8 people were both men and women, dressed differently, but without exception, their faces wore expressions of surprise, wariness, and an undisguised pallor. Some tried to speak in hushed tones, but the eerie corridor seemed to absorb most of their voices, leaving only indistinct murmurs. No one acted rashly. Everyone seemed bound in place by invisible ropes, nervously observing each other and their surroundings. Linyu noticed a semi-transparent icon, like an old thermometer, in the upper right corner of his vision, with a number next to it. SAN value, 85/100. Furthermore, after his failed attempts to use the radar and spatial backpack, this number jumped slightly, becoming 84 out of 100. The frustration and uncertainty stemming from his limited abilities were already eroding his spirit. The malice of neurosis was beginning to show. Chapter 336. Just then, at the end of the corridor, in the dim light, the air slightly distorted, and a 10th figure staggered into existence. It was a young man in casual clothes. Upon appearing, his face was initially blank, then, as if sensing something, he frantically tried to retrieve a weapon from thin air, but to no avail. His panic was obvious. The 10 people gathered together. Almost simultaneously, a cold, stiff broadcast, like one played on an old tape recorder, echoed without warning throughout the corridor, accompanied by crackling static. Welcome, transfer students, to Fengxiao Middle School. To ensure your safety while on campus, please be sure to abide by the following student rules. Initial version. 1. Class hours at this school are 8 to 12 o'clock and 14 to 1700 hours daily. Please be sure to arrive at the designated classroom within the specified time. Late arrivals, early departures, and absences are not permitted. Second, outside of class time, please stay in student dormitories, the library, the playground, or other public areas. Do not linger in teaching buildings. Third, respect every faculty and staff member, regardless of their appearance. If you encounter staff members wearing dark blue uniforms, please remain quiet and try to meet their reasonable requests. Fourth, there are no students wearing red uniforms on this school. If you see one, please do not speak to it, move away immediately, and report it to the nearest staff member wearing a dark blue uniform. Fifth, if you see mirrors in corridors, restrooms, etc., please do not stare at your reflection for an extended period. Sixth, lights must be turned off, and you must go to bed after 10 p.m. Do not leave your bed regardless of any sound you hear, and do not respond to calls from outside the door. Seventh, the school anniversary is approaching. Please actively participate in the preparatory activities. You may leave safely only after obtaining a Leave Campus Pass and using it on the day of the anniversary. End of broadcast. Wishing you all a pleasant learning experience. The broadcast abruptly stopped, leaving only the chilling echo faintly reverberating in the corridor. 10 rules, like 10 cold chains, coiled around everyone's hearts. The curtain of the strange rules tale had officially been drawn. Linyu's SN value, after listening to this eerie broadcast, fluctuated slightly again, dropping to 83 out of 100. He felt a slight dizziness, and seemed to hear an extremely faint, almost distant whisper. The corridor after the broadcast fell into a deeper, deathly silence. Those 10 rules, like invisible ice water, extinguished the last vestiges of hope on some faces. The strange rules tale. This type of copy that relies on logical paradoxes, cognitive distortions, and absolute obedience is terrifying because power is not the only passport, it can even be a death warrant. Linyu quickly recited and memorized the 10 rules in his mind. He knew these rules were the foundation of survival, but they might not be all of them, and there might even be traps or hidden clauses that needed to be triggered. He suppressed the growing anxiety caused by his neurosis and the faint whispers, focusing his attention on the other 9 classmates. These people were clearly not weaklings either. Despite their panic, they were all trying their best to control themselves. No one made a sound, and very few even moved. Most remained where they had been teleported to, cautiously observing their surroundings and others. A tall, burly man in a tactical vest had a livid face and clenched fists. A bespectacled, seemingly quiet woman was rapidly drawing lines in the air with her fingers, seemingly recording or analyzing the rules. A girl with bright pink hair crossed her arms, her body trembling slightly, but her eyes revealed a fierce determination. The young man who appeared last still looked shaken, his movements becoming increasingly exaggerated, drawing disgusted and wary glances from those around him. Lin Yu concealed himself in the shadows at the edge of the crowd, trying to minimize his presence. In a situation where the rules were unclear and friend or foe was difficult to discern, exposing himself was unwise. He noticed that everyone's expressions were unnaturally stiff, their eyes hiding varying degrees of worry and fear. Clearly, everyone carried their own personal malice, though no one would voice it. "Hey! What the hell is this place?" Finally, the young man who appeared last couldn't help but growl, his voice distorted with fear. "No monsters are going to fight me head-on. What's the point of playing here?" No one responded. Only the flickering fluorescent light at the end of the corridor responded with more dramatic changes in brightness, its hum seeming to sharpen. Lin Yu saw his SAN value in his field of vision subtly fluctuate again due to the man's shout and the change in light. 82 out of 100. The distant whispers seemed to clear slightly, as if many people were whispering simultaneously in his ear from a great distance, but the content was indistinct. "Calm down." Finally, the bespectacled woman adjusted her glasses, her voice unusually calm. "The rules have already given us a hint. What we need now is to find the classrooms, the dorms, and figure out when the school anniversary is." "Easy for you to say," the burly man in the tactical vest grumbled. "This damn corridor doesn't even have a sign. Who knows where the classrooms are? Where are the dorms?" The broadcast mentioned a designated classroom, the bespectacled girl analyzed. "That means we might need to get a timetable first, or someone to guide us." "Guide? I think it's more like they're coming to kill us." The pink-haired girl scoffed, but her knuckles, clenched tightly around her arms, turned white. Just then, a slow, heavy, and somewhat slippery, sticky footstep came from one end of the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps were rhythmic, yet extremely unsettling, as if each step was on sticky mud. Everyone fell silent instantly, nervously looking in the direction of the sound, to the dim end of the corridor. As the footsteps drew closer, a blurry figure gradually became clear in the dim light. It was an extremely obese figure. He wore dark blue overalls stained with dirt, their original color almost unrecognizable, and a similarly greasy blue jacket, the zipper pulled up to his chin. He wore a blue baseball cap pulled low, the shadow beneath the brim completely obscuring his face, revealing only a round chin. Dark blue uniform. Rule number 3. Respect every faculty and staff member, regardless of their appearance. When encountering staff members in dark blue uniforms, please remain quiet and try to accommodate their reasonable requests. Everyone held their breath. Chapter 337. The obese employee in the blue uniform stopped about 5 meters away from the crowd. He didn't speak, but simply raised a hand wearing a dirty white cotton glove, clutching a stack of crumpled papers. Then, he casually tossed the stack onto the cold terrazzo floor with a thud. The papers scattered, revealing blurry writing and forms printed on them. Having done this, the obese employee slowly turned around, his sticky footsteps echoing again tap, 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 tap. As he walked back the way he came, quickly disappearing into the darkness at the end of the corridor. Throughout the entire ordeal, he hadn't uttered a single word, nor had he shown his face. The silence lasted for several seconds. "Is it the class schedule?" the bespectacled woman asked first, her voice trembling slightly. "Go take a look." The burly man in the tactical vest gritted his teeth and led the way towards the stack of papers. Several others hesitated for a moment, then followed. Lin Yu didn't move. He remained rooted to the spot, his sharp gaze scanning his surroundings, especially the closed classroom doors and the unchanging thick fog outside the windows. He had a feeling that something was watching them from the shadows. The whispers seemed to have gotten closer, as if they were discussing the new transfer students. His SAN value remained stable at 82, unchanged despite the blue employee's departure. Soon, the burly man picked up the stack of papers and glanced through them. "It's a timetable. And a dormitory assignment sheet." His voice held a hint of relief, but then he frowned. "The handwriting is so blurry, and this course is a bit strange." The crowd gathered around. Lin Yu slowly approached, maintaining a position where she could clearly see the information, but wasn't too close to the group. The timetable was printed on an old-fashioned typewriter, the print uneven, with many parts even blurry. It listed dates and times, corresponding to different courses and classroom numbers. Course titles included etiquette, school history, mental health, art appreciation, physical education, etc. It seemed normal at first glance, but given the environment, each course exuded an inexplicable eeriness. The classroom numbers, such as 201, 303, and -104, were scattered across different floors. "What day of the week is it today?" the pink-haired girl suddenly asked. The crowd froze, realizing they didn't even know the exact time they entered the instance. "Look here," the bespectacled girl pointed to a line of almost illegible print at the bottom of the timetable. "Note, this school uses a special academic calendar. We are currently in the preparatory week. Formal classes will begin on the anniversary preparation day. Anniversary countdown, 6 days, 23 hours, and 58 minutes. A virtual, semi-transparent countdown icon appeared simultaneously in the corner of everyone's field of vision, ticking precisely. The anniversary preparation day was tomorrow. They had less than 7 days. Next was the dormitory assignment table. The table listed 10 names, exactly corresponding to the 10 of them, followed by dormitory numbers. The dormitories were all 4 or 5-person rooms, located in the East Dormitory Building. Linyu saw her name. She was assigned to East Dormitory Building, room 304. 3 other unfamiliar names were also in the dormitory. "Where's the East Dormitory Building?" the last young man to appear asked anxiously. No one could answer him. "Looks like we have to find our classrooms in the teaching building and the way to the dormitory ourselves," the bespectacled girl concluded, her face pale. "The rules say not to linger in the teaching building outside of class time." "Right now? It should be outside of class time, right?" As if in response to her question, a piercing, distorted sound, like a broken old electric bell, echoed throughout the entire teaching building. Ring. The bell was extremely penetrating, making eardrums ache and hearts involuntarily tighten. The bell lasted for about 10 seconds, then stopped abruptly. The already dim lights in the corridor dimmed even further with the cessation of the bell, making it almost impossible to see clearly. The gray fog outside the window seemed to thicken even more. A deeper chill seeped in. Is this the end of get out of class bell? The pink-haired girl's voice trembled. No one knew. But everyone sensed that something had been awakened by the ringing of the bell. Linyu saw his SAN value drop by 2 points, down to 80 out of 100, due to the combined effects of the ringing bell and the dimming lights. The previously distant whispers now seemed to be clearly audible around the corner of the corridor, like an argument, or perhaps weeping. After the bell rang, the atmosphere in the corridor completely changed. If before it was a deathly oppressive silence, now there was an invisible, flowing sense of threat. The dim light cast distorted, flickering shadows on the walls, as if something was writhing within them. The faint whispers seemed omnipresent, sometimes clear, sometimes indistinct, unsettling everyone. "We can't stay here any longer," the burly man in the tactical vest roared, waving the class schedule and dormitory assignment sheet in his hand. "We have to find the classrooms and dormitories as soon as possible. At least figure out the layout of this building." This suggestion was met with tacit approval from most. Staying put was tantamount to waiting for death. "How do we find them?" "Split up?" the pink-haired girl asked, her eyes sweeping over the crowd with scrutiny. "Split up? Don't drag us down with you if you want to die." The young man who appeared last immediately objected, his face drained of color. "This place looks weird. Splitting up would just give those things a chance to take us down one by one. Then what should we do? 10 people together? That's too big a target and inefficient." The bespectacled girl analyzed calmly. "The rules only restrict lingering in the teaching building outside of class time. They don't completely prohibit exploration. We need to find a safe zone before the definition of long time becomes blurred." Linyu listened silently to their argument. His mental exhaustion made him more sensitive to the unsettling elements in the environment. The constant whispers and changes in light were draining his mental energy. His SAN value remained at 80, showing no signs of recovery. He noticed that the argument itself seemed to slightly cause fluctuations in his SAN value. "Divide into groups." Linyu finally spoke, his voice not loud, but carrying a strange penetrating power that temporarily silenced the arguing group. 3 people per group, smaller targets, mutual support. Agree on the exploration area and rendezvous time. This was the most reasonable judgment he made based on the current situation. "Let's crush these weirdos. Why bother with groups?" a girl shouted. "This kind of person is either stupid or malicious, making others test the rules for her. If it weren't for the need for an exit pass and items that could be fused with the heart of God for evacuation, he could simply fly up and wait for the evacuation point." Everyone at this level shouldn't be stupid, right? You all know special dungeons are extremely dangerous. Especially this kind of rule-based dungeon. How about this? Those of you who like to fight monsters split into one group, and we split into groups according to the game rules. I was just saying, I agree to explore in groups. Seeing her plan fall through, she immediately changed her mind. Chapter 338. The group mode can improve efficiency while ensuring a certain level of safety. I agree. The bespectacled woman also expressed her support, looking at Lin Yu with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. The burly man in the tactical vest pondered for a moment, then nodded. Okay. How do we divide? Soon, after a brief but tense negotiation, the 10 people were divided into 3 groups. Lin Yu, Zhou Wei, the bespectacled woman, and the relatively silent, seemingly calm middle-aged man, named Lao Li, formed one group. The burly man in the tactical vest, Wang Tai, the pink-haired girl, a Yu, and another thin man, Xiao Chun, formed another group. The remaining 3, including the emotionally unstable young man, Zhao Ming, and 2 other women, including the one who suggested going to fight the strange entity, naturally formed a group. The agreed-upon exploration area was the corridor on this floor, and the search for stairs leading to the upper and lower floors. Regardless of whether anything was found, they had to return to this location within 15 minutes. Lin Yu's group chose to explore to the left. The corridor seemed endless, the tightly closed classroom doors on both sides, like silent tombstones. The class sign on the door was badly damaged and barely legible. They tried pushing several doors, but they wouldn't budge, as if welded shut. Zhou Wei walked along, using a small pencil stub she pulled out from somewhere, seemingly the only personal item she had left that wasn't locked away by her spatial backpack, to quickly sketch a makeshift map on the back of the timetable, marking the door number she passed and anything suspicious. Old Li, meanwhile, warily watched the shadows behind and to his sides. His breathing was slightly heavy, clearly indicating he was also under considerable mental pressure. Lin Yu walked at the front, trying to tread lightly and concentrating on his surroundings. Without radar, he could only rely on his most primal senses: sight, hearing, smell, and touch. His ability to pick up information was especially crucial at this moment. He could hear subtle, discordant sounds and scents. The whispers grew clearer in his ears. The new guy. How long can he hold out? That tall guy looks delicious. Where's the red one? The rules must be followed. The whispers were intermittent, mixed with unintelligible laughter and sobs. Lin Yu shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel these auditory hallucinations, but with little success. This was the result of a combination of low SAN value and neurosis. He had to get used to these distractions, and try to discern any potentially useful information from them. His SAN value slowly and steadily dropped to 78 out of 100. Reaching about halfway down the corridor, they found a stairwell. The staircase was made of old cement, the handrails cold, rusty iron pipes. It stretched deeper into darkness both upwards and downwards, with only a few low-wattage light bulbs hanging at the corners providing a meager illumination. Up or down first? Old Li asked in a low voice. The rules mention classroom -104, Zhou Wei said, glancing at the timetable. The basement level might exist, but logically, the dormitory shouldn't be underground. We have limited time, so let's explore one floor upwards first to confirm the floor plan. Lin Yu nodded, agreeing with the plan. He was the first to step onto the upward staircase. Footsteps echoed in the narrow stairwell, amplified and jarring. Each step felt unusually cold, as if it could draw warmth through the soles of their shoes. Just as they reached the corner of the stairs, about to step onto the second-floor platform, Lin Yu abruptly stopped. He raised his hand, stopping Zhou Wei and Lao Li behind him. Something's there, he whispered, almost in a breath. Zhou Wei and Lao Li immediately held their breath, anxiously looking up. The second-floor platform was equally dim, but unlike the first floor, at the far end, near the window, there seemed to be a figure standing. The figure had its back to them, wearing a red, what looked like a school uniform. Rule 4. No students wearing red uniforms exist at this school. If you see one, do not speak to it, and immediately move away and report it to the nearest staff member in a dark blue uniform. The 3 men's hearts leaped into their throats. The red figure stood there silently, motionless, facing the eternal gray mist outside the window. It seemed to have missed them. Retreat, Lin Yu ordered without hesitation in a very low voice. The 3 of them cautiously retreated step by step down the stairs, not daring to make a sound. Only when they reached the bottom of the stairs, and felt the relatively open corridor space again, did they breathe a slight sigh of relief. Red school uniform. Zhou Wei's face was deathly pale, her hand holding the pencil trembling slightly, We really saw it. The rules say it doesn't exist. Then what did we see? Old Lee's voice was filled with lingering fear. Lin Yu didn't answer. His sharp gaze swept across the first-floor corridor. He noticed that after they retreated to the first floor, the previously clear whispers about the red school uniforms disappeared, replaced by a more pervasive, malicious murmur. His SAN value dropped by 3 points due to this encounter, becoming 75/100. Furthermore, he felt a slight nausea and dizziness. It seems the rules must be strictly followed, Lin Yu said in a deep voice. Any violation could directly trigger danger or accelerate mental pollution. Just then, another group, Wang Tai's group, rushed back from the other side of the corridor, their faces showing signs of shock. What happened? Zhou Wei asked immediately. A mirror. We saw a public restroom around that corner, and there was a large mirror at the entrance. Ayu said breathlessly. Brother Wang just glanced at it subconsciously, and said the reflection in the mirror was smiling at him. Not his own reflection. Rule 5. If you see a mirror in the corridor, restroom, or other similar places, please do not stare at your reflection for an extended period of time. Wat Tai's face was extremely grim. He said gruffly, that smile, it's really creepy. I almost fell for it. Clearly, they had also broken the rules, but the consequences were more severe than encountering the red school uniforms, especially the mental shock. They knew that breaking the rules wouldn't result in immediate death, but rather a loss of sanity. Although they didn't know Wang Tai's sanity, they estimated it was considerable. The last group returned one after another. They seemed to have encountered nothing particularly unusual, but Zhao Ming's expression was worse than when he left, his eyes darting around. Clearly, his own personal malice was at play. The 10 people reunited, the atmosphere even more tense than before. In just 15 minutes of initial exploration, 2 groups had already broken the known rules and encountered strange phenomena. The danger of this instance was self-evident. And they hadn't even found a classroom they could safely enter or a path to the dormitory. Chapter 339. The initial exploration failed, and the 10 dared not linger in the teaching building any longer. Rule 2 explicitly stated, do not linger in the teaching building for extended periods outside of class time. Although extended period wasn't explicitly defined, the repeated violations of the rule made them hesitant to take any risks. We must find the dormitory building, Zhou Wei emphasized again, her SN value seemingly dropping slightly, her tone less absolutely calm than before. East dormitory building. East side. The burly man in the tactical vest, Wang Tai, repeated irritably, this damn teaching building doesn't even have a sign pointing the way. Old Li, who had been relatively silent, suddenly spoke up, don't you guys feel the air here seems colder? He pointed to the right side of the corridor, relative to where they had initially gathered. Hearing this, the group carefully sensed the air. Indeed, the damp, chilly feeling in the air on the right side of the corridor seemed more pronounced, even carrying a faint stench of decay. While the left side was also cold, it was more of a simple low temperature. Perhaps it's a clue, Lin Yu nodded. With the radar malfunctioning, any subtle environmental difference was noteworthy. His neurosis made him even more sensitive to changes in temperature and smell, though this also exacerbated his discomfort. The whispering seemed to become more concentrated on the right side as well. Let's go check it out. Wang Tai decided immediately. The group cautiously proceeded along the right side of the corridor. The further they went in that direction, the lower the temperature indeed became, and the mold on the walls became more dense and darker. The light also became dimmer, with a noticeable increase in the number of broken fluorescent tubes. For one section, they were almost entirely illuminated by the faint daylight filtering through the gray fog outside the windows. After walking about 30 or 40 meters, the corridor reached a corner. After turning the corner, the group saw a large, heavy wooden double door. The door was dark red, the paint peeling and chipped, with the words East Passage written in faded white lettering. The door was slightly ajar, revealing an even deeper darkness inside, from which the putrid smell emanated. Found it! Zhao Ming exclaimed excitedly, about to push the door open. Wait! Lin Yu and Zhou Wei stopped him almost simultaneously. Lin Yu was startled because the whispers coming from behind the door suddenly became sharp and warning, as if countless voices were shouting danger. His SAN value fluctuated slightly 74 out of 100. Zhou Wei, out of caution, said, the rules don't mention whether the passage leading to the dormitory building is dangerous. We need to be careful. Wang Tai took a deep breath, stepped forward, and used his muscular body to brace against the door, slowly applying pressure. A creaking sound, as if the door hadn't been opened in years, echoed in the silence, particularly jarring. The door was pushed open a crack, just enough for one person to pass through. Behind the door wasn't the expected walkway or staircase leading to another building, but rather an even older, darker, enclosed corridor. This corridor had no windows, relying entirely on the dim, yellowish light of wall lamps spaced far apart. The air was stale, a nauseating mixture of musty, dusty, and an indescribable stench of decay. The corridor floor was covered with a dark red, heavily worn carpet, and the walls were dark brown wooden planks, on which hung some blurry frames that appeared to be certificates of honor or old photographs, but the contents were completely illegible. The corridor stretched for no more than 20 meters, before ending at another tightly closed iron gate. A sign on the gate vaguely read dormitory building. "Looks like this is it." Wang Tai sighed in relief and stepped into the corridor first. The others followed in single file. Walking in the enclosed corridor, the oppressive feeling intensified. The light from the wall lamps was insufficient to dispel all the shadows, and the dark wooden walls on both sides seemed to breathe, swallowing light and sound. The sound of footsteps was absorbed by the thick carpet, leaving only the heavy or unsteady breathing of the group. Lin Yu felt waves of unease. The whispers, after entering the corridor, turned into continuous, malicious mockery and curses. He had to concentrate even more to barely maintain his sanity. His SAN value was slowly and steadily decreasing 73/100. Finally, they reached the iron gate at the end. The gate was green, covered in rust, and had a small, latticed observation window in the center. A plastic sign hangs next to the door, printed with the following: Management Regulations for the East Dormitory Building of Fengxiao Middle School. 1. Dormitory Building Opening Hours, 17 to 8 o'clock the next day. Entry is strictly prohibited outside of opening hours. 2. Before entering the dormitory building, please register your name and dormitory number at the duty room on the first floor and collect your key. 3. Each dormitory room has 4 beds. Please stay in your assigned room and do not change beds without permission. Lights must be turned off, and you must go to bed after 2200 hours. 4. After lights out, do not leave your bed, no matter what sound you hear, and do not respond to calls from outside the door. 5. Loud noises, chasing, and horseplay are prohibited in the dormitory building. 6. Please maintain personal and public hygiene. Please dispose of trash in the designated trash cans. 7. In case of emergency, you can ring the call bell in the dormitory. However, please note that staff response may take time, and there is no guarantee that your problem will be resolved. More rules. Everyone carefully read and memorized them. These rules echoed the regulations of the teaching building, especially rule number 4, which reiterated the absolute requirement to go to bed at night. Wang Tai tried pushing the iron gate, but found it locked. Duty room. Zhou Wei, the girl with glasses, pointed to a small window next to the iron gate, lit by a dim yellow light. Behind the window sat a figure. The figure was also wearing a dark blue uniform and a hat, the brim pulled low, obscuring the face. He remained motionless, like a statue. Rule 2. Registration is required. The group exchanged glances, and finally, Wang Tai steeled himself and stepped forward. "Hello, we are new transfer students, here to register." Wang Tai tried to keep his voice calm. The blue-uniformed employee behind the window slowly raised his head. Under the brim of the hat, a deep shadow remained, only the outline of his chin was visible. He didn't speak, but simply extended a hand wearing a white cotton glove, holding a tattered register, and a fountain pen dipped in red ink. Wang Tai took the pen, found his own name, and the names of his group members according to the dormitory assignment list, and signed his name in the corresponding place in the register. The handwriting in the register was also a blurry red, emitting a faint smell of rust. Chapter 340. After signing, the blue-clad employee silently handed over 3 old brass keys, each with a small wooden tag bearing the dormitory number. The process was unusually smooth, unsettlingly so. Then, the others followed suit, registering and receiving their keys. When it was Lin Yu's turn, he took the cold brass key and noticed that the blue-clad employee's white knitted gloves seemed to have some dark red, not yet dried stains on the fingertips. He didn't ask any questions, signed his name, picked up the key, and stepped back. When the last person finished registering, a soft click came from inside the iron gate. Wang Tai pushed the gate again, and this time it opened easily. Behind the gate was the dormitory lobby, even more dilapidated than the teaching building. The air was thicker with dust and a musty smell. On the wall opposite the door hung a stopped clock, its hands frozen at a certain moment. Next to it was a bulletin board, covered with illegible notices in messy handwriting. A staircase led upwards from the side of the hall. Following the room numbers on their keys, The group began searching for their dorm rooms. Lin Yu, Zhou Wei, Lao Li, and another quiet young man named Sun Yu were assigned to room 304. The interior of the dormitory building was even darker than the corridor. The walls were a mottled, grayish-yellow, with large patches of plaster peeling off. The wooden staircase creaked and groaned underfoot, as if it might collapse at any moment. Finding room 304, they unlocked the door. A musty, stale smell assaulted their nostrils. The room was small, containing 4 bunk beds. The bed frames were bare, covered only by a thin, yellowed mattress. In the corner stood 4 dilapidated wooden wardrobes. The windows were tightly shut, and outside remained the same perpetual gray fog. There were no restrooms. At the end of each floor was a communal washroom and toilet. The conditions were despairingly rudimentary, but at least it seemed like a place to catch one's breath. The rules designated this area as one of the safe zones. The group quickly checked the dormitory, finding nothing unusual, only an unusual chill. "Let's get some rest," Oldley sighed. "We have classes tomorrow." No one objected. Having experienced a series of frights and mental exhaustion, everyone felt physically and mentally drained. Lin Yu chose a lower bunk near the door. He sat on the hard bed, trying to contact his spatial backpack and radar again, but failed once more. The whispering sound was even clearer in the relatively enclosed and quiet dormitory, as if swirling around the room. He glanced at the countdown in his field of vision. School anniversary day, 6 days, 20 hours, and 10 minutes. He glanced at his SAN value. 70/100. Night, perhaps, was the beginning of the real test. Rule 4. Do not respond to calls from outside the door, was like a thorn in everyone's heart. The dormitory lights flickered dimly, as if the power was unstable. In dormitory 304, deathly silence and cold were the only 2 occupants. The 4 of them lay on their hard beds, none truly asleep. The gray fog outside seemed to thicken, completely swallowing the already faint daylight. The only light source in the dormitory came from the dim yellow glow of a corridor wall lamp, seeping through the crack under the door, casting shadowy shadows in the small space. Lin Yu's eyes were closed, but her senses were heightened to the extreme. His physical strength, including equipment bonuses, was enough to sustain him for days without sleep, maintaining a high level of alertness. However, an irresistible weariness, originating from the depths of his soul, like a damp, cold spiderweb, enveloped his consciousness layer by layer. The malice of neurosis revealed its most insidious side at this moment, not a direct attack, but the erosion of his most basic resistance. The whispers in his ear became clearer and more distorted after the lights were turned off. No longer vague discussions, they transformed into concrete, malicious enticement and intimidation. "Open the door, it's safe outside. They're all lying to you, only I know the truth. Look under the bed, something's smiling at you. Red, right outside the door, she wants to come in." These voices sometimes mimicked his mother, sometimes Zhou Wei or Wang Tai, and sometimes became completely unfamiliar, with a sobbing or shrill laugh in their tone. Lin Yu focused his mind, silently reciting the known rules, especially the 4th and 6th, using them as anchors to resist the erosion on his mental level. His SAN value, tormented by the whispers and the cold, slowly but steadily declined, gradually sliding from 70 to 65. However, the physical fatigue grew increasingly severe, so severe that his eyelids began to droop uncontrollably. This was highly unusual. Given his constitution, even 3 days and 3 nights without sleep shouldn't have resulted in this. Was mental exhaustion amplifying the physical effects of mental depletion? Or did the dormitory itself contain some kind of rule that forced him to fall asleep, just as his consciousness began to fade, and he was about to be dragged into the abyss of sleep? Ah! A blood-curdling scream suddenly erupted from a dormitory next door or upstairs, instantly shattering the silence of the night. The scream was filled with indescribable fear and despair, as if the speaker had witnessed a terrifying scene beyond comprehension. The sound stopped abruptly after reaching its peak, as if severed by an invisible pair of scissors. Lin Yu jolted awake, most of his remaining sleepiness vanished, and his heart pounded. He clenched his fists instantly, his muscles tensing, ready to leap out of bed at any moment. Almost simultaneously, hurried footsteps and suppressed gasps echoed from outside the corridor, apparently from other dormitories, alerted by the scream. Bang! 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 Heavy knocking echoed outside room 304, accompanied by a tearful voice, vaguely resembling Zhao Ming's. "Open the door! Open the door quickly! There's something! There's something outside!" It dragged Zhang Qian, the girl who suggested confronting the monster head-on, away. "Help me!" Rule 6. Lights out and bedtime are mandatory after 10 p.m. Do not leave your bed, regardless of any sounds, and do not respond to calls from outside. Lin Yu held his breath motionless. He could hear Zhou Wei's sudden cessation of breathing on the opposite bed, and the slight creaking of the bed from Lao Li's side. He was awake too, and equally tense. When no one responded, Zhao Ming outside began pounding on the door, his voice becoming shrill and distorted. "Open the door. I know you're in there. Why aren't you saving me? Do you want me dead too? Open the door." The pounding grew louder and more urgent, as if more than one pair of hands were frantically striking the door from the outside. The wooden door groaned under its weight, dust falling softly from the frame. However, inside room 304, a deathly silence reigned. Everyone remembered the rules perfectly, using every ounce of willpower to suppress the urge to get up and respond. Lin Yu could even feel the cold sweat trickling down his back. It wasn't entirely from fear, but more from the immense pressure of fighting instinct and empathy. His SAN value, amidst this constant harassment and inner struggle, had plummeted below 60, reaching 59 to 100. This made him even more certain that this was a bizarre intrusion. Whispers seemed to whisper in his ear, mingling with the banging and shouting outside the door, creating a maddening symphony. After an unknown amount of time, the noise outside suddenly ceased. The banging, the shouting, everything vanished. Only a deeper silence remained, as if even the air itself had frozen. But this silence was far more chilling than the previous commotion. Lin Yu's tense nerves didn't relax, he remained absolutely still, listening intently. The sound of something slippery, heavy, being dragged along, scraping against the corridor carpet, slowly faded away. Chapter 341. This night was destined to be long. Similar screams and eerie noises echoed several times at different times, and from different directions. Sometimes it was a distant cry, sometimes a close-up chuckle, and sometimes a sickening sound, as if bones were being crushed. Each sound was like a file, grinding away at the survivor's already dwindling sanity. Lin Yu didn't know when he had completely lost consciousness and fallen asleep. His last memory was of forcibly fighting against the overwhelming drowsiness and the pervasive mental pollution, but ultimately, an abnormal sense of exhaustion overcame his willpower. When the same piercing, distorted ringing of the doorbell echoed through the dormitory building, Lin Yu suddenly woke up. He immediately checked himself and his surroundings. The daylight was slightly brighter than at night, and the outlines of the dormitory were clearly visible. Zhou Wei and Lao Li also sat up in bed almost simultaneously, their faces showing the bewilderment of someone who had survived a disaster and a deep weariness. The young man named Sun Yu also woke up, huddled in the corner of the bed, his face deathly pale. Lin Yu immediately looked at his SAN value. SAN value, 90/100. He was stunned. He clearly remembered that it had dropped to 59 before he fell asleep, so how come it had recovered to 90 after waking up? Was it the effect of deep sleep? Or did this dormitory have a hidden effect of restoring SAN value during safe periods? Or perhaps some more bizarre reason, such as replenishing his spirit in preparation for the next round of consumption? He didn't have time to think about it. His attention was drawn to the increasing footsteps and voices outside the door. The voices were filled with fear and unease. "Let's go check it out," Lin Yu said in a low voice, getting out of bed first. He tried, but the spatial backpack still wouldn't open, and the radar remained ineffective. The four opened the dormitory door and went into the corridor. People from other dormitories also came out one after another, their faces etched with fear and exhaustion. Wang Tai's group of 3 were all there, but their expressions were extremely grim. Zhao Ming's group, however, only had 2 members emerge. Zhao Ming and another girl named Li Sha. Their group was supposed to have 4 members: Zhao Ming, Li Sha, Zhang Qian, and a man named Lu Chong. "Where's Lu Chong? Where's Zhang Qian?" Zhou Wei asked immediately. Zhao Ming trembled violently, his eyes unfocused, his lips quivering, unable to utter a coherent sentence. Li Sha was also pale, her voice trembling with tears. Last night, there was something outside. Lu Chong. He couldn't help but respond to the sound outside the door. And then, he was dragged away. Zhang Qian. She disappeared afterward too. At this moment, members of other exploration groups brought even worse news. After a head count, of the 10 survivors, only 7 remained gathered in the corridor. 3 confirmed dead/missing, Lu Chong, Zhang Qian, and a taciturn male team member from another group, not Lao Li. Death descended silently on the first night, claiming 3 lives, including the girl who initially clamored to confront the eerie creature head-on. Her bravery became a pale, powerless joke in the face of the cruel rules. The atmosphere was oppressively suffocating. In just one night, 3 were gone, and the cause of death remained a mystery. No one dared to investigate what had happened to them. Let's go to the classroom first. Linyu broke the silence, her voice still calm, but it sounded particularly cold in the atmosphere. We can't be late. The pressure of survival temporarily overwhelmed their fear. The remaining 7, filled with a greater awe of the unknown, silently walked out of the dormitory building. They didn't know that what awaited them in the daytime at the teaching building was another form of terror. Passing through the still gloomy and cold enclosed corridor connecting the dormitory and the teaching building, the 7 returned to the main teaching building. The teaching building was still dimly lit during the day, but compared to the pure darkness and deathly silence of the night, it at least had a touch of life. If one could call that omnipresent, low humming and faint whispering a sign of life. According to the timetable, the first class was etiquette, in classroom 201. They went up the stairs and found classroom 201. The classroom door was an ordinary wooden door, ajar. The moment the door opened, a pungent smell of chalk dust and old wood wafted out. The classroom was furnished like any other high school classroom, a podium, a blackboard, and rows of slightly worn desks and chairs. The lighting was just as poor. Those near the window could vaguely see the perpetual gray haze outside. There were already people there. On the podium stood a figure. It wore a crisp, slightly stiffened dark gray suit, its hair neatly combed, but its face had no features. Smooth skin covered its entire face, like a human skin mask. Below, a dozen or so students sat sparsely. They were all wearing the blue and white uniforms of Fengxiao Middle School, but most of them had their heads down, their bodies swaying slightly back and forth, their movements stiff and synchronized. They also lacked clear faces, their facial features were blurred, as if seen through frosted glass. These were the classmates and teachers? The 7 chose seats towards the back, trying to spread out and avoid attracting attention. Linyu chose a seat near the back door, offering a panoramic view. The school bell rang, as always, that distorted and piercing electric bell. The faceless teacher on the platform tapped the blackboard with a thin pointer. A line of white, neat, yet cold chalk writing appeared on the blackboard. Classroom rules. 1. Remain quiet and listen attentively. 2. Raise your hand and obtain the teacher's permission before speaking. 3. Stand up to answer the teacher's questions. 4. Answers must be clear, accurate, and conform to the rules. 5. Do not disrupt class order. As the rules appeared, Linyu noticed a slight fluctuation in his SAN value 89 out of 100. Just reading these rules seemed to exert some kind of mental pressure. The faceless teacher began its lecture. Its voice was flat and monotonous, without any intonation, like reciting a scripture unrelated to him, containing basic etiquette rules such as greet your teachers, sit properly, and do not touch other people's belongings without permission. This tedious, eerie, and uncomfortable lesson lasted for about 20 minutes. During this time, the faceless students maintained a stiff, swaying posture, while the 7 survivors tried their best to minimize their presence, diligently memorizing those seemingly useless, but potentially life-or-death rules. Suddenly, the faceless teacher's voice stopped. Chapter 342. Its faceless form turned towards the audience, its pointer casually pointing in a direction. Precisely where Zhao Ming was standing. Student, the faceless teacher's flat voice rang out, please answer. In the school building corridor, if you encounter a staff member wearing a dark blue uniform, what should you do? Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. Rule 3. Zhao Ming, already on the verge of a mental breakdown, was suddenly called upon, and he trembled violently, scrambling to his feet. His eyes were glazed, his lips trembling. The terrifying experience of the previous night and the effects of his low SAN value clearly had clouded his judgment. I. He stammered, his mind blank. Run fast. His body trembled violently, his face instantly turning ashen. Wrong. The faceless teacher's voice remained calm, yet carried a cold, judgmental tone. No. I misspoke. Zhao Ming burst into tears, his voice filled with despair. It's keep quiet. Meet the requirements. I'm sorry. My SAN value. My SAN value is only 40. Help me. There are monsters everywhere. They're watching me. Laughing at me. He cried incoherently, pointing to the empty corner of the wall and the ceiling, as if something truly existed there. His SAN value was clearly plummeting due to his wrong answer and extreme fear, likely having already fallen below a dangerous threshold. The faceless students in the classroom, who had been stiff and swaying, seemed to have been paused, all looking at Zhao Ming. On their blurry faces, an indescribable expression, a mixture of greed and mockery, appeared. The faceless teacher remained silent, merely staring at the distraught Zhao Ming with its featureless face. No! I can't stay here. I have to leave. Zhao Ming completely lost his mind. He let out a scream that wasn't human, violently pushed aside the desks and chairs beside him, and rushed towards the classroom door without a second thought. Zhao Ming! Li Sha cried out in terror, trying to stop him, but Wang Tai held her back tightly. Zhao Ming staggered out of the back door of the classroom, his figure disappearing into the dimly lit corridor. His cries and running sounds quickly faded into the distance, then, like the screams of the previous night, abruptly ceased. The classroom returned to silence. The faceless teacher, as if nothing had happened, turned back and continued reciting the tedious etiquette rules in its flat tone. This school building, even in daylight, was fraught with danger. Zhao Ming's sudden breakdown and disappearance weighed heavily on the hearts of the remaining 6 students. Classroom rules are not child's play. The consequences of mistakes directly impact an already fragile spirit, enough to push a person into the abyss of destruction. The faceless teacher's lesson continued. That flat, lifeless voice now sounded more like mental torture. Everyone sat upright, striving to concentrate, both to avoid being called on and to try and extract any hidden survival information from the tedious content. Lin Yu forced himself to analyze calmly, but his mental exhaustion kept interfering. Zhao Ming's actions last night were definitely not that simple. Something must have happened, otherwise, a single question wouldn't have caused his SAN value to drop so easily. The SAN value recovered to 90 after sleep, which was crucial, indicating that the dormitory was at least to some extent a safe zone or recovery point. The dangers of nighttime are undeniable, and strict adherence to the rules is essential. During the day, the danger shifts to following these classroom rules and behavioral norms. The core of this instance seems to be the rules themselves. Understanding, memorizing, and strictly adhering to all explicit and implicit rules is the only way to survive. The class finally ended in a tense atmosphere. The faceless teacher offered no summary, simply clutching his lesson plan, and left the classroom with stiff steps. The faceless students, like puppets on strings, rose in unison and silently left one after another. Only 6 survivors remained in the classroom. This godforsaken place. Wang Tai slammed his fist on the table, the dull thud releasing his pent-up repression and fear. His SAN value was clearly affected, his face was pale. Calm down, Wang Tai. Zhou Wei pushed up her glasses, though her own fingers were trembling slightly. Complaining is useless. We must use the break time to gather as much information as possible. The timetable shows the next period is school history study in classroom 303. We need to hurry there and observe our surroundings. Observe? Observe what? There's this stuff everywhere. Pink-haired girl A.U. scratched her head in frustration. Rules. Lin Yu spoke, his voice low but clear. All the rules? On the walls, on the bulletin board, even on scraps of paper that might be lying on the ground. Anywhere there's writing, there might be rules or hints hidden. His reminder invigorated everyone. Indeed, since rules were key to survival, finding more rules meant a greater chance of survival. The 6 left classroom 201 and walked down the corridor towards classroom 303. The corridor remained dimly lit. Occasionally, 1 or 2 faceless students could be seen walking stiffly by, or an employee in a dark blue uniform standing motionless in a distant corner, like a statue. They dared not approach the blue-clad employee, strictly adhering to Rule 3. Lin Yu's sharp gaze swept across the surroundings. At the corner of the stairs leading to the 3rd floor, he noticed a yellowed, curled-edge paper pasted on the wall, with hastily written red ink. Stairwell behavior rules. 1. Keep to the right when going up or down the stairs. 2. Running, playing, or lingering in the stairwell is prohibited. 3. If you hear unusual noises or hear your name called in the stairwell, do not turn around, pass quickly. 4. Count the steps to ensure they match your understanding. Another rule? And the 4th one seemed particularly strange. Write them down, Lin Yu whispered. The group quickly memorized them. Upon arriving outside classroom 303, they noticed a framed glass panel on the wall next to the door displaying the school history learning classroom rules. 1. Maintain reverence for the school's history. 2. Listen attentively, and do not question the content of the lecture. 3. The class may involve video materials. If you feel uncomfortable, you may lower your head to avoid them, but do not make any noise. 4. It is forbidden to circulate any books or notes not designated for the lecture during class. The rules became increasingly specific and increasingly unsettling. Especially the 2nd rule, do not question, which almost told them that this class was going to be even more terrifying. Entering classroom 303, the layout was similar to 201. The lecturer was also a faceless teacher, dressed in a black retro robe, creating an even more solemn atmosphere. Chapter 343. This lesson was about the long and glorious history of Fengqiao Middle School, recounting how the school was established in a desolate area and how many outstanding students it nurtured. However, the narrative was riddled with holes, the timeline was chaotic, and some of the events mentioned sounded more like horror stories. For example, a certain graduating class disappeared en masse on the eve of the school anniversary due to disciplinary indiscipline, or a certain area of the library was permanently closed for purification purposes. The teacher delivered these tales in a completely flat tone, while the faceless students below remained stiffly swaying. The 6 students suppressed their discomfort and the growing sense of skepticism within them, firmly remembering Rule 2, and dared not show any abnormality. Lin Yu's SN value, during this process, began to slowly decline again due to the forced suppression and listening to these distorted historical accounts, dropping from 89 to 86 out of 100. During the break, they found a torn fragment of a notice about club activities on the bulletin board on the first floor of the teaching building. The fragment vaguely showed the words, Psychological Support Club, every Wednesday, reservations required, note, the president dislikes red. Red. That forbidden color again. All the clues they found were like scattered puzzle pieces, pointing to a deeper, darker secret of the school. But how to piece these fragments together, and find a safe way to use them remained shrouded in mystery. 6 days until the school anniversary. Every day, every hour felt like walking on a knife's edge. The morning classes finally ended in a state of high tension. When the distorted dismissal bell rang, the remaining 6 felt an utter exhaustion. It wasn't just physical exhaustion, but also a tremendous drain on her mental well-being. According to the timetable, lunch break was next, lasting until 2 p.m. Let's go to the cafeteria. Zhou Wei looked at the simple map on the back of the timetable, which marked the cafeteria's location. The rules don't explicitly say we have to go to the cafeteria, but it's the only place mentioned where we can get food. Also, we can't linger in the teaching building for extended periods outside of class time. This was a reasonable deduction. In an unknown environment, following conventional logic was necessary, even though the conventionality itself was highly unusual. The cafeteria was located on the first floor of the teaching building, requiring passage through a short corridor. The corridor walls were adorned with dimly colored, blurry still life paintings. The fruit in the paintings looked shriveled and rotten, and the flowers exuded an unnatural sense of decay. The cafeteria entrance also displayed the rules. Cafeteria behavior guidelines. 1. Queue in an orderly manner. No cutting in line. 2. Take only what you need. No waste. 3. Please keep quiet while eating. 4. All food provided in the cafeteria must be consumed. 5. Meal time is 60 minutes. Those who exceed the time limit will be penalized. 6. Discard leftovers into designated trash cans and return tableware to the recycling area. Rule number 4. You must finish everything. Made everyone's heart sink. Heaven knows what the food in this godforsaken place will be. The cafeteria is spacious, with long metal tables and fixed benches. The light is slightly brighter than other places, but its source is unknown, giving it a pale, eerie feel. Dozens of faceless students are already sitting inside, silently eating. Their movements are stiff as they scoop up the suspiciously colored, sticky food from their plates and put it into their mouths. If there really are mouths beneath those smooth faces. Behind the food-serving windows stood several cafeteria staff in white, but stained, uniforms, their faces also obscured. They mechanically repeated the action of scooping food. The 6 men reluctantly lined up. When it was their turn, the cafeteria staff would scoop a large spoonful of a grayish, viscous substance, resembling oatmeal mixed with unidentified lumps, onto each person's plate, along with a small piece of dark brown, hard bread, and a glass of murky, rusty-tasting water. There was no choice. They found an empty long table, and sat down. A pungent, indescribable stench, a mixture of rancidity, and a faint fishy smell, assaulted their nostrils. You have to finish it. Xiao Chun, the thin man in Wang Tai's group, looked at the food on his plate, his face turning pale, almost vomiting. Eat if you don't want to die, Wang Tai gritted his teeth and whispered, taking the lead by scooping up a spoonful of the paste and stuffing it into his mouth with his eyes closed. His Adam's apple bobbed violently, as he forced himself to swallow, enduring the discomfort. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to follow suit. Lin Yu stared blankly at his plate. His physique far surpassed that of ordinary people, and his tolerance for discomfort was much higher. But that didn't mean he liked this stuff. He stirred the grayish paste with his spoon, feeling tiny, bone or cartilage-like fragments within. The glass of water exuded an unsettling aura. But he didn't hesitate. Survival was paramount. As if completing a task, he calmly and swiftly ate everything on his plate, including the piece of bread that could break your teeth, and then downed the glass of water in one gulp. The taste was indescribable. Besides the strange texture, there was a faint bitterness, as if it contained countless negative emotions. As he ate, he noticed a faceless student at the next table who seemed to be eating a little slower. An employee in a dark blue uniform silently appeared behind him, and then the faceless student and its unfinished food vanished like a phantom. The six of them silently and laboriously finished their lunch. No one spoke. Rule 3 forbids conversation. The only sounds in the cafeteria were the faint clinking of spoons and plates and the suffocating silence. Before the meal ended, they disposed of their utensils according to the rules. Leaving the cafeteria, everyone felt as if a cold stone was lodged in their stomachs, and their mental discomfort intensified. Lin Yu's SAN value dropped by 2 points because of the lunch and the oppressive atmosphere, bringing it to 84 out of 100. With more than an hour left in the lunch break, they dared not linger in the teaching building. Rule 2's restriction hung like a sword of Damocles. The playground was one of the permitted public areas. The so-called playground was nothing more than a concrete open space behind the teaching building, devoid of grass or a running track, save for a few rusty basketball hoops standing forlornly. The gray fog seemed even thicker here, limiting visibility to a very small area. The six stood in the open space, feeling the omnipresent chill and sense of being watched, speechless. The pressure of survival, the constraints of the rules, the eerie environment, and the successive deaths and disappearances of their companions were all slowly eroding their will. Lin Yu looked up at the sky, forever shrouded in gray fog, lost in thought. The dormitory's recovery mechanism, the traps of classroom questions, the forced eating in the cafeteria. This scenario was testing and consuming their sanity and survival skills in various ways. What did that unkillable notification point to? Was it some specific entity, or the entire system of rules itself? He felt that the answer might lie hidden in these ever-accumulating rules, and the repeatedly mentioned, upcoming school anniversary. Chapter 344. The afternoon classes were art appreciation and physical education. Art appreciation took place in an art studio. The faceless instructor displayed some distorted, dark paintings filled with painful imagery, calling them great masterpieces that revealed the true meaning of life. The rules required them to feel with their hearts, and not show disgust or incomprehension. This was yet another severe test of everyone's mental fortitude. Lin Yu's SAN value dropped another 3 points 81/100 in front of those paintings that seemed to writhe and whisper. Physical education class was held on the simple cement playground. The content consisted of simple stretching and line-up exercises that required absolutely perfect form. The instructor was also a faceless teacher, wearing sportswear, whose instructions were brief and cold. Any mistake or slowness would draw its long, silent gaze, the pressure from that faceless face more chilling than any reprimand. Wang Tai was stared at for a full 5 minutes, because he was a fraction of a second too slow in turning around. Afterwards, his back was almost soaked with cold sweat, and his SAN value visibly dropped. The day's classes finally ended, and when the school bell rang, with that same distorted sound as always, the six of them felt a sense of relief. But their tense nerves didn't relax, because night was about to fall again. In the enclosed corridor leading back to the dormitory, Zhou Wei suddenly lowered her voice and said to Lin Yu, "I noticed a detail." The fragment of the notice board about the Psychological Support Society mentioned Wednesday's activity. Today is Tuesday. Lin Yu's eyes flashed. He understood Zhou Wei's meaning. With the rules overtly suppressing information and information being extremely scarce, any possible unofficial information channel was invaluable. Psychological Mutual Aid Society, the name suggested a place for communication and seeking help, although the note the president dislikes read made it uncertain. "The risk is huge," Lin Yu said softly. "Actively contacting an unknown club, especially one that might involve mutual aid, meaning communication, potentially violating unknown unspoken rules and color taboos, was tantamount to playing with fire. But we're like headless flies right now." Zhou Wei's voice carried a hint of helplessness and determination. "How did Xiaoming die?" "Because he didn't know the rules and gave the wrong answer. We need more information about this school, about the rules, even about how to obtain a leaving school pass." The leaving school pass. This was their ultimate goal, and the key to the system's mission. So far, there were no clues. Lin Yu was silent for a moment. Zhou Wei was right. Passively following the rules only ensures temporary survival. To complete the mission, one must take the initiative and find opportunities within the cracks of the rules. We can go check it out during lunch break tomorrow, Lin Yu finally decided, but not everyone can go. It'd be too conspicuous. The two reached a tacit agreement, without alerting anyone else. Some risks must be taken by someone. Back in the dormitory building, after completing the unsettling registration process, stepping back into room 304, the familiar chill and oppressive atmosphere enveloped them. Nighttime is the domain of Rule 6. This time, everyone felt the difference of the night more clearly. After the lights were turned off, the whispers became even more rampant, as if they were murmuring right next to their ears. From time to time, faint sounds came from outside the corridor, like bare feet scraping the ground, or the sticky sound of something being dragged. Once, they even clearly heard a knocking sound, not on their door, but on the door of apartment 303 next door. A woman's voice, trembling with sobs, pleaded for them to open the door. The voice was somewhat similar to that of the missing Li Sha, but even more distorted and eerie. Everyone lay tightly in their beds, pulling the covers over their heads, using all their strength to resist the urge to respond and get up. Fear, like tangible ice water, seeped into every inch of their skin. Lin Yu still felt that abnormal, compulsive exhaustion. Despite his efforts to resist, his consciousness irresistibly succumbed to the darkness. Before falling into a deep sleep, his last thought was this sleep a form of protection, or another kind of trap? The morning bell, like a cold whip, forcibly jolted everyone awake from a sleep that might harbor unknown costs. Lin Yu immediately checked his status, SN value, 85 out of 100. It had recovered to 85, instead of the previous day's 90. This subtle change sent a chill down his spine. Was the recovery effect waning? Or was the dormitory's purification ability being eroded by something over time? Or perhaps, the malice of his own mental exhaustion was accumulating? He didn't make a sound, but silently noted this discovery. When he reunited with the other 5, he keenly noticed that everyone's complexion was worse than yesterday. Even though their SAN values had recovered somewhat, the lingering fear in their eyes was deeper. The silent young man, Sun Yu, almost shrank into the shadows of the wall. After a brief eye contact, no words were needed. The instinct for survival drove them to the classroom to begin another day of struggle against rules and distortions. The morning's lesson was on mental health. The classroom was an unusually cozy room, with soft sofas, warm-toned walls, though the colors looked worn and distorted, and even fake potted plants. The faceless teacher's voice was deliberately soft, but that emotionless softness was all the more chilling. It spoke of how to regulate emotions, embrace the group, and trust teachers and friends, each sentence a merciless mockery of the previous night's fear and the death of a companion. Middle of the lesson, the teacher instructed a trust exercise, in pairs. One person closed their eyes and fell backward, the other catching them. No one wanted to entrust their back to a companion they had met in this bizarre world, especially under such intense mental stress. One faceless student voluntarily paired with the teacher and performed a standard, lifeless demonstration. The scene was so eerie it sent chills down your spine. Chapter 345. Finally, the survivors had no choice but to reluctantly form groups. Lin Yu and Zhou Wei were paired together. As Zhou Wei closed her eyes and fell backward, Lin Yu could feel her stiffness and subtle trembling. He caught her steadily, and in that instant of contact, they both saw the same solemnity in each other's eyes. This exercise itself might be harmless, but the trust it represented, in this world full of betrayal, betrayal of rules, betrayal of the environment, even betrayal of teammates, was itself a form of mental torture. Lin Yu's SAN value dropped by 2 points as a result, 83 out of 100. Lunch break finally arrived. Following yesterday's plan, Lin Yu and Zhou Wei exchanged a glance and quietly broke away from the main group heading to the cafeteria. Wang Tai seemed to notice, but only gave them a deep look, without stopping them, and continued towards the cafeteria with a Yu and Xiao Chen. Sun Yu, on the other hand, kept his head down, seemingly indifferent to everything. According to the clues on the remaining notice board, the Psychological Support Society's activity room should be on the 3rd floor of the old teaching building. They avoided the occasional faceless students and the motionless blue-clad staff, proceeding along a more secluded, dustier corridor. The closer they got to the old teaching building area, the more dilapidated the environment became. The plaster was peeling badly, revealing the blackened bricks underneath, and the air was thick with a stronger musty smell and a pungent odor, like formaldehyde. The light grew dimmer, with a few remaining lamps flickering and casting wavering shadows. The constant whispering changed here. It was no longer simple enticement or intimidation, but rather a mixture of painful groans, suppressed sobs, and intermittent, unintelligible confessions. I shouldn't have seen it. Red? She was wearing red. Forgive me, I didn't mean to. The activity must be attended. Lin Yu's brows furrowed. These whispers seemed to contain more information, but they were fragmented and difficult to piece together. His mental exhaustion made these voices exceptionally clear, like demonic chants. His SAN value began to slowly and steadily decline, gradually sliding from 83 to 80. Finally, at the end of the corridor, they found a wooden door different from the others. The door was dark purple, with the word Psychological Mutual Aid Society crookedly written in white paint, next to a line of smaller words. Confess your feelings, embrace warmth. But the word warmth, with its peeling paint, seemed particularly ironic. The door was ajar, letting in a dim, yellowish light. Zhou Wei took a deep breath and looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded and gently pushed open the door first. The activity room was small, furnished like a mini-group therapy room, with several old sofas arranged in a circle. A figure sat with his back to them on the sofa facing the door, seemingly looking down at something. The person wore a dark, outdated coat, and his hair was somewhat disheveled. Hearing the door open, the figure slowly turned around with an extremely unnatural, stiff movement, as if his joints were lacking lubrication. Unlike the other faceless beings with smooth faces, he possessed a clear face. A pale, swollen face with heavy dark circles under his eyes, and a look of despair on his face, belonging to a young man. But his eyes, with unfocused pupils, held a strangely eerie, stiff smile at the corner of his mouth. Welcome, new member. His voice was dry and hoarse, like sandpaper scraping. I am the president. His gaze swept over Lin Yu and Zhou Wei, his unfocused pupils seemingly unable to concentrate, yet giving off a chilling feeling of being completely seen through. Club rule, first rule. The president said slowly, with his eerie smile, here, you are not allowed to mention red. The moment he uttered the word red, the dim yellow light in the activity room flickered violently, and a dark red stain seemed to flash across the wall. The president's stiff smile instantly twisted into extreme fear. He clutched his head, letting out a suppressed sob. Lin Yu and Zhou Wei's SAN values plummeted simultaneously. Lin Yu's SAN value dropped directly to 75/100. He felt a strong wave of dizziness and nausea, his ears instantly filled with sharp ringing and even more frantic delirium. Get out! Get out! The club president suddenly screamed hysterically, grabbing a worn-out, faded teddy bear from the sofa and throwing it at them. Don't mention it. Don't think about it. Get out! Lin Yu and Zhou Wei didn't hesitate. They immediately left the activity room and slammed the door shut. Leaning against the cold, rough wall, both of them gasped for breath, their hearts pounding. He seems to be able to see us. Zhou Wei's voice was filled with disbelief and horror. He's not faceless. Lin Yu didn't answer. His gaze was drawn to something in the corner by the door. It was an inconspicuous, seemingly abandoned small brown bottle, without any label. This thing emitted a faint white glow. It was a white-quality resource. In this instance, where it was almost impossible to open the inventory, any immediately usable resource was crucial. He quickly bent down and picked it up. It was icy cold to the touch. Name, turbid almond water. Quality, white. Effect, slowly restores 10 SAN points after drinking. May have minor side effects, dizziness, temporary memory loss. Note, a tiny bit of comfort, from a forgotten corner. Meanwhile, when the club president lost control earlier, a purple piece of paper seemed to have fallen from him, half of it pressed under the door. Lin Yu carefully pulled it out. Name, Forced Activity Invitation Ticket. Quality, purple. Type, Special Consumable/Rule Item. Effect, when used on a non-boss level unit within sight, including certain NPCs and some anomalous entities, it forces the unit to go to and participate in a designated club activity or collective labor. The host must explicitly specify an activity within a reasonable range for the next hour. During this time, the unit will temporarily ignore the host, unless directly attacked. Limited to 1 use per instance. Note, come join the fun activities. Don't be absent. 2 supplies. One can alleviate immediate needs, the other could be a powerful tool for creating opportunities in dire situations. However, the price of acquiring them is further depletion of SAN points, and a deeper fear of this instance. The president's state, his clear pain and fear, were completely different from the numbness of the other faceless beings. Was he a former survivor? Was it an anomaly during the assimilation process, or the price of glimpsing some truth? Lin Yu unscrewed the cap of the almond water bottle, a faint, bitter almond scent wafting out. Chapter 346. He gave Zhou Wei a look that asked if she needed it, but Zhou Wei shook her head, indicating that she would use it herself. Lin Yu didn't hesitate, and tilted his head back to gulp down the cold liquid. A cool sensation slid down his throat, seemingly extinguishing some of the burning noise in his brain, and the dizziness lessened somewhat. In his vision, his SAN value slowly recovered to 85/100. A slight emptiness and brief memory fragments followed, making him momentarily disoriented. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. The two didn't dare delay, and quickly returned along the way they had come. The whispers still lingered in their ears, but seemed slightly more distant due to the effect of the almond water. However, what they didn't know was that after they left, the dark purple door was slowly pushed open a crack once more. The club president's pale, distorted face was pressed against the crack in the door, his unfocused eyes gazing in the direction they had left. A strange smile reappeared on his lips as he murmured in an almost inaudible voice, "Once you're here, don't even think about leaving. The event is about to begin." After a brief separation from Zhou Wei, agreeing to meet again at the cafeteria, Lin Yu walked alone down a secluded corridor back to the main teaching building. The coolness of the almond water was gradually fading, and that familiar, viscous mental pollution surged back like a tide. The whispers became clear again. "Did you see it?" They all saw it. Stairs countless. Blue, the color of safety, come here. His SAN value paused briefly at 85 points before slowly declining again, 84/100. That compulsive, soul-deep weariness began to creep in, as if last night's sleep hadn't truly rested him, but rather only accumulated a deeper fatigue. To avoid the potential faceless students and blue-clad employees, he chose a shortcut that required traversing a narrow, spiral staircase. This staircase was unusually old, the wooden treads had rotten edges, and the iron handrails were covered in rough rust. It spiraled downwards, leading to an even darker area, supposedly a passageway connecting the old teaching building and the warehouse. The moment he stepped onto the stairs, Lin Yu remembered the rule he's seen in the stairwell: count the number of steps to ensure it matches your understanding. He silently counted, 1, 2, 3. At first, everything was normal, the number of steps matched the 13 he remembered. But when he reached the middle and prepared to turn to the next step, something strange happened. The steps beneath his feet seemed to come alive, becoming slippery and sticky, like stepping on the entrails of some creature. The surrounding air suddenly grew colder, and the already dim wall lamps flickered erratically, their distorted light elongating, tearing, and then reforming his shadow into grotesque shapes. He continued counting silently, 7, 8, 9. But as he counted to 9, a glimpse out of the corner of his eye revealed a small, blurry figure in a school uniform crouching silently in the shadow of the next step, sobbing quietly. A hallucination? Or a real grotesque presence? He forced his gaze away, focusing on the steps. 10, 11. The whispers in his ears abruptly amplified, transforming into a cacophony of overlapping laughter and cries, assaulting his sanity. Count. Keep counting. You're counting wrong. You never reach the end. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him. He felt the steps beneath his feet writhing and multiplying. He abruptly stopped, finding himself standing where he should have been on the 11th step, but looking down, the spiraling staircase seemed to stretch into an endless abyss, with no end in sight. Looking up, the path he had come from was obscured by thick darkness. He tried to refocus, but the malevolence of mental exhaustion was amplified to its extreme. Numbers became a jumbled mess in his mind. He couldn't remember which step he had counted to. 11? 12? Or was he still on the 9th step? 13. He growled, trying to anchor himself with a definite number. But as he uttered the number, his feet suddenly gave way, not a fall, but a feeling of spatial dislocation. He found himself still standing on the stairs, but the surroundings had changed. He was no longer standing in the middle of the spiral staircase, but at the bottom, facing a rusty iron door with a large, crooked red X painted on it. His SAN value, due to this terrifying experience, instantly plummeted by 5 points. 79/100. Cold sweat soaked his back. He wasn't sure how he had gotten down. Had he walked down, or then directly moved down by some force? The rules required counting the steps, and he had clearly failed. The price of failure was the rapid depletion of his SAN value, and this disorienting sense of spatial awareness. He suppressed his urge to vomit, and pushed open the iron door. Outside was a corridor piled high with discarded desks, chairs, and junk, the air thick with the smell of dust. This seemed to be the edge of the warehouse area. Just as he was about to quickly leave this ominous place, his gaze was drawn to a glaring color amidst the clutter. It was a piece of clothing, carelessly discarded but neatly folded. A school uniform shirt from Fengqiao Middle School. But its color was forbidden by the rules, representing danger and non-existence. Red. Name: old red school uniform shirt. Quality: blue. Type: special equipment / disguise item. Effect: when worn, it disguises you as a red shirt student for 30 minutes. During this time, some low-level faceless students and certain anomalies will treat you as one of their own and ignore you, ineffective against blue uniformed employees, faceless teachers, and high-level anomalies, may even attract their attention. The item disappears after use. Note: an abandoned, forbidden item. Wearing it will transport you to another world, but be careful, you may never be able to take it off again. A blue-quality disguise item. Powerful effects, but the risks are equally enormous. Wearing it means actively touching the greatest taboo, red. Lin Yu didn't hesitate for a moment, quickly picking up the red school uniform and hiding it inside his ordinary school uniform. In this world where rules reign supreme, having more trump cards means having more chances to counterattack in dire situations, or uncover the truth. Although using it might bring unpredictable consequences, it's still better than being powerless against the rules. He composed himself, quickly passing through the warehouse area and heading towards the cafeteria. The whispers still accompanied him, but the content seemed to have changed slightly because he had come into close contact with Red. She also has won. Why her? The event needs actors. Chapter 347. His SAN value fluctuated slightly around 79 points, the force fatigue growing heavier. He glanced at the countdown in his field of vision. School anniversary day, 5 days, 18 hours, and 22 minutes. Time ticked by, and they still had no clue how to obtain the leaving school pass. The only gains were a few items of unknown effectiveness obtained at great risk, along with increasingly heavy mental pressure and gradually clearer, fragmented whispers about the dark side of this school. When Lin Yu arrived at the cafeteria, lunch break was already well past. Zhou Wei, Wang Tai, and others were already seated there, their almost untouched, suspiciously colored meals laid out before them. The atmosphere was as oppressive as solidified as asphalt. Lin Yu silently filled his own food and sat down in the empty seat next to Wang Tai. The grayish paste emitted a more pungent, rancid smell than yesterday, and the dark brown bread was as hard as a rock. "Why are you so late?" Wang Tai asked in a low voice, a hint of concern and scrutiny in his voice. "I got lost," Lin Yu replied succinctly, omitting any mention of the psychological support club or the red school uniform. In this environment, information needed to be shared cautiously. Wang Tai glanced at him, but didn't press further, instead stirring the greasy food in his plate with an irritable spoon. "This stuff gets harder to swallow every day." Awa, standing beside him, was pale, her hand holding the spoon trembling slightly, clearly still shaken by the trust practiced that morning. Xiaochen had her head down, almost burying her face in her plate. Zhou Wei was relatively calm, but even she seemed to be struggling to eat. Sun Yu remained silent, like a lifeless statue. Rule 4. All food provided in the cafeteria must be eaten. This seemingly simple rule actually challenges their physical and mental limits every day. After barely finishing yesterday's meal, the heavy feeling in his stomach and the strange aftertaste in his throat lingered for a long time. Lin Yu calmed himself and began to stuff food into his mouth, as if completing a difficult task. His taste buds perceived an indescribable mixture of flavors. Sour, earthy, and a faint metallic taste, along with a cloying, rotten sweetness. Each bite required immense willpower to swallow. He forced himself not to think about the origin of the food, mechanically repeating the actions of chewing and swallowing. The whispers in the cafeteria had changed. They were no longer simple murmurs, but seemed to mix with chewing, sucking, and the sound of some subtle, viscous liquid dripping. His SAN value began to slowly decrease due to intense physical discomfort and mental resistance, 78 to 100. 77/100. Just as he was halfway through his meal, Li Sha, the only remaining girl from Zhao Ming's group, sitting a few seats away from him, suddenly let out a suppressed gag. She covered her mouth, her body trembling violently, tears silently streaming down her face. I can't eat anymore," she sobbed, her voice weak but filled with despair. The taste seems different. There's something moving inside." Her words were like a fuse, instantly igniting the suppressed fear in everyone's hearts. Wang Tai stared sharply at his plate. Ayu even dropped her spoon, her face deathly pale. "Shut up. Eat yours." Wang Tai hissed at Li Sha, but cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Rules had to be followed, or Zhao Ming's fate would be a lesson. Lin Yu also felt a churning in his stomach. He concentrated, trying to block out Li Sha's influence and the increasingly clear, terrifying image of the food's activity. But his nervous breakdown made his senses overly acute. He could almost feel the grayish goo slowly wriggling down his esophagus. Fresh. Eat, become part of us. Waste is shameful. The whispers were like a curse, gnawing at his sanity. Li Sha ultimately failed to finish her meal due to immense fear and physical discomfort. The moment the bell rang signaling the end of lunch, about a third of the food remained on her plate. Almost simultaneously with the bell, two exceptionally tall employees in dark blue uniforms appeared silently behind her like ghosts. They didn't speak, but simply reached out their hands, clad in white knitted gloves, and grabbed Lisa's arms, one on each side. No! No! I eat now! Lisa screamed piercingly, struggling desperately. But the blue-clad employees were incredibly strong, like iron clamps. They easily lifted her from her seat and dragged her away from the table. Lisa's cries and pleas echoed shrilly in the silent cafeteria, then quickly faded away, disappearing into the doorway leading to the kitchen. The whole process was astonishingly fast. The other faceless students continued their numb eating, as if nothing had happened. The remaining 5 survivors, Lin Yu, Zhou Wei, Wang Tai, Ayu Xiaochun, and Sun Yu, stood frozen in place, their faces ashen. The air seemed to still carry the lingering echoes of Li Sha's desperate screams, and the even stronger, more pungent stench of decay emanating from the blue-clad employee. Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He forced the last bit of food from his plate into his mouth, swallowing it with difficulty, the nauseating taste mingling with immense psychological pressure. The notification that he had finished eating brought no relief. Instead, it felt like completing a deal with the devil. His stomach cramped, and his throat tightened. His SAN value, tormented by the act of eating, experienced its biggest drop since entering the dungeon. It instantly plummeted below 70, landing at 62. The moment his SAN value broke 65, the scene before Lin Yu's eyes distorted and changed color. The cafeteria's pale white lights transformed into a flickering, dim, oil lamp-like glow. The walls rapidly crept with filthy, dark red stains and mold. The faceless students' eating began to crumble and melt, revealing even more indescribable, distorted forms born of pain and despair. Some resembled stitched-together broken dolls, others were writhing, dripping, slimy shadows. What they were consuming wasn't a paste at all, but some indescribable, foul-smelling remnants. The previously indistinct whispers in his ears became incredibly clear and piercing, like countless needles stabbing into his brain. She failed. Insufficient nutrients. Chapter 348. Who's next? Is it you? School anniversary. We need more decorations. You saw us? You finally saw us. A wave of overwhelming fear and nausea washed over him. He bent over abruptly, retching uncontrollably, but nothing came out, only acid burned his throat. Lin Yu? What's wrong? Zhou Wei's anxious voice seemed to come from afar. Lin Yu looked up and saw a face filled with worry, but still normal. He squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them again. The horrific scene receded like a tide, and the cafeteria returned to its pale, oppressive, but at least orderly appearance. The faceless students were still eating stiffly, but the synchronization of their movements seemed even more eerie and unnatural to Lin Yu at this moment. A hallucination? No. The sensation was too real. The whisper contained too concrete information. And nothing. Lin Yu's voice was hoarse as he forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart. I feel a little nauseous. He realized that what he had just seen might not have been a pure hallucination. It was a fragment of the true appearance of this instance, temporarily glimpsed after his SAN value dropped to a certain level. This school was far darker and more twisted than they had imagined. Those faceless students, the blue staff. What were they? Where was Li Sha taken? Nourishment. Decoration. School anniversary. These words sent chills down his spine. No one connected his abnormality with his low SAN value and glimpse of the truth. They simply assumed he had been traumatized. Even Lin Yu himself was stunned by the terrifying scene, unable to immediately grasp the key point. His SAN value remained at 62, the overwhelming fatigue pressing down on him like a mountain. Although the whispers had returned to their previous indistinctness, the keywords he had just heard were branded into his mind like a mark. Events, decorations, school anniversary. He vaguely sensed that these fragments might point to the only way out of here, and also to the deepest, most despairing truth. With a chill running through them, and a sore stomach, The remaining 6 silently left the cafeteria. During the rest of their lunch break, they stayed on the playground, which was permitted by the rules, but the concrete ground shrouded in gray mist offered no sense of security. Instead, it felt like a giant, open-air prison. Linyu leaned against a rusty basketball hoop, forcing himself to calm down and analyze the reality he had glimpsed in a fleeting moment. Those distorted forms, those painful whispers. Nourishment. Decoration. This school seems to be somehow consuming everything that enters, whether it's the faceless students or these survivors. And the school anniversary is likely the final point of consumption, or the moment some kind of ritual is completed. The leaving school pass must be related to this. Is it to stop this school anniversary? Or to become part of the school anniversary and survive? Or is it something that can only be obtained by meeting certain conditions? Information is still too scarce. But the few supplies he obtained, forced activity invitation ticket, and old red school uniform shirt, might become tools to proactively pry open the information gap. However, using them carries extremely high risks. The afternoon classes were mathematics and geography. The content remained distorted and illogical. The answers to the math problems pointed to unsettling combinations of numbers, while the geography lessons described continents and oceans that didn't exist in this world, their terrain resembling painful faces. The faceless teacher's tone was flat, yet carried an unquestionable authority. Any attempt to understand using common sense resulted in a mental sting and a slow decline in his SAN value. Linyu forced himself to stay alert, trying to find any hidden rules or clues within this distorted knowledge, but with little success. Under the mental pressure of the class, and the influence of his own mental exhaustion, his SAN value slowly and steadily slid from 62 points towards the critical point of 60. 61/100. 60/100. The moment the number reached 60, that familiar sense of detachment and distortion returned. Although not as intense as in the cafeteria, the scene before him still began to sway slightly. Beneath the faceless teacher's smooth face, something seemed to writhe. The writing on the blackboard was sometimes clear, sometimes blurred into a struggling shadow. The whispers in his ear became more concrete, as if they were whispering right next to his seat. He pinched his thigh hard. The pain temporarily relieved him of this state, but the mental exhaustion was real. He felt an unprecedented fatigue, not just physical, but a weariness on a spiritual level. That compulsive drowsiness seemed even more irresistible after his SAN value decreased. As evening fell, returning to the dormitory after a day of classes felt like a dream. Registering, collecting the key, climbing the creaking stairs. Every step felt unreal. Entering room 304, a chilling atmosphere enveloped me. Sun Yu remained silently huddled in the corner, while Zhou Wei and Lao Li's faces betrayed their unconcealed weariness. Wang Tai sat heavily on the bed, making a dull thud, while Yu and Xiaochen each hugged their knees, their eyes vacant. This can't go on, Wang Tai broke the silence, his voice hoarse. We're like livestock in a pen, going to class every day, eating that awful stuff, and waiting for some unknown misfortune to befall us. But what can we do? Awa looked up, a desperate madness in her eyes. Rules. Rules everywhere. Breaking them means death. There must be a way out. Zhou Wei pushed up her glasses, her eyes, though tired, still maintained the calm of an analyst. The school exit pass is key. We must find clues about it. Linyu, what did you do today? She looked at Linyu, seemingly wanting to ask about his discovery during lunch break. Linyu shook his head, indicating this wasn't the place to talk. Walls have ears, and even this dormitory itself might be under some kind of surveillance. He whispered, I made some discoveries, but I need an opportunity to verify them. Silence fell. Searching for clues meant taking risks, and risks could very well mean death. The fates of Li Sha and Zhao Ming were still fresh in their minds. Lights out, the dormitory plunged into darkness. Only the faint, dim light filtering through the gray mist outside the window outlined the indistinct contours of the room. Almost immediately, the omnipresent whispers returned, clearer and more urgent than the previous 2 nights. Tired, just sleep. Once you're asleep, you feel better. The painting needs a new model. Linyu lay on the bed, fighting off the overwhelming drowsiness and the intrusive whispers in his ears. With his SAN value dropping to 60, he felt his mental defenses becoming increasingly fragile. The whispers seemed to pierce his skull. Chapter 349. See, the painting on the wall? A soft, seductive voice whispered in his ear, as if someone were speaking right next to him. Linyu jerked his eyes open, staring at the opposite wall. In the extremely dim light, on that previously empty wall, a blurry portrait seemed to have truly appeared. The outline of the portrait shifted constantly, sometimes resembling a figure struggling in pain, sometimes a tangled mass of thorns. It's an illusion, he told himself. But the portrait grew clearer, even beginning to seep from the frame, slowly flowing down the wall. Come, become part of the art. The seductive voice continued. Intense fear and resistance made him clench his teeth, refusing to make a sound or look at the wall. He buried his head in the musty-smelling pillow, using all his willpower to fight against this terrifying illusion and the drowsiness that threatened to drag him into the abyss. His SAN value was slowly dropping in a struggle, 59 out of 100. He heard Old Lee's heavy, unsteady breathing from the bed next to him, and the suppressed, chattering sounds coming from Zhou Wei's side. Clearly, they were both experiencing their own terror. After an unknown amount of time, just as Lin Yu's consciousness was about to be completely consumed by exhaustion and fear, a strange sound suddenly came from outside the corridor. It wasn't knocking nor dragging, but a slight, soft rustling sound, like a paintbrush rubbing on a canvas, approaching from afar. The sound paused for a moment at their dormitory door. Lin Yu's muscles tensed, his breathing almost stopping. Shush! The sound rang out again, fading into the distance. Only when the sound completely disappeared did Lin Yu dare to relax slightly. He was drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding wildly. The terrifying image on the wall had vanished sometime during the night, but the chilling fear lingered. He glanced at the countdown in his field of vision. School anniversary day, 5 days, 10 hours, and 5 minutes. The night had only just begun. His mind and body were already nearing their limits. What was that sound? Was it a new anomaly, or something related to art and decoration? Tormented by extreme exhaustion and a plummeting SAN value, his consciousness was finally swallowed by the darkness. In the moments before losing consciousness, he seemed to hear a whispered voice with a hint of satisfied sigh, almost there, almost ready. On the morning of the third day, a distorted ringtone jolted Lin Yu awake from a nightmare filled with chases and twisted images. He sat bolt upright, his heart still gripped by the nightmare, his breath coming in short gasps. The first thing he did was check his status. SAN value, 85/100. It had recovered to 85. But this time, the recovery brought not comfort, but a deeper sense of unease and coldness. He vividly remembered the shadowy images on the wall, and the rustling sound he had heard the previous night when his SAN value had plummeted to 59. The feeling was terrifyingly real. This forced, unexplained recovery felt more like a deliberate form of domestication, designed to ensure they could continue enduring the torment to come until the school anniversary day completely consumed them. He looked at the others. Zhou Wei's eyes were dark-rimmed. Clearly she hadn't rested well either. Old Lee's face was even more ashen. Wang Tai's eyes were fierce yet numb. Yu and Xiaochen huddled together, listless. Sun Yu remained silent, but Lin Yu noticed that his knuckles were white from the force of his grip on his knees. A head count revealed 6 people, but each person's mental defenses seemed even more fragile than yesterday. Last night, did you hear it? Yu asked, her voice trembling. That sound like painting. Wang Tai nodded grimly. Zhou Wei and Old Lee also confirmed. It stopped at our door for a moment, Xiaochen added, his face showing lingering fear. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that it wasn't just his hallucination. That rustling sound was real, and it might be related to the reality they glimpsed after their SAN values decreased, related to art and decoration. The atmosphere grew even more somber on the way from the dormitory to the teaching building. The successive casualties and the terror of the night had made trust among the survivors even more fragile, and a sense of despair and oppression permeated the air. As Lin Yu walked through the connecting corridor, he deliberately paid attention to his surroundings. At the entrance to the Psychological Support Club, where he had found the turbid almond water and the mandatory activity invitation ticket yesterday, the dark purple door was tightly closed, without a sound. But he seemed to sense a cold gaze watching them from behind the crack in the door. The first class of the morning was literary appreciation. The faceless teacher was reading aloud a poem in a flat voice, its content obscure and filled with imagery of death and madness. The faceless students below swayed stiffly. Lin Yu tried to concentrate, but the fatigue from his low SAN value and the lingering effects of neurasthenia made it difficult for him to focus for long. The involuntary drowsiness clung to him like a persistent ailment, constantly trying to drag him into darkness. During the break, Zhou Wei quietly approached Lin Yu and said in a very low voice, "We can't just wait passively anymore. We have to take the initiative and do something." "What you discovered yesterday?" Lin Yu nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping around to make sure no blue-clad employees were near. "There are 2 things," he said, his voice barely audible, One that restores a small amount of SN value, I used it. The other is a coupon that forces a unit to participate in an activity. A flicker of surprise and hope flashed in Zhou Wei's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by caution. Forced activity? Target? Risk? The target needs to be chosen. The risk is unknown, but it might be our only chance to obtain information, Lin Yu analyzed calmly. Another discovery. In the warehouse area, I found a red school uniform. Zhou Wei's pupils contracted sharply, her breath catching in her throat. Red. You? A blue-quality disguise item, Lin Yu interrupted her. The effect is to disguise oneself as a student in red for 30 minutes. It might be ignored by lower-level beings, but it might also attract the attention of higher-level beings. Zhou Wei fell silent, clearly weighing the pros and cons quickly. Both items were fraught with uncertainty, but in this desperate situation, any possibility was worth considering. Do you think the president of the Psychological Mutual Aid Club would be a suitable target for our activity? Lin Yu proposed a bold idea. That president clearly knew something, and his special condition suggested that perhaps crucial information could be extracted from him. Chapter 350. Zhou Wei pondered for a moment, then slowly shook her head. The risk is too great. He's already very strange, and extremely sensitive to the color red. Forcing him to move around would have unpredictable consequences. Besides, the Psychological Support Club itself might be a trap. She paused, then continued, perhaps. We can start from a more conventional approach. For example, using the red school uniforms to explore places we wouldn't normally dare to go. Or, using the forced activity tickets on a specific faceless student or a blue employee? Lin Yu fell into deep thought. Zhou Wei's concerns were valid. The club president was a high-risk, high-reward target, but the possibility of failure was high if they were in poor condition. And the blue employees. The rules explicitly required meeting their reasonable requests as much as possible, so using coercive measures against them was equally risky. We need more information to decide how to use these props, Lin Yu finally said. Today, keep an eye out for any clues that might be related to the event, the school anniversary, or the passes. Especially, pay attention to those faceless students who look a little different, or any unusual details in the environment. His gaze swept over the stiff, swaying faceless students in the classroom. They looked exactly the same, but last night's whispers and this morning's discussions reminded him that the reality of this instance was far more than it appeared. Perhaps, beneath these numb appearances, there were individuals, like the club president, still retaining some kind of consciousness? Or, were there some kind of special nodes? He glanced at his SAN value, 85 out of 100. He knew that with the passage of time and the inevitable mental drain, this number would drop again. What will he see and hear next time he falls below 60? Will he see more clues about the exit pass? He touched the red school uniform hidden inside his clothes. The cold, rough fabric reminded him of the dangerous trump card he possessed. He glanced again at the purple mandatory activity invitation ticket in his inventory. Passively following the rules might allow him to survive to the end, but he might not obtain the pass, and the final outcome would still be destruction. Taking the initiative, using the tools of the rules and the fragments of truth he glimpsed, to fight for that sliver of hope, though it was a near certain death, at least he would have his fate in his own hands. The moment of choice was drawing ever closer, and the countdown to the school anniversary continued relentlessly. 5 days, 5 hours, and 48 minutes. The corridor between classes was more deathly silent than usual. With Li Sha and the other 2 members of Zhao Ming's group gone, the remaining 6 felt like 6 isolated islands, a silent suspicion and self-protective alienation permeating the dim, flickering lights. Even Wang Tai's signature, volatile energy had subsided. He simply leaned against the wall, his eyes blankly staring at the eternal gray mist outside the window. Lin Yu and Zhou Wei's hushed conversation didn't last long. In an environment where rules were omnipresent, any overly intimate communication could attract unnecessary attention. They agreed to split up and keep an eye out for any clues that might be related to the event, the school anniversary preparations, or the pass. Lin Yu walked slowly down the corridor, his sharp gaze sweeping across the walls, the floor, and anywhere notices might be posted or scraps of paper might be left behind. His SAN value remained at 85, but the feeling of being mentally drained didn't lessen. The whispers, like background noise, continuously harassed his nerves. The picture frame needs a new one. The music is missing a part. The script, who will play it? These whispers seemed to point even more towards the preparations for the school anniversary celebration. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he tried to ask himself silently, where is the exit pass? The whispers instantly became chaotic and sharp, as if provoked by the question, pass, haha, the performance is over. The stage on stage. Sacrifice, or audience. The chaotic fragments of information couldn't piece together a complete answer, but the word stage, performance, sacrifice, and audience made Lin Yu's heart sink. This was definitely not a simple graduation celebration. As he reached the corner leading to the library on the second floor, a slightly different whisper caught his attention. The sound didn't come from the void, but rather faintly came from behind the slightly ajar library door, carrying a kind of anxiety and repetition. No, the order is wrong. History has been distorted. The truth is in the hidden compartment. The library? According to the rules, the library is one of the public areas where people are allowed to stay outside of class hours. Lin Yu hardly hesitated, pushed open the heavy wooden door, and went inside. The library's interior was larger than he had imagined, but also more dilapidated. Towering bookshelves, like silent giants, were densely packed, crammed with books of dull color and blurred spines. The air was filled with the smell of old paper and dust, mixed with a rusty smell, similar to old blood. The light came from small, spaced-apart lamps at the top of the bookshelves, casting dim, yellowish halos that left most of the area in deep shadow. The faint, anxious whisper grew clearer, emanating from a corner deep within the library. Lin Yu tiptoed, following the sound. At the end of the narrow aisle formed by 2 rows of bookshelves, he saw a figure. It was a student in a school uniform, blue and white, but unlike the other faceless students. It didn't sway stiffly, instead, it stood with its back to Lin Yu, leaning slightly forward, facing an open, extremely thick, old book on the shelf, its shoulders trembling slightly. Its whisper was coming from there. No, nothing's right, the records have been altered. Its voice was choked with sobs, filled with confusion and despair. Founding day, the first purification, the birth of the artist, the order should be. Lin Yu held his breath, slowly approaching. He could see the book's yellowed, fragile pages, the handwriting in illegible, distorted cursive, interspersed with unsettling illustrations. Distorted human figures, abstract symbols, and copious amounts of dark red ink. This student seemed to possess some degree of self-awareness and the ability to think. It was trying to piece together the school's history. Just as Lin Yu was 3 or 5 meters away, the student abruptly stopped whispering, its body stiffening. Slowly, with an extremely slow and hesitant movement, it turned its head. It had facial features. Though pale, thin, with sunken eyes and cracked lips, it was undeniably a clear, human face, only its eyes were bloodshot, pupils unfocused, filled with extreme exhaustion and madness. Its gaze fell on Lin Yu, first blankly, then a faint glimmer of hope, quickly replaced by a greater terror. You're new here? Its voice was dry and hoarse. Get out of here. Don't believe anything they say. History is fake. Rules are for. Its words stopped abruptly because it saw behind Lin Yu, in the direction of the library entrance, a fat employee in a dark blue uniform standing there silently, the shadow under the brim of his hat watching in that direction. Chapter 351. The student's face was instantly filled with extreme fear. It let out a short scream, slammed the heavy book shut, shoved it haphazardly back onto the shelf, and then, like a startled rabbit, shoved aside the nearby bookshelf, staggering into the deeper darkness of the library, disappearing into the shadows. The whole thing happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Yu's heart pounded. He forced himself to remain calm, not chasing after the student, nor immediately looking at the book. Instead, he pretended to browse the nearby bookshelves, keeping an eye on the blue-clad employee out of the corner of his eye. The blue-clad employee stood there for about 10 seconds before slowly leaving the library entrance with sticky, heavy steps. Only after the footsteps faded away did Lin Yu quickly walk to where the student had been. He tried to find the heavy book he had shoved back, but all the books on the shelf looked similar, old, dusty, and he couldn't determine which one it was. The student, in his panic, stuffed the item haphazardly, so it might not even be in its original place anymore. He missed a direct opportunity to obtain crucial information. But the encounter itself was incredibly informative. First, it confirmed the existence of a special individual. This student, like the president of the Psychological Support Club, seemed to be in a state of semi-assimilation or awakening, knowing part of the truth, but his own state was extremely unstable, and he was under close surveillance by the blue-clad staff. Second, it mentioned history being distorted, and the rules are for, though the words were left unfinished, the implication was very clear. The school's official narrative is false. Behind the rule system lies a deeper, darker purpose. The truth lies in the hidden compartment. Lin Yu recalled the student's earlier whisper. Did he mean the book had a hidden compartment, or the library itself? Or was it a metaphor? He quickly and carefully checked the nearby bookshelves and floor, finding no obvious hidden compartments or secret doors. Time was limited. He couldn't linger here too long. Just as he was about to leave, his foot kicked something hard. Looking down, he saw a small, metal badge that had rolled to the bottom of a bookshelf. The badge was rusty, but the design was still barely legible. An open book covered with a large, red question mark. Name, the skeptic's emblem damaged. Quality, blue. Type, quest item. Effect, seems to be a token related to a hidden quest or a specific NPC. It has no special abilities. Note, a symbol of a forgotten resistance fighter. Perhaps someone still recognizes it. Lin Yu picked up the badge, wiped off the dust, and put it in his pocket. This might be the key to connecting with the runaway student, or other similar skeptics. He took one last look at the darkness deep within the library that had swallowed the student, and made his decision. Passively waiting for clues to come to him was not an option. He had to actively contact these insiders teetering on the brink of collapse, even though it was incredibly dangerous. The sequence mentioned by the student, and the recurring picture frames, music, and script in the whispers, all seemed to describe the various stages of the school anniversary preparations. If he could figure out this sequence, or intervene in one of the stages, could he find a clue to the exit pass? He touched the mandatory activity invitation ticket, and the old red school uniform shirt in his pocket. Perhaps it was time to consider choosing a target, and actively stirring up some waves. Leaving the library, the light outside seemed even dimmer. Whispers enveloped him again, but this time, he could discern more anxiety, chaos, and the madness of nearing the end. The afternoon music appreciation class was held in a classroom, with an old piano, and various dusty instruments. The faceless teacher used a baton to direct the stiff, swaying faceless students below to sing a hymn-like piece, with a distorted melody and indistinct lyrics. The sound was like countless sandpaper scraping against one's eardrums and nerves. Lin Yu's SAN value began to slowly decline again under this mental pollution, 83 out of 100. He noticed that in the corner of the classroom, there was a slightly different set of instruments. A set of stringed instruments that looked a little better maintained, with an empty music stand next to it. This seemed to confirm the whispered statement that one voice is still missing. During the break, instead of following the crowd to the playground, he used the excuse of going to the restroom to wander back to the old teaching building area. This time, his goal was clear. The area near the music room, to see if he could find any special individuals possibly related to the music section. The corridors of the old teaching building were even emptier, echoing with the sound of his lonely footsteps. He carefully avoided routes where blue-clad staff might patrol, while keeping an eye out for any unusual sounds or movements. Near the music room, by the door of a storage room, he heard a faint, intermittent, suppressed sobbing. The sound came from inside the slightly ajar door. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, then gently pushed the door open. The storage room was piled high with broken desks and chairs, and discarded sports equipment, the air thick with the smell of dust. In the corner, beside a pile of old mats, huddled a thin figure in a school uniform. It was the boy with the clearly visible face he had met in the library yesterday. He looked even more haggard than yesterday, with tear stains still wet on his face, his hands clutching his hair tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. It's you again." Hearing the commotion, the student raised his bloodshot eyes. Seeing Lin Yu, he didn't immediately run away as he had yesterday. Instead, a mixture of despair and a faint glimmer of hope appeared on his face. "It's no use. They found me. I can't change history. I can't complete the movement." "Movement?" Lin Yu grasped the key word and asked in a low voice, "What movement?" "The final movement of the school anniversary celebration." The student's voice trembled with tears. "The original score was corrupted by the artist, filled with pain and madness. I tried to revise it, but I couldn't. I can't remember the correct melody." He pointed to a torn and tattered sheet music beside him. Tomorrow is rehearsal. If I can't deliver the correct score, or if I play it wrong, I'd be like everyone else, recycled, become part of the decorations." His words were fragmented, but the message was clear. Preparations for the school anniversary celebration were in full swing. Each stage had a designated special individual, and failure meant being recycled. Looking at the student on the verge of collapse, Lin Yu thought of the mandatory activity invitation ticket he possessed. A plan quickly took shape in his mind. "What if someone could help you complete the joint training?" Lin Yu said slowly. Chapter 352. The student abruptly looked up, his eyes blazing with disbelief. "You, what did you say?" "Impossible. The rehearsal must be attended by designated musicians. Outsiders cannot substitute." "Perhaps there can be substitutes." Lin Yu's voice carried an undeniable calmness. "Or there can be special guests." He produced the purple mandatory activity invitation ticket. "Tell me the specific time and location of the rehearsal. And who is the conductor or teacher in charge of supervising?" The student stared at the ticket, emitting a faint purple glow, as if seeing a lifeline, yet also as if seeing something far more terrifying. His body trembled even more violently. "You, what do you want to do? Force artists to participate in the activity? No, this is insane. You anger it. We all die. Stay here, and you die tomorrow too." Lin Yu's words were cold and realistic. "Tell me the information. This is your only chance, and mine too." The student struggled between extreme fear and the instinct for survival. Ultimately, the fear of being reclaimed overwhelmed everything. He trembled as he spoke the message. "Tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, the concert hall on the 3rd floor of the art building. The supervisor is the silent conductor. It has no ears, but it can sense the shape of a melody. Any wrong shape will provoke its wrath. The silent conductor." Lin Yu memorized the name. He clutched the mandatory activity invitation ticket tightly in his hand. His goal was clear. He said nothing more, and turned to leave the storage room. Behind him came the student's suppressed sobs, a mixture of hope and fear. Using a mandatory activity invitation ticket to force the silent conductor to leave his post for an hour? This is undoubtedly dancing on a knife's edge. But doing so might create a window of opportunity for him to contact the student, obtain the possible original score, or find clues about the past directly from the concert hall. Even, he could try to get the student to complete the correct movement without supervision. The risk is huge, but the potential rewards are equally astonishing. This is more targeted and directly connected to the core aspects of the school anniversary celebration than his original plan to force the president of the psychological counseling club or a certain blue-clad employee. Back in the main teaching building, he barely listened to the afternoon classes. His brain was racing, deducing various possibilities. Wang Tai seemed to notice his absent-mindedness and cast an inquiring glance, but Lin Yu simply shook his head slightly. After school, on the way to the dormitory, Lin Yu deliberately lagged behind, walking alongside Zhou Wei, and quickly informed her of his discovery and plan in a very low voice. Zhou Wei's face turned deathly pale upon hearing this, and she whispered, "Are you crazy? Forcing that level of anomaly? What if it gets out of control? This is the fastest way to reach the core. I need your cooperation tomorrow. If the plan succeeds, the concert hall might need backup, or they might need to create chaos to divert attention." Zhou Wei was silent for a moment, then finally nodded heavily. "I understand. You? Be careful." She knew this might be a desperate gamble. But as Lin Yu said, following the rules step by step seemed to have already predetermined the outcome. That night, the atmosphere in dormitory 304 was even more somber than the previous 2 nights. Several people knew that something big might happen tomorrow, but apart from Lin Yu and Zhou Wei, no one knew exactly what it was. The oppressive atmosphere, like a storm brewing, was almost suffocating. After lights out, whispers arrived as expected. But tonight, Lin Yu seemed to hear a hint of excitement and anticipation in them. The movement is about to begin. Will the conductor be satisfied? The actors are in position. Lin Yu lay on his bed, clutching the disputes badge and the mandatory activity invitation ticket, fighting off sleep and the intrusive sounds. Tomorrow, he would willingly step into the center of this eerie stage. Would he become the one to uncover the truth, or simply another unfortunate decoration in the school anniversary preparations? The answer would be revealed in tomorrow's concert hall. The next day, an unusual tension permeated the entire teaching building. Even the numb, swaying, faceless students seemed to move with a more rigid and rapid synchronization, as if wound up tightly. The whispers in the air focused more on words like art, music, and rehearsal. Lin Yu tried his best to remain calm, but his inner tension was at its peak. His SAN value recovered to 85 by morning, but the fatigue and heavy mental pressure had only increased. During lunch break, he barely ate anything, citing illness as the reason for leaving the cafeteria early. Zhou Wei, as planned, deliberately bumped into a faceless student in the cafeteria, briefly attracting the attention of a blue-clad employee, creating a tiny opening for Lin Yu's actions. Taking advantage of the gap, Lin Yu quickly slipped away from the main area and stealthily made his way towards the art building deep within the old teaching building. The art building was even more dilapidated and eerie than the main teaching building. The walls were covered in various abstract and distorted graffiti, predominantly dark red and black, giving off a strong sense of madness and oppression. The doors to the concert hall on the third floor were heavy, soundproof wooden doors, now tightly shut. From within, one could faintly hear the discordant, piercing sounds of instruments being tested, and a deep, resonant hum, as if from the depths of the earth. That was proof of the silent conductor's presence. Linyu leaned against the shadows by the door, taking a deep breath. He had to use the forced activity invitation ticket here. He concentrated, locking onto the presence within the door, radiating the strongest sense of distortion and oppression. The silent conductor, and then use the item. Use forced activity invitation ticket on silent conductor? Please specify activity content. Linyu silently recited in his mind. Force them to go to the library for 1 hour of silent reading. Command confirmed. Activity generating. The purple scroll in his hand transformed into a stream of light, piercing through the heavy wooden door and disappearing. In an instant, the low humming sound from inside the door abruptly ceased, immediately following, a very brief, yet seemingly soul-tearing, silent shriek rang out. The chaotic sound checks in the concert hall also instantly stopped, plunging into a deathly silence. Chapter 353. Outside the concert hall on the third floor of the art building, time seemed to stand still. Linyu leaned against the cold, rough wall, shadows engulfing most of his body. The soundproof door was heavy, but the discordant, piercing sounds of testing the sound and the deep hum emanating from the silent conductor that had previously seeped through the cracks had vanished. Dead silence, replaced by a more unsettling vacuum, like the suffocating calm before a storm. The purple mandatory activity invitation ticket in his hand had transformed into a stream of light and disappeared inside. The command was given, forcing the silent conductor to the library for 1 hour of silent reading. Success or failure hinged on this. After the brief but soul-piercing shriek from inside the door, there was an absolute silence lasting more than 10 seconds. Linyu could even hear the sound of his blood rushing against his veins, and the whispers that, amplified by his nervous exhaustion, now seemed to echo, as if he were holding his breath. Gone? It left its seat. Who will conduct the movement? The bewilderment and slight confusion in the whispers calmed Linyu slightly. The first step of his plan seemed to have succeeded. He didn't act immediately, but like the most patient hunter, waited for almost a minute, confirming that there was no longer any of the oppressive aura unique to the silent conductor emanating from inside the door, before slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. The window of opportunity had opened, but it was only for an hour. He had to find clues about the exit pass, or the core of the school anniversary celebration within this brief period of safety in this eerie concert hall. He gently pushed open the heavy, soundproof wooden door. The hinges creaked softly, a jarring sound in the deathly silence. The concert hall was more spacious than he had imagined, but equally dilapidated. Most of the red velvet seats in the audience were torn, revealing yellowed foam covered in a thick layer of dust. Above the stage, several stage lights hung askew, only one or two casting a dim, flickering glow, illuminating the stage area in a half-lit, half-shadowed state. On the stage, the scene was eerie. About 20 figures in school uniforms stood stiffly there, holding various instruments. Violins, cellos, flutes, trumpets. But without exception, they were all faceless students. They remained motionless, in a posture of readiness to perform, like marionettes whose pause button had been pressed. The sheet music on the music stand was blank, or rather, the notes on it seemed to writhe and distort slightly, utterly unrecognizable. At the very front of the stage, where the conductor's seat had been, was now empty. Only a slightly tall, dark silhouette remained in the air, slowly fading away, a fleeting trace left by the silent conductor after his forced removal. Linyu's gaze quickly swept across the entire stage and audience seating. His goal was clear, to find the original sheet music mentioned by the student hiding in the storage room, or any item possibly related to the exit pass. He carefully stepped onto the wooden stage floor, his footsteps so light they were almost silent. The faceless musicians showed no reaction to his arrival, remaining frozen in their positions, the metal parts of their instruments reflecting a cold gleam in the dim light. He first examined the conductor's podium. It was empty, covered only by a thin layer of dust. He crouched down and tapped the surface with his fingers, checking for hidden compartments, but found nothing. Next, his gaze fell upon the music stands. He approached a faceless student holding a violin, and looked at the sheet music in front of him. The notes on it were indeed twisting, dancing, and combining into dizzying patterns. After looking at them for a while, he even felt as if the notes were about to leap off the paper and onto his face. This was by no means a correct movement, but rather a manifestation of madness resulting from contamination. The shape is wrong. Without a conductor, we can't. Silence is also part of the melody. Whispers lingered in his ears, interfering with his judgment. His SAN value, due to the eerie environment and the constant mental pressure, began to slowly decline, sliding from 85 points to 83 out of 100. He had to speed things up. He recalled the student's words. The truth is in the internal layer. Are the books in the library hidden in a secret compartment? Or is it here? His gaze fell on a heavy, dark red velvet curtain behind the stage. The curtain was tightly closed, behind which seemed to be backstage or a prop room. He walked around the stiff, faceless musicians and approached the curtain. Reaching out to touch it, the fabric was cold and heavy, carrying a musty smell of dust. He forcefully pulled the curtain open to one side. Behind the curtain was not backstage, but a relatively narrow space, piled with some damaged instrument cases, dusty music stands, and a solitary, old wooden music stand. On the music stand lay a booklet completely different from the other scores. The booklet's cover was made of dark brown leather, its edges worn. It bore no title, only an abstract symbol, seemingly entwined with musical notes and thorns, printed in gold foil. The booklet looked ancient and solemn, incongruous with the surrounding chaotic and distorted atmosphere. Lin Yu's heart stirred, and he quickly stepped forward. He reached out and carefully touched the leather booklet. The touch was cold and solid. He picked it up and opened it. The sheet music inside wasn't printed, but handwritten in cursive script, the ink a deep brown, almost black, but the notes were written neatly and clearly, possessing a rigorous beauty. The melodic lines were fluid, completely different from the writhing notes he had seen before. However, this sheet music was incomplete. There were obvious tears in the middle, and several crucial pages were missing. At the end of the surviving score, there was a small note written in the same cursive script, pure movement fragment. Only by completing it can the defilement be cleansed and the lost souls guided. The missing part is hidden in the corridor of echoes. Pure movement fragment. Lin Yu immediately realized that this was the correct score the student had tried to restore. It was the key to combating the corruption of the movement by the artist. But it was a fragment, and the missing part was in the corridor of echoes. Where was that? He didn't have time to think further, and quickly tucked the precious fragment of the score into his pocket. Just as he was about to further search the confined space, something unexpected happened. Without warning, the faceless musicians on the stage all moved simultaneously. They didn't begin playing, but rather, extremely slowly, like rusty machinery, turned their faces, their smooth features, into Lin Yu's direction. Although they had no eyes, Lin Yu could clearly feel dozens of cold, malicious gazes focused on him. Chapter 354. Foreign object. Intruder. The movement needs a new sound. The whispers instantly turned sharp and hostile. Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply. He'd been discovered. Was the effect of the forced event invitation ticket about to end? Was the silent conductor returning? Or had he triggered some kind of alert mechanism? Without hesitation, he turned and rushed towards the curtain. However, the instant he burst through the curtain, the dim stage lights above the stage suddenly erupted with blinding white light. The entire concert hall. The stage was bathed in a ghastly white light. Simultaneously, the faceless musicians on stage suddenly raised their instruments. There was no conductor, no melody, only chaos, a piercing, metallic screeching sound, like metal scraping against glass, mixed with desperate screams, like a physical sonic bomb, exploding with a deafening roar. Buzz! Lin Yu felt as if his eardrums were about to tear, his brain struck by a sledgehammer, a wave of excruciating pain and dizziness washing over him. His SAN value plummeted instantly due to this sudden, terrifying sonic attack. The intense mental shock caused him to stumble, nearly collapsing to the ground. He endured the discomfort, scrambling and crawling towards the concert hall doors. The noise behind him clung relentlessly like a leech. The faceless musicians maintained their playing postures, creating destructive sonic waves, their bodies twisted and deformed under the bright light, as if they might melt into pools of black, viscous substance at any moment. Lin Yu didn't even dare to turn around. He could feel the mental pollution contained in the noise frantically eroding his sanity. The scene in front of him began to shake and double. He slammed open the concert hall doors and rushed into the outer corridor. Almost simultaneously, he felt an invisible, suffocating pressure surging back from the direction of the library like a tidal wave. The silent conductor had returned. And with the overwhelming rage of being forcibly evicted, Lin Yu's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. He dared not linger, pushing his speed to the limit as he frantically fled along the path he had come from. Behind him, The terrifying noise from the concert hall, far from ceasing after the silent conductor's return, had become even more violent and distorted. As if to tear the entire art building apart, his plan had succeeded. He had obtained the crucial fragment of the pure movement. But he had also thoroughly enraged the concert hall's controllers and exposed himself. In the days to come, he would face the silent conductor and his controlled forces' furious retaliation. And where was that corridor of echoes? On his escape from the art building, Lin Yu had only one thought in his mind. He had to find Zhou Wei and the others as soon as possible, share the intelligence, and formulate his next plan. Time was running out. Lin Yu was almost entirely driven by instinct and memory of his journey, sprinting frantically through the dimly lit, dilapidated corridor. The terrifying, oppressive force emanating from the concert hall behind him, a mixture of invisible anger and tangible sonic booms, gnawed at his back like a leech, stimulating every nerve on the verge of snapping. The whispers around him were completely drowned out by the aftershocks of the violent noise, and his own rapid heartbeat, replaced by a persistent, high-pitched tinnitus. The scene before him flickered intermittently. The distorted graffiti on the corridor walls seemed to come alive, lunging at him menacingly. The psychological trauma and perceptual distortion caused by his SAN value plummeting to 71 points were now fully manifested. He dared not return to the main teaching building via the same route. It was too conspicuous, and he was likely to be caught red-handed by the blue-clad staff who had been alerted. He could only rely on his memory, navigating the intricate and secluded passageways of the old teaching building, using piles of abandoned desks and chairs and broken equipment as cover, trying to shake off the insidious lock-on. He didn't know how long he ran, until the chilling oppression and noise seemed to be blocked out by layers of walls, becoming blurred and distant, before Lin Yu dared to stop in a corner of a storage room filled with broken chemical instruments. He leaned against the cold, damp wall, panting heavily. Cold sweat had soaked through the lining of his school uniform, clinging to his skin, bringing a chilling, sticky sensation. His lungs burned, and his muscles trembled slightly from excessive tension and the previous sonic shock. He glanced at his SAN value. 70 out of 100, which had dropped slightly due to the mental strain and fear during his escape. 70 points, a dangerous critical point. He clearly remembered the horrific scene he witnessed in the cafeteria after his SAN value dropped below 65. While he hadn't reached that level yet, the mental strain was already making him dizzy. A compulsive, soul-deep weariness relentlessly assaulted his mental defenses. He forced himself to calm down and pulled out the leather booklet he had risked so much to obtain. A fragment of pure melody. The booklet was still cold to the touch, as if it could slightly calm his restless mind. He flipped through the book again, carefully reading the note about the missing piece. The missing piece is hidden in the echoing corridor. The echoing corridor. He never seen the name in any of the school signs or rules. Where could it be? Some hidden area in the library? A secret passage inside the art building? Or some unknown corner of this old teaching building? The whisper resurfaced like a ghost after he calmed down slightly, but its content seemed subtly altered by the fragment of pure melody he held. Corridor, echoes of memory. Listen to the voices of the past. Mirrors, don't look in the mirror. Mirrors? Rule 5 explicitly stated, if you see a mirror in the corridor, toilet, or other similar places, do not stare at your reflection for an extended period. Could this echoing corridor be related to mirrors? He suddenly remembered that during their initial exploration of the teaching building, Wang Tai's group had encountered a strange mirror near the entrance to a public restroom on a certain corner. Could the entrance to the corridor of echoes be hidden behind a special mirror? This conjecture is bold and dangerous. Actively seeking out and gazing into the mirror is itself a provocation against the rules. But with so few clues at present, this seems to be the only direction. He must meet up with Zhou Wei as soon as possible, share information, and use her analytical abilities to verify this conjecture. Carefully putting away the fragments of the musical score, Lin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his physical exhaustion and mental discomfort, and prepared to leave this temporary hiding place. Just as he was about to leave, there was an extremely slight knock on the door of the storage room. Knock, knock, knock. Chapter 355. The voice was soft, tinged with hesitation and fear. Lin Yu tensed instantly, silently moving behind the door, clenching her fists, and holding her breath. Was it the blue-clad employee? Or some other strange entity that had been attracted? It's me. A faint, trembling, yet vaguely familiar voice came from outside the door. It was that male student with a clearly visible face hiding in the storage room. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't open the door immediately, but instead lowered his voice and asked, "How did you find this place?" I sense the aura of the movement, And the conductor's anger. The student's voice trembled with tears. You really did it? You got the score? Lin Yu paused, not answering directly, but instead asked, where is the corridor of echoes? The student outside seemed to gasp. You're going there? No. It's more dangerous than the concert hall. It's where artists weave nightmares. It's the gathering place of all the flawed echoes. Few who go in come out conscious. Tell me the location. Lin Yu's voice was calm, almost cold. This is the only way to complete the score, and your only hope of survival. The student fell silent outside the door, only heavy, unsteady breathing could be heard. Clearly, Lin Yu's words had struck at his deepest fears and desires. After a long pause, he spoke in an almost inaudible voice. It's at the far west end of the old teaching building, behind the biggest full-length mirror, but you need a key. A key? A broken shard of a mirror. The student said, trembling. Only with a similarly broken reflection can the path to echoes be opened. I only have this. As he spoke, he carefully slipped a small object under the crack in the door. Lin Yu looked down. It was a small, irregularly shaped, slightly cloudy shard of glass, no bigger than a fingernail. It emitted a faint blue glow. Name, broken mirror. Quality, blue. Type, quest item/key. Effect, seems to be usable to open some kind of hidden passage based on the principle of mirrors. Note, it reflected reality, and therefore shattered. This is the only thing I can do to help you. The student's voice was filled with despair. Please, if you can complete the melody, please. He didn't finish his sentence when heavy, sticky footsteps approached from afar. It's the blue-clad employee. The student's voice instantly filled with extreme terror. They're here. I can't stay here any longer. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door, quickly fading into the distance. Lin Yu swiftly picked up the broken lens, without hesitation, opened the storage room door, and slipped out, fleeing in the opposite direction of the student's escape. He had obtained information about the next crucial location and the key. The corridor of echoes, at the far west end of the old teaching building, the largest floor-to-ceiling mirror. Waiting for them, there would be a terror far more bizarre than the concert hall, a terror that would directly affect their minds and memories. The patrols by the blue-clad staff seemed to have increased, indicating that his actions had aroused the high alert of the school's management. Every step from now on would be more difficult. Avoiding the increasingly frequent patrols by the blue-clad staff, Lin Yu moved like a fish in the shadows, navigating the complex terrain of the old teaching building. The broken lens in his hand pressed against his skin, sending a faint chill through him, as if it were the only connection between him and the unknown echoing corridor. The western end. The largest floor-to-ceiling mirror. As he moved, he sketched the layout of the western section of the old teaching building in his mind. It seemed to be an abandoned auditorium or the foyer of an activity center, covered in thick dust and discarded decorations, usually deserted. Whispers accompanied his movements, growing increasingly anxious. It obtained the fragment. The key is in circulation. The echo is about to be awakened. Warning, the unstable elements must be eliminated. These whispers confirmed that his actions had indeed touched upon the core mechanics of this instance, while also foreshadowing a greater danger brewing. His SAN value, under continuous mental pressure and environment, slowly and steadily dropped to 68 to 100. Fine, snowflake-like noises began to appear at the edges of his vision, and besides the whispers, he occasionally heard one or two extremely brief, meaningless words or fragments of images flashing past, signs of mental overload. When he arrived safely at the west wing of the old teaching building, the scene before him was even more dilapidated than he remembered. The tall windows were boarded up, letting in only slivers of sunlight filtering through the cracks, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. The floor was littered with tattered banners, collapsed plaster statues, and decaying wooden furniture, exuding an aura of mold and death. At the end of the corridor, just as the student had described, stood a massive floor-to-ceiling mirror. This mirror occupied almost the entire wall, its frame intricate Baroque style, but the gold paint had long since peeled away, revealing the black, rotten wood beneath. The mirror itself was covered in spiderweb-like cracks and thick layers of dust, distorting and blurring the reflection, making it appear like a projection from another dimension. Just staring at this mirror sent a chill down Lin Yu's spine. The warning of Rule 5 echoed in his mind. He forcibly averted his gaze, avoiding the distorted and blurry reflection, focusing instead on the frame and the surrounding walls, searching for any possible mechanisms or keyholes. He approached the mirror, and could more clearly sense a faint energy field emanating from its surface, a field of both attraction and repulsion. He took out the broken lens, and brought it close to the mirror. When the lens was less than 10 centimeters from the cracked mirror, something strange happened. The lens suddenly vibrated slightly, emitting a soft blue halo. At the same time, on the huge mirror surface before him, among the spiderweb-like cracks, a main crack also began to emit the same blue glow, as if it had been infused with energy. The key had worked. Lin Yu held his breath, carefully placing the lens in his hand against the glowing crack. Just as the lens was about to touch the mirror. Lin Yu. Chapter 356. A suppressed, anxious voice came from not far behind him. Lin Yu paused, turning sharply to see Zhou Wei and Wang Tai emerge from behind a pile of abandoned lecterns, quickly approaching him. Both their expressions were unusually grave. Wang Tai even clutched a rusty metal pipe salvaged from a discarded chair as a makeshift weapon. "How did you find this place?" Lin Yu asked, somewhat surprised, but more so wary. In this environment, trust needed constant scrutiny. "We noticed you hadn't returned to the classroom, and you didn't go to the cafeteria during lunch break, so we guessed you might be on the move," Zhou Wei said quickly, adjusting her glasses. Her sharp gaze swept across the large mirror, and the glasses in Lin Yu's hand. "Wang Tai insisted on coming to find you. We bypassed several groups of blue-clad employees and almost bumped into something. On the second floor." She paused, seemingly unwilling to recall that terrifying experience. Wang Tai muttered, "This place is getting weirder and weirder. There are several times more blue-clad staff patrolling and I think I saw a shadow in red flash around that corner." His voice carried a hint of barely perceptible fear. Red school uniforms. Something explicitly non-existent, according to Rule 4. Lin Yu's heart sank. His actions had indeed triggered a chain reaction. Not only did the blue-clad staff increase their vigilance, but even those forbidden entities began to stir. "I got the fragments of the concert hall's score, but the missing part is here," Lin Yu said succinctly, pointing to the mirror in front of him. "The echoing corridor. You need this to get in." He shook the mirror in his hand. Zhou Wei and Wang Tai stared at the giant mirror, which exuded an ominous aura, their faces turning pale. Simply standing nearby made them feel a sense of oppression and unease. "Are you sure you want to go in?" Zhou Wei's voice was unusually serious. "Based on the rules and our current experiences, any place involving mirrors and echoes is extremely dangerous. This could very well be a trap. We don't have many options," Lin Yu calmly analyzed. "The musical score is one of the keys to dealing with the school anniversary celebration, and the echo corridor is the only clue to completing it. Passively waiting might mean being used as decoration or a sacrifice on the anniversary. Going involuntarily, though dangerous, at least offers a glimmer of hope." Wang Tai gritted his teeth, his face twitching. "Either way, I'm going to die. I'd rather take the risk." "I go in with you." Zhou Wei looked at the blue-glowing lens in Lin Yu's hand, then at the giant mirror that seemed to hold endless eeriness, and finally nodded heavily. "We need information. But we must make a plan. The situation inside is unknown. We can't all go in. We need someone outside to provide support and handle emergencies, such as blue-clad staff, or something else." She glanced meaningfully in the direction of the red shadow Wang Tai had just mentioned. Lin Yu nodded. Zhou Wei's consideration was very thorough. "I go in. Wang Tai, you stay outside and keep watch. If things don't look right, or if we don't come out within the allotted time, try to create some noise to draw away any potential enemies, then decide for yourself whether to retreat." Lin Yu quickly assigned tasks Zhou Wei you. "I go in with you," Zhou Wei interrupted him, her tone resolute. "You need an observer and an analyst. The dangers inside are likely more psychological. My abilities might be helpful." She was referring to her demonstrated calm analytical and information processing skills. Lin Yu looked at her determined eyes and didn't object. Zhou Wei's rationality and observational skills had already proven their value in the previous exploration. "Okay. Once we're in, we have a half-hour time limit. Regardless of whether we find anything, we must attempt to evacuate." Lin Yu set the time. The plan was set, there was no more hesitation. Lin Yu took a deep breath and steadily pressed the broken lens, emitting a blue light against the glowing crack on the lens's surface. Click. A very faint sound, as if a crisp sound came from the depths of the soul. The mirror and the crack fit perfectly, unleashing a burst of blue light. Then, the entire massive mirror surface rippled like water rippled after a pebble had been thrown in. The scene within the mirror. The dilapidated, dust-covered corridor began to distort into form, gradually being replaced by a deep, chaotic light, seemingly composed of countless fragments of memories and sounds. A rotating, bizarre passage slowly took shape on the mirror surface. The entrance to the corridor of echoes opened. Lin Yu and Zhou Wei exchanged a glance. both seeing resolve in each other's eyes. Without another word, Lin Yu stepped forward, directly entering the chaotic light within the mirror. Zhou Wei followed closely behind. The two figures seemed to be swallowed by the water, instantly disappearing into the rippling waves. After swallowing them, the ripple slowly subsided, but the mirror did not return to its ordinary state. Instead, it maintained a deep, chaotic light, like an open, indifferent eye. Wang Tai gripped the metal tube tightly, his Adam's apple bobbing as he stared intently at the eerie mirror and the empty corridor. He knew that the next half hour would determine their fates. The moment Lin Yu stepped into the mirror, he felt no tangible resistance, but rather a strange sense of weightlessness and detachment. It was as if he had passed through a layer of cold, viscous water. The surrounding light, sound, and even his senses were violently distorted. When his feet touched solid ground again, he found himself and Zhou Wei standing in a corridor that defied all logic. There were no walls, no ceiling, and no floor. Above, below, left, and right were all a chaotic, flowing halo of dark light, like being inside a kaleidoscope made of countless shattered stained glass panes and distorted film reels. Countless blurry, flickering, fragmented images and sounds surged in from all directions like a tide, only to quickly dissipate. He saw students in school uniforms from different eras flash by, their faces showing laughter or tears. He heard fragmented classroom readings, distorted musical snippets, terrified screams, and that omnipresent, seemingly underground whisper. He could even smell the fleeting scents of chalk dust, blood, and a cloyingly sweet, rotten floral fragrance. This was the corridor of echoes. A chaotic space composed of all the forgotten, distorted, and repressed memories and emotional fragments of Fengqiao Middle School's past. A massive torrent of information crashed against their senses and minds like a tsunami. Lin Yu groaned, feeling as if countless needles were piercing his brain simultaneously. The chaotic scene before him began to spin and distort. His SAN value began to plummet due to this direct mental pollution. It dropped below the critical point of 65 within seconds of entering. The scene before him instantly became even more terrifying and real. The flowing halos were no longer abstract colors, but transformed into countless struggling, wailing, twisted faces and limbs. The broken sounds also became clearly audible, filled with pain, despair, and madness. Save me. Why me? Chapter 357. Zhou Wei's situation was worse. Although she was rational, her mental resistance was clearly inferior to Lin Yu's, who had undergone multiple enhancements. She let out a suppressed cry of pain, clutching her head with both hands, her body swaying precariously, her face ashen white. Clearly, her SN value was plummeting even faster, possibly approaching or even falling below the extremely dangerous 60. Stay calm. Concentrate. Search for the echo of the sheet music. Lin Yu, enduring the excruciating pain in his head and the terrifying hallucinations before him, grabbed Zhou Wei and growled in her ear. His voice was exceptionally weak in the chaotic space, but it acted like an anchor, attempting to stabilize their crumbling sanity. He knew that the longer they stayed here, the greater the risk of their minds being corrupted and assimilated. They had to find their target as soon as possible. The echo of the sheet music. In what form would it exist? He forced himself to ignore the terrifying hallucinations and sounds, focusing his senses, trying to capture, from the chaotic torrent, fragments related to the rigorous, flowing melody of pure movement. The whispers, or rather, the sound of the echoing corridor itself, seemed to change after he focused his mind. A movement, a pure melody. Torn, scattered in the echoes. Searching for the point of resonance. The point of resonance? Lin Yu's heart stirred. He remembered the neat and clear musical notes on the leather booklet. He tried to recall the fragmented melody lines in his mind. Although he didn't understand music, the shape of the score had left an impression due to his previous careful observation. As he tried to recall the shape of the score, in the surrounding chaotic torrent, a few faint but unusually stable spots of light seemed to illuminate. The points of light emanated an aura of tranquility and solemnity similar to the fragments of the pure melody, like a lighthouse in a storm amidst the chaos of pain and madness. Over there. Lin Yu pointed to the direction where the points of light were most concentrated, supporting Zhou Wei, who could barely walk independently, as they laboriously moved forward. In this directionless space, movement was more like a guide of will. They concentrated their will towards the points of light, and the surrounding scenery seemed to slide backward like flowing water. The closer they got to those points of light, the more intense the echoes of painful memories became, as if something was desperately trying to stop them from getting closer. The distorted faces grew even more grotesque, the screams nearly piercing eardrums, and even pitch-black, tar-like tentacles reached out from the chaos, attempting to entangle their ankles. Lin Yu swung his arms, forcefully tearing off the viscous tentacles, but with each one he tore off, he felt as if a small piece of his spirit was being ripped away, his SAN value slowly dropping 60 out of 100. 59/100. Zhou Wei leaned almost her entire weight on Lin Yu, her eyes tightly closed, her lips moving as if she were constantly chanting her own name to fight against the pervasive mental pollution. Finally, after a seemingly eternal struggle, they broke through a particularly viscous echo barrier filled with desperate screams, reaching the center of the stable points of light. There, suspended, were 3 elegantly flowing and shifting sequences of notes composed of pure light. Their forms perfectly matched the descriptions on the fragments of the pure melody, radiating a tranquil power that dispelled the gloom. This was the missing crucial part. Without hesitation, Lin Yu reached out, attempting to use his consciousness to touch and guide the luminous notes. The instant his thoughts touched the first point of light, buzz! The entire echoing corridor trembled violently. It wasn't the pressure from any being, but rather as if the entire structure of the space had been violently impacted by some external force. The already chaotic scene became even more fragmented, the echoing painful memories rippled like stones thrown into water. Then, to their horror, Lin Yu and Zhou Yu discovered that the outside world was beginning to be clearly reflected on the chaotic barrier surrounding them. It was the scene beyond the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror at the far end of the old teaching building's west section. They saw Wan Tai, gripping a metal pipe tightly, tense and wary. But even more numerous were figures. A dense mass of figures. Beyond the mirror, the once empty and dilapidated west corridor was now teeming with students in school uniforms. They were no longer the smooth, stiff, swaying faceless beings, but possessed clear, yet numb and lifeless faces. All dressed in standard blue and white school uniforms, they surged in silently like a tide, occupying every corner of the corridor, surrounding Wang Tai and blocking the entrance to the mirror, and the gazes of these blue-uniformed students, without exception, were all fixed blankly on the mirror shimmering with chaotic light. Fixed on Lin Yu and Zhou Wei in the mirror world. But this wasn't the most terrifying part. Behind the crowd of blue-uniformed students, and in the shadows on both sides of the corridor, even more glaring, even more chilling figures began to appear. Red, students in red school uniforms. Their numbers were far fewer than those in blue uniforms, standing sparsely, some leaning against the walls, others hidden behind pillars. Unlike the numbness of the students in blue uniforms, their faces wore various eerie expressions. Some had stiff smiles, some had resentment and madness flashing in their eyes, and some were indifferent, as if watching a drama that had nothing to do with them. Rule number 4. There are no students wearing red uniforms in this school. If you see one, do not speak to him/her, and immediately move away and report to the nearest staff member in dark blue uniforms. At this moment, the staff member in blue uniforms was nowhere to be seen, while the non-existent students in red uniforms appeared alongside a large number of students in blue uniforms, completely blocking the entrance to the mirror. Inside and outside the mirror, it seemed as if two worlds had strangely overlapped and confronted each other at this moment. What's going on? Zhou Wei was also awakened by this sudden change, her voice trembling as she looked at the chilling scene outside the mirror. Alarm bells rang in Lin Yu's mind. The fluctuations in the echoing corridor had attracted a crowd. Blue school uniforms represented the normal side of the school, while red uniforms were an absolute taboo and an anomaly. What did it mean that both were appearing at the same time? Were the rules beginning to break down? Or was some greater upheaval taking place? He saw Wan Tai outside the mirror, his face also pale as he faced the sudden, silent surge of blue people surrounding him and the scattered red figures in the distance. His knuckles were white from gripping the metal pipe tightly, clearly indicating that he dared not make a move. Chapter 358. He had to get the musical score fragments and leave as soon as possible. Lin Yu no longer hesitated, concentrating all his thoughts and forcefully guiding the 3 pure musical note points towards himself. The points seemed to sense the attraction of the pure melody fragment, resisting briefly before transforming into 3 streams of light that disappeared into the leather booklet in his arms. The booklet trembled slightly, emitting a warm glow, clearly indicating that the missing parts had been completed. Almost simultaneously with the completion of the musical score, the scene outside the mirror changed again. The blue-uniformed students, who had previously been passively observing, suddenly took a step forward in unison. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, as if they had received the same command. Their empty gazes remained fixed on the mirror, but a cold, inhuman sense of oppression began to emanate from them. Further away, several of the red figures began to laugh silently, their smiles twisted and malicious, slowly raising their hands and pointing towards the mirror. "Oh no! They're coming!" Zhou Wei exclaimed in alarm. The entrance to the echoing corridor began to tremble violently, its chaotic light flickering erratically, as if it might collapse at any moment. Lin Yu grabbed Zhou Wei's arm, his eyes sharp as knives. Go! They had to break free from this mirror world that was about to become a prison or a battlefield. At the entrance to the echoing corridor, the chaotic mirror reflecting the terrifying scenes outside was like water rippled violently and chaotically by a storm. Outside the mirror, a dense throng of students in blue school uniforms, like a tide, marched in orderly but stiff steps, approaching step by step. Their empty eyes converged, forming an invisible, suffocating collective will that oppressed the mirror space. Behind and within the gaps of the blue wave, scattered red figures, like leaping flames, exuded an even more dangerous and ominous aura, their eerie expressions and gestures pointing towards the mirror. Wang Tai was forced back by the silently approaching crowd, his back almost hitting the cold wall. The metal tube in his hand was held horizontally across his chest, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat pouring down his face. Faced with this bizarre and incomprehensible scene, even he felt an unprecedented fear and helplessness. Inside the mirror, Lin Yu could clearly feel the spatial structure of the echoing corridor becoming extremely unstable. The fragments of memories and emotions around him churned wildly, emitting piercing screams like shattering glass. The warm glow emanating from the completed Pure Melody booklet in his arm seemed to be the only stable coordinate in this mad space, but it was also like a lighthouse in the darkness, attracting even more malice. The entrance is about to give way. We have to get out. Lin Yu shouted to Zhou Wei. His SAN value, due to the continuous mental pollution and the current critical situation, had plummeted to 55/100. The terrifying hallucinations before him intertwined with the real horrors outside, requiring immense willpower to maintain basic judgment. Zhou Wei was slightly better off. Perhaps the tranquil aura emanating from the completed sheet music had briefly protected her, or perhaps the instinct for survival had overcome her fear. She managed to stand, her face still pale, but her eyes had regained some clarity. How do we get out? It's all. Follow me. Lin Yu had no time to explain. He took a deep breath, clutching the completed sheet music tightly to his chest, and gripped Zhou Wei's wrist firmly with his other hand. He spotted the point where the mirror's entrance rippled most violently, as if it were about to shatter at any moment, pulled Zhou Wei half a step back, and then slammed forward. Bang! A deafening roar, not of a physical force, yet utterly soul-shattering, exploded simultaneously inside and outside the mirror. Lin Yu felt as if he had shattered a tough, cold glass barrier, countless fragments of memories, like tangible shards of glass, scattered, scraping against his mind and consciousness. The sheet music in his arm shone brightly, forming a thin protective film that absorbed some of the impact. The next moment, a dizzying sensation washed over him. The scene before him instantly shifted. Chaos shattered, and the light changed abruptly. He pulled Zhou Wei along, stumbling out of the shimmering, chaotic light, and onto the cold, hard, dusty floor of the old teaching building's west corridor. They had successfully broken free of the mirror. However, the crisis was far from over. In fact, it was even more imminent. Almost simultaneously with their reappearance, the crowd of blue-uniformed students, who had been approaching like statues, instantly came to life. The previously empty gazes of the closest blue-uniformed students suddenly focused, locking onto Lin Yu and Zhou Wei, who had just escaped the mirror. Their gazes were no longer numb, but instead revealed a cold, programmed hostility? Abnormal. Off track. Correct. The indistinct whispers didn't come from the void, but seemed to emanate from these blue-uniformed students, converging into a chilling background noise. The closest few blue-uniformed students suddenly accelerated, stiffly reaching out their arms to grab Lin Yu and Zhou Wei. Their movements weren't fast, but they carried an undeniable, rule-like power. Get out of the way! Wang Tai, his nerves already on edge, roared, the rusty metal pipe in his hand whipping around with a gust of wind as it swept towards the two blue-uniformed students who were charging at him first. Bang! Bang! Dull impacts rang out. The metal pipe slammed solidly into the two students, producing a sound like hitting rotten wood. The two students' bodies jerked, their movements halting for a moment, noticeable dents appearing in their chests, but they made no sound, nor did they fall. They simply stared at Wang Tai with cold eyes, slowly raising their arms again. Physical attacks have limited effectiveness. Lin Yu's eyes sharpened. He shoved the still somewhat dizzy Zhou Wei behind Wang Tai, then dodged another grabbing arm, simultaneously kicking out with lightning speed, striking the third blue-uniformed student in the abdomen. Crack! A clear sound of bone breaking rang out. The student was kicked backward, knocking down several of its kind and causing a small commotion. But it struggled, still trying to get up, its twisted limbs emitting a sick and grinding sound. These things, unless completely destroyed, will continue to carry out the correction command. Even more troublesome is that, with their resistance, the hostility of the entire blue-uniformed crowd seems to have been completely activated. More students began to move, like a blue tide, converging from all directions, trying to completely submerge the three anomalies. Go! We can't be surrounded here! Lin Yu shouted, his eyes quickly searching for a weak point in the encirclement. Although he was strong, facing this hundreds of blue-uniformed students who seemed impervious to ordinary harm, if he were completely surrounded, he could wear them down. Just then, another change occurred. Those red-uniformed students, who had been staying on the periphery like bystanders, moved. A red-clad boy leaning against the wall, a strange smile on his face, suddenly slipped into the blue-uniformed crowd like a ghost. Wherever he passed, the students in blue school uniforms seemed to encounter something that repelled or frightened them. Their movements noticeably slowed and became chaotic. The boy in red had a clear objective. He charged directly towards Lin Yu and the others, not to attack, but rather. He raised his hand and swung it at two blue school uniform students blocking his path. His arm traced a strange arc, and the instant it touched the blue school uniform students, their bodies melted and collapsed like wax figures scorched by high temperatures, turning into two smoldering, dark blue, viscous puddles of substance, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Instant kill. The boy in red didn't even glance at the two puddles of filth, continuing to approach Lin Yu and the others, his smile widening, filled with an indescribable evil aura. Chapter 359. The other red figures also began to move, cutting into the blue crowd in various bizarre ways. It wasn't to help Lin Yu and the others, but rather a hunt? Or perhaps, an opportunity to eliminate their blue kindred spirits? The blue encirclement was instantly disrupted by the intervention of the red uniformed students, creating several gaps and chaotic areas. The rules seemed to be collapsing. The non-existent red was openly attacking the normal blue. Now! Break through to the west stairwell. Lin Yu decisively pointed to a gap created by the red student's intervention. It led to a rarely used safety passage. Wang Tai swung a metal pipe, smashing aside an approaching blue student to protect Zhou Wei. Lin Yu, like a sharp blade, charged ahead, using terrifying strength and speed to violently knock aside or knock down any blue students blocking her path. The three formed a small triangular formation, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the bizarre confrontation between the blue and red, desperately rushing towards the gap. Chaos reigned in the corridor. The blue tide attempted to converge, while red ghostly figures darted and hunted within it. Cold whispers, eerie laughter, and the dull thuds of flesh being destroyed intertwined, creating a scene of madness and despair. Lin Yu's heart pounded in his chest. He could feel the sheet music in his arm slightly warm, seemingly resonating with the chaotic scene. His SAN value, due to the intense exercise, battle, and continuous mental strain, had plummeted below 50, reaching 49 to 100. The scene before him became even more bizarre. He could even see black, chain-like shadows wrapped around some students in blue school uniforms, while silent, dark red flames burned around students in red school uniforms. They had to leave as quickly as possible, find a relatively safe place, process the intelligence they had gathered, and figure out what this sudden, rule-based anomaly truly meant. The shadow of the school anniversary seemed to have descended prematurely because of their actions. The chaos in the western section of the old teaching building, like a boulder thrown into stagnant water, was creating ripples that were spreading rapidly throughout Fengxiao Middle School. Lin Yu, Zhou Wei, and Wang Tai, thanks to the gap created by the chaos unintentionally by the students in red uniforms, and Lin Yu's superhuman ability to clear a path, finally managed to rush into the secluded emergency exit without serious injury. The heavy fire door slammed shut behind them, temporarily shutting out the chilling blue tide and red ghostly figures behind them. There were no windows in the exit, only emergency indicator lights emitted an unhealthy, eerie green glow illuminating the dusty, cobweb-covered steps. The three leaned against the cold, rough wall, breathing heavily, the air thick with the relief of surviving a close call mixed with a deeper fear. Wang Tai threw the deformed metal tube to the ground with a loud thud. He wiped the sweat and dark blue stains that had splattered on his face, his voice hoarse. Damn! What the hell was that? How did those guys in blue suddenly become like zombies? And those in red? They're even weirder than the blue ones. Zhou Wei, leaning against the wall, was still trembling slightly. She adjusted her slightly crooked glasses, trying to keep her voice steady. It's the rules. The rules have been broken, or overridden by some higher priority instruction. The blue school uniforms represent order and correction. Our actions, especially Lin Yu, bringing out the completed score from the echoing corridor, might be seen as the greatest provocation against the existing order. Lin Yu didn't speak immediately. He first quickly checked Zhou Wei's condition, confirming she was only mentally exhausted and had minor abrasions. Then, he focused his attention on the movements outside the fire door. The chaotic sounds coming from behind the door didn't subside. In fact, they seemed to intensify. The sounds of impact, indistinct roars, and those cold whispers seemed to seep in through the cracks in the door. His SAN value remained at 49 points. The visual and auditory hallucinations caused by the low SAN value were still present, but he forcibly suppressed them, concentrating on analyzing the current situation. The large-scale appearance of blue school uniforms, and their proactive attacks, means that the normal side of the school has listed us as targets that must be eliminated. And the red school uniforms. Lin Yu paused, recalling the bizarre scene of those red figures melting the blue students. They seem more like the anomaly itself, or some kind of purifying force. But they are equally dangerous. Their appearance might mean that some precondition for the school anniversary is being triggered, or the balance has been broken. He took out the pure melody booklet he had completed. The sheet music beneath the leather cover seemed to possess a gentle yet resolute power. Holding it in his hands, it calmed his restless mind slightly. This sheet music was clearly the key to breaking the deadlock, but it also made it the target of everyone's attacks. "We're trapped now," Wang Tai said, scratching his head in frustration. "Those bastards are everywhere outside. We probably can't get back to the main teaching building, and going back to the dormitory now would be like walking into a trap." Not necessarily. Lin Yu's eyes flickered. Chaos has already broken out. The rules are no longer absolute. The blue uniform students' attention is drawn to us, and the red uniform students, this might be our chance to act. We need to find a place to hide temporarily, and study the sheet music. He looked at Zhou Wei. "Do you remember if there were any particularly hidden places marked on the map on the back of the timetable? Places that nobody usually goes?" Zhou Wei tried to recall, her fingers unconsciously tracing patterns on the dusty wall, particularly hidden. Besides the old auditorium and echoing corridor in the West District that we just went to, there was another place, the abandoned biological preparation room, on the basement level, near the boiler room, a place nobody ever goes to. The basement level? That usually represented deeper secrecy and danger. But at this moment, perhaps it was the safest option. Just as they were discussing. Whoa! An unprecedented, piercing alarm, sharp enough to tear at the soul, suddenly resounded throughout Fengqiao Middle School without warning. This alarm was completely different from the distorted electric bells that rang before and after class. It was more urgent, more shrill, like the wail of a dying beast, carrying a sense of despair that heralded the end of the world. The alarm pierced through the walls, through the soundproof doors, and even through the ground, echoing in every corner of the school. At the same time, the eerie green emergency indicator light in the fire escape instantly turned into a flashing, chilling blood red. The blood-red light made the three people's faces appear as if stained with blood, and a faint smell of rust seemed to permeate the air. Chapter 360. Warning! Crimson alert activated. Warning! Campus rules system severely disrupted. Warning! Security reassessment of all areas. Warning! All students, please follow initial instructions. Intermittent, like static before a system crash, mixed with a piercing alarm, entered their minds directly through some unknown means. Not just them, probably all the surviving survivors in the entire instance received the same message. Crimson alert. Zhou Wei's voice trembled slightly. This is probably the highest level alarm. The rule system is really collapsing. Wang Tai cursed, his eyes filled with horror. Lin Yu gripped the sheet music book tightly, his expression extremely solemn. He understood that the previous chaos was just an appetizer. From this moment on, Fengqiao Middle School truly revealed its monstrous, utterly lawless nature. The clash between blue and red school uniforms, under the crimson alarm, would become even more intense and reckless. And these survivors would no longer be pawns in a game of rules, but the most conspicuous live targets on this out-of-control battlefield. They had to act immediately. To the basement. The abandoned biological preparation room. Lin Yu decided decisively, while everything is in chaos, this is our only chance. He yanked open the heavy fire door. The scene in the corridor outside had drastically changed. The crimson alarm light shone through the high windows, casting an eerie red glow over the corridor. The previously dense crowd of people in blue uniforms seemed to have thinned out somewhat, but those who remained acted with even more ferocity and aggression. They no longer approached slowly, but like wild beasts spotting their prey, they began to run and pounce. The red figures became even more active, like dark red lightning bolts weaving through the blue tide. Wherever they passed, blue figures melted and fell. The battle had reached its climax. The corridors were littered with thick, dark blue stains and scattered, motionless blue or red figures. Chaos was the best cover. Lin Yu gave a low shout, chose a direction, and charged out again like a sharp blade. Wang Tai and Zhou Wei followed closely behind. This time, their goal was no longer to repel the enemy, but to break through the chaotic battlefield at all costs, and reach the underground where a glimmer of hope might lie. Under the blood-red alert, the test of survival entered its most brutal phase. The crimson alarm glow, like spilled thick blood, smeared every dark corner of Fengqiao Middle School. The piercing siren of the alarm wailed endlessly, ravaging already fragile nerves. The corridors inside the old teaching building had become an inhuman battlefield. The students in blue school uniforms, like out-of-control puppets, frantically pounced on anything moving, including the red figures that hunted them like ghosts. Dark blue stains and occasional splatters of acrid, burnt red marks were splattered across the walls and floors, filling the air with an indescribable stench of burning and charring. Lin Yu, Zhou Wei, and Wang Tai struggled through this chaotic inferno. Lin Yu, acting as the spearhead, pushed his strength and agility to the limit. He held nothing back. Every charge, every punch and kick contained terrifying power capable of shattering the bones of an ordinary human. Students in blue uniforms blocking his path were sent flying like they'd been hit by a truck, the sound of bones cracking echoing through the air. But these creatures possessed an unusually tenacious vitality. Even with their limbs twisted, they would struggle to their feet and continue attacking. Wang Tiehu stood beside Zhou Wei, the metal pipe in his hand already covered in a dark blue slime. He roared as he smashed away the approaching blue uniform students, his movements stiffened by exhaustion and fear, but his survival instinct sustained him. Zhou Wei was pale, biting her lower lip, struggling to keep up with the two. Her mind, stimulated by the blood-red alarm and the continuous battle, was constantly on the verge of collapse, held together only by willpower. Occasionally, she would point out the most reasonable escape route, avoiding the core area where the red figures and the blue tide were fiercely clashing. Their goal was the stairs leading to the underground level. Along the way, they weren't the only anomalies. At a certain corner, they glimpsed members of another survivor group. The pink-haired girl, a Yu, and the thin boy, Xiao Chun, being cornered by 7 or 8 blue uniform students. Awa brandished a rusty fire axe she found somewhere, hacking wildly. Xiao Chun cowered behind her, crying out in despair. Lin Yu paused, but seeing more blue figures surging in from another direction, he hardened his heart and hissed, "Don't stop. We can't save them." Wang Tai's lips moved, but he only spat fiercely, protecting Zhou Wei as they sped away. Behind them came Awa's even more piercing screams, and the dull thud of the axe hacking at flesh, eventually drowned out by the alarms and chaotic noise. The number of survivors was dwindling rapidly. They encountered an even more bizarre sight. In a side corridor, they saw several students in blue school uniforms, disposing of a corpse dressed in a red school uniform. The red figure lay on the ground, a gaping hole in its chest, from which flowed not blood, but a dark red, luminous substance resembling molten lava. Several blue-clad students surrounded it, their palms radiating a cold white light that hissed and crackled as they shone upon the dark red substance, as if purifying or neutralizing it. Upon seeing Lin Yu and his companions, the blue-clad students immediately stopped, their cold gazes shifting towards them. Without hesitation, Lin Yu smashed open a slightly ajar classroom door and went around in another direction. Engaging with these bizarre order maintainers was pointless. After a near-death escape and struggle, the three finally found the stairwell leading to the basement. The stairwell reeked of an even stronger musty smell and the damp, chilly air characteristic of the underground. The crimson alarm light dimmed here, as if half swallowed by the deep darkness. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yu stepped down the stairs first. The steps were rough cement, covered in slippery moss, extending downwards into a dense darkness that seemed to absorb all light. Wang Tai and Zhou Wei followed closely behind, their footsteps echoing amplified countless times in the narrow, enclosed stairwell, sounding exceptionally clear and unsettling. The deeper they went, the heavier the chill in the air became, and the piercing alarm sounded muffled and distant, as if from another world. But another sound gradually became clearer. A low, rhythmic, humming sound coming from deep underground. Like some kind of large machine in operation, or perhaps the whispers of countless people underground. Finally, they reached the first basement level. Chapter 361. The light here relied almost entirely on the poorly powered emergency lights spaced far apart on the walls, casting dim, yellowish halos, plunging most areas into a thick, viscous darkness. Pipes coiled like twisted pythons across the ceiling, the exposed brick walls damp and seeping, covered in slippery moss and mold. The bizarre stench in the air, a mixture of musty, disinfectant, and some kind of formaldehyde, was almost suffocating. Based on Zhou Wei's memory, the three cautiously ventured deeper into the main passageway. The basement seemed quieter than the upper floors, but this quiet wasn't safe. It was a deathly stillness lurking with unknown dangers. Occasionally, the distant, grating sound of metal scraping together, or the hollow echo of some liquid dripping, could be heard. It should be just ahead, Zhou Wei said, pointing to a half-open, dark green iron door at the end of the passageway. The words Biological Preparation Room Abandoned were written in blurred white lettering on the door. Just as they were about to reach the door, a faint, fearful, and tentative voice suddenly came from the shadows beside them. Is someone alive? The three instantly turned warily towards the source of the voice. It was a corner piled high with discarded tables, chairs, and broken equipment. In the shadows, two figures could be vaguely seen huddled together. It was Sun Yu, the usually taciturn young man, and someone else they hadn't expected to be here, Li Sha, the girl who had been dragged away by the blue-clad employee in the cafeteria for not finishing her food. She was still alive. But she was in terrible condition, her face was ashen, her eyes unfocused, her school uniform stained, and her body trembling uncontrollably, as if she had experienced unimaginable horror. Sun Yu was slightly better off, but still pale and filled with terror. What are you doing here? Wang Tai asked in surprise, while warily scanning their surroundings, worried about an ambush. Sun Yu's voice trembled, his words incoherent. It's chaotic, completely chaotic, up there, monsters, blue, red, we hid here, it seems, they don't come here much. Li Sha simply hugged her knees, muttering to herself, can't waste it, we have to finish it, they're down there, digging for something. Her words sent chills down one's spine. Lin Yu remained vigilant. He sensed his surroundings, confirming there was no immediate threat, before asking in a low voice, down there? What's down there? Li Sha abruptly raised her head, a flicker of extreme fear flashing in her unfocused eyes. She pointed deeper into the passage, to the even denser darkness, the auditorium, the underground, the grand auditorium. They're preparing the stage for the school anniversary celebration. The underground auditorium? The stage for the school anniversary celebration? Lin Yu's heart trembled violently. Could the real venue for the school anniversary celebration not be any building on the ground, but rather this eerie and terrifying underground? Just then, the booklet Pure Melody in his arm suddenly began to heat up without warning. It emitted a soft, directional light, illuminating the dark green iron door marked Biological Preparation Room ahead, as if urging him to enter. This abandoned preparation room seemed to hold clues crucial to the musical score, or rather, to the upcoming school anniversary celebration. Lin Yu glanced at the disheveled Li Sha and the still-shaken Sun Yu, then at the exhausted Zhou Wei and Wang Tai beside him. Lin Yu slowly pushed open the dark green iron door, making a teeth-grinding creak, as if it hadn't been opened for years. A stronger, more pungent odor, a mixture of formalin, stale chemical reagents, and some indescribable smell resembling decaying biological tissue, assaulted the senses, causing Zhou Wei, who was following behind, to gag. The biological preparation room was a mess. Several rows of rusty iron racks lined the wall, piled high with dusty glassware, beakers, graduated cylinders, petri dishes, some even containing dried, suspiciously colored stains. Several huge, filthy cement workbenches occupied the center of the room, their surfaces scattered with broken slides, rusty dissecting tools, and unrecognizable, shriveled fragments of organic matter. In one corner of the room, there was even a large, broken glass container connected to twisted pipes, within which floated some unsettling, blurry shadows. This place was less a preparation room, and more like a hastily abandoned site, where some ominous experiment had taken place. The crimson alarm light couldn't penetrate the ground, only a single, poorly connected old light bulb hanging in the room emitted a dim, flickering yellow light, casting long, distorted shadows onto the filthy walls and floor like menacing ghosts. Wang Tai slammed the iron door shut, and used a rusty iron bar he picked up from outside to jam the bolt, temporarily creating a relatively enclosed space. He leaned against the door, letting out a long sigh, his face etched with exhaustion and lingering fear. Sun Yu helped the dazed Li Sha to sit down in a relatively clean corner. Li Sha remained huddled, hugging her knees, muttering broken phrases like must finish eating an underground stage. Zhou Wei, suppressing her discomfort, quickly checked the room. After confirming there were no obvious immediate threats, she leaned almost collapsed against a workbench, her face appearing particularly haggard in the dim light. Lin Yu was in relatively better shape among them, but the continuous high-intensity mental pollution and low SAN value, still hovering at 49 points, had left him feeling deeply weary. He first checked the Pure Melody booklet in his arms. It was no longer hot, but still emitted a warm glow, bringing a faint sense of peace in the eerie environment. Is it safe here for now? Wang Tai asked breathlessly, his voice echoing in the empty room. Not sure, but at least better than upstairs. Lin Yu walked to the only filthy sink in the room, turned on the faucet, but only produced a few dry hissing sounds. No water flowed. We need to recover our strength as soon as possible, figure out the purpose of this sheet music, and... He glanced at Li Sha, the underground auditorium, and the anniversary celebration stage she mentioned. Zhou Wei tried to concentrate, analyzing. Li Sha was taken away by the blue staff, and then appeared here, and in her condition. She must have seen something. The requirement to finish eating might not just be a cafeteria rule, but part of something deeper. A sacrificial or assimilation ritual. And those blue and red students. Their conflict might be part of the anniversary celebration preparation process, some kind of selection or balancing mechanism. Chapter 362. Wang Tai scratched his head in frustration. This is giving me a headache. Who cares about the mechanisms now? Can't we just hide here and wait until the school anniversary? No. Lin Yu decisively rejected the idea. He walked to one side of the room, where a yellowed, curled-edge map of the school's layout was posted. Although blurry, it vaguely showed a huge space-marked auditorium on the basement level, not far from their preparation room, but the passageway seemed to be marked with a danger symbol. The rules have collapsed. The concept of safe zones may no longer exist. We'd be discovered sooner or later if we hide here. And he held up the music score book in his hand. This thing is key. After it was completed, it kept emitting some kind of fluctuation. I suspect it's not just for playing, it might be some kind of key, or a tool for purification. We must actively understand and use it, otherwise holding it is like holding a time bomb. As if to confirm his words, the music score book vibrated slightly again, the light it emitted pointing towards the large, broken glass container deep in the room. Lin Yu's heart stirred, and he walked over. Approaching the container, the putrid stench grew even stronger. He endured the discomfort, and wiped away the thick layer of dust and grime from the glass surface. Under the dim light, he could see a dark brown, sludge-like sediment at the bottom of the container. And half buried within the sediment was something. A small, silver object shaped like a tuning fork. Name: resonating tuning fork. Quality: purple. Type: special tool/musical instrument accessory. Effect: when activated by spiritual energy, it emits pure sound waves of a specific frequency. Used in conjunction with pure melody, it may produce unexpected effects. It can also be used to detect specific types of energy nodes, or disrupt low-level spiritual pollution fields. Note: vibration originates from the soul and returns to order. Another crucial item. Without hesitation, Lin Yu reached into the broken opening above the container and carefully retrieved the silver tuning fork. The tuning fork was icy cold to the touch, its surface engraved with fine, unfamiliar runes. The instant he picked up the tuning fork, thump! A muffled, deafening roar, as if from the depths of the earth, suddenly erupted from beneath his feet. The entire preparation room shuddered violently. Dust fell from the ceiling, and the utensils on the workbench clattered. The sound wasn't an explosion, it was more like something extremely heavy being moved, or some colossal entity turning over. Then, the buzzing sound that had been echoing in his mind, originating from the earth, suddenly amplified several times over. It became clearer, more oppressive. It was as if countless voices were whispering in unison, chanting something, their voices filled with fervor and numbness. Li Sha seemed to have been greatly shocked. She abruptly raised her head, eyes wide, pointed at the ground, and screamed, "They're awake! The stage! The stage is about to open! A sacrifice! A sacrifice is needed!" Her scream echoed in the room, accompanied by strange noises, and amplified buzzing from beneath her feet, making everyone's heart sink. Sun Yu cowered in fear, Wang Tai clenched his fists, and Zhou Wei's face grew even paler. Lin Yu gripped the sheet music and tuning fork tightly, her eyes sharp as an eagle's. They couldn't wait any longer. Passive hiding meant certain death. They had to take the initiative, extract more information about the underground auditorium from Li Sha before she completely broke down, and then, with the sheet music and tuning fork, face the final stage. Will they become sacrifices, or break this insane cycle? The moment of decision was imminent. Wang Tai, guard the door. Zhou Wei, try to calm Li Sha down and get everything she knows. Lin Yu's voice was calm and even. He walked to the center of the room, sat cross-legged, and spread the sheet music on his lap, placing the silver tuning fork beside him. I need some time to familiarize myself with these two things. Before the final storm arrived, he had to grasp this only possible force that could turn the tide. The humming from underground, like the urging of war drums, pounded on the hearts of every survivor. In the preparation room, the dim yellow light flickered violently, casting the distorted, panicked shadows of the group onto the filthy walls, like a group of drowning people trapped in a sinking ship. Li Sha's scream abruptly stopped. She seemed drained of all strength, collapsing into a corner, her eyes blankly staring at the ceiling, her body trembling slightly, only muffled breaths escaping her lips. Sacrifice. Stage. Sun Yu huddled even tighter, almost embedding himself in the shadows of the wall. Wang Tai pressed himself against the door, feeling the subtle vibrations emanating from it, seemingly from the entire underground structure. His face was ashen. What the hell is buried in this hellhole? Zhou Wei, suppressing her nausea and dizziness, looked at Lin Yu, who sat cross-legged in the center of the room. At this moment, he was everyone's only hope. Lin Yu's eyes were closed, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him. The completed Pure Melody booklet lay open on his lap, radiating a warm yet resolute light, like the only stable beacon in a storm. The silver resonance tuning fork lay quietly to the side, its runes shimmering under the lamplight. His SAN value remained dangerously low at 49 points, the visual and auditory hallucinations caused by the low SAN value constantly harassing him like background noise. He could see tiny, ashes-like fragments of memory floating in the air, and hear faint, almost deathbed laments emanating from the walls. But he forcefully suppressed these distracting thoughts, directing all his mental energy, like a gentle stream, towards the sheet music on his lap and the tuning fork beside him. This wasn't reading, but a kind of resonance. When he touched the notes on the sheet music composed of pure light, a strange feeling welled up within him. He didn't understand the melody, but rather perceived a thread of order, a power of rules built upon some eternal truth, completely opposite to this chaotic, distorted space. This sheet music was like a key, or a antivirus program targeting the contamination of this place. When he spared a sliver of his mental energy to gently touch the tuning fork, Zheng, a faint, yet seemingly piercing, pure sound wave emanated from the tuning fork, quietly spreading outwards. The sound wasn't loud, but it possessed an indescribable penetrating power and a purifying quality. The instant the sound wave swept across, the chaotic auditory hallucinations in Lin Yu's mind indeed lessened slightly, and the floating ashes before his eyes faded a little. Even the nauseating, putrid stench in the room seemed to be briefly replaced by a fresh, forest-like scent after rain. It worked. The pure sound waves emitted by the tuning fork could indeed combat mental pollution to some extent. Moreover, it could resonate with the sheet music. Lin Yu could feel that when the sound waves swept across the sheet music, the light emanating from it would slightly intensify, a wondrous harmony existing between the two. He tried channeling more mental energy into the tuning fork, while simultaneously contemplating the shape of the first phrase of the sheet music. Clang. The tuning fork produced a slightly louder sound, the pure sound waves rippling outwards like water. This time, the effect was even more pronounced. Li Sha, in the corner, seemed to be stirred by the sound. A faint glimmer of light returned to her empty eyes, and she looked blankly in Lin Yu's direction. Zhou Wei and Wang Tai also felt their tense nerves relax for a moment. However, this action seemed to have alerted something deep underground. Chapter 363. The buzzing sound beneath his feet suddenly grew louder, more angry? It was as if some immense will had been enraged by this pure sound. The whispers, a mixture of fanaticism and numbness, became clearer, even beginning to coalesce into a vague, malicious intent, attempting to penetrate the sound wave's defenses and enter Lin Yu's mind. Resist. Order is a shackle. Integrate into eternity. Become part of the celebration. These intents were filled with twisted temptation and chilling threats, diametrically opposed to the order power represented by the musical score. Lin Yu groaned, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Maintaining mental resistance, activating the tuning fork, and resonating with the musical score simultaneously was incredibly taxing on his mental energy. He felt waves of exhaustion washing over him. But he didn't stop. Like a sailor learning to row in a storm, he struggled, trying again and again, adjusting the output and frequency of his mental energy, attempting to grasp the power of the musical score and the tuning fork more clearly. Time passed slowly amidst the oppressive hum and the drain on mental energy. It felt like an eternity, perhaps only a few minutes. The tremors and hum from underground seemed to have subsided somewhat, but the omnipresent whispers and oppressive atmosphere remained. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, letting out a long, weary sigh. His eyes, though still bloodshot, held a newfound clarity and control. "How are you?" Zhou Wei asked immediately with concern. "I grasped some of it." Lin Yu's voice was hoarse. "Tuning forks can purify low-level mental pollution and resonate with musical scores. But this score? Its power far exceeds imagination. To fully unleash its potential, I probably need a specific location or a specific opportunity." He glanced at the still dazed Li Sha. "The underground auditorium she mentioned is likely the key." Wang Tai spat. "Then what are we waiting for? Are we just going to wait here to be trapped like turtles in a jar? Now that we have weapons, let's fight our way out." Lin Yu shook his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the room. "None of us are in good shape. Rushing out blindly is suicide." He looked at Zhou Wei. "We need information, more specific information. Information about the structure below, about what they're preparing." Zhou Wei understood and tried to communicate with Li Sha again. This time, she took advantage of the brief moments of tranquility brought on by Lin Yu occasionally activating the tuning fork, guiding her with the gentlest yet firmest tone possible. Perhaps it was the purifying effect of the tuning fork, or perhaps the instinct for survival overcame some of the fear, but Li Sha uttered fragments that were even more chilling. "Below, it's very big, like an upside-down bowl. In the middle, it's empty. There are many seats. On the walls, it's not a wall, it's paintings, living paintings. Blue ones, moving things, red ones, patrolling. At the very bottom, there's a platform, glowing. It needs a key." The upside-down bowl-shaped structure, the living murals, the glowing platform requiring a key. These pieces of information pieced together a bizarre and grand underground ritual scene that gradually took shape in everyone's minds. A key. Lin Yu stroked the sheet music and tuning fork in his hands. "Perhaps what we hold in our hands is part of the key." Just then, the iron door, which Wang Tai had been holding shut with an iron bar, suddenly made a soft click. It wasn't a bang, but the sound of something prying open the latch from the outside. Everyone fell silent instantly, their hearts leaping into their throats. Wang Tai clenched his fist, his eyes fixed fiercely on the door. Lin Yu quietly rose, put away the sheet music and tuning fork, and gestured to Wang Tai and Zhou Wei, signaling them to prepare for battle or retreat. What was outside the door? Was it the blue corrector drawn by the fluctuations of the sheet music? Or the red hunter attracted by the pure tuning fork? Or perhaps something else entirely? The brief tranquility underground was shattered. A new crisis had arrived. After the slight click outside the iron door, there was no immediate loud burst of force. Instead, there was an extremely subtle rustling sound, like fingernails scratching against a metal door, intermittent, with a chilling patience, like a predator assessing its prey. In the preparation room, the air froze. Wang Tai stood like a statue poised to strike, his muscles taut, his eyes fixed on the crack in the door. He subtly adjusted the angle of the iron bar in his hand, preparing to deliver a thunderous blow the moment the door was flung open. Zhou Wei held her breath, pressing herself tightly against the control panel, her hand gripping a sharp-edged shard of glass. Sun Yu and Li Sha huddled in the shadows of a corner, their trembling ceasing, as if afraid the slightest sound would attract attention from outside. Lin Yu stood slightly back in the center of the room, his eyes sharp. He didn't draw his weapon, but instead focused his mental energy intensely, sensing the presence outside the door. The perceptual distortion caused by his low SAN value was a double-edged sword. He could see a thick, ever-changing mass of dark shadow outside the door, yet he couldn't discern its exact shape or number. Was it the cold order of the blue school uniforms? Or the frenzied malice of the red school uniforms? Or something worse? The rustling scraping sound lasted for about a minute, then suddenly stopped. A deathly silence fell outside the door. But this silence was more unsettling than the previous sounds. It was as if the presence outside the door was listening, or waiting. Time ticked by, each second like a knife's edge. The muffled hum from underground seemed to wisely lower its volume, making way for this silent standoff. Just as Wang Tai could barely contain himself and was about to open the door to check. Thump. A very faint sound, like something gently tapping against the door, rang out. Immediately afterward, a suppressed, tearful, and terrified young woman's voice, barely a whisper, drifted in through the crack in the door. "Help! Help me! Outside! So many! Red! A survivor! Another survivor!" A flicker of hesitation crossed Wang Tai's eyes as he looked at Lin Yu. Zhou Wei also cast an inquiring glance. Lin Yu frowned. In this time of broken rules, where trust is scarcer than gold, the sudden appearance of a survivor claiming to be chased by someone in a red school uniform is highly questionable. It could very well be a trap, exploiting their sympathy. But what if it's true? One more survivor might mean one more source of strength, or one more piece of intelligence about the outside world. The female voice outside, seeing no response, grew even more anxious and desperate, her voice choked with sobs. Please, open the door. I can hear you. I know there are people inside. They're almost here. I see underground. Underground? She seemed to know some information too. Risk and opportunity coexist. Chapter 364. Lin Yu quickly weighed the situation. Their position might have already been exposed. Continuing the stalemate would only increase the risk of attracting more enemies. If the person outside the door was indeed a survivor, they might be able to obtain crucial information if it was a trap. Then, they would tear it apart with force. He mouthed to Wang Tai in an extremely soft, almost imperceptible voice, prepare to open the door. When I signal to attack, you push outwards with all your might, creating chaos. Zhou Wei, assess the situation and be ready to provide support or retreat at any time. Wang Tai nodded heavily, shifting his grip on the iron rod to a more powerful position. Lin Yu took a deep breath, walked to the door, and spoke in a low but clear voice. How can you prove you're human? And not one of them in disguise? The female voice outside seemed to pause for a moment, then answered urgently with a sob in her voice. I'm Wu Xiuya. I'm from Class 7 of Senior 3. Our group was scattered in the library. Zhang Hao and Lu Qian. They were all melted away by the blue. Her words were broken, filled with genuine fear, even mentioning specific locations and the names of her companions, making it sound genuine. But Lin Yu didn't let her guard down. In this eerie place, anything could be imitated. Take 3 steps back, Lin Yu commanded. There was a moment of silence outside the door, followed by faint footsteps, as if they had retreated as instructed. Lin Yu gave Wang Tai a look, then suddenly pulled out the iron bar that was jamming the door bolt. Attack! Wang Tai roared, like a tiger released from its cage, slamming his shoulder against the iron door. Bang! The iron door swung open violently. The door slammed solidly against a soft body, producing a dull thud and a cry of pain. Outside the door stood a girl in a tattered school uniform, her face filthy and streaked with tears. She staggered backward from the impact, falling to the ground, her face contorted with terror and pain. Behind her, the corridor was empty. The expected figure in the red school uniform was nowhere to be seen. It seemed she really was a survivor. However, just as Wang Tai paused slightly from the impact, and Zhou Wei relaxed her guard for a moment, a sudden change occurred. The expression of terror and pain on the face of the Wu Xiuya, who had fallen to the ground, froze instantly, then peeled away like melting wax, replaced by an empty, inhuman indifference. Her lips, at an angle no human could manage, slowly parted, revealing a stiff and eerie smile. At the same time, her eyes, pupils dilated instantly, turning a pure, abyssal black. Crack, crack. A teeth-grinding sound of bones grinding emanated from her body. Her limbs began to twist and stretch unnaturally, her school uniform ripped open, revealing pale skin covered with bluish-black veins. He found. A strange sound, a mixture of the original female voice and some kind of cold electronic tone, came from her split mouth. A trap. It really was a trap. And not a simple disguise, but some kind of parasitism? Or something worse. Back off. Lin Yu shouted sharply, simultaneously activating the resonance tuning fork without hesitation. Clang. Pure sound waves spread out from him, sweeping over the mutating Wu Xiuya. Ah! The monster let out a sharp, inhuman scream. Wisps of black smoke rose from its body, as if it had been doused with sulfuric acid. Its transformation slowed abruptly, and an expression of pain and disgust appeared on its face. The tuning fork worked. This thing fears pure spiritual power. Wang Tai. Kill it! Lin Yu continued to inject spiritual power, maintaining the output of the sound waves. Wang Tai snapped out of his shock, roared, and swung the iron pipe at the monster's head with a whooshing sound. Although the monster was countered by the sound waves, its movements remained swift. Its twisted body arched backward in a way that defied the laws of physics, narrowly avoiding the pipe. Simultaneously, an arm that had transformed into a bone whip lashed out, aiming for Wang Tai's waist. Too fast. Just as Wang Tai was about to be struck, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was Lin Yu. He switched the tuning fork to his left hand and continued to activate it, clenching his right fist. A terrifying 42 points of power erupted instantly, striking the incoming bone whip arm with a powerful punch. Bang! Like a hammer striking a dead tree. The mutated arm snapped off, shattered bone fragments and dark yellow slime splattering everywhere. The monster let out an even more piercing howl. Wang Tai seized the opportunity, sweeping the iron pipe again, this time hitting the monster squarely in the side. Crack! The monster's body bent at an unsettling angle, but it didn't fall. Its other intact arm, like a sharp claw, reached for Wang Tai's face. Just then, Zhou Wei moved too. Seizing the moment, she hurled the sharp shard of glass in her hand, striking the monster precisely in its dark eye. A dark red, viscous, oil-like liquid splattered from its eye sockets. The monster let out a final, mournful cry, its movements completely frozen. Then, as if its skeleton had been removed, it slumped to the ground, its body rapidly shriveling and melting, ultimately turning into a pool of foul-smelling, black, viscous matter. Only its tattered school uniform remained as proof of its existence. The battle ended quickly, but the process was terrifying. Wang Tai, panting heavily, stared at the pool of filth on the ground, still shaken. What the hell was that? Lin Yu put away the tuning fork, her expression grave. This thing was even more bizarre than the blue and red school uniforms. It seemed to perfectly mimic humans, and possessed considerable resistance to physical attacks. Only attacks imbued with mental power, or the tuning fork itself, were effective. They evolved? Or is this one of their true forms? Zhou Wei's voice trembled. The humming sound from the ground became clearer again, as if mocking their struggle. In the darkness of the corridor, outside, even more shadows seemed to lurk. This abandoned preparation room was no longer safe. They had to leave immediately, heading to the final stage. The underground auditorium. There was no turning back. Lin Yu glanced at the still shaken crowd and said in a deep voice, "Pack your things. Let's go." To the underground auditorium. The final battle might have already begun. Chapter 365. The corridor outside was even more eerie than when they had arrived. The crimson alarm lights couldn't reach this deep underground. Only the spaced-out emergency lights cast a dim, yellowish glow, like the pupils of a dying beast, flickering weakly in the thick darkness. The air was thick with the stench left by the monster's melting, mixed with the inherent musty and rusty smells of the underground, and an increasingly strong, strange, sweet fragrance reminiscent of a biological laboratory. Lin Yu led the way, Wang Tai brought up the rear, Zhou Wei supported the slightly better, but still weakly Sha, and Sun Yu followed closely in the middle. The five of them carefully followed the direction Li Sha pointed, venturing deeper into the underground level. The ground beneath their feet was no longer rough cement, but gradually transformed into smooth, but slippery, dark stone. The walls on both sides had transformed into a fleshy, slightly pulsating, dark red tissue, covered with thick, blood vessel-like tubes from which flowed an unknown, eerily glowing liquid. This place no longer resembled human architecture, it was more like the internal cavity of some colossal creature. Are we really going to go this way? Sun Yu's voice was choked with sobs, his teeth chattering. Shut up. Stick close if you don't want to die. Wang Tai hissed, his own knuckles white from gripping the iron rod so tightly. Lin Yu was completely focused, his left hand gripping the resonating tuning fork, ready to activate it at any moment, while his right hand held the pure melody booklet, radiating a warm glow. The light from the sheet music, in this eerie environment, acted as a guiding light, dispelling the unsettling oppressive atmosphere. He could feel the deeper they went, the stronger the resonance between the sheet music and the tuning fork became, as if responding to a call from some deep underground core. The whispers became clearer here, no longer indistinct noise, but as if countless voices were whispering in his ear. They arrived. The key bearer. The stage is ready. The audience is waiting. These whispers were filled with fervor and anticipation, sending chills down his spine. Occasionally, they encountered a few students in blue school uniforms. Like worker ants, they carried shimmering crystals or wriggling, biological-like clumps, completely ignoring Lin Yu and his companions, as if they were merely insignificant background figures. But Lin Yu could sense a very subtle ripple in their empty eyes when the light of the sheet music swept over them. He also encountered red figures. They moved like ghosts in the shadows of the tube walls, their crimson eyes fixed on the sheet music in Lin Yu's hands, filled with undisguised greed and a hint of fear. They didn't attack proactively, but merely watched from afar, as if waiting for their chance. This cavity wasn't straight, but meandered downwards, its slope growing increasingly steep. The surrounding fleshy walls throbbed even more powerfully, the whispering hum almost transforming into tangible sonic pressure, oppressing everyone's eardrums and nerves. Zhou Wei's SN value was clearly steadily decreasing. She bit her lip tightly, her face pale, barely managing to stay conscious only through the occasional tuning fork sounds Lin Yu occasionally emitted. Li Sha followed entirely on instinct, her eyes still vacant. Sun Yu was practically on the verge of collapse. Only Lin Yu and Wang Tai, with their stronger willpower and physical abilities, could maintain basic combat strength. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the space suddenly opened up ahead. They emerged from the suffocating, fleshy passage and arrived at the edge of a space far beyond imagination. This was the upside-down bowl Li Sha had mentioned. The underground auditorium. It was a massive, hemispherical cavern, its dome soaring high, hidden in deep darkness, its top invisible. At the center of the cavern was a bottomless circular depression, like the open throat of a giant beast, emanating a chilling suction and an icy coldness. Around the depression were concentric rings of seats extending upwards, like those in the Roman Colosseum, densely packed and countless. What was chilling was that these seats were not empty. They were filled with people. All of them were students in blue school uniforms. They sat motionless in their seats, like statues, perfectly aligned, facing the central abyss, their empty eyes fixed downwards. Their numbers probably equaled the total number of all the blue uniform students in the entire Fengqiao Middle School. They were silent, creating a deathly stillness more terrifying than any commotion. But even more awe-inspiring were the walls surrounding the entire circular cavern. They weren't rock or concrete, but a living mural. A massive, flowing mural covered the entire curved wall. The mural's content was bizarre and fantastical, depicting countless twisted human figures struggling in agony, deforming, merging, and ultimately transforming into the blue or red uniformed students, or merging into the wall itself. The colors, predominantly dark red, pitch black, and a morbid blue, were filled with an atmosphere of madness and despair. The scenes in the mural seemed to possess life. The distorted human figures occasionally stretched out their arms, as if trying to break free from the wall's constraints, uttering a silent cry. Is this the artist's masterpiece? Eternally freezing and displaying countless pains and despair here? Lin Yu could feel the sheet music in his hands vibrating more violently before this enormous, living mural, its light radiating even brighter, as if it had encountered a nemesis. Look over there. Zhou Wei's trembling hand pointed to the very front of the audience seats, near the central abyss. There was a raised, circular stone platform, its surface covered with runes similar to those on the resonating tuning fork. In the center of the platform, there was a small recess, its shape seemingly mirroring the sheet music in Lin Yu's hand. That was the glowing platform Li Sha had mentioned. It was very likely the venue for using the sheet music. However, to reach that platform, they had to pass through tens of thousands of silent blue spectators below, and around the platform, dozens of deep blue figures stood like guards, exuding a far more oppressive aura than ordinary blue students. They were much taller, their uniforms almost black, their faces hidden in the shadows of their hat brims, holding weapons resembling halberds formed from eerie light. And scattered among the shadowy corners of the audience seats, and at certain points on the giant living mural, were a few red figures. Like villains on a stage, they coldly watched below, awaiting the curtain to rise. The entire underground auditorium was a stage prepared for some ultimate ritual. Lin Yu and his companions, along with the sheet music in his hand, seemed to be indispensable actors and props in this ceremony. Should we go down? Wang Tai's voice was hoarse as he looked at the despairing scene below. Lin Yu's gaze was fixed on the stone platform. Going down meant certain death. Not going down, waiting on this edge, meant certain assimilation or being swallowed by this insane space. He didn't hesitate. Go down. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable firmness. The sheet music is the key, the platform is the lock. This is our only chance. He was the first to step onto the steep, narrow stone steps leading to the audience below. Zhou Wei and Wang Tai exchanged a glance, seeing fear in each other's eyes, but also a flicker of unyielding spirit. They supported Li Sha, pulled the almost limp Sun Yu, and followed Lin Yu's steps. Like a few tiny moths, they fearlessly flew towards the final stage burning with eerie flames. Chapter 366. The moment they stepped into the audience area, an indescribable, invisible pressure, a mixture of the silent gazes of tens of thousands of people, pressed in from all directions like a tidal wave. The air was so thick it was almost suffocating. Every step forward felt like wading against a raging tide. The students in blue school uniforms sitting on the tiered seats remained absolutely still, their empty gazes fixed on the central abyss, seemingly oblivious to Lin Yu and his group of 5 carefully descending the stone steps along the edge. But this indifference was more chilling than a direct attack. They were like a group of spectators waiting for a play to begin, and Lin Yu and his group were the actors about to take the stage. Dead silence. Only the slightly disordered footsteps of the five, their heavy breathing, and the soul-devouring hum emanating from the abyss echoed in the empty cavern. Lin Yu walked at the front, the warm light emanating from the pure melody booklet creating a relatively stable area around them, barely resisting the omnipresent mental pressure and the frenzied whispers from the living murals. His left hand gripped the resonance tuning fork tightly, his mental energy highly concentrated, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. Wang Tai brought up the rear, constantly looking back warily at the entrance they had come from, and the shadows above the audience seats, worried that blue or red beings might flank them from behind. Zhou Wei leaned almost her entire weight on Lin Yu. Her SAN value had clearly plummeted, her eyes unfocused, barely holding on thanks to her willpower and the protection of the musical score's light. Li Sha and Sun Yu, on the other hand, were completely sleepwalking, being half-dragged, half-pulled forward. The path to the central platform was long and agonizing. The narrow, slippery stone steps stretched between seemingly bottomless seas of people in the stands, as if a cold hand might reach out at any moment and drag them into an eternal silence. Occasionally, as they passed certain seating areas, subtle movements would occur. The students in their previously still blue school uniforms would turn their heads almost imperceptibly, their empty gazes briefly sweeping over them, especially over the sheet music in Lin Yu's hands, before slowly returning to the central abyss. Each such gaze sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Even more unsettling was the living mural that surrounded the entire cave. The closer they got, the more they could feel the overwhelming resentment and madness contained within it. The distorted figures in the mural struggled even more violently, their gaze seemed to pierce through the mural and fall upon these uninvited guests. Some vague, malicious thoughts tried to pierce the light of the musical score and enter their minds. Join us. Eternity sleep. Resistance useless. The stage needs blood. Lin Yu had to frequently, in small increments, activate the resonating tuning fork. Zheng. Zheng. Pure sound waves, like a clear spring, temporarily cleansed those filthy thoughts, and also brought the restless blue gazes around him back to calm. But each activation consumed Lin Yu's already limited mental energy. His forehead was covered in fine cold sweat, and his face began to turn pale. He felt the musical score in his arms growing hotter and hotter, and the resonance with the stone platform in the distance growing stronger. The runes on the platform seemed to sense the key's approach, beginning to emit a faint light, the same kind as the sheet music. Hope lay ahead, but every step felt like dancing on a knife's edge. Just as they descended about halfway down, and could clearly see the deep blue guards standing like statues around the platform, something unexpected happened. In the audience, a student in a blue school uniform, seated near their path, suddenly and abruptly stood up. Its movement shattered the deathly silence maintained by tens of thousands of people, sounding particularly abrupt and jarring. It didn't look at the central abyss, but abruptly turned its head, its empty, numb face staring directly at Lin Yu. More accurately, at the sheet music in his arms. Then, it opened its mouth. Nothing. No sound was uttered, but a cold, intensely corrective mental shockwave, like an invisible arrow, hurtled towards Lin Yu. This seemed to be a signal. Whoosh! 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 Immediately afterwards, dozens, even hundreds of students in blue school uniforms nearby stood up in unison. They all turned towards Lin Yu, their mouths agape in silent disbelief. Hundreds of cold mental shockwaves converged into an invisible torrent, surging forth like a tidal wave. The light from the musical score flickered violently, like a candle flickering in the wind. Zhou Wei let out a painful groan, almost collapsing to the ground. Wang Tai also felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer, his vision going black. Lin Yu was the first to be hit, feeling his mental barrier crack like glass. His SAN value instantly plummeted below 40, reaching 39 out of 100. The scene before him was completely distorted, the blue-uniformed students, who had stood up transformed into countless dark shadows waving tentacles in his eyes. You're courting death. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, and he no longer cared about conserving his mental energy. He abruptly poured a large amount of mental energy into the resonance tuning fork, simultaneously raising the sheet music high. Clang! A pure sound wave, clearer and louder than ever before, erupted from him like a tangible golden halo. Where the sound wave passed, the invisible torrent of mental shock shattered and dissipated instantly, like waves crashing against rocks. The blue-uniformed students, who had stood up, trembled violently, as if struck by an invisible force. For the first time, their empty expressions twisted into something resembling pain. Dark blue smoke billowed from their open mouths, and then, like puppets with broken strings, They slumped into their seats, motionless. With a single blow, hundreds of spectators fell silent. However, this attack seemed to have thoroughly enraged certain beings. Around the platform, the dozens of dark blue guards, who had stood motionless all along, suddenly emitted two cold red lights from the shadows beneath their helmets. Buzz! The halberds they held, formed from eerie light, simultaneously pointed in the direction of Lin Yu and his group of 5. A terrifying pressure, 10 or even 100 times stronger than that of the ordinary blue-clad students, crashed down like a tangible mountain. At the same time, in the shadows above the audience seats, the scattered red figures let out low, excited roars, as if they had spotted bloodthirsty hyenas. The final obstacle had awakened. Lin Yu gasped for breath, feeling waves of exhaustion washing over him. The previous attack had drained nearly half of his mental energy. He looked at the dozens of dark blue guards radiating a deathly threat ahead, then at the stone platform so close yet seemingly an insurmountable chasm. There was no way back. He swallowed the metallic taste in his mouth and growled at his nearly collapsing companions behind him. "Stay close to me. Charge." Chapter 367. The awakening of the deep blue guards was like flipping a switch on war in the deathly silent underground auditorium. They uttered no roars, only silent, heavy, and unified steps, like cold killing machines, closing in on Lin Yu and his group of 5 from all sides of the platform. The eerie halberds in their hands sliced through the air, emitting a chilling hum. The concentrated pressure almost solidified the air itself. In the stands, the remaining blue spectators no longer rose to attack, but the invisible pressure from tens of thousands of empty gazes still hindered their movements, like a quagmire. The red figure above let out an excited shriek, circling like a vulture, waiting to seize the fruits of victory or torn apart the remains. "Fight them!" Wang Tai's eyes were bloodshot, his fear transformed into a ferocious fighting spirit. He brandished his iron pipe, charging head-on at a dark blue guard. Clang! The iron pipe clashed violently with the gleaming halberd, producing a deafening metallic clang. Wang Tai felt an irresistible force. His hand split open, the iron pipe flew from his grasp, and he staggered backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. These dark blue guards possessed strength far exceeding that of ordinary blue-clad students. Another guard appeared silently to Wang Tai's side, his halberd stabbing towards his ribs like a venomous snake. Clang! At the critical moment, Lin Yu activated his tuning fork, a condensed, pure sound wave striking the guard's halberd with pinpoint accuracy. The gleaming halberd trembled violently, its attack momentarily halted. Wang Tai seized the opportunity to roll away, narrowly avoiding the attack. But more guards swarmed in. Their coordinated attacks were like a relentless tide. The ghostly halberd was not only incredibly powerful, but it also seemed to have a corrosive effect on the mind. Each clash sent a sharp pain through Lin Yu's head. Shou Wei, barely supporting the nearly unconscious Li Sha and Sun Yu, hid within the defensive circle that Lin Yu and Wang Tai had barely managed to maintain, her face filled with despair. At this rate, they wouldn't even be able to touch the edge of the platform before being completely submerged. Lin Yu's eyes hardened. He had to break the deadlock. He held nothing back, frantically channeling his remaining spiritual energy into the resonance tuning fork and pure melody. Clang! 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 3 consecutive golden sonic halos, even brighter than before, erupted in succession. Like 3 miniature suns exploding in the underground cave, the power of purity and order clashed violently with the cold chaos emanating from the deep blue guards, producing a piercing tearing sound. The guards at the forefront froze abruptly, their eerie light flickering wildly, as if they had suffered considerable interference and injury. "Now! Wang Tai! Charge to the platform!" Lin Yu roared, wielding the musical score like a torch, charging towards the platform. The light from the score carved a brief, relatively stable path ahead. Wang Tai wiped the blood from his mouth and roared as he followed. Shou Wei also unleashed her last strength, dragging Li Sha and Sun Yu forward. The deep blue guard's formation was disrupted by the continuous sonic shockwaves, and the natural counteracting effect of the musical score's light created a momentary gap in their encirclement. Lin Yu, like an arrow released from a bow, broke through the final obstacle and stepped onto the circular stone platform. The instant his feet touched the platform, buzz! The runes engraved on the entire platform suddenly lit up, radiating a warm and vast golden light like the rising sun. This light merged seamlessly with the light from the sheet music in Lin Yu's hand, instantly forming a massive golden pillar of light that shot skyward, piercing the bottomless dome. The pillar of light dispelled the darkness of the platform and temporarily repelled the deep blue guards attempting to ascend. Before the pure and vast golden light, they let out silent roars, unable to cross the line. At the same time, Lin Yu felt the pure melody booklet in his hand become scorching hot, as if it were about to melt. The booklet automatically turned to the last page, which was no longer sheet music, but a blank page. But under the golden beam of light, tiny specks of golden light gathered on the blank page, eventually condensing into a perfectly round object, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg, radiating a soft and eternal glow. Name, Seed of Order. Quality, Golden. Type, World Wonder/Purification Core. Effect, a seed containing the ultimate power of order and purification. It can be absorbed, greatly enhancing mental strength and all attributes, and granting extremely high resistance and purification abilities against chaotic, distorted, and mentally polluted forces. It can also be placed at specific nodes, such as energy convergence points or pollution sources, to slowly purify anomalies within a certain range and reshape the rules of order. Note, sprouting in chaos, taking root in despair. This is the principle of reconstruction, and also the proof of redemption. A golden item. Seed of Order? Lin Yu's heart trembled violently. This is the final reward obtained after completing the pure melody resonance? Absorbing it will bring a qualitative leap in personal strength. Or, use it to purify this distorted dungeon world. Just as he was overwhelmed by this sudden and enormous gain, and instinctively reached out to touch the golden seed floating in the air. Another change occurred. A figure as swift as a ghost had silently crept to the edge of the platform, and taking advantage of the moment when Lin Yu's attention was drawn away by the golden pillar of light, she suddenly pounced from the shadows to the side. Her target was none other than the newly formed Seed of Order. It was Zhang Qian, the woman who had initially clamored to confront the strange entity head-on. She wasn't dead? And she was here. Mine. Her speed was astonishing, her dark claws aimed straight for the Seed of Order. All of this happened too fast, too unexpectedly. No one expected that someone who was already dead would appear at this moment and launch a sneak attack. At this moment, her school uniform was torn and stained, but her eyes were unusually clear, even carrying a hint of cunning and greed, showing no signs of being corrupted or alienated. She held a gleaming dagger, seemingly acquired from nowhere, aimed directly at Lin Yu's wrist, intending to force him back and seize the seed. You're courting death. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Although the attack was sudden, his combat instincts, honed through countless life-or-death experiences, far surpassed those of ordinary people. Faced with Zhang Qian's determined strike, he didn't even intend to use Divine Descendant. His right wrist, which had been reaching for the seed, twisted in a whimsical motion, his 5 fingers hooking precisely at Zhang Qian's wrist holding the dagger. The speed far exceeded Zhang Qian's expectations. His 42 points of actual strength, combined with 31 points of agility, made his movements so fast they left afterimages. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. Zhang Qian hadn't even seen Lin Yu's movement before feeling a piercing pain in her wrist, and the dagger clattered to the ground. The greed and smugness on her face were instantly replaced by unbelievable pain and horror. However, Lin Yu's attack did not stop. His right hand, gripping her wrist, tightened suddenly, like an iron clamp, pulling her towards him. At the same time, his left knee, like a cannonball, slammed into her abdomen. Chapter 368. Ugh! Zhang Qian let out a piercing scream, her body arching like a shrimp. The excruciating pain instantly rendered her incapable of resistance, and acid mixed with blood gushed from her mouth. Lin Yu coldly released her, letting her slump like a lump of mud on the cold platform, only able to groan in pain. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. From Zhang Qian's sneak attack to being severely injured by her counterattack, only 2 or 3 seconds passed. Wang Tai and Zhou Wei below the platform didn't even have time to react before the battle was over. Zhang Qian? You're not dead? Wang Tai stared dumbfounded at the curled-up figure on the platform. Zhou Wei was also shocked, but then something occurred to her, and her eyes became complicated. You've been pretending all along? Waiting for us to solve the mystery, so you could steal the final reward? Zhang Qian curled up on the ground, clutching her shattered wrist and throbbing abdomen, cold sweat pouring down her face. Her eyes were filled with fear and resentment as she looked at Lin Yu, but she couldn't utter a single complete sentence. Lin Yu didn't even glance at her, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. His attention was completely focused on the floating Seed of Order. To devour it, or to place it. Devouring it would immediately grant him immense personal power, enough to deal with the current crisis. Placing it might purify this distorted world, but the risks were unknown. With almost no hesitation, Lin Yu made his choice. The increase in personal power was certainly tempting, but the strangeness and rule collapse of this instance stemmed from the pollution of this place. A thorough purification might be the only fundamental solution, and could give those in extremely poor condition like Zhou Wei and Wang Tai a glimmer of hope. He reached out, not to touch the seed, but to guide the light of the musical score, slowly pushing it towards the slightly concave rune node in the center of the platform. The instant the seed of order touched the rune node, buzz! The entire underground auditorium erupted with golden light 10, even 100 times stronger than before. The pillar of light became more solid and vast, seemingly piercing through heaven and earth. Countless golden runes flowed from the pillar of light, as if possessing life, rapidly spreading to every corner of the platform, and then spreading throughout the entire cave. The living mural surrounding the cave, filled with pain and madness, emitted a piercing scream under the golden light, like the simultaneous wails of billions of living beings. The twisted human figures on the mural struggled frantically, their colors rapidly fading and blurring, finally melting and evaporating like ice and snow under the sun. In the audience, the tens of thousands of silent blue spectators trembled violently under this pure and vast golden light. For the first time, a look of bewilderment and relief appeared in their empty eyes, then one by one, they crumbled like sand sculptures, turning into wisps of smoke and dissipating. Around the platform, the powerful, deep blue guards let out silent, resentful roars. The eerie light emanating from them flickered violently within the golden light, then faded like candles in the wind, turning to ashes along with their bodies. The suffocating whispers and buzzing of madness throughout the underground space were replaced by a grand, solemn, and orderly silent rhythm. The purification had begun, however, this extreme purification also provoked an extreme backlash. Just as the golden light reached its zenith, seemingly cleansing all impurity, a dense, inky darkness surged skyward from the bottomless abyss in the center of the cave. Darkness and golden light collided violently in the air, producing a hissing sound like cold water dripping into hot oil. A blurry, enormous phantom, composed of pure shadows and distorted colors, slowly rose from the abyss. It had no fixed form, seemingly forcibly fused from countless broken rules and mad thoughts, possessing only a pair of cold, emotionless eyes, like two black holes, staring at Lin Yu on the platform. In its hands, it held a book composed of dark energy, radiating ominous fluctuations. The artist's phantom had descended. The artist's phantom hovered above the abyss, forming a stark contrast with the golden light of the platform. It had no facial features, but its double pupil-like black holes seemed capable of sucking away all light and hope. The book composed of dark energy in its hands turned slightly, emitting chilling fluctuations of rules. Desecrators. Puppets of order. A cold, overlapping thought, seemingly composed of countless broken sounds, resounded directly in the minds of Lin Yu and everyone on the platform. You have destroyed perfect chaos. Lin Yu felt an immense mental pressure descend upon him, but he stood firm amidst the golden light. The power of the seed of order formed a natural barrier, preventing him from being crushed by this pressure. He coldly stared at the artist's phantom, gripping the resonating tuning fork tightly, his inner power poised to unleash its power. Rule number 1, the artist's phantom's cold thought echoed again. At the same time, distorted characters appeared on the book of rules. On this platform, no attack of any kind is permitted against the artist. The moment the rules were established, Lin Yu immediately felt an invisible shackle trying to bind his mind, as if any thought of attacking the artist would backfire. This was a coercive constraint based on the remaining rules of this place. It wasn't a law in itself, but violators would suffer severe mental shock, directly reflected in their SAN value. Playing tricks. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He didn't believe in this nonsense at all. Especially not at this moment, when the purifying power was at its peak. He slammed his left foot on the platform, his body shooting out like a cannonball, carrying an unstoppable momentum, heading straight for the artist's illusory image, just as his fist was about to touch the illusory image. Buzz! An indescribable, soul-tearing pain exploded in his mind. The scene before him blurred and distorted instantly, and countless crazed laughs and curses rang in his ears. Simply for violating a rule, his SAN value instantly plummeted by 20 points. It fell below the extremely dangerous 20 line. Lin Yu grunted, his attack abruptly halted, his body staggering backward, his face instantly turning deathly pale, veins bulging on his forehead, almost collapsing to his knees. The terrifying illusions brought on by his low SAN value overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. He seemed to see countless rotting arms reaching out from the void, trying to drag him into an endless abyss. Chapter 369. Ha ha ha. Foolish. The artist's illusory figure let out a cold laugh. Rule 2. Within this space, no spatial movement abilities may be used. Rule 3. The effects of all offensive skills are halved. Rule 4. One malicious rule after another emerged from the Book of Rules, pseudo, like invisible chains, wrapping around Lin Yu, restricting his movements, weakening his power, and constantly eroding his already meager SAN value. Although these rules did not restrict the artist himself, they could be imposed almost infinitely. Wang Tai and Zhou Wei below the platform watched Lin Yu struggle painfully under the constraints of the rules, powerless to help, their hearts filled with anxiety. Zhang Qian, meanwhile, huddled in a corner, a glint of pleasure in her eyes. See? This is the consequence of defying the rules. The artist's illusory figure said indifferently. Now become the background color of my new work. As soon as it finished speaking, a tidal wave of students in blue school uniforms surged forth from the abyss once more. They seemed endless, ignoring the platform's golden light, roaring and twisting like a frenzied swarm of ants, launching a desperate charge towards the platform. Wang Tai roared and swung his iron pipe to defend himself, while Zhou Wei picked up a dagger from the ground and swung it desperately, but against this inexhaustible blue tide, their resistance seemed so weak. Seeing the platform about to be submerged, Lin Yu, bound by countless rules and tormented by low SN value, almost lost his fighting ability. Just at this moment of despair, Lin Yu suddenly raised his head, and in his eyes, almost swallowed by illusions, burst forth a blood-red light that seemed to become tangible. Gods and demons, descend upon the mortal realm. Boom! A terrifying aura, far more domineering and supremely arrogant than the golden light of the platform, erupted from Lin Yu's body like an ancient demon god awakening after billions of years of slumber. Crimson divine light soared into the sky, mingling with the golden pillar of light, instantly shattering the countless chains of rules imposed by the artist's phantom. Gods and demons descend upon the mortal realm activated. 100% boost to all attributes. Furthermore, it grants built-in mental immunity. The instant the skill activated, Lin Yu's SAN value, which had plummeted to rock bottom, was forcibly pulled up by an invisible giant hand, instantly returning to full. All the terrifying illusions caused by the low SAN value vanished instantly. The mental binding and SAN value penalty imposed by the artist's phantom through the Book of Rules were completely ineffective against the mental immunity of gods and demons descend upon the mortal realm. How is this possible? For the first time, the artist's phantom's cold will showed violent fluctuations, filled with disbelief. What shocked everyone even more was yet to come. Ding! Triggered Divine Soul Descent. Drawing in progress. Successful. Congratulations on obtaining an SSS level martial soul. Guan Yu's possession. Lasts for 3 hours. A vast and powerful divine energy, filled with loyalty and valor, surged into Lin Yu's body. Behind him, a majestic phantom of a towering, upright general appeared, with a face like a ripe date, lips like painted rouge, phoenix eyes, silkworm eyebrows, and wielding the green dragon crescent blade. Guan Yu. SSS level martial soul. Gain the Guan Yu dragging blade / skill. Martial soul effect. Courage. All attributes of the holder are increased by an additional 100%. Righteousness. All attributes of nearby friendly units are increased by 80%. Double boost. Gods and demons descend 100% all attribute boost plus Guan Yu. The Holy Emperor Courage 100% all attribute boost. Lin Yu's actual attributes at this moment are Strength. 42 times 3 is equal to 126. Agility. 31 times 3 is equal to 93. Stamina. 26 times 3 is equal to 78. These are terrifying attributes, far beyond what is understood at his current level. Wang Tai and Zhou Wei also instantly felt the blessing of the power of righteousness. A warm current surged into their limbs, greatly reducing fatigue and pain, and their strength, speed, and reaction all increased by a full 80%. Wang Tai felt the iron pipe in his hands was as light as a feather, and Zhou Wei also felt as if she possessed superhuman strength. This is... Wang Tai looked at his powerful arms, then at Lin Yu on the platform, who seemed like a reincarnation of a war god, and was too shocked to speak. Zhou Wei also covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Is this Lin Yu's true trump card? Zhang Qian was utterly dumbfounded, her body turning ice cold. Her previous resentment and pleasure were replaced by boundless fear. The artist's phantom sensed the terrifying spiritual power emanating from Lin Yu, power capable of shaking the very rules, and for the first time felt threatened. It frantically flipped through the Book of Rules, attempting to impose more rules. Rules. Weapons are forbidden. Rules. Forbidden. However, all the rules vanished without a trace when they touched the crimson divine light surrounding Lin Yu. The god and demon descend spiritual immunity perfectly countered this kind of spiritual level rule constraint. Your rules are ineffective against me. Lin Yu's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling coldness like the deepest hell. He slowly raised his hand, without even using any weapon, and simply unleashed a punch at the surging blue tide in front of him. Boom! An invisible fist, imbued with a terrifying 126 points of power, swept through like a hurricane, instantly crushing dozens of students in blue school uniforms who had rushed onto the platform into dust. Not even a trace was left. One person, one punch, clearing the platform. Wang Tai and Zhou Wei watched this miraculous scene, trembling with excitement. Wang Tai, Zhou Wei, clear out this small fry. Lin Yu's gaze, like a sharp sword, locked onto the artist's illusory figure in midair. Leave this fake artist to me. Before he finished speaking, he pushed off with his feet, and the stone ground of the platform instantly cracked. His figure transformed into a blood-red meteor, ignoring the still surging blue tide below, rushing straight towards the artist's illusory figure. The final battle had begun. Lin Yu transformed into a blood-red meteor, rushing straight towards the artist's illusory figure. The vast, ocean-like tide of blue school uniforms below tried to stop him, but their existence was futile against Lin Yu at this moment. He didn't even need to use any skills. The sheer force of his charge tore the blue-clad students in his path to shreds like paper. His 126 points of strength, combined with 93 points of agility, made every movement of his awe-inspiring destructive power. Fists, feet, elbows, knees. Every part of his body became a terrifying weapon. With a single punch, dozens of blue-clad students in a fan-shaped area in front of him instantly exploded into a shower of blue light. With a single stomp, the ground cracked, and the shockwave pulverized enemies within a radius of several meters. He was like a tiger among sheep, unstoppable. Vacuum zones visibly appeared around him within the blue tide. Wang Tai and Zhou Wei, watching from below, were filled with fervor, their morale soaring. Chapter 370. With the 80% attribute boost from Guan Shengdi Jun Righteousness, Wang Tai felt as if he possessed boundless power. He wielded his iron pipe with ferocious force, smashing and shattering the blue students approaching the platform one by one. Zhou Wei also felt her agility increase several times over. Her dagger, like a venomous snake, precisely pierced the enemy's vital points. Although these things didn't seem to have strictly defined vital points, attacking certain energy nodes accelerated their disintegration. The two of them had actually temporarily withstood the blue tide's flank attack. Monster, he's the real monster. Zhang Qian huddled in a corner of the platform, watching Lin Yu wreak havoc among the enemy ranks like a demon god, single-handedly pushing aside thousands of undying blue soldiers. Her fear had reached its peak. She deeply regretted her previous greed and betrayal. In midair, the artist's phantom frantically flipped through the book of rules, hurling rules at Lin Yu like they were free. Rule. Increase gravity 100-fold. Rule. Solidify space. Rule. Strip away elements. However, all the rules, upon contact with the crimson divine light surrounding Lin Yu, melted away like snow under the sun, becoming ineffective. The god and demon descend mental immunity acted like an absolute barrier, keeping out all negative effects based on mental interference and rule judgments. Impossible. This is impossible. The artist's phantom roared in fury and disbelief, its form becoming even more distorted and unstable due to the emotional turmoil. Your rules end here. Lin Yu's icy voice rang in its ear. He had somehow broken through the numerous obstacles of the blue tide and appeared directly in front of the artist's phantom. There were no fancy moves, just a simple straight punch. The fist contained 126 points of terrifying power, enhanced by both divine, demon descents and Guan Yu, the Holy Emperor courage, along with a boundless aura and divinity that could shatter all laws and impervious to evil. This punch was faster than the limits of visual perception. This punch was so heavy it seemed capable of piercing through space. This punch contained all of Lin Yu's loathing and resolute determination towards this distorted dungeon world. The artist's phantom attempted to block with the Book of Rules, pseudo, but the book, composed of dark energy, shattered like fragile glass the moment it touched the fist. No! In the artist's phantom's desperate scream, Lin Yu's fist pierced through its chest without any resistance. There was no tangible sensation, as if he had struck a thick shadow. But the supreme yang energy contained within the fist, a power that shattered all illusions, like the blazing sun illuminating snow, instantly evaporated and purified the distorted phantom. The shriek abruptly ceased. The artist's phantom, along with its seemingly invincible Book of Rules, pseudo, vanished into the air without a trace. Only one thing remained, shimmering with a dark red light where the phantom had disappeared, slowly drifting down. It was a materialized, dark red book, its cover covered in eerie runes. The Book of Rules, pseudo. At the same time, the immense mental pressure emanating from the artist's phantom, which had enveloped the entire underground auditorium, receded like a tide. The endless tide of blue school uniforms below, at the moment the artist's phantom was destroyed, froze in unison like puppets whose energy had been cut off, then collapsed like dominoes, turning into pure blue specks of light that slowly dissipated into the air. The entire cave fell into a deathly silence. Only the still shining golden pillar of light in the center of the platform, and the slowly receding crimson divine light emanating from Lin Yu, proved that the earth-shattering battle just moments before was not an illusion. "Is it over?" Wang Tai, leaning on his iron pipe, panted heavily, staring at the empty cave, now only occupied by a few of them, still unable to believe it. Shou Wei also slumped to the ground, gazing at the figure standing on the platform like a war god, her eyes filled with awe. Lin Yu slowly descended from the air, the crimson divine light emanating from his body, and the phantom of Guan Yu gradually dissipating. The 3-hour duration of gods and demons to send was far from over, but the enemy had already been defeated. He reached out and caught the dark red book that drifted down. Name, Book of Rules, Fake. Quality, Red. Type, Special Item/Rules Creation. Effect, can apply rule restrictions 3 times to targets within the field of vision, including but not limited to creatures, objects, and the environment. If the target violates the rules, they will suffer a mental shock based on their own attributes. The effect is related to the rule's rationality and the target's strength. Limited to 3 uses per instance world. Note, a counterfeit that steals the authority of the rules. Those who manipulate the rules will ultimately be devoured by them. A red item. So this is the source of the artist's almost rogue rule-making ability. The limitation of only 3 uses per instance also explains why the artist's phantom seemed to run out of tricks later on. Just as Lin Yu was carefully examining this book of rules, the dome above the cave, which had been illuminated by golden pillars of light, suddenly condensed once more into an even larger, colder, and more undeniable force of rules. This power far surpassed the artist's phantom, seemingly the very essence of the entire Maple Bridge Middle School instant world. Golden text slowly emerged in the air, carrying the implication of final judgment. Rule 3569. Survivor Lin Yu, upon reaching LV.100, will be forced to participate in a special instance, SS62. Lin Yu's pupils constricted slightly. LV.100? Forced participation? SS level instance? The artist wanted revenge, but its authority seemed unable to directly affect its present self, only able to set a future agreement. This meant that the SS62 instance likely required reaching LV.100 to enter, or possess some kind of special threshold. He memorized this rule deeply. The path ahead seemed clearer, yet also more dangerous. As this ultimate rule emerged, the golden pillar of light in the center of the cave began to slowly recede. The power of the seed of order seemed to have completed its initial purification, disappearing into the platform. The distortion of the entire underground space significantly decreased. Although still dilapidated, the maddening aura of pollution had vanished. Meanwhile, behind the platform, a door that had been covered by a fleshy wall was revealed after the golden light faded, with a sign that read Principal's office hanging on it. The exit has been found.